Chapter 1. Struck by lightning. In the dead of night, within the confines of the dormitory, all the roommates had succumbed to slumber. Only Su Yao remained ensconced under his covers, engrossed in the web novel before him. This novel is simply delightful. The young man, hunched over in bed, cradled his phone in both hands, a satisfied grin plastered across his face. However, just as he was engrossed in a particularly thrilling segment, his gaze fell upon the abrupt declaration of the end at the bottom of the screen, rendering him momentarily speechless, followed swiftly by an expletive. Damn! Author, do you even know how to write a book? Only 180,000 words, and it's finished. I was waiting for her to get married. You've left me with a cliffhanger? What the hell? I have supported 2 certified deities after all? Clutching his phone, Su Yao lamented the gift he had so eagerly bestowed, contemplating whether to metaphorically arm himself and confront the author. Suddenly, a deafening clap of thunder erupted outside the dormitory window. He glanced up, witnessing a serpentine bolt of lightning drawing ever closer to his pupils. In that instant, it felt as though time itself had come to a standstill. Ding! Greetings, host. The super nurturing system is at your service. In light of your unfortunate demise via lightning strike, this system has arranged a new abode for your soul. According to system regulations, please select a nurturing direction to commence your new life. Sensual goddess, enchanting fairy, frigid queen, adorable lowly. Dazed and confused, Su Yao heard a series of electronic beeps. Instinctively, he jolted into awareness after years of immersing himself in web novels. He had now become a part of the transcendent army. However, was this system not a tad peculiar? System, why are all the options female? I am a man. Is there no option for an invincible macho man? Confirming once more, does the host wish to select the invincible macho man nurturing direction? Oh, confirmed. Su Yao rubbed his hands together, nodding with excitement. Haha, ding! Adorable lowly nurturing direction has been confirmed. Confirmation complete. This system has been updated. Su Yao froze momentarily. His exhilaration abruptly halted, and he hastily protested. Hey, wait a moment. System, I meant macho man. A macho man? You've got it wrong. It's a lowly. There's no mistake. Incorrect. It's an invincible macho man. It's an adorable lowly. Absolutely correct. Host, please do not be obstinate. Teleportation commencing. Please prepare yourself. Whoa. Su Yao attempted to continue his argument, but the system afforded him no opportunity as he felt a sensation of plummeting, his consciousness once again fading into a haze. Although we are already wed, this is merely a formality. It is a reluctant act to fulfill my grandfather's dying wish. Rest assured, after a year, I will grant you your freedom. Moreover, compared to your previous life, at the Mu residence, at least you will want for nothing. However, during this period, you must adhere to your duties and refrain from any actions that would bring disgrace to the Mu family. Understood? In a well-appointed bridal chamber, Mu Junyan regarded the petite figure seated on the crimson bed, a flicker of indifference passing through his eyes. He could not fathom why his grandfather had insisted he marry this beggar, especially one so young. You need not fear as long as you remain compliant here. The Mu family will not cause you any hardship. Should you have any uncertainties, feel free to come to me. After this year, I will ensure your future is well arranged. After a moment, the figure on the bed trembled, and from beneath the veil came a youthful voice. I understand. Moments later, she heard the door creak open, followed by the sound of footsteps fading away. Then, she swiftly lifted her veil and jumped down from the bed. Su Yao surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings, a torrent of chaotic memories flooding his mind. Alert to host, soul integration is in progress. Please wait. After a considerable time, his gaze gradually regained clarity. It turned out he had traversed into the body of a girl named Su Yao, without understanding the reasons, the circumstances, or the implications, even though she was still a minor. Damn, is this not a perversion? Su Yao, incensed, waved her fist, but then caught sight of her delicate, fair wrist. She paused, quickly glanced around, and then approached a mirror adorned with auspicious red characters. Indeed, the reflection that met her was no longer the face she was accustomed to. Instead, it was that of a diminutive and adorable girl dressed in vibrant red. Gazing at the innocent, rosy visage, Su Yao could not help but pinch her cheek, only to wince in pain and scrunch her brows. "It's fine, a lowly it is as long as I'm somewhat cute. Alert to host. This is the enhanced appearance provided by the system. You were not this beautiful before. Then should I thank you? Su Yao grinned at the mirror, her own cute expression causing her heart to flutter. No need for thanks. Aiding you in navigating this world is my duty. Let us strive together. Aiding? How do you assist? This system will periodically issue tasks to the host upon completion. You may earn cuteness points. The higher the cuteness points, the more adorable you shall become. And then? Will these cuteness points grant me invincibility, making me unparalleled in the world? No, they will not. Can they be used as sustenance? No, they cannot. Then what purpose do they serve? They will make you more adorable. Su Yao was left utterly speechless. Host, please understand your positioning. This system is known as the lowly nurturing system, dedicated to transforming you into the world's most adorable lowly. And lolis do not require martial prowess. The girl pouted, unsure of what to say. Damn, what it said made so much sense. I find myself unable to counter. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the door, drawing nearer. Click! The door swung open, and with the entrance of footsteps, an overwhelming stench of alcohol assaulted her senses. TSK, this big brother really is something else, leaving his little wife unattended while he drinks alone. Since that's the case, he'll come and take care of her for him. This voice was clearly not Mu Junyin's. Su Yao hurriedly lifted her veil, only to see a rosy-cheeked man stumbling toward the bed. The man reeked of alcohol, and as his bloodshot eyes landed on her, his inebriated expression froze in astonishment. Equally astonished was Su Yao. Who is this person? He is Mu Junyin's elder brother, his sibling? Then that makes me his sister-in-law. What is he doing here? Chapter 2. Crisis. In an instant, the girl felt the man's breath quicken, his eyes gleaming with lustful intent. In an instant, the girl felt the man's breath quicken, his eyes gleaming with lustful intent. TSK, I never expected this. A little beggar possesses such beauty. Since you're merely going through the motions of marriage with Big Brother, why not come with me? I can provide for you just as well. Plus, you can indulge in revelry every night, experiencing ecstasy beyond compare. Observing the girl's flustered gaze, Mu Chuxing felt an insatiable itch, her petite form akin to a delectable cake, awaiting his indulgence. He had anticipated her to scream and cry. Yet to his surprise, after a brief moment of panic, she composed herself. This young master, even if my marriage to Mu Junyin is a formality, I am still his wife in name. And on this wedding night, you wish to act improperly towards your elder sister-in-law. If this were to spread, it would surely tarnish the Mu family's reputation. The rotund man was momentarily taken aback, clearly not expecting the girl to possess such eloquence, before bursting into laughter. Wife? Elder sister-in-law? Mu Chuxing's gaze danced with amusement as he scoffed. Throughout the Mu residence, no one has consented to your marriage with Big Brother. If it weren't for our ailing grandfather's insistence, you wouldn't even have set foot in the Mu family. Don't speak of improper actions. Even if I were to eliminate you here and now, no one would bat an eye. With that, the man licked his lips, his eyes roving hungrily over Su Yao's petite form before lingering on her adorable face. However, perhaps grandfather's decision was not entirely wrong. You shouldn't have married Big Brother, but rather me. Without a hint of restraint, Mu Chuxing strode toward the girl, causing Su Yao's complexion to shift. Realizing the script was going awry, she hastily retreated to the corner of the bed, aware that her petite stature was no match for this portly brute. Should he capture her, she would likely be ravaged. She had only just arrived in this new existence. Young Master Mu. Seizing the opportunity, she summoned all her strength and delivered a swift kick to his vulnerable area. Instantly, a muffled grunt escaped his lips, his face turning a deep shade of purple. Hooray! With a successful strike, Su Yao leaped from the bed and dashed toward the door. Once she was outside, she couldn't believe that this rotund man would dare to pursue her in plain sight. That would be inhumane. He would be a beast. But just as she reached for the doorknob, she felt a powerful tug on her dress. Turning around, she found Mu Chuxing glaring at her with bulging eyes, his face a mask of fury, his hand firmly grasping her skirt. With a forceful pull, she heard the sound of fabric tearing, as her dress was ripped apart, exposing her slender, smooth legs. She greatly overestimated her own strength. The lethal blow did not incapacitate Mu Chuxing, but rather ignited his fury. Subsequently, Mu Chuxing seized Su Yao's delicate arm and effortlessly tossed her onto the bed. Well, what kind of monstrous strength is this? Am I too light? Dazed and disoriented, the girl had no time to ponder, and a sense of dire foreboding surged within her. Why you don't come any closer? I'm going to scream. Panic-stricken, Su Yao grabbed pillows and blankets, hurling them at the hefty figure, but such feeble resistance was akin to flotation. Bang! At that moment, the door was flung open with force. A stern young man, exuding an icy demeanor, stepped into the room. His gaze fell upon the disheveled and helpless girl on the bed, causing his eyes to narrow slightly. Brother, weren't you drinking in the courtyard? Mu Chusheng, half undressed, was instantly struck with fear upon seeing the young man enter, nearly losing his composure. Brother, please don't misunderstand. I was just... Slap! Before he could finish explaining, a hand swiftly struck him, leaving the hefty man in a state of shock. Mu Junyan glanced at him, his eyes cold and piercing. Mu Chusheng, I won't concern myself with your reckless behavior outside. This girl was forcibly brought into the Mu family. It is a debt we owe her. Should you dare entertain any thoughts of harming her, do not expect me to show brotherly compassion. Do you understand? The chill emanating from the young man jolted the hefty figure into clarity as he rubbed his face and repeatedly nodded his portly head. Wise, I understand. Get out. You are not to set foot in this room again. Mu Chusheng nodded vigorously, too intimidated to even exhale loudly, and hurriedly left in disgrace. With the danger averted, Su Yao gasped for breath, having been so tense that she had nearly forgotten to breathe. Although her soul had traversed time, gazing at her disheveled attire stirred a sense of grievance within her. She curled her petite frame, tears welling in her eyes, yet they refused to fall. Observing the girl's tearful visage, her delicate and charming face stirred something within Mu Junyan, prompting him to slowly approach and sit at the edge of the bed. Su Yao lifted her glistening eyes to glance at him, warily shifting her body backward. Given that the hefty man exhibited such behavior, how could Mu Junyan, as the elder brother, be any better? Though he was rather handsome, he could very well be a wolf in sheep's clothing. As expected, before Su Yao could fully collect her thoughts, the young man casually lay down on the bed beside her. Then he closed his eyes and spoke in a nonchalant tone. Rest easy. I have no interest in you. How could the esteemed young master of the Mu family be captivated by a knave girl, regardless of her cuteness? It was impossible, absolutely impossible. Yet, despite his thoughts, Mu Junyan felt an inexplicable restlessness within. Seeing the young man with his eyes firmly shut, occupying most of the bed, Su Yao had no choice but to shift to the corner once more. It was her first time sharing a bed with a man, and an overwhelming sense of unease enveloped her. It wasn't until the dead of night that she finally succumbed to slumber. However, while Su Yao slept soundly, Mu Junyan remained awake. As he opened his eyes, he found a slender arm obnoxiously sprawled across his face. Curiously, he turned to see the girl clutching his arm, a glistening droplet trailing from the corner of her mouth. Moreover, the blanket had vanished, and one of her adorable little feet rested against him, creating a rather comical sight. Mu Junyan's expression soured, just as he prepared to awaken the little imp and teach her proper sleeping etiquette. Her brows furrowed slightly. Why, it's cold. The young man's gaze flickered, and after a moment, he let out a cold huff, retrieved the blanket from the floor, and gently covered the girl once more. With the warmth of the blanket, Su Yao ceased her commotion. Yet, scarcely a minute had passed since Mu Junyan closed his eyes when he felt another thud against his face as the girl's arm stretched out once more. The night passed in silence. Master Mu, why does your complexion appear so dreadful? Good heavens! Master Mu, you have a white hair. You're still so young. This is early aging. Chapter 3. Only men understand men. In the courtyard, two individuals were enjoying breakfast. Mu Junyan glanced at the chattering girl before him, and his lips involuntarily twitched. He hadn't slept a wink the previous night. It was quite ridiculous. With his temper, how could he tolerate such insolence from this little creature? Yet, strangely enough, he found himself not repulsed by her. Young Master Mu, why aren't you eating? Su Yao noticed the young man staring intently at her, causing her to instinctively shrink her neck, her big watery eyes avoiding his gaze. She was puzzled. This fellow had been fixated on her since morning, neglecting his breakfast and remaining silent. What on earth did he want? Suddenly, an electronic voice echoed in her ear. Ding. System task activated. Please make a choice. Task I. Feed Mu Junyan breakfast. Upon completion, reward of 10 cuteness points. Task 2. Slap Mu Junyan. Upon completion, reward of 20 cuteness points. 1 beauty point. Note: cuteness points enhance the host's adorability, while beauty points will elevate the host's appearance. The two do not conflict. Winky face. This, in truth, if given the option, she would prefer to give Mu Junyan a resounding slap, especially since the latter offered a more lucrative reward. However, reflecting on her situation, she decided it was wiser not to play with fire. After all, a full meal was paramount, and she was quite clear about that. So, feeding him it would be. Why, young Master Mu, is something wrong? Are you feeling unwell? The girl cautiously inquired after taking a sip of porridge. The aloof youth averted his gaze, closing his eyes and rubbing his forehead in fatigue. It's nothing, just a bit tired. Yet when he opened his eyes again, he found the girl holding a piece of pastry with her chopsticks, offering it to him with an eager expression on her small face. Young Master Mu, you should try some of this osmanthus cake. It's delicious. Mu Junyan was naturally indifferent, rarely permitting himself such intimacy with others, and his expression immediately turned cold. I won't eat it. Put it away. A flicker of displeasure crossed his eyes. He had only been kind to her because he saw her alone and vulnerable in the Mu household. Yet, this little creature dared to overstep her bounds. Did she truly believe herself to be Mu Junyan's wife? What a farce. Ding, reminder to the host. The system task can only be completed once, regardless of success or failure. SK, did you not hear me? I said to take it away. Seeing the girl still frozen in place, he felt a chill creeping into his expression. If it weren't for his tender heart, he would have ordered any maid or servant in the house to be dragged away by now. Just as Mu Junyan's patience began to wane, the little one trembled, her big, adorable eyes brimming with tears. The next instant, the tears cascaded down her cheeks like scattered pearls. I just noticed young Master Mu's face looked off. And you hadn't eaten anything. Woo, I'm sorry, young master. It's my fault for forgetting my place. The girl stood there, one hand still gripping her chopsticks, her tear-streaked face resembling a weeping pear blossom. This sight instantly melted away Mu Junyan's annoyance. He pressed his lips together, uncertain of how to comfort her. Were it not for his self-control, he might have been tempted to pull her into his embrace and soothe her properly. Damn it. What was happening to him? Furrowing his brows, he found his arm resting on the table involuntarily moving. His expression grew slightly awkward, and his tone softened. All right, stop crying. I didn't mean to blame you. However, Su Yao, still sobbing, stole a glance at Mu Junyan, gauging his reaction. You can't possibly hold it against me now. I'm putting in so much effort here. Though she currently bore the appearance of a little lowly. Who could know that a rough man's soul resided within her? If it weren't for the reward, she wouldn't be acting this way. But since she sought excitement, she would see it through to the end. Forget about dignity. Then you eat. Please, come on, eat already. Su Yao wiped her tears and once more offered the chopsticks to his lips. This time, Mu Junyan did not refuse. After a moment's hesitation, he accepted the pastry she had proffered. A hint of gentleness appearing on his handsome face. Observing the girl before him, holding her chopsticks in a foolishly adorable manner, Mu Junyan felt a faint sense of relief and joy. Though this little one was rather silly, there was something excessively endearing about her. Just as a subtle smile began to form on his lips, a sharp sound cut through the air. Slap. The girl's tiny hand had landed squarely on his face. Mu Junyan was taken aback, utterly stunned. The smile that had been on his lips froze in place as he looked up to see her innocent, blushing eyes gazing at him shyly. Why, young master? There's a bug. After a long pause, a frustrated roar erupted from the inner chamber, causing the nearby servants to glance over curiously. Su Yao. Seeing Mu Junyan seemingly seething with anger, the girl quickly lowered her head. Nervously twisting the hem of her skirt, looking utterly wronged. I'm sorry. The young man's lips twitched, his expression darkening. He wanted to scold her, but witnessing Su Yao's innocent demeanor rendered him speechless. To strike her would be even more difficult. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing all tasks. Reward, 30 cuteness points, 1 beauty point. It's all you. The girl lowered her head, secretly revealing a cunning smile. Hee hee, Only men understand men. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and eat. After you're done, I'll take you to meet the elders of the household. Oh, right? She continued to eat while sneakily glancing at him. Mu Junyan furrowed his brows tightly. Under normal circumstances, anyone daring to be so bold would have incurred his wrath long ago. Why was he tolerating this little creature time and again? He must be ill. He would need to find a doctor soon. Su Yao, oblivious to his thoughts, focused solely on her meal. Although she had traversed into this world, one of her greatest advantages remained intact, her ability to eat. After a while, looking at the remnants of breakfast scattered across the table, Mu Junyan's eyes twitched as he inquired, "Are you done eating?" The girl lifted her head, crumbs dotting her lips, her adorable face looking utterly silly. "Damn. I'm done." With a sigh, Mu Junyan rose and declared, "Let us go. I'll introduce you to the elders of the household. Though our relationship is merely a facade, we must still observe the necessary courtesies." "Oh, right." Su Yao wiped her mouth, brushed her hands on her skirt, and then trotted after him. Chapter 4. "I am quite impressive, mother. Look at my swollen face." In the side chamber, Mu Chushing pointed at his chubby face, lamenting to a plump woman before him. "That Mu Junyan simply cannot stand me. You must help me." The rotund boy covered his large face, though his eyes still held a hint of fear. The elder of the Mu family had two sons, one named Mu Yuanshan and the other Mu Yuanhai. The latter was Mu Chushing's father, and the plump woman was his mother, Zhao Rong. Listening to her son's complaints, Zhao Rong shot him a glance and replied casually, "Do not worry. Your grandfather won't last much longer. Once he passes, the position of head of the family will belong to your father, and then the Mu family will be entirely under our control." Upon hearing this, Mu Chushing's eyes lit up like a pig's. He wiggled his chubby body, rubbing his hands together as he asked, "Mother, can father really become the head of the family? What about uncle?" Before the pudgy boy could finish his sentence, a triumphant look appeared on the woman's face. "Humph. Although your father is useless, your mother is not to be trifled with as long as that old fool nods to make your father the head of the family. Your uncle will have no choice but to comply." Mu Chushing, however, appeared puzzled. "But mother, right now grandfather is bedridden and can barely open his eyes. How can we make him pass on the position of head of the family to father?" He recalled that after grandfather ordered Mu Junyan to marry that little beggar, the already frail old man had completely fallen ill. "You need not worry about that. I have already made preparations." Zhao Rong's eyes glinted with a hint of cunning as she cautiously surveyed her surroundings before producing a black pill from her possession. "Mother, what is this?" With a sinister smile, the woman replied, "The moment your grandfather fell ill, I anticipated this day. When he is on the brink of death, as long as he takes this medicine, I can make him say whatever I wish. Once that old fool agrees to make your father the head of the family, the Mu family will be ours to command." Upon hearing this, Mu Chushing's eyes widened in astonishment, and he quickly gave his mother a thumbs up, an ugly grin spreading across his face. "Hee hee, mother, you're truly amazing." With that, the chubby boy leaned closer to Zhao Rong and whispered, "Mother, I have another idea. Once father becomes the head of the family, can we have Mu Junyan give that little girl to me?" The woman paused, then questioned, "Which girl?" Mu Chushing hastily explained, and Zhao Rong took a moment to comprehend before scolding him in exasperation. "You useless boy, you're just like your father. There are countless young ladies in Wushuang City. Even the courtesans you frequent are far more beautiful than that little beggar. Why do you insist on wanting her? No way. If this gets out, it will bring shame to your father and me." Seeing his mother's refusal, the boy immediately began to plead. "Mother, you don't understand. I saw her last night. Though the girl hails from a background of destitution, she possesses an unparalleled beauty that captivates the heart. To compare her to the courtesans of spring would be an injustice. Even the most renowned among them pales in her presence. After all, her impending marriage to Mu Junyan is but a jest. Perhaps it is better if I claim her for myself, mother. I genuinely harbor feelings for her." The mere thought of Su Yao's innocent, bewildered gaze from last night and her adorably flustered expression sends a thrill of longing through me. Had Mu Junyan not intervened, I would have long claimed that sweet girl for my own. At this moment, impatience gnaws at me. How can that old man still linger in bed after all this time? Zhao Rong, well aware of her son's nature, cast a scornful glance at Mu Chushing. "Do you truly fancy her? It seems to me that you are merely lusting after her." With a sigh, She waved her hand dismissively. Very well, if you desire her, then so be it. As long as it does not culminate in marriage, I have no objections. However, I must caution you that the girl is still quite young, not yet of age. Do take care to avoid bringing shame upon your mother, Mu Chusheng, oblivious to the latter part of her admonition, nodded eagerly at her concession. Rest assured, mother, I promise I will not cause any trouble. The boy licked his lips, a wicked glint in his eyes. Heh, little one. You will eventually belong to me, young Master Mu. Where are we headed now? After finishing breakfast, Su Yao trailed behind Mu Junyan as they prepared to meet the elders. Let us first pay a visit to second aunt. Uncle and father are not home, and mother is attending to grandfather, making it inconvenient to disturb her. Upon mentioning the old man, Su Yao could not help but voice her curiosity. Young Master Mu, why does grandfather insist that you marry me? The young man furrowed his brow slightly before shaking his head. I do not know. Grandfather only mentioned that in a year, I will face a grave calamity and that the only way to survive it is to marry you and bring you into the Mu household. However, to my knowledge, these words were merely relayed to him by a Taoist and should not be taken too seriously. Fear not. After a year, I shall return your freedom to you. Oh, so that is how it is? Su Yao understood. Moreover, it matters not whether she is willing. But what if grandfather's words hold truth? The girl lifted her gaze, her doe-like eyes fixed upon Mu Junyan. The young man paused, surveying the petite girl who barely reached his waist, and could not help but find humor in the situation. If it is indeed true, we shall see in a year whether you can help me avert the impending disaster. Su Yao felt a distinct sense of belittlement. She patted her iPad and lifted her chin defiantly. Young Master Mu, do not underestimate me. I am quite formidable. In what way are you formidable? The girl furrowed her brow in frustration. Realizing she seemed to lack any notable talents, then, in a moment of inspiration, she placed her hands on her hips and declared with conviction, I am adorable. Mu Junyan rubbed his head, feeling somewhat exasperated. Indeed, this little creature is undeniably charming. Even many daughters of noble families at her age do not possess the same exquisite allure as Su Yao. Who would suspect her humble origins as a beggar? Yet, it seems that aside from her cuteness, she possesses little else of merit. With no background and no strength, a delicate flower like her, without protection, would inevitably become a mere plaything for the powerful and wealthy. Knock knock. Arriving at a side room, Mu Junyan rapped on the door, and soon a warm female voice called from within. Come in. As they entered, the young man glanced at Mu Chusheng standing to the side before turning to the plump woman seated by the bedside and said to Su Yao, This is second aunt. Pay your respects, Su Yao. I have the honor of meeting second aunt. The girl offered a slight bow, her gaze inadvertently drifting to the rotund figure, causing her to instinctively take a half-step back. So this hefty fellow is Mu Junyan's cousin. The disparity is indeed remarkable. He, Sister Su Yao, you have yet to greet me properly. Mu Chusheng gazed at the girl's lovely countenance, feeling as though she appeared even more enchanting than the night before. And he couldn't help but display a foolish grin. Were it not for Mu Junyan's presence, he would have rushed forward to seize her. Chapter 5. An IQ of 250 slap. At that moment, Zhao Rong delivered a swift slap to the back of the boy's head. Chusheng, you are being utterly disrespectful. Sister Su Yao is still quite young, and in name, she is also your sister-in-law. It is you who should be bowing. Following this, the woman donned a gentle smile and addressed Su Yao. Do not be afraid, dear. Although your marriage with Junyan is orchestrated by the old man, our Mu family will treat you well. Should you find anything unsettling, do not hesitate to seek out second aunt, understood? And Junyan, you must not bully Sister Su Yao. Otherwise, I shall have to report you to your mother. This woman shared the same rotund figure as Mu Chusheng, yet her words were as soothing as a spring breeze, easing Su Yao's tension. Seems not everyone is malevolent. Understood. Thank you. Second aunt Su Yao offered a slight bow, preparing to speak further, but was interrupted as Mu Junyan pulled her away. That is enough. We have exchanged greetings, let us go. With that, his expression remained indifferent as he led the girl away. Hey, young Master Mu. How can you be so impolite? Once outside, Su Yao felt utterly bewildered. It was he who brought her here, yet now he departed without a word. Was that woman not his second aunt? Do you remember the two individuals we just encountered? Su Yao nodded, saying, I remember, especially that fat cough. Second young master, That woman may appear amiable, but she is quite cunning. I advise you to keep your distance from her, but your second aunt does not seem like a bad person? Would a villain wear the word villain upon their forehead? That is quite logical. Host, there is something I forgot to mention. Suddenly, the system spoke up. What is it? Well, when you crossed over, your appearance was enhanced quite significantly, thus? Su Yao tilted her head, appearing rather adorably confused. It is this. While enhancing your appearance, the system also slightly diminished some of your other capabilities. However, the impact is negligible, so it is nothing to fret over. Negligible? Su Yao felt a vague sense of foreboding. She hoped she wasn't being duped by this system. What exactly did you diminish? Speak up. Your cognitive comprehension and basic abstract reasoning abilities. Speak plainly. Your IQ. As they walked, Mu Junyan suddenly noticed that Su Yao had inexplicably stopped, her small face twitching in disbelief. What did you say? You actually diminished my IQ? Does that mean I have become a fool? Host need not worry. This reduction is extremely minor and has virtually no effect on you. What if increasing appearance again causes further reductions? It will, however. Your IQ is exceptionally high, so you need not concern yourself with such diminutions. Oh, is that so? Then what is my IQ now? 250. Really, is it that high? Indeed, you have nothing to worry about. Even with the reduction, you remain the smartest. All right, you are not deceiving me, are you? Probably not. As long as you are not. Next time, do not keep secrets from me. Rest assured, it should not happen again. Well, it seems the impact is indeed minor. After all, she does not feel anything amiss. What is wrong? Seeing the girl motionless, Mu Junyan regarded her with curiosity. Nothing at all. Su Yao shook her head, determined to keep her impressive IQ of 250 a secret in this world. She must not only be the most adorable, but also the most intelligent after visiting Zhaorong. Mu Junyan guided Su Yao through the estate, sharing some of the family's customs. With the memories of this body and the information Mu Junyan imparted, Su Yao began to grasp the nature of this world. She currently resided within the domain of the Luyun dynasty. This dynasty boasts a robust national strength, divided into 7 prefectures, each with numerous capitals. Su Yao finds herself in Qingyun Prefecture, Wushuang City. The Mu family has established itself in Wushuang City for over a century, boasting remarkable foundations. The key to this family's enduring prosperity lies in their sole industry, salt mines. The salt is extracted from or veins, and the Mu family controls half of the salt production in Wushuang City, with the remaining 2 veins held by the Wu and Zhou families, respectively. With these 4 veins, the salt industry in Wushuang City is nearly monopolized by the 3 families. Even though they must surrender 70% of their annual salt production to the state, the remaining profits are still considerable. Consequently, the Mu, Wu, and Zhou families wield significant influence within the city. Yanjun. Shortly after departing from Mu Junyan's second aunt, several figures appeared within the estate. Su Yao looked over to see 2 men and a woman approaching. One of the men was as rotund as a pig, his small, greasy eyes resembling those of Mu Chusheng, father, mother. Upon seeing them, Mu Junyan led Su Yao forward. Originally, the other 2 individuals were his parents. Thus, it is needless to say that this portly man must undoubtedly be Mu Junyan's second uncle, Yenner. This child is the woman, with a dignified demeanor, pointed at Su Yao, her expression tinged with confusion. Mother, she is the girl I wed yesterday. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lan was taken aback, her gaze shifting as she began to scrutinize Su Yao repeatedly. Indeed, Mu Junyan nodded. He too was quite astonished when he first encountered Su Yao yesterday. He could hardly believe that this dirty little beggar, once cleaned up, could appear so exquisite and enchanting. Even though she was still quite young, her adorable little face could easily surpass that of any girl her age in Wushuang City. Ha ha, I told you, the old man dotes on his eldest nephew so much. How could he possibly harm him? Mu Yuanhai chuckled lewdly, the flesh on his face jiggling as he did so. When he first laid eyes on Su Yao, his expression momentarily froze, only to shift into a lecherous gaze as his eyes roamed over the girl. Though both were observing, the nature of the gazes differed vastly. Unlike Mu Junyan's mother, this rotund man's stare made Su Yao feel exceedingly repulsed. It was strikingly similar to the way Mu Chusheng had looked at her the previous night. Indeed, they were father and son, slightly shifting her body. Su Yao hid behind Mu Junyan, hoping to shield herself from the man's gaze. Does this man have an oil cake? What is he staring at? I swear I'll have his eyeballs plucked out. Noticing the girl's movement, Mu Junyan cast a sidelong glance at Mu Yuanhai, his brows furrowing slightly. Chapter 6. Attending the banquet, just when Su Yao thought the man would relent, he unexpectedly approached her directly. Little sister, do not be afraid. Although your marriage to my nephew is not genuine, the Mu family will certainly not treat you poorly. And uncle, if you have any issues, come find me. I will certainly assist you. Mu Yuanhai grinned, extending a greasy hand towards the girl's delicate face, completely disregarding the presence of others, murmuring, "Tiske. This little girl is indeed quite alluring," gazing at the palm, which was nearly the size of her own head. A flicker of panic appeared in Su Yao's pure, watery eyes, and she instinctively clutched the hem of the youth's garment. Just as that oily hand was 2 steps away from her, Mu Junyan moved. He lifted his wrist slowly yet firmly, placing it against Mu Yuanhai's arm, preventing any further advance. "Why apologies, uncle? She is a bit shy. In our household, I will take care of her, so you need not trouble yourself. Moreover, although the marriage is a pretense, publicly, she is still considered my wife. Uncle, you ought to be mindful of your position." His indifferent voice resonated as Mu Junyan cast a cold glance at the man. Though he was fully aware that he could never harbor feelings for a girl so young, he found the way Mu Yuanhai looked at Su Yao deeply unsettling. Indeed, it angered him, though he could not comprehend why. Mu Junyan's words caused his uncle's chubby face to freeze momentarily. It took considerable effort for him to extricate his hand. The malice in his eyes flickered away, quickly replaced by an unaffected smile. "Ha ha, yes, what my nephew says is correct, but uncle only meant well at that moment." Mu Yuanshan produced a red booklet and handed it to the youth. "Yenner, this is the invitation from the Wu family. The head of the Wu family is celebrating his birthday today. You shall represent the Mu family at the event tonight. Also, be sure to take your little wife along." The man glanced at Su Yao before reminding Mu Junyan. "Furthermore, since the Wu family and our Mu family have always been at odds, their sending an invitation at this time surely aims to humiliate us. Yenner, you must be cautious in handling this." After hearing his father's admonition, the youth accepted the invitation and turned to look at the small figure behind him, nodding. "Understood. Ladies, are you not ready yet?" In the room, Su Yao was being fussed over by the maids in front of the mirror. "Changing clothes and applying makeup for over half an hour. Do not fidget. We are not finished yet. This time you are representing the Mu family at the Wu family's banquet. Prominent individuals from the city will be in attendance, so you must dress appropriately. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing for the Mu family and for the young master." Indeed. However, this child is so adorable that there is no need for concern. Look at her tender skin. One could almost squeeze water from it. Once she dons this little dress, she will appear even more beautiful. If she were a bit older, she would surely captivate countless men. Enough chatting. Hurry up, I desperately need to use the restroom. At the vanity, Su Yao allowed the maids to fuss over her like a doll, and after what felt like an eternity, one of them finally clapped her hands. "All right, that will do. It is getting late. The young master is still waiting." With that, they hurriedly ushered Su Yao out of the room. Upon exiting, Mu Junyan had been waiting for quite some time, dressed in splendid attire that accentuated his tall stature, making him appear exceptionally handsome. "I hadn't noticed earlier. This fellow is rather dashing. Young Master Mu, let us go." Su Yao yawned, nearly asleep after being fussed over for so long. However, just as she took a couple of steps, she noticed that the youth was still standing in place, staring intently at her. She paused, wondering if there was something dirty on her face. "What is it? Why are you staring at me like that? It is quite eerie. Could it be that after the makeup, I have instead become uglier?" Certainly not. Currently, Su Yao was clad in a pink silk dress, her hair styled in an adorable cloud bun, her face a delicate shade of rosy white, making her look exceptionally petite and alluring. Mu Junyan had intended to appear as nonchalant as possible, yet he could not help but steal another glance at the girl. "Ahem, let us depart." He cleared his throat, skillfully masking his embarrassment, reluctantly shifting his gaze away from Su Yao. Noting that Mu Junyan was leaving without waiting for her, Su Yao could not help but pout, quickly scampering to keep up with his pace. What an odd person! Upon arriving at the Wu family's entrance, numerous guests had begun to arrive, with several attendants and a steward greeting them with warm smiles. These guests were all elegantly dressed, hailing from various affluent families in the city. As one of the three prominent families, the Wu family naturally drew substantial attention for such an important birthday celebration. "Stay close. Do not wander off," Mu Junyan reminded her as he strode forward, and Su Yao obediently followed, clutching his garment. However, as she glanced around, she noticed that many of the guests were bringing various gifts, while they themselves arrived empty-handed. She quickly whispered to the youth, "Young master, since the head of the Wu family is holding a birthday banquet, and we have received an invitation, should we not bring some gifts? It seems rather inappropriate otherwise." "Gifts?" Mu Junyan scoffed, his disdain evident. "They invited our Mu family to the banquet, but they have no good intentions. Merely attending is already a considerable favor to Wu Sihai. As for gifts, humph, the Wu family is not worthy of receiving any from us. Upon entering the Grand Wu residence, she found even more people gathered, chatting in groups of 3 or 5. There were easily 70 or 80 individuals in attendance. This Wu family is quite expansive, easily several Sihiyuan in size. With so many people, I hope I do not get lost. I should be fine, given my cleverness. Su Yao clung to Mu Junyan's clothing, her head swiveling as she looked around, mumbling to herself. Chapter 7. Being teased, feeling as though she could not keep pace with the youth, Su Yao lowered her head and quickened her steps, loosening her grip slightly to hold on tighter, but as she walked, the world before her suddenly dimmed. "Little friend, do you need assistance?" Hearing a stranger's voice, Su Yao looked up to find herself grasping the clothing of an elderly man, who regarded her with a puzzled expression. I am sorry." The girl blinked in confusion, hastily releasing her grip. What the heck? Hadn't she been holding onto Mu Junyan's clothing this entire time? She had just loosened her hold for a moment. "Where is he?" Su Yao was flabbergasted, quickly surveying her surroundings. However, more and more guests continued to flood into the Wu residence. Not only could she not find Mu Junyan, but in the chaos, she could not even discern her bearings. Thus, she could only remain in place, quietly waiting in order to avoid drawing attention. The girl instinctively moved to a quieter corner, hoping to stay out of sight. However, Su Yao underestimated her own presence. Her cute appearance soon attracted the attention of many older gentlemen, who approached her to strike up conversations. "Little sister, which family do you belong to? What are you doing standing here? Could it be that you are a maid of the Wu family? Perhaps, but for such a young girl to possess such beauty, the Wu family must have spent quite a fortune. Little sister, the uncle is speaking to you. Speak to your big-headed ghost." "Apologies, gentlemen, but you are mistaken. I am merely waiting for someone." "Waiting? Could it be for me?" As they spoke, a young man in splendid attire approached from the crowd, holding a folding fan, exuding an air of elegance. However, upon closer inspection, one would find that his appearance was rather unremarkable, his round face resembling a mooncake. And when he spoke, he revealed a prominent overbite. Wu Xiaofeng also took notice of Su Yao. Upon seeing the girl's exquisite and delicate features, he was immediately struck by her beauty. He shifted his gaze. Then, without a hint of embarrassment or a flutter of his heart, addressed Su Yao. "Wt." Su Yao was momentarily taken aback, thinking she must have misheard, only to quickly realize who this person was, a mere oil cake. She didn't even recognize him, so how could she be labeled as his bed warmer? However, before she could retort, the surrounding crowd began to murmur knowingly. "SK, so this girl belongs to Wu Xiao. No wonder she looks so pure and innocent. I thought Wu Xiao had a particular taste. Haha, Wu Xiao is indeed fortunate, but this girl looks so young. Is she even capable of those kinds of activities?" Wu Xiaofeng lifted his chin arrogantly, clearly regarding Su Yao as his possession, and then reached out toward her. "Beep. System task activated. Please make a choice, host. 1.do not resist and leave with Wu Xiaofeng. Reward: loss of innocence, activation of darkened lowly physique, charm value 1. 2. Resist, slap him, and shout husband to summon Mu Junyan. Reward: cute power 10, beauty points 1. It hardly needed saying. She would undoubtedly choose the second option. Although she was unsure of what a darkened lowly physique entailed, the thought of leaving with such an unsightly person was revolting. Thus, before Wu Xiaofeng could lay a finger on her, she swiftly slapped him across the face, landing a solid hit on his round-visaged eye. In that moment, everyone froze. No, Perhaps it was more accurate to say they were dumbfounded. In Wu's own territory, Wu Xiaofeng, the young master of the family, was actually slapped by a girl no older than her teens. It was a humiliation of the highest order, yet while they were stunned, Su Yao was not. Seizing the opportunity while he was still in shock, she activated her summoning skill, gathering her strength and shouting, "Husband!" However, even after her exclamation, Mu Junyan did not appear immediately, while Wu Xiaofeng, clutching his face, stared at her with wide, incredulous eyes. He had never encountered anyone daring enough to lay hands on him before. You actually dared to hit me?" The onlookers felt a wave of embarrassment for him, whispering, "Wu, young master, I see this girl your bed warmer?" "How?" Indeed, they exchanged glances, their words left unspoken. Meanwhile, a cold smile curled at the corners of Wu Xiaofeng's lips as he lowered his hand from his face. "Humph. It seems this young master needs to teach you a lesson, so you understand what it means to be obedient." At that moment, Wu Xiaofeng had lost all reason, his fury rising. He cared not for the girl's background. All he wanted was to toss her onto the bed and make her beg for mercy beneath him. In this vast Wushuang city, aside from the Mu family, there was hardly anything he desired that he could not obtain. Even the Zhou family, one of the three great clans, was not something his Wu family feared. Just as he prepared to act, a chilling voice rang out from the crowd. "Wu Xiaofeng, what do you intend to do to my wife?" Mu Junyan, his expression as cold as frost, walked toward them with an air of calm authority. He first cast a glance at the troublemaking Su Yao, who immediately lowered her head, tugging at her skirt. Feigning innocence, upon seeing the young man, Wu Xiaofeng's expression shifted. "You, Mu Junyan." Were it someone else, Wu Xiaofeng would not even bother to acknowledge them, but this individual was different. He had no desire to provoke Mu Junyan, nor did he have the means to do so. Nevertheless, despite this, a smirk crept back onto Wu Xiaofeng's face. "I must have mistaken you for someone else. My apologies. Misunderstanding?" Su Yao was not so easily deceived. Now that her man had arrived, did he think he could just dismiss the matter? Wait, something about her thoughts felt quite off. Never mind, in any case, she would not let this slide. She clung to Mu Junyan's arm and tilted her face up, ready to complain. "Young Master Mu, this person is so wicked. He just wanted me to be his bed warmer." Upon hearing her words, the crowd noticed Mu Junyan's expression darken immediately. But wait, it said that this marriage was orchestrated by the head of the Mu family. Mu Junyan never consented. Given the current situation, it seems this young master values his little wife quite highly. Could the rumors be false? Is she truly a beggar? "Wu Xiaofeng, you are quite bold to lay your hands on my wife. Are you seeking to sever ties with the Mu family completely?" Once those words were spoken, Wu Xiaofeng's complexion changed dramatically. Despite the animosity between the Wu and Mu families, he dared not provoke an outright conflict. He lacked the standing to do so. Chapter 8. Mu Junyan reveals his true colors. The young man, though filled with resentment, could only muster a forced smile. "Young Master Mu, you jest it was a misunderstanding. I truly mistook you for someone else. Besides, your wife just slapped me. Let us consider the matter settled." Upon hearing this, Mu Junyan furrowed his brow and lowered his head to the adorable girl clinging to his arm. You slapped him just now?" Su Yao hesitated for a moment before nodding, embodying the spirit of a true man who stood by his actions. "Which hand?" This one." The girl's lips twitched as she timidly extended her left hand. Did she go too far? Surely not. After all, she was so cute. How could he bring himself to retaliate? Next time, she would let her husband take care of it. However, Mu Junyan gently took her fair little hand in his, stroking it softly before firmly grasping it. "Watch closely." Then, before the astonished crowd, he delivered a resounding slap to Wu Xiaofeng's face. The sound echoed through the air, a strike that could rouse the heavens and weep for the spirits. It even knocked out a tooth from Wu Xiaofeng's mouth, causing his face to swell dramatically. "Daring to toy with my wife. This slap serves as a warning for Wu Xiaofeng to think twice before repeating such folly. Do you have any objections?" After the strike, Mu Junyan continued to glare at him. Wu Xiaofeng's expression twisted into a snarl, his fists clenching tightly. Just as he prepared to retaliate against Mu Junyan, a woman approached slowly from behind. She appeared to be in her 20s, her beauty striking, yet her brows bore a hint of coldness and composure. She grasped Wu Xiaofeng's shoulder and spoke in a calm yet firm tone. You in the wrong here, younger brother. Apologize to young Master Mu at once. Hearing that he was to apologize only fueled Wu Xiaofeng's rage as he violently shook off her hand. Sister. Apologize? Yet the woman merely shot him a cold glare. Wu Xiaofeng gritted his teeth, then lowered his head, reluctantly growling, Young Master Mu. I acknowledge my mistake. I hope you can forgive me. Mu Junyan glanced at the brother and sister, said nothing further, and took his leave with his little wife. Once they were gone, Wu Xiaolon turned to the onlookers, offering an apologetic smile. Why apologies for the spectacle? The birthday banquet is about to commence. Please, everyone, make your way inside. The wealthy gentlemen and ladies, possessing high emotional intelligence, treated the incident as if it had never occurred, exchanging pleasantries before dispersing. Observing her brother's disfigured face, Wu Xiaolon sighed. Xiaofeng, you should stay in your room for this banquet. Do not show your face. With a fierce glare, the young man remained silent, sweeping away in a huff. With such a disgraceful appearance, how could he possibly face anyone at the banquet? Watching her brother storm away, a hint of helplessness flickered in the woman's eyes. As the crowd grew, the Wu family courtyard had set up numerous round tables laden with a variety of delicacies. Meanwhile, in a private room, two figures were seated at a table, engaged in a serious discussion. Head of the Wu family, is what you're saying truly the case? One of them suddenly stood, astonishment etched across his face. Wu Sihai smiled, gesturing for him to calm down. Zhou Laodi, how could I jest about such matters? I intend to use this birthday banquet as an opportunity to inform everyone. Furthermore, if we join forces, it won't be long before the Mu family is beneath our feet. Hearing this, Zhou Mingqing's expression faltered, then he slowly sat back down. The Mu family possessed 2 salt mine veins in Wushuang City. Their accumulated resources far surpassed what they could rival. Although the Zhou family had maintained a lukewarm relationship with the Mu family, collaborating with Wu Sihai would mean standing against the Mu family entirely. A perilous gamble. Seeing Zhou Mingqing's hesitation, Wu Sihai remained unhurried, sneering slightly. But you should know better than I, my brother. If the Zhou family makes no choice, at the very least, you should not become an obstacle. With that, he left without waiting for Zhou Mingqing's displeased expression. As time passed, guests had nearly all arrived. The maids and attendants of the Wu family had arranged the dishes and stood by attentively. Young Master Mu, could you please let go of me? With so many people watching, at one table, 2 individuals sat closely together. Yet Su Yao wore a troubled expression, her hand still firmly held by Mu Junyan. She made several attempts to pull herself free, but alas, her meager strength rendered her utterly immobile. The young man, seemingly oblivious to her plight, wore a faint smile as he engaged in conversation with the others at the table. Out of the corner of his eye, he kept a watchful gaze on Su Yao's subtle movements, the corners of his lips betraying a hint of amusement. The girl's hands were delicate and soft, and Mu Junyan found himself reluctant to relinquish his grip. Young Master Mu, could you please let me go? I'm hungry, Su Yao exclaimed, exasperated, as she pondered how she would manage to eat under these circumstances, her stomach already growling in protest. Turning his head at last, Mu Junyan acknowledged her, his eyes glimmering with a hint of mischief. Little one, what should you call me when we are out in public? Su Yao was momentarily taken aback, her head bowing as her rosy cheeks flushed with bashfulness. Her adorably innocent demeanor caused a ripple of excitement among the others at the table. Husband, the soft, tender sound of her voice made it impossible for the young man to resist. He swept Su Yao into his arms, cradling her against him. How had he not realized just how charming this girl truly was? Truly, his grandfather understood him well. To be so brazen in front of so many onlookers left Su Yao in shock, a startled gasp escaping her lips. No, I say he's supposed to be aloof? How could his faade crumble so easily? What are you doing? Let me go. Many curious eyes turned towards them, and the girl's face filled with panic as she squirmed to escape. Yet, Mu Junyan's strong arm encircled her slender waist, thwarting her attempts to flee in wide dress. My dress. The sudden movement caused her skirt to flutter slightly, revealing her fair, soft calves, nearly bringing tears to her eyes as she looked up at him with a helpless, bewildered gaze. Mu Junyan furrowed his brow and swiftly adjusted her slightly disheveled skirt to conceal her delicate skin. See, can you please put me down? So many people are watching. No, if they wish to see, let them. he declared with an air of dominance, pulling her closer without a care for the gazes upon them. Those stares were primarily directed at the cute girl in his arms, some filled with admiration, others with jealousy, and a few tinged with darker, more salacious thoughts. However, due to the young man's status, none dared to act upon their impulses. Isn't that the eldest son of the Mu family? Who is the girl in his arms? You may not know, but that girl is the newlywed wife of this young master. She is incredibly beautiful, far beyond what we were led to believe. Indeed, and she seems rather young. With such beauty at this age, just imagine how stunning she will be as she matures. In a couple of years, she might even eclipse the renowned Princess Kaiyue of the Luyun dynasty. Oh please, can we even dare to fantasize about a princess? I must say, the eldest son of the Mu family is truly fortunate. One voice, unable to contain itself, interjected with a sarcastic remark to, oh dear. Look how envious you all are. What is the matter? Have you fallen for her? If you like her so much, why not go and take her for yourself? As these words echoed, the chatter fell silent. Competing with the eldest son of the Mu family was not a venture any of them wished to pursue if they valued their lives. After a fruitless struggle, Suyao resigned herself to being held. Settling quietly in his embrace, a rumbling sound interrupted the moment, and Mu Junyan glanced down in surprise at the girl. Suyao was clutching her stomach, gazing longingly at the exquisite dishes laid out on the table. Her little hands fidgeting restlessly. She was hungry, truly hungry. This scene elicited an amused chuckle from the young man. His little wife was simply too adorable. Are you hungry? Mu Junyan leaned closer, whispering in her ear. The girl bit her lip, nodding pitifully. Yes, I'm hungry. With a tender smile, his eyes glimmered with affection. If you're hungry, then let us eat. What do you wish to have? He reached for his chopsticks. However, Suyao pressed her small hand against his, shaking her head. Young master, the banquet hasn't begun yet. We should wait. Otherwise, others may think our Mu family lacks decorum. Moreover, as guests, it would be improper to start eating before the host had arrived. Mu Junyan paused, his expression momentarily stunned as he regarded her, his eyes sparkling with newfound admiration. He then set down his chopsticks and took her delicate hand in his. Very well, we shall heed my wife's wishes. What has happened to Mu Junyan? He was so aloof at the Mu residence, yet now he calls her my wife so casually. Could he be serious? Is there a possibility he has genuinely fallen for you? Surely not. Not this quickly. According to the usual narrative, shouldn't we be following the path of misunderstandings leading to a poignant love story? Ding! Notice to the host. The reward for your mission has elevated your charm and appeal, enhancing your beauty and adorability. Do not question your allure. All right, fine. As the guests in the courtyard settled into their seats, it wasn't long before several figures emerged from the inner courtyard. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a warm smile, flanked by two individuals, a richly dressed woman and the young lady Suyao recognized as Wu Xiaofeng's sister. Today marks my 50th birthday, and I, Wu Sihai, extend my heartfelt gratitude to all of you for joining us. Please, enjoy the feast and drink to your heart's content. Should there be any shortcomings in our hospitality, I hope you will forgive us. With a flourish, Wu Sihai presented his customary pleasantries, eliciting a chorus of compliments from the crowd. Such humility from the head of the Wu family. In the future, you must ensure that your salt production is generously supplied to my Lu family. Indeed, head Wu, we have been long-time patrons, so you must not show favoritism. At this, the man erupted into hearty laughter. Rest assured, the Wu family's salt production will only increase, and on this occasion, I wish to announce something important. Starting today, the price of salt from the Wu family will be reduced by 20%, and as for our supply, he waved his hand grandly. Whatever you need, we shall provide. His proclamation silenced the once lively crowd. Their eyes widening in disbelief, Yao clearly observed Mu Junyan's brow furrowing as he directed his gaze toward the man. The price of salt, reduced by 20%? Unlimited supply? Is that truly your intent? Head Wu, a wealthy merchant, long in partnership with the Wu family, swallowed hard, his expression one of shock. Everyone was aware that the Wu, Mu, and Zhou families collectively controlled the salt production in Wushuang City. Such an unexpected reduction in salt prices from the Wu family would undoubtedly provoke the ire of the other two families. However, that was secondary. Wu Sihai's claim of unlimited supply was simply unattainable for a family with only one mind. Unless, in the face of skepticism, the man maintained his genial demeanor, revealing a trump card bold enough to challenge the Mu family. You are correct. Just yesterday, while mining at our original site, we discovered a secondary vein of salt. And after careful estimation, I assure you, this new vein is no smaller than our original one today. I formally announced that the Wu family now possesses 2 salt mines. Following a brief silence, whispers erupted throughout the crowd. No wonder the Wu family possesses such confidence. They have discovered a second vein. If this news is true, the landscape of Wushuang City will undoubtedly shift. However, even with 2 salt mines, surpassing the Mu family in a short time frame will not be an easy feat. Indeed. But regardless, at this moment, the Wu family can at least stand on equal footing with the Mu family in the salt industry. Although Su Yao lacked knowledge of business matters, her modern sensibilities informed her of the significance of the Wu family's possession of 2 mines. Their unilateral decision to lower prices signified a bold disregard for the other 2 families, practically issuing a public challenge. Mu Junyin's expression betrayed no discernible emotions, yet upon hearing the girl's voice, the crease in his brow gradually relaxed. Chapter 10. The girl is upset. After the initial pleasantries, everyone began to eat. Those who wished to drink did so, and the courtyard buzzed with lively conversation. The young man picked up his chopsticks and served Su Yao a piece of pastry. However, the girl grimaced at the sight of the food, shaking her head. Young master, I don't want this. I want meat. Though she was petite, her appetite was considerable. Mu Junyin had no choice but to set aside the pastry and serve her some meat instead. Meanwhile, after the Wu family had taken their seats, the man surveyed the room, his brow furrowing. Where is Xiaofeng? Where has he gone? Wu Xiaolon paused, then recounted the events of the day to her father, neither omitting details nor distorting the truth. What? They dared to lay hands on Xiaofeng? Upon hearing her daughter's account, the woman beside him glowered with malice. Xiaolon, since you were present, why did you not stand up for your brother? The girl's expression faltered as she sighed. Responding slowly, Mother, there were so many people watching, and besides, Xiaofeng was at fault to begin with. What could I have done? Furthermore, the one involved was the eldest son of the Mu family. Xiaofeng made a scene in public. So no matter how you look at it, the Wu family would not have been in the right. Despite Wu Xiaolon's attempts to explain, her mother interrupted her impatiently. Li, all you know is reason. Have you become foolish studying at the Women's Academy? Now it is your younger brother who has been beaten. I don't care. This matter absolutely cannot be brushed aside. The Wu family's discovery of the pulse within the pulse has given them the confidence to look squarely at the Mu family. Thus, the woman felt no fear. Despite the loud revelry within the courtyard, her voice still reached the ears of some, drawing the attention of nearby guests. Accused without cause by her mother, Wu Xiaolon's eyes revealed a hint of grievance. She opened her mouth to retort but ultimately remained silent. She understood that speaking was futile in the face of a mother who always favored her brother. Wu Sihai waved his hand, his expression grim. Well, Xiaolon did nothing wrong. Let them from the Mu family revel for a while longer. It might not be a bad thing for Xiaofeng to suffer a little setback, as it would serve to sharpen his awareness. If he continues to lack progress, how could the Wu family ever entrust matters to him in the future? The woman pouted, turning her head defiantly. The man glanced at her coolly and slowly raised his wine cup. As the head of the Wu family, how could I stoop to deal with a junior? Wouldn't he that be a laughingstock? Xiaolon, you have been studying at the Women's Academy for 2 years now. Let this matter be entrusted to you. Since the Mu family has sent a junior, we need not spare them any courtesy. The woman nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Father, I understand. No, I don't want to eat this. At the table, Su Yao was still cradled in Mu Junyin's arms, her expression one of extreme resistance as she turned her head away. The young man spoke patiently, as if coaxing a child. This is water blue vine. It's heat-resistant and detoxifying. Eating more is beneficial for your health, but I am neither hot nor poisoned, the girl pouted, beginning her protest. It wasn't that she was picky. Rather, this substance was sticky and green, simply revolting to behold. Even a young child would shake their head at it. Seeing Su Yao refuse to eat, Mu Junyin could only sigh and move his chopsticks aside. Young Master Mu, please put me down. I can eat by myself. With a tug at his sleeve, the girl began her pleas anew. Although being fed was a nice feeling, nothing could compare to the comfort of eating what one desired. No. Yet her request was again coldly denied by the young man, who was unwilling to easily relinquish his hold on the little girl while they dined. You? Then I want to eat? Su Yao pouted, revealing her little tiger teeth in frustration. She had initially thought this fellow was aloof and composed, but who knew he was such a rogue? To her surprise, the little girl had a temper, which Mu Junyan found exceedingly amusing. He looked down and teased, "My lady, truly not eating." Su Yao rolled her eyes at him, her delicate face puffed in anger. "I want to eat." Humph. She then turned her head away, ignoring the young man. Yet the more she acted this way, the more Mu Junyan found her utterly adorable. Were it not for the public setting, he would have loved to cup her little face and give her a hearty kiss. All right, you may eat by yourself." Freed from his restraint, the girl immediately shifted her stool to sit a little farther away from him. However, with the table being so small, her distance from Mu Junyan only meant she would be closer to the other men. This maneuver made the young man furrow his brows. He looked at Su Yao and beckoned her over. "Come here." Chapter 11. Wu Xiaolan's schemes. Oh, at this moment, the courtyard suddenly erupted in commotion as everyone turned their gaze toward a particular direction. "Today marks my father's birthday banquet, and to express gratitude to everyone for attending, Xiaolan has prepared a dance, hoping that you all will enjoy it." The guests, surprised to find that a meal would include a beautiful dance, immediately burst into applause. "The Wu family's young lady is indeed remarkable. Whoever marries her will be immensely fortunate." Indeed, however, I have heard that this young lady from the Wu family managed to enter the Lanxin Women's Academy solely on her own merit. I fear that ordinary men would not even attract her attention. The Lanxin Women's Academy? I have heard of it. It is said to be a place dedicated to cultivating exceptional women. From music, chess, calligraphy, and painting to poetry, songs, and commerce, every aspect is mastered. In short, those who can study at the academy are undoubtedly talented individuals. Feeling the fervent gazes of everyone, even though Wu Xiaolan had a calm disposition, a trace of pride crept onto her face. With a smile, she bowed to the guests and then began to dance gracefully. Her enchanting movements captivated the hearts of many. The courtyard fell silent. Nearly everyone set down their chopsticks, entranced by the dancing lady. Only two individuals appeared somewhat out of place among the guests. One was the girl still diligently eating on her small stool, and the other was the handsome young man observing her with keen interest. Was Wu Xiaolan beautiful while dancing? Yes, indeed. But Su Yao had seen far more exhilarating action films before her transmigration. At the very least, it ought to have been a seductive dance, right? As for Mu Junyan, the young master had no interest whatsoever in Wu Xiaolan. In terms of beauty, she could not compare to Su Yao. In terms of cuteness, she was even further behind. Although she was more mature and older than the girl, that hardly seemed to be an advantage. Hence, the two of them, one large and one small, appeared exceedingly conspicuous among the guests, causing a hint of displeasure in Wu Xiaolan as she danced. Soon, as the dance concluded, the courtyard erupted into thunderous applause once more. After a slight bow of acknowledgement, the woman covertly glanced in Mu Junyan's direction and then smiled at I. In fact, this time, Xiaolan also brought a little trinket from the academy for everyone. She waved her hand, and a servant presented a tray bearing a peculiar six-faced cube, one side of which was engraved with a lotus flower design. Wu Xiaolan picked up the cube and explained to the guests, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is something crafted by our academy as headmistress during her leisure. Although it has little practical use, it is quite amusing." As she spoke, she twisted the cube in front of everyone, thoroughly scrambling the lotus flower design on its surface. It is said that only those of exceptional intellect can restore the lotus pattern. After explaining, she smiled. "Feel free to try. Whoever can restore the pattern within 5 minutes will receive a reward of 300 gold coins." By the way, Xiaolan managed to restore it in just 3 minutes. Those invited to the Wu family banquet were not in need of money. However, they were intrigued by such a rare object, and soon someone raised their hand, indicating their desire to try it. A young man, exuding a scholarly air, spoke up. "Miss Wu, may I give it a try?" Wu Xiaolan chuckled lightly and stepped forward to hand over the cube. "It is you, young Master Lu. This 6 Ren's palace grid should be no challenge for you, I presume?" The young man slightly cupped his fists in thanks and carefully took the cube to examine it. "Isn't that Lu Che?" I've heard he topped this year's county examination and has even been appointed to an official position. If even he struggles, it seems no one else here stands a chance. Lu Che scrutinized the cube, and a look of hesitation appeared on his face as he began to twist it. As he turned it, the lotus pattern began to restore piece by piece, and in no time, he had completed most of it. This took no more than half a minute. The onlookers nodded. At this rate, Lu Che would soon restore the entire Six Ren's palace grid. Certainly within 5 minutes, Wu Xiaolan stood to the side, watching the young man's continuous movements, her expression unchanged, a hint of mockery curling her lips. However, as time passed, Lu Che's speed began to slow, and his expression grew more serious. He started to notice the cube's peculiarities. The more he pieced it together, the more challenging it became, often leading to mistakes. His movements became laborious and heavy, requiring prolonged thought before he could slowly piece together the next segment. Unbeknownst to him, 5 minutes had already slipped by. Looking at the cube that had only partially restored the pattern, Lu Che forced a smile and chose to give up, returning the Six Ren's palace grid to Wu Xiaolan. Miss Wu, this object is indeed mysterious. With my intellect, it seems I will struggle to comprehend it in a short time. The woman smiled faintly, saying nothing further. It was commendable that young Master Lu, encountering the Six Ren's palace grid for the first time, could achieve so much. Next, she turned her gaze to the other guests in the courtyard. I wonder if there are any other talented individuals who wish to give it a try. Although this object appeared difficult, once one understood its intricacies, it was, in fact, quite simple. Yet, seeing that even the promising Lu Che had faltered, the other guests exchanged awkward smiles and shook their heads. It's just a rudimentary version of a Rubik's cube, and they're making it sound so profound. Su Yao leaned on the table, chewing on a meatball, her cheeks puffed up like a little hamster stuffed with food. She raised her head to glance at the object in Wu Xiaolan's hand, muttering to herself before shifting her gaze to a succulent dish in the center of the table. She had played with this before. A standard Rubik's cube required restoring 6 faces, while the item in Wu Xiaolan's hands only had 1 face, making it exceedingly simple. Noticing no one was attempting it, Wu Xiaolan pivoted and walked directly toward Mu Junyan, her expression serene. In her view, among the young talents of Wushuang City, it was still the esteemed young Master Mu who stood at the forefront. Rather than allowing Xiaolan to tackle this 6 Ren square, let Master Mu take on the challenge. With that, the woman extended the cube in her hand towards the stern young man, her face adorned with a knowing smile. In truth, she had just uttered a falsehood. Even she had taken a full 20 minutes to complete the 6 Ren square upon her initial encounter. 5 minutes? Absolutely impossible. Her only desire was to see Mu Junyan make a fool of himself. Gazing at the object before him, the young man furrowed his brow. He could easily surmise Wu Xiaolan's intentions, or rather, the intentions of the Wu family. However, the girl's beauty compelled them to abandon that notion. Thus, it seemed she had come here for her own purposes. As Mu Junyan hesitated to take it, the woman's smile widened, her tone turning triumphant. What's the matter, Master Mu? Do you not wish to give it a try? At that moment, Wu Sihai suddenly rose, a hint of reproach in his voice. Xiaolan, do not be reckless. Young Master Mu is extraordinarily talented, renowned for his intellect within the city. This trifle of yours cannot possibly capture his interest. You should withdraw at once. Chapter 12. If you wish to play, then play big yet. Wu Xiaolan remained unmoved, her dissatisfaction evident. Father, young Master Mu has not declined the challenge. The man feigned a stern expression, his voice low and commanding. Challenge? What challenge? If young Master Mu dismantles this worthless toy of yours, will you not feel humiliated? Could it be that even young Master Mu lacked confidence? In truth, it was Mu Junyan's first encounter with this so-called 6 Ren square, but seeing the other party's aggressive demeanor, he had no intention of retreating. He spoke calmly. Since Miss Wu insists, I shall give it a try. With that, the young man accepted the 6 Ren square, and immediately, all eyes were upon him, especially Lu Che, who was eager to see if Mu Junyan could indeed restore the cube to its original state. Ding! System task activated. Current task: restore the cube. Slap Wu Xiaolan in the face. Reward: 10 cute power points, 2 beauty points. Ah, such timely arrival, delivering rewards to me. Finishing her food in a flash, Su Yao hastily wiped her greasy hands on her skirt, her excitement bubbling over. Husband, let me give it a try. Mu Junyan cast a curious glance at her and inquired, Wife, do you know what this is? I do not. Then, I want to play with it. With that, Su Yao glanced at Wu Xiaolan and innocently asked, Sister, you mentioned that if I can restore it in 5 minutes, I would receive 500 gold coins. Is that true? The woman hesitated for a moment before nodding. Indeed, it is true, but, she scrutinized Su Yao, a hint of condescension creeping into her smile. Sister, it's not that I speak out of turn, but you are quite young. Playing with other things might be fine. But this may be too advanced for you. Himph, what does a child know about such matters? Ignoring the dismissive tone, Su Yao sighed, adopting a mature demeanor. Alas, it's not too late. I could play with this when I was 3 years old. 3 years old? Upon hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but emit a chorus of gasps, while Lu Che, at a distance, twitched his lips, thinking this must surely be a fabrication. Otherwise, how could he, a grown man, be outshone by a mere toddler? Truly, the wife of the Mu family's young master had an inflated sense of self-importance. Though she was undeniably beautiful, she was still just a child. Sighing, Wu Xiaolan conceded. If young Master Mu is unwilling to try, then let it be. Wait. The young man's gaze shifted slightly as he took the 6-ren square from Wu Xiaolan's hands. He raised an eyebrow and said coolly, Didn't he miss Wu here? My wife is quite interested in this, and as her husband, it is only right that I accommodate her. Having said that, he handed the cube to Su Yao. The girl accepted it with both hands, flashing a sweet smile at him. Although she did not wish to draw too much attention to herself, given that this was a task assigned by the system, she had no choice. Su Yao examined the low-tier magic cube. Her mind whirling, if she could restore this cube, she would earn 500 gold coins, a substantial sum indeed. However, that wasn't nearly enough. Given that the Wu family was full of deceit, she might as well take advantage of the situation further, achieving her goal of financial freedom, something she had longed for since her soul crossed over. Putting those thoughts aside for the moment, Su Yao feigned contemplation with the cube in her hands before tilting her little face upwards and smiling innocently at Wu Xiaolan. Sister, this is rather dull. How about we make a wager? Noticing the girl's enviably perfect features, Wu Xiaolan frowned. What wager? Su Yao glanced at Mu Junyan, seeing his expression remain unchanged, and continued, If I can restore it within 1 minute, you must give me 2,000 gold coins. Conversely, if I fail, I will give you 2,000 gold coins. How does that sound? Wu Xiaolan was taken aback. She saw the girl's earnest demeanor and could not help but laugh. Very well, sister. If you can indeed restore this 6-ren square, I shall grant you 5,000 gold coins. If not, simply apologize to my incompetent brother for today's events. Apologize? That rogue teased me first. Why should I apologize? A slap would be too lenient. Not only did Su Yao furrow her delicate brows, but Mu Junyan's eyes also glinted with coldness as he scoffed. Miss Wu is quite amusing. Wu Xiaofeng's intentions were unscrupulous and arrogant, and now you expect my wife to apologize? What do you mean by that? Wu Xiaolan cleared her throat, her gaze avoiding the young man's piercing stare. Glancing aside, Young Master Mu, Xiaolan bears no ill will. It was your wife who proposed a wager, and I merely presented my request. If you do not wish to proceed, I shall not insist. 5,000 gold coins for an apology from the Mu family in front of everyone. What a bargain! Some bystanders were puzzled, sensing an unusual atmosphere, and began to murmur amongst themselves, I knew it. Why would the Wu family extend an invitation to the Mu family? Indeed, it has begun. The Wu family had long been at odds with the Mu family due to their salt trade. And as their relationship soured, it seemed the Wu family was now poised for a comeback. This does not concern me. I shall remain uninvolved. Very well. I accept. At that moment, the girl's clear and ringing voice reached everyone's ears. Su Yao stood up, hands on her hips, her demeanor matching Wu Xiaolan's in confidence. If you wish to play, let us raise the stakes. With the 6-ren square in hand, she proclaimed. Miss Wu, if I cannot restore it within 1 minute, I shall apologize to your brother as you said. However, regarding your 5,000 gold coins, Su Yao shook her head dismissively, asked the wife of young Master Mu. I represent the Mu family. Do you truly think my apology is worth merely 5,000 gold coins? Faced with the girl who barely reached her waist, Wu Xiaolan's brows began to knit together. She could not comprehend why this child was so confident. Could it be that she truly believed she could restore the 6-ren square in a minute? Chapter 13. Am I not impressive? Husband? No, impossible. Even someone as practiced as herself could not achieve that. For a moment, Wu Xiaolan felt a twinge of insecurity. What's the matter? Is Miss Wu so petty that she cannot even offer a fair wager? One must not allow others to underestimate oneself. Despite her youth, she was no easy target. Su Yao's provocation successfully led the woman to cast aside her usual composure. Fine. If you can restore this 6 square in 1 minute, the Wu family shall reward you with 10,000 gold coins. If not, you shall sincerely apologize to my brother. 10,000 gold coins? At this juncture, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. This was no longer a simple wager, but a matter of pride between two families. Moreover, 10,000 gold coins was a sum that even the wealthiest among them could scarcely muster. Even Wu Sihai and his wife could not help but flinch at the mention of such a hefty amount, realizing their daughter may have acted rashly. Yet, with so many eyes upon them, they could not voice their concerns. Furthermore, they doubted that a mere girl in her teens could accomplish what even the esteemed scholar Liu Che could not. With the opportunity to gain wealth presented to her, Su Yao had no reason to refuse. However, she did not immediately agree. Very well, I shall abide by Miss Wu's terms. However, before that, I must consult my husband's opinion. With that, the girl wrapped her arms around the young man's, batting her eyelashes playfully. Husband, do you agree? In truth, this was a matter of the Mu family's reputation, and Mu Junyan was reluctant to give a hasty response, especially since the Mu family was not in need of the gold. However, the young man affectionately ruffled the girl's hair, speaking softly. Since my wife wishes it, I shall naturally agree. Seeing Mu Junyan's consent, Su Yao beamed, then shook the cube in her hand, turning to Wu Xiaolan. Miss Wu, my husband has agreed. Now, shall we begin? To be honest, Su Yao's confident demeanor made Wu Xiaolan feel a twinge of regret. Of course, let us proceed. As soon as the words left her lips, the crowd witnessed the girl begin to twist the 6 square. Her movements were not rapid, yet they were methodical and orderly. Before being handed over to Su Yao, this item had already been thoroughly disturbed by Wu Xiaolan. However, she merely cast a fleeting glance at it and comprehended the situation immediately. The entire courtyard descended into a profound silence, with all the gentlemen holding their breath, fixated on the constantly rotating Lurin Palace grid in Su Yao's hands. Meanwhile, Wu Xiaolan watched the girl's movements with palpable tension, silently counting the seconds. Even if Su Yao managed to restore the Lurin Palace grid, as long as she exceeded the agreed time limit, victory would still belong to Wu Xiaolan. Yet, this 1 minute felt particularly interminable. In stark contrast to Wu Xiaolan's anxious demeanor, Su Yao appeared remarkably composed. Despite the passage of time, her movements remained unhurried and deliberate. To the spectators, the lotus pattern still appeared disordered. At this rate, one could hardly expect her to compare favorably with Liu Che, let alone finish within a minute. With only 20 seconds remaining, Wu Xiaolan's heart, which had been slightly elevated, began to relax, a smile reappearing on her face. She was certain of her victory. Not only did she believe this, but nearly everyone else did too. Even Mu Junyan wore a frown of concern. Just then, however, Su Yao's actions suddenly quickened, and the lotus pattern on the grid seemed as if it had agreed to return to its rightful place with astonishing speed during the twisting motion. From disarray to complete restoration, it took scarcely 10 seconds. With a decisive motion, Su Yao halted her actions at 49 seconds, promptly tossing the Lurin Palace grid back to Wu Xiaolan. There you go, all done. Wu Xiaolan was momentarily bewildered, staring at the grid in her hands, where the lotus pattern had been perfectly restored, her face a canvas of astonishment. How could it be so fast? Impossible. Once she regained her composure, the young woman hurriedly examined the Lurin Palace grid, attempting to find even the slightest flaw in the flawless lotus pattern. To her dismay, there was none. The entire lotus was immaculate, as if mocking her ignorance and folly. Ding! System task completed. Reward, 10 points of cuteness, 2 points of attractiveness. Husband, am I not impressive? The girl exclaimed, shaking the arm of the young man, her little face brimming with anticipation as she gazed up at Mu Junyan. The young man's lips curled into a smile before he turned to Wu Xiaolan and said coolly, Miss Wu, do you have any further questions? The young woman bit her lip, her fingers clutching the grid turning pale. Even now, she struggled to believe the reality. Having lost, Not only did she suffer a loss of face, but the Wu family was also burdened with a debt of 10,000 gold pieces. Truly, it felt like a tremendous loss. However, with so many eyes upon her, she had no choice but to concede. In no questions, Mu Junyan, drawing his wife closer to prevent her from indulging further, remarked without lifting his head, "If there are no questions, then please fulfill your promise." Wu Xiaolan's face paled instantly, transforming into a ghastly shade. A full 10,000 gold pieces was enough to sustain a common family for several generations. Even as a young lady of the Wu family, she could hardly produce such an amount in front of so many people. Requesting money from her parents, she would rather dig a hole and hide. What? Does Miss Wu merely speak without intention? As the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, the crowd's expressions began to shift. 10,000 gold pieces was no trivial sum, but surely the Wu family could manage it. My dear nephew is jesting. Since Xiaolan has lost, the Wu family naturally must honor its promise. Wu Sihai rose, approaching with a smile, and waved his sleeve, instructing the servants, "What are you still standing there for? Hurry and fetch it for young Master Mu." The man's gaze lingered on Su Yao for a moment, a chilling smile gracing his features. "Ah, young Master Mu has indeed found a commendable wife, truly enhancing the Wu family's reputation." Mu Junyan feigned ignorance to the man's tone, responding with a calm smile. "As long as the Wu family shows sincerity, matters of cooperation will certainly be agreeable." Sincerity? The young man's words effectively diminished the Wu family's standing. Wu Sihai's lips twitched as he suppressed his fury, inwardly scoffing. What my dear nephew says holds truth. This sincerity, the Wu family will reveal in due time. Soon, the servants hurriedly brought forth a thick stack of banknotes, each worth 1,000, totaling 10,000 taels. Chapter 14. Come, allow me to hold on to the money for you. With a mere glance from the young man, Su Yao's eyes sparkled as she eagerly reached out to receive it. This was money, so much money. In terms of contemporary standards, this sum could allow Su Yao to live comfortably for several lifetimes. Having dined, Mu Junyan had no intention of lingering further, offering casual remarks before leading the girl away from the Wu residence. Bang! In the room, a teacup was violently shattered. Wu Sihai clenched his fists tightly, his face contorted with rage, his eyes ablazed. Wu Xiaolan and Wu Xiaofeng stood to the side, heads bowed, silent as mice. Humph! What an excellent family the Mu family has. What a marvelous young Master Mu. You two have utterly disgraced the Wu family today. The man had intended to seize the opportunity of the birthday banquet to publicly disclose the matter of the pulse discovery. Yet, to his astonishment, his son had been bested by the couple right from the start, and his daughter had caused him a loss of 10,000 gold assets. Even so, he was compelled to graciously present the money in front of everyone to demonstrate the Wu family's magnanimity. It was a humiliation, a complete disgrace. Wu Sihai's face turned ashen with fury, his chest heaving. Seeing her husband so enraged, Lu Rumei refrained from offering comfort and instead spoke with a sharp tongue. Wu Sihai, this is no fault of Fenger. It is that little rascal from the Mu family who is too overbearing. In my opinion, the one who truly shamed the Wu family is your precious daughter. The woman shot a scornful glance at the silent Wu Xiaolan, continuing, thinking that a little knowledge from the Women's Academy makes her invincible. The young woman trembled slightly, her face filled with resentment. Yet, her mother was not wrong. Wu Xiaofeng receiving a beating was merely a personal loss. However, her actions today had brought disgrace to the Wu family, and she had unwittingly caused a loss of 10,000. No matter how she contemplated it, this bitterness was hard to swallow. Wu Sihai closed his eyes, releasing a long sigh. Enough. Let this matter rest. Do not mention it again. Opening his eyes once more, they were filled with a chilling resolve. The most pressing matter now was to increase manpower immediately, accelerating the excavation of the second salt mine, ensuring it produced salt as swiftly as possible. Xiaofeng, you will personally head to the salt mine tomorrow to recruit 300 laborers. We must cut the timeline in half. Wu Xiaofeng's face remained bruised as he nodded repeatedly. Understood, father. The man's gaze shifted to the young woman, disappointment evident in his eyes. Upon hearing this, the girl bit her teeth tightly and raised her head. Father, I can stay and help as well. Lu Rumei's words dripped with sarcasm as she mocked, as if the person before her was not her own flesh and blood. Help? What could you possibly contribute at home? Do you wish to cost us even more? Wu Sihai waved his hand, his expression growing impatient. At this moment, Wu Xiaolan felt as if she had swallowed broken teeth, feeling utterly wronged. Although the responsibility lay with her, she had only wished to bring honor to the Wu family. Knowing her place in this household, Wu Xiaolan chose not to argue further and promptly exited. Wu Sihai, meanwhile, stared at the ceiling beams. His eyes narrowed, silently contemplating. He now held equal stakes against the Mu family. How could he possibly turn the tables in his favor? Young master, what enmity exists between the Wu family and the Mu family? Why do I feel as though they are targeting us at every turn today? On the way back, Su Yao clutched the thick stack of banknotes. Her curiosity piqued. In truth, according to modern reasoning, in such a vast city as Wushuang, the three families collectively monopolizing the salt industry had no need to be at odds. Wouldn't it be better to collaborate and prosper together? After all, having one more friend equated to having one less enemy. Looking at the girl's innocent expression, Mu Junyan chuckled softly, explaining, originally, we had no grievances with the Wu family, despite being competitors. However, over time, we naturally ceased to extend them any goodwill. With each passing interaction, animosity deepened. As he spoke, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. What is most infuriating is that the Wu family once accused my family of poisoning with contaminated salt, causing significant losses to our clan. Ever since then, we have completely severed ties, no longer extending any courtesies to one another. Yet, to our surprise, they have now discovered a second salt mine. Oh, so that's how it is. In a wonder, Su Yao nodded, her understanding dawning. Resorting to underhanded tactics in business when one cannot compete openly is indeed despicable. By the way, you should let me keep this stack of banknotes. Mu Junyan suddenly lowered his head. Upon hearing this, the girl immediately shook her head vigorously as if it were a rattle drum. This is my future livelihood. What if, a year from now, I am cast out of the Mu family? I must be prepared. Observing the girl eye him as if he were a wolf, the young man sighed in resignation. Yao Yao, you are still young. It is unsafe to keep such a large sum of money with you. It would be better to hand it to your husband first. Should you need it in the future, you can come to me. Although 10,000 gold was not a small amount, it was trivial to the eldest of the Mu family. He merely worried that his young wife might misplace it or, worse, fall prey to greed and be tempted to do something foolish. This considerable sum, to the girl, was merely a hot potato that brought with it danger. But, will you really give it back to me? Su Yao harbored a flicker of doubt, wondering what she would do if he were to turn his back on her. Fear not, my husband shall certainly provide for you, came the reply. The young man felt somewhat at a loss. Was his promise as the eldest son of the Mu family truly so unconvincing? Su Yao pursed her lips, realizing that she had nowhere to safely store such a substantial sum. After much contemplation, she concluded that placing it with Mu Junyan was the most prudent option. Well, all right then, but if this fellow goes back on his word and refuses to return it to me, then I'll just have to bite him. Seeing the girl's distressed expression as she reluctantly handed over the banknote, Mu Junyan could not help but chuckle. His little wife was simply too adorable. Chapter 15. The moonlit sprite. Upon returning to the Mu residence, Mu Junyan conveyed the information he had gathered about the Wu family to his father. When it was revealed that the Wu family now possessed 2 mineral veins, Mu Yuanshan promptly summoned several individuals for a family meeting that very night. In the courtyard, Mu Yuanshan, Mu Junyan, and the pair of father and son, Mu Yuanhai and Mu Chusheng, were gathered together, deliberating on strategies to counter the Wu family's advancements. Yenner, this Wu family is our sworn enemy. What do you make of this news? Is it genuine? Mu Yuanshan inquired, his brow furrowed with concern. The young man frowned, pondering for a moment before responding. Moreover, Wu Sihai has lowered the salt price by 20% with no restrictions on supply. If they lack sufficient salt production, this maneuver could very well lead them to ruin. Father, it is likely true. The man nodded slightly, expressing his agreement with his son's analysis. He lifted his teacup, a hint of worry etched on his face. Although our Mu family has held 2 mineral veins, and our salt production far exceeds that of the other 2 families, the quality of our salt is inferior to that of the Wu family. Now that they have discovered a second mineral vein, once it is operational, it poses a significant threat to us. With that, he let out a soft sigh. Ever since the old patriarch fell ill, the family business had been managed by the brothers Mu Yuanshan and Mu Yuanhai. Although the next head of the family had yet to be determined, Mu Yuanshan effectively managed all affairs, while Mu Yuanhai, as the second son of the patriarch, only participated in significant matters, preferring to indulge in wine and women otherwise. Elder brother, you are being overly cautious. The Wu family has always been beneath our heel. What can they do even if they gain another mineral vein? As everyone sipped their tea, only Mu Yuanhai poured himself a drink, guzzling it down while his corpulent face displayed disdain. Besides, what if this news is false? Perhaps the Wu family is merely bluffing to throw us off balance. Mu Chusheng, filling his father's cup, thought of what his mother had secretly said to him in their chamber. Suddenly, he felt that the position of family head was destined for his father, which made him a tad smug even in casual conversation. Indeed, father is right. Uncle, you are worrying for nothing. The Wu family cannot amount to anything significant. Observing the two father and son's demeanor, Mu Yuanshan shook his head inwardly, resolving to prepare for any eventuality, regardless of the veracity of the Wu family's discovery of the second mineral vein. Moonlight cascaded into the courtyard, casting a silvery veil over the grass. As the discussion continued, Mu Junyan suddenly caught sight of a petite figure lurking in the shadows of the corridor. His lips curled upward at the sight of the girl's sneaky demeanor, his previously furrowed brow relaxing. For reasons unknown, despite Su Yao having recently married into the Mu family, seeing her would instantly uplift his spirits. At that moment, Su Yao, balancing a platter of fruits, concealed herself in the corridor's shadows, peeking curiously at Mu Junyan. Soon, their eyes met. When she noticed him gazing at her as if she were a fool, Su Yao decided to reveal herself, stepping forward with the fruit platter. Father, second uncle, let us have some fruit before we continue our discussion. Beneath the moonlight, a lovely girl with a flawless visage approached slowly, clad in a flowing blue gauze dress that subtly revealed her unblemished collarbone and delicate, pale arms through the sheer fabric. Su Yao parted her soft lips and offered a slight bow to her elders. Though she harbored a deep disdain for Mu Yuanhai, he was still Mu Junyan's second uncle, and basic etiquette had to be observed. Thanks to her completed tasks, the system's rewards had gradually enhanced Su Yao's appearance. Merely half a day apart, Mu Junyan felt that his little wife had become even more beautiful and endearing. Her every smile and frown stirred emotions within him that were previously foreign. His gaze lingered on her charming face, unable to shift away. This peculiar sensation awakened a sense of possessiveness within the usually aloof Mu Junyan. This delicate girl standing under the moonlight was his alone, and no one else could tarnish her purity. If it were not inappropriate, he would have rushed to his grandfather's bedside and bowed deeply in gratitude. If Mu Junyan felt this way, then Mu Chusheng and his father were even more affected. From the moment the girl appeared, their small, greasy eyes had been fixated upon Su Yao, unable to look away. As frequent patrons of the city's brothels, they had encountered many types of beauties, yet none could compare to the girl before them. Apart from her breathtaking beauty, Su Yao exuded an air of innocence and naivete, reminiscent of an untainted sprite, pure and flawless. This essence was something that worldly women could never replicate, making her the most captivating presence. The more innocent she appeared, the more some would desire to tarnish that purity. This was precisely the thought occupying the minds of Mu Chusheng and his father at that moment. However, for now, they could only harbor such thoughts. Little Yaoer has arrived. Come, sit, sit. Mu Chusheng grinned lewdly, shifting his ample form on the seat to make space for Su Yao. Mu Yuanhai, emboldened by his status, brazenly reached for the girl's delicate wrist, feigning seriousness. My dear niece-in-law is truly considerate. Such tasks are better left to the servants. Come, sit with your second uncle. The tall shadow obscured the moonlight, casting a shadow over Su Yao, who instinctively stepped back in fear at the approaching man. Just then, a chilling gust swept through the courtyard. Suddenly, Su Yao felt herself being lifted into a firm embrace, the platter of fruits disappearing from her grasp. After a moment of confusion, she regained her senses, her fair cheeks flushing a light hue as she spoke in a soft, childlike voice. Young master, please put me down. My father is right here. Since Su Yao's appearance, a smile had not left Mu Junyan's face, though he composed himself a bit in front of his father. He gently set Su Yao down and asked softly, Little one, what brings you here? The girl adjusted her dress, which had been slightly disheveled by Mu Junyan, and rolled her eyes at him. Here, I brought you some cut fruits. Chapter 16. The Patriarch's Last Words. How obedient. Mu Junyan tousled Su Yao's hair and then turned to his father, saying, "Father, there is something else I haven't mentioned. Today at the Wu family, Yao Yao made quite an impression for our Mu family." "Oh, pray tell," the man said, looking at Su Yao in surprise. Thus, Mu Junyan recounted the events that transpired at the Wu family in detail. Upon finishing, Mu Yuanshan burst into hearty laughter, admiration evident in his eyes. "Ha ha ha, well done. I know Wu Sihai all too well. After suffering such a significant loss, he is likely tossing and turning in bed right now." After a moment, the man nodded slowly. "Indeed, Yenner, your little wife is truly remarkable. Although your marriage was not entirely above board, you must treat her well over this year. Regardless of any grievances, after a year, I shall arrange for your proper wedding. There are plenty of eligible young ladies in Wushuang City. There is no need to rush." Mu Junyan, listening intently, felt a slight shift in his expression, his heart quaking. "Not entirely above board? Humph, if necessary. Once the girl comes of age, I can marry her again, legitimizing the union." Unbeknownst to Su Yao, who was puzzled by Mu Junyan's unwavering gaze upon her, she pouted inwardly, thinking, "If you keep staring, you'll have to pay up after the incident with the Wu family." Su Yao's status within the Mu household rose significantly. While she could not compare to the status of Mu Junyan, she could at least command the maidservants and had begun to establish her presence. On days without pressing matters, she would accompany the maidservants to stroll through the markets, acquiring various necessities. This was a stark contrast to their initial indifference during their first meeting, leaving her feeling pleasantly surprised. However, the only source of her displeasure was Mu Chusheng, the second young master of the Mu family. This rotund fellow would always find various excuses to engage her in conversation, prompting Su Yao to evade him like a plague. Aside from that, she was quite content with her life here. Yet, this tranquil existence did not last long. 3 months later, dire news emerged. The head of the Mu family, Mu Shan, the very patriarch who had insisted on marrying the then beggar Su Yao to Mu Junyan, was gravely ill. Though Su Yao had heard of the venerable elder of the Mu family from others on numerous occasions, she had yet to behold his visage since her soul had traversed into the Mu family. The reason was simple. The elder lay gravely ill, confined to his bed, attended by his 2 daughters-in-law, Zhang Lan and Zhao Rong, who took turns caring for him, rendering her presence as a mere child unnecessary. Furthermore, the elder's residence was hardly a suitable place for her to enter. Upon receiving the heartrending news, Mu Junyan's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately grasped Su Yao's hand, hastening towards his grandfather's abode. Observing the young man's somber demeanor and the flicker of sorrow in his eyes, the girl, understanding the gravity of the situation, chose to remain silent, closely following him, as they reached the entrance, before even stepping inside. The anguished cries of Zhao Rong and Mu Chusheng echoed from within. "Father, you must not leave us. Ronger cannot bear to lose you. Indeed, grandfather, you have always been the most cherished of all. If you were to depart, what would become of your grandson?" With a decisive push, Mu Junyan entered, accompanied by the girl, only to find a multitude of servants and maidens kneeling in the hall, all wearied by grief, at the far end of the hall. Mu Yuanshan and Zhang Lan knelt before a bed, their eyes heavy with sorrow and their expression somber. Unlike Zhao Rong and her son, whose wails pierced the air, they had long anticipated this day. The elder had languished in bed for so long, unable to move or speak, enduring the torment of illness. Now, as he approached liberation, it may not be entirely a misfortune. Mu Yuanhai also knelt nearby. Glancing at his wife and child, his eyes betraying a flicker of pain as he too donned a sorrowful countenance. "Father, you cannot leave us. What will become of the Mu family if you go?" For reasons unbeknownst to her, Su Yao felt a wave of nausea wash over her as she beheld this scene. Setting aside the question of their sincerity, the emotionless cries, resonating through the air from a distance, struck her as profoundly hypocritical. It was at this moment that she finally laid eyes on the elder who had insisted upon her marriage to Mu Junyan. The old man lay on the bed, his visage withered, his hair gray. Were it not for the slow, feeble rise and fall of his chest, he would have been indistinguishable from a corpse. The air was thick with a pungent scent of decay. Upon the arrival of Mu Junyan and Su Yao, Zhao Rong's cries intensified. "Father, open your eyes and see. Your eldest grandson has finally come to visit you." Mu Yuanshan also turned, his voice hoarse. "Yenner, come forth to bid your grandfather farewell." Without further ado, the atmosphere in the hall grew even heavier with sorrow. Mu Junyan, holding Su Yao's hand, approached the elder's bedside and knelt slowly, his eyes reddening. I am sorry, grandfather, Junyan has come too late. Perhaps sensing the youth's voice, the previously unresponsive elder slowly opened his murky, lifeless eyes. To Su Yao's surprise, the first words that emerged from Mu Shan were concerning her. Yinner, grandfather has found you a bride. Are you satisfied? Mu Junyan's eyes brimmed with tears as he grasped the elder's emaciated hands, nodding fervently. I am satisfied, grandfather. Your grandson is truly satisfied. A faint smile graced the elder's lips as he labored to lift his head, leaning closer to the young man's ear, whispering in a raspy tone, but you must believe, grandfather. Everything I have done is for your own good. 1 year from now, she shall save your life. Su Yao could sense the last vestiges of vitality ebbing from the elder. At that moment, Zhao Rong suddenly embraced the old man, her cries reaching a crescendo. However, it was not long before she appeared taken aback. Pressing her ear to the elder's lips, listening intently, she turned to Mu Yuanshan and Mu Yuanhai, exclaiming, You must come quickly. Father still has words to share. Having called out, the woman once again pressed her ear close, her expression grave. Yes, father, we are listening. Who do you wish to succeed as head of the family? This question caused the brothers Mu Yuanshan to lift their heads, all eyes turning towards the elder. At this moment, the hall fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 17. Danger approaches. 3 days later, the entrance of the Mu family was adorned with white mourning cloth, and the news of the elder Mu's passing reverberated throughout Wushuang City, prompting nearly every affluent merchant and noble to come pay their respects. Within the mourning hall, Mu Junyan and Su Yao, clad in mourning attire, knelt to the side. The young man had endured sleepless nights, his complexion wan and haggard. Zhang Lan and Zhao Rong surrounded a fire pit, burning offerings of yellow paper while weeping softly. A long line of mourners formed, each paying their respects at the elder's memorial. The ceremony stretched from daylight into the evening, with the Mu family responsible for the guests' sustenance. As dusk fell, the mourning concluded. At the dining table, dressed in white mourning garb, Mu Yuanhai, his face etched with sorrow, raised a wine cup, addressing the assembly. I am immensely grateful to all who have come to pay their respects to my father today. With that, he downed the cup in one go. The head of the Mu family is far too polite. Given your leadership, our business shall surely flourish. Indeed, we shall rely on the Mu family's patronage moving forward. As he listened to these flattery-laden words, Mu Yuanhai felt himself buoyed with elation, nearly unable to suppress a smile. He had not anticipated that the old man would pass the mantle of leadership to him rather than Mu Yuanshan. Were it not for the fact that the elder's 7 days of mourning had yet to conclude, he would have shouted in exhilaration. Casting a glance at his elder brother, who sat beside him with a stony expression, his heart swelled with satisfaction. Rest assured, everyone, as long as you collaborate with the Mu family, I, Mu Yuanhai, will ensure you are never wronged. A raucous laugh erupted from the man, and the guests in attendance exchanged glances before joining in laughter. Among them were many of Wu Sihai's close associates. And now that the latter had ascended to the head of the Mu family, they naturally wished to share in the spoils. The cacophony of laughter reverberated through the mourning hall, finally provoking Mu Yuanshan, the eldest son of the Mu family. He could no longer contain himself, slamming his palm on the table, rising with a stormy expression. Absurd. Second brother, our father's remains are still warm. How dare you act so shamelessly in the mourning hall? Had it been previously, Mu Yuanhai might have felt a twinge of apprehension towards his elder brother, but now that he was the true power within the Mu family, he felt no need to heed anyone's authority. A dismissive smirk crossed his plump face as he retorted, Brother, I am now the one in charge here. Is it proper for you to raise your voice at me in front of so many? Are you dissatisfied with our father's decision? Zhao Rong also stood, chiming in. Elder brother, I know that since our father fell ill, you have been managing the family's business. However, our father's wishes are for Yuanhai to take charge. And for the sake of his final wishes, you ought to be magnanimous. Isn't that right, everyone? Hearing such jarring words, Mu Yuanshan's face turned a deep shade of anger. His concern was not for the position of head of the family, but rather for Mu Yuanhai's character, of which he was all too aware. The man was utterly incompetent when it came to the salt mine business, and entrusting the family's legacy to him was an untenable prospect. Beside him, Zhang Lan tugged at his sleeve, shaking her head slightly to signal him to cease his protest. After all, this was the elder's explicit decision, and they had no recourse. If one were to ponder who was most pleased with Mu Yuanhai's ascension to head of the Mu family, it would undoubtedly be Mu Chusheng. Sitting to the side, he feasted his eyes on a delicate figure, his greedy gaze fixated, as sinister thoughts began to take root in his heart. After the elder's funeral, the Mu family gradually returned to its former tranquility, the only distinction being that now everyone was aware that the new head of the family was Mu Yuanhai, rather than Mu Yuanshan. This led to a mix of lamentation and confusion. While the Mu family underwent such a considerable upheaval, the Wu family, one of the three prominent clans, was far from idle. Wu Sihai expanded his ranks significantly, finally extracting a large quantity of salt from the second vein, doubling their salt production compared to before. Hearing that the Mu family's authority was not in Mu Yuanshan's hands only fueled his delight. With such a favorable alignment of circumstances, how could he not seize the opportunity to bring down the Mu family? Mother, you promised that after father became the head of the family, you would give Su Yao to me. You cannot go back on your word. In a room, Mu Chusheng had come eagerly to plead with Zhao Rong. The woman reclined against the bed, leisurely enjoying grapes, already embodying the demeanor of a matriarch of the Mu family. Observing her son's impatient countenance, she shook her head. Look at your eagerness. I have already spoken to your father about this. He will arrange everything, so there is no need for you to fret. Upon hearing this, the rotund boy could not contain his excitement. Really, mother? How long must I wait? The thought of the exquisite girl becoming his own had him restless with anticipation. He yearned to possess her immediately. No more waiting. Tonight is the night. Tonight. Mu Chusheng had not anticipated that his father would be even more impatient than he. Realizing this, he regarded the man's lecherous grin, his discontent mounting. Father, you wouldn't tea. Zhao Rong's expression darkened, and she began to scold him vehemently in Mu Laonyo. If it were just about your son, it would be one thing. But look at you. You're practically old enough to be a grandfather. And yet you entertain such sordid thoughts. Do not forget who helped you ascend to this position of head of the family. Seeing his wife's anger, Mu Yuanhai hurriedly stepped forward to placate her. Dear wife, please do not be upset, I promise you. Once I have had my fill of that young girl, I shall never set foot in such establishments again. From this day forth, I shall only cherish you. The eloquent words of men elicit nothing but a derisive chuckle from women. Ha, very well. Such remarks are better reserved for those women of the spring houses. The tongue of a man is but a deceiver. Even though Zhao Rong is fully aware that Mu Yuanhai and his son are ravenous for pleasure, she finds herself powerless to intervene. Yet, her motives are primarily driven by her desire for power. Hence, Mu Yuanhai must thrive for her own benefit. Zhao Rong wishes to refrain from meddling in the affairs of this father and son duo, but she speaks with gravity. Do as you will with that girl. I have no say in it. However, Mu Yuanhai, remember that your position as head of the family is still new, so it would be wise to exercise restraint. Should any harm come to that girl, I shall not be able to assist you. A lascivious glimmer flickers in Mu Yuanhai's eyes as he shakes the flesh on his face. Heh, my dear, fret not. How could we let it come to that? We will be mindful of our limits. Upon hearing this, Mu Chusheng, though reluctant, realizes his father's intentions, unexpectedly more depraved than his own. The thought of the girl's delicate form raises uncertainties about the potential for tragedy. Chapter 18. The Conspiracy of Mu Yuanhai. With great effort, she exhausts all her charms and coquetry to help the young master emerge from his sorrowful shadow. Young master, why don't we indulge in some jade chicken today? The girl tugs at Mu Junyin's sleeve, flitting about him like a small yellow oriole. The young man, with a hint of exasperation, affectionately pats her head. Yao Yao, did we not just dine on jade chicken yesterday? But I still want to eat it. Let us go, let us go. Su Yao pouts, shaking his arm, and the young master promptly surrenders. With a slight smile, Mu Junyin takes the girl's small hand. All right, but from now on, do not call me young master. Surprised? Su Yao blinks. Then what should I call you? You are my wife, so naturally, you should call me husband. Su Yao ponders, tilting her head. But, young master, did you not say that I could only call you husband in front of outsiders? Furthermore, You mentioned that our marriage would not count, and I would be sent away after a year. Observing the girl's earnest expression, Mu Junyan momentarily freezes, then swiftly pulls Su Yao into his embrace. Beginning to argue. No, I never said that. It must be that my dear wife misheard. Once you come of age, I shall rightfully take you as my bride. What? Isn't this man being unreasonable? He clearly did not say that before. Suddenly, a revelation strikes Su Yao, and she understands. Oh, I see. No wonder he insists on marrying me rightfully. Because once we are wed, that sum of 10,000 gold will be considered joint marital property, allowing Mu Junyan to use any number of excuses to deny me my share later, so that this young master is after my little fortune. Thankfully, she is astute enough to catch on in time. She is soaring in the stratosphere. It seems I need to be a bit less sharp in the future. Did the system just say something? No, you misheard. By the way, there is something you need to know. What is it? The system has recently detected a presence of power that does not belong to this world's dimension, remarkably similar to mine. Predictions suggest it may be a rival. A rival? This news astonishes Su Yao greatly, prompting her to inwardly inquire. Do you mean to say that there are others in this world who also possess a system? Indeed, however, due to the distance, we cannot ascertain whether they are friend or foe, nor can we determine their exact location. What we can confirm is that this individual arrived in this world before you did and is not within the borders of the Luyun dynasty. This is a predecessor. Yet, Su Yao quickly dismisses the notion of seeking out this person. The system is correct. Given that the other party has had such a head start, what if they turn out to be an enemy? She is merely a defenseless little girl, lacking any means of self-protection. Yao, what's wrong? Noticing Su Yao lost in thought, Mu Junyan assumes he has frightened her and quickly clarifies, if you prefer, you may still call me young master within the estate. Regaining her composure, the girl shakes her head, clinging to the young man's clothing. Husband, I'm hungry. Her soft and adorable voice nearly melts Mu Junyan's heart. With a smile, he scoops up his young wife and strides out of the Mu residence. Wushuang City, Qingling Mountain. This is a moderately sized rocky hill, once lush with trees but now stripped bare by human hands, leaving only stark rocks exposed. At the foot of the mountain, on either side, there lie immense mine shafts leading underground. The mines are pitch dark, the depths unknown. Every few minutes, dozens of dirt-caked workers, with heavy steps, ascend slowly from the depths of the mine, hauling hundreds of pounds of white stones with wooden carriers. This is the very site of the Mu family's mining operations. Master, this isn't right. At the base of the mountain, the overseer gazes at the tampered account books in his hands, revealing a troubled expression. He never anticipated that Mu Yuanhai, having recently assumed the role of head of the family, would compel him to engage in such actions. Having managed the salt mine for years, he has never resorted to framing others. Moreover, the target is none other than the young master of the Mu family. What, can you not comprehend? Just do as I say. The corpulent man casts a contemptuous glance at him, his tone dripping with menace. Listen, the Mu family is under my command now. If you perform this task well, I shall reward you handsomely. Fail, and you needn't bother keeping your position. Upon hearing this, the overseer breaks into a cold sweat. Nodding fervently, I understand, master. Please rest assured, I will see to it. With that, Mu Yuanhai finally nods in satisfaction and strides away. Husband, what are they doing? As they stroll through the streets, Su Yao suddenly notices a crowd gathering ahead, bustling with commotion. Let us go see, the young man suggests, lifting the girl into his arms as they approach the thronged eye in the center. They find an open space where two large roosters engage in a fierce duel. Pecking at one another, it's Kunkin. Spotting the roosters ignites Su Yao's excitement, and she exclaims, to her surprise, they have a cockfighting event here. The two roosters are remarkably fierce, and as the crowd cheers, the battle intensifies. However, before long, one rooster is struck in a vital area and collapses, motionless. Witnessing this, the girl's face falls. Kunkin is dead. Mu Junyan, perplexed, cannot fathom why his young wife is so fond of chickens. Of course, he remains oblivious to the fact that Su Yao actually prefers those with center-parted hair and wearing overalls. Young master, young master. Shortly after leaving the crowd, a hurried house servant from the Mu residence rushes towards them. Su Yao recognizes him. His name is He Lin, and due to his naturally dark complexion, she has nicknamed him Little Black. Little Black, what brings you here? He Lin catches his breath and gathers his words before addressing them. Young master, Miss Su, it's bad news. We just received word from Qingling Mountain that the master discovered discrepancies in the accounts, with 10,000 gold in salt funds unaccounted for. What? 10,000 gold? Su Yao is stunned. That is an enormous sum. How could it simply vanish? Before she can voice her thoughts, He Lin continues, Moreover, these missing salt fund orders bear your signature, young master. The elder master is currently reviewing the accounts and has summoned you to come at once. Upon hearing this, Mu Junyin's brows furrowed deeply. Impossible. The business I oversee could not possibly have such a significant oversight. Sensing that this matter is more complex than it seems, he gently sets the girl down and speaks softly. Su Yao, we must act with urgency. Understanding the gravity of the situation, she nods obediently. Chapter 19. Drawing the tiger away from its mountain, Su Yao is in trouble. On the way back to the residence, Su Yao ponders, feeling that something is amiss. The 10,000 gold in salt funds is no trifling matter. If there truly is a problem, why was it not discovered sooner? Moreover, Mu Yuanhai has only recently taken over as head of the family. It seems too coincidental that such a considerable oversight has come to light so quickly. Little Black, how far is the Mu residence from Qingling Mountain? Miss Su, you are breathtakingly beautiful, beautiful enough that even a servant like him cannot help but entertain inappropriate thoughts. Yet, He Lin knows full well that the girl before him is beyond his reach. He harbors no such aspirations. Simply being able to see her each day brings him satisfaction. Little Black, why is your forehead dripping with sweat? Are you all right? Su Yao regards him with curiosity, noticing that he has been keeping his head down since Mu Junyin left, now struggling to speak. Surely, she is not so fearsome. Could he be unwell? Thank you for your concern, Mississippi I. I'm fine. He Lin awkwardly waves his hands, oblivious to the fact that his forehead is already slick with cold sweat. Seeing this, Su Yao takes out a white silk handkerchief from her sleeve and offers it to him. Here, wipe your forehead. You seem to be sweating quite a bit. Are you feeling weak? The disparity in their social standings causes He Lin to instinctively take a step back, panic etched across his face as he cannot bring himself to accept the handkerchief offered by the girl. Miss, please, truly, it is unnecessary. I tend to behave this way when I am nervous. Nervous? What do you have to be nervous about? Are you anxious in my presence? Su Yao leaned closer, causing He Lin to retreat in fright, his dark complexion turning a deeper shade of crimson as he stammered, unable to articulate a response. Amused, the girl thought it quite entertaining. She had done nothing at all, yet this fellow had turned bashful. She then thrust a silk scarf into his hands, saying nothing more before turning to leave. He Lin was momentarily stunned, hastily extending his hands to catch it. He remained in place for several seconds, as if he had found a treasure, carefully stowing away the scarf that bore the faint fragrance of the girl. After wiping his sweat with his sleeve, he hurriedly followed after her, his heart brimming with excitement. However, upon arriving at the Mu residence, Su Yao noticed that He Lin continued to silently trail behind her. The sky was already dim, and with his dark complexion, he resembled her shadow. Little Blackie, you needn't follow me anymore. Go about your own business. Yes, miss? I shall take my leave then. Go on. After spending the day exploring with Mu Junyin, she felt quite fatigued. Closing the door, she casually collapsed onto her bed, quickly drifting off into a deep slumber. In the dead of night, beneath the waning moon, she stirred between sleep and wakefulness, suddenly hearing unusual noises from outside her door. Husband, remember to close the door. She had grown accustomed to sharing a bed with Mu Junyin, and he, being a gentleman, never dared to touch her. Over time, she had lowered her guard around him. Observing the adorable spirit asleep on the bed, Mu Chusheng could not help but wear a lecherous grin. His breath heavy, he extended a chubby hand toward the girl's delicate ankle, emitting a voice reminiscent of a demon. Tiske. What a delightful sound from my husband. The unfamiliar voice and the intense sensation jolted Su Yao awake. Opening her beautiful eyes, she beheld Mu Chusheng lurking by the bed, one large hand obsessively gripping her ankle. Mu Chusheng, what are you doing here? Get out. The Mu residence was no longer as it once was, and Mu Chusheng felt no urgency. He placed the hand that had touched the girl's body to his mouth and lewdly licked it. A triumphant expression plastered across his face. Heh. Sister Yao Yao, feel free to scream. No one will come to save you tonight. Now that my father is in charge, even Mu Junyan has no right to interfere. Recalling the slap he had received from Su Yao that night for his improper intentions, he felt a surge of indignation. But now, everything had changed. The old lord was dead, his father in power, and the Mu residence was now under their control. Seeing the red mark appear on Su Yao's delicate ankle, she felt a wave of revulsion. Steadying herself, she looked at him with her cold silver eyes, and after a moment's thought, she understood Mu Chusheng. It was you who sent the eldest young master to Qingling Mountain? No wonder I felt something was amiss. It turns out you had long been scheming against me, indeed. But to be precise, it was my father. Gazing at the girl's adorable face, which feigned calmness, Mu Chusheng's desires intensified, and he could hardly contain his lust. What do you mean? An ominous premonition began to creep into Su Yao's heart, causing her face to pale slightly. Could it be? Mu Chusheng licked his lips and leaned closer. A lewd grin plastered across his face. Let me tell you, not only do I wish to sample your flavor, but my father has long had his eyes set on you as well. It was also my father's arrangement to keep Mu Junyan and his father away tonight, just so he could enjoy a delightful evening with you. Sister Yao Yao, ha ha ha. Su Yao's face turned ashen. She had long suspected the inappropriate glances from both father and son, but she never imagined they would actually resort to such perversion. She was still underage. Could they truly be so desperate? Without further ado, Mu Chusheng began to undress himself, eager to claim Su Yao before his father could discover him. Imagining the petite girl beneath him, struggling and crying out, excitement coursed through him, causing his hands to tremble. What are you doing? Get away. Mu Chusheng's lewd behavior nearly brought Su Yao to tears as she frantically grabbed a pillow and hurled it at the greasy man. However, this time, there would be no Mu Junyan to save her. Chapter 20. The frenzied He Lin at the foot of Qingling Mountain. Mu Junyan and Mu Yuanshan were meticulously examining the accounts, while the overseer stood by, drenched in cold sweat. Something was amiss. These ledgers had been tampered with. Mu Junyan scrutinized them for a while, his gaze flashing with insight. Every transaction of salt sold from the Mu family's mine was meticulously recorded here. He could recall every order he had handled with perfect clarity. Yet, the additional entries of salt transactions purportedly signed by him left no impression in his memory. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the handwriting had been deliberately forged, and poorly at that. The young man furrowed his brow and tossed the pages at the overseer. Mu Yuanshan's expression darkened as he turned his attention to Li Lin. Under the pressure of their combined presence, Li Lin trembled, his legs shaking. After all, he was merely a lowly overseer within the Mu family, typically honest and straightforward. Now, faced with the questioning of the Mu father and son, he could not help but spill the truth. What? It was my second brother who instructed you to do this. Yes, master, the eldest young master. Li Lin's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, weeping. The head of the family said if I did not comply, he would expel me. I have a family to support. I had no choice. Having understood the situation, both men felt perplexed, unable to grasp why Mu Yuanhai would act in such a manner. Such a clumsy scheme seemed utterly pointless. Did he merely wish to inconvenience them with a trip to Qingling Mountain? At that moment, an ominous feeling surged within Mu Junyan. His complexion shifted dramatically. Without uttering a word, he mounted his swift steed and raced back toward the Mu residence. His instincts told him that Yao Yao was in danger. In the Mu residence, within the side chamber, the hefty shadow of Mu Chusheng loomed over Su Yao, who found herself cornered with nowhere to flee. With a swift motion, a filthy hand seized her slender wrist, and disregarding her cries, Mu Chusheng lewdly extended his other hand toward her skirt. Oh, please, let me go. Despair enveloped Su Yao as she looked up with tear-filled eyes. Watching that hand approach ever closer, she could not fathom that she was about to lose her innocence to this repugnant man. Suddenly, the door was flung open with a crash, and a figure appeared, breathless and gripping a stick. Seeing his plans thwarted, Mu Chusheng turned in displeasure. Who dares to interrupt my business? Through the dim moonlight, Su Yao could not discern the identity of her rescuer, but she noticed the person took a deep breath, clutching the stick with a tremor in their voice. Second young master. Please, let the young lady go." Hearing this voice, Suyao felt as though she had grasped the lifeline. "Little Blackie, hurry, save me." Realizing the intruder was a servant of the residence, Mu Chuxing's rage intensified. Ignoring He Lin's stick, he stepped forward and kicked him to the ground. "You wretched thing, are you tired of living?" After that, he unleashed a series of brutal kicks. He Lin, curled up on the ground, did not resist. He merely gritted his teeth, enduring the assault. After a prolonged beating with no reaction from He Lin, Mu Chuxing disdainfully spat on the ground before turning back towards Suyao on the bed. "Humph! You think someone like you can be a hero and rescue a damsel in distress? Take a look in the mirror and see your own worth." Yet, he had barely taken 2 steps when a hand clutched tightly at his pant leg. Blood trickled from the corner of He Lin's mouth, but his gaze remained resolute. "Second young master, the young lady is still quite young. Please do not harm her." But the lust-crazed Mu Chuxing would not heed his words. Annoyance etched on his face. He delivered a powerful kick to He Lin's chest, sending him sprawling out of the door. Without pausing, Mu Chuxing lunged toward the bed, pinning the petite girl beneath him. He Lin slowly rose to his feet, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The white silk scarf slipped from his sleeve, gently drifting to the ground. His pupils constricted as he quickly picked it up. Carefully wiping away the bloodstains, then, he lifted his head, his gaze locking onto the greasy Mu Chuxing as he assaulted the girl, a flicker of madness and murderous intent igniting within his eyes. He would not allow anyone to tarnish the purity of the spirit he cherished, not even his master. Gripping the prepared stick tightly, He Lin advanced step by step toward the inner room. As his expression twisted further, his speed increased. Just as Mu Chuxing prepared to press his greasy lips against Suyao's cherry-like mouth, he suddenly froze. He reached back to touch his neck, only to find a steady stream of blood flowing down from the fresh wound. Turning around, he saw He Lin brandishing the stick, his demeanor resembling that of a madman, relentlessly swinging it at him. Bang, bang, bang. The solid wooden stick fell in relentless succession, leaving Mu Chuxing unable to retaliate as he could only dodge in fury. Seizing the opportunity to breathe, Suyao hastily scrambled off the bed, fearfully witnessing the violent scene unfolding before her. Now, He Lin has succumbed to madness, forgetting his own identity, as well as the concepts of fear and trepidation. His eyes are bloodshot, and a singular thought consumes his mind. Kill him, kill him. Only in this way can the young lady be saved. This obsession drives He Lin to relentlessly swing the stick, mercilessly striking the head of Mu Chuxing. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolds. With a sharp crack, the stick in He Lin's hands, unable to withstand the strain, shatters into 2 pieces. Stripped of the threat of a weapon, Mu Chuxing ceases to evade, a cruel and sinister smile appearing on his bruised face. The disparity in their physiques grants him a distinct advantage. He extends his palm and seizes He Lin's throat, lifting him off the ground. Hit him. Keep hitting him. Aren't you supposed to be fighting for your life? He Lin's face reddens from the lack of oxygen, yet he does not struggle. His bloodshot gaze remains fixed on Mu Chuxing. In the next instant, under the triumphant watch of the rotund man, He Lin raises the half-stick and plunges the jagged end directly into his opponent's chest. In that fleeting moment, Mu Chuxing's tiny eyes widen in disbelief. His pupils filled with shock. Chapter 21. He Lin's decision. He releases He Lin, staggering backward while clutching his chest, and then, his legs give way, causing him to collapse to the ground. Blood spews forth from his mouth and chest, and Mu Chuxing's eyes brim with resentment as he raises a trembling finger to point at He Lin. You. Before he can finish his sentence, Mu Chuxing's eyes bulge, his entire body shudders, and he breathes his last. Mu Chuxing is dead. Even with his father in power, his promising future has come to an end, extinguished by the hands of this mere servant, He Lin. The saying goes that a common man's rage can spill blood. Had he not harbored ill intentions towards Suyao, this day would not have ended in such tragedy. All of this is his own doing. Gazing at the lifeless form of the Mu family's second son, He Lin gradually regains his composure. His bloodied hands tremble incessantly, and a look of terror spreads across his face. As a servant, he has committed the heinous act of killing his master. Such a crime, according to the laws of the land, warrants 100 deaths. However, after a few breaths, the dark-skinned youth finds a semblance of tranquility. Miss, Are you all right? He turns to the girl cowering in the corner of the room. At this moment, Su Yao is utterly terrified. Although she has not been harmed, her delicate wrists bear violent red marks, and her attire is slightly disheveled. Her innocent, youthful eyes are clouded with tears, making her appear both alluring and pitiful. Thank you, I'm fine. Regaining her composure, Su Yao's small face pales as she exhales a sigh of relief. Thankfully, He Lin risked his life to save her, allowing her to escape from peril. Yet, they now face another grim reality. Mu Chuxing is dead. Though he brought this upon himself, he is still the second son of the Mu family, the only son of Mu Yuanhai. With his death, how could Mu Yuanhai and Zhao Rong simply let it go? Without a doubt, He Lin cannot escape alive. As for her, despite being nominally the wife of Mu Junyan, her fate remains uncertain. Su Yao's mind races as she contemplates the situation, and ultimately, the only viable course of action is to flee before anyone discovers them. Miss. At that moment, however, He Lin slowly approaches and extracts the stick lodged in Mu Chuxing's body. He turns to Su Yao, offering a grim but resolute smile. Go be honest. Ever since I first laid eyes on you in the manor, I have already taken a liking to you, but I understand my humble status does not warrant such aspirations. As long as I can see your smile each day, I would be more than content. He speaks with an air of nonchalance and composure. The death of the second young master has nothing to do with you. Mississippi, it is entirely my long-standing grievance, and I alone bear all the blame for this transgression. However, there is an elderly grandmother over 70 years of age in a hut on the west side of the city. If possible, I hope you can extend a helping hand in the future. No. Upon hearing this, Su Yao immediately interrupts him. She understands that he wishes to shoulder all the responsibility himself. Yet, such a course of action can only lead to one outcome: death. This matter should not have involved him. But if He Lin had not fought desperately to save her, she cannot imagine what fate would have befallen her. Out of empathy and reason, she cannot distance herself from the situation. But even so, how should she resolve this predicament? Heaven granted her little time to ponder, as a flurry of hurried footsteps soon echoes from outside. That little rascal, secretly indulging without my permission, before he even arrives. The lewd voice of Mu Yuanhai can be heard. Chuxing, be careful not to ruin the little beauty. Your father hasn't savored the pleasure yet. Moments later, the man, squinting through narrow eyes, appears at the door. However, before he can utter another vile remark, he is left speechless by the scene before him. The pungent scent of blood assaults his senses, and there lies his son, motionless on the ground. Standing in the center of the room is a young man wielding a bloodied stick. Chuxing, call for help, there's an assassin. The man yearns to rush over and check on his son's condition, yet the sight of the blood-soaked stick in He Lin's hands sends shivers down his spine. Who are you? What happened to my son? Hearing the commotion, the entire Mu estate quickly lights up, descending into chaos as crowds gather at the door of Su Yao's room. Several guards rush forward, disarming He Lin and subduing him. Chuxing, my son. Upon arriving, Zhao Rong collapses to the floor, wailing at the sight of her son's lifeless body. Though her son may not have achieved much, he is her only flesh and blood. And Zhao Rong's grief is profound. Subsequently, she casts a twisted glare at the subdued He Lin, her face contorted with rage. Speak. Why did you kill my son? Prepared for the inevitable, the dark-skinned youth maintains a calm demeanor as he replies slowly. The second young master often bullied me in the past. I harbored resentment in my heart and sought revenge. I intended to teach him a lesson, but I inadvertently killed him as the conclusion becomes apparent. He Lin finds a sense of peace within himself. However, this explanation does little to satisfy Zhao Rong. Utter nonsense. If you don't confess the truth, I will ensure you live a fate worse than death. Guards! Cut off all his fingers. Zhao Rong's face twists with fury, her eyes filled with hatred. Upon receiving the order, a guard swiftly draws his long knife, preparing to carry out her command. Wait! At that moment, a woman steps forward from the crowd. It is Zheng Lan. She surveys the scene and speaks slowly. Sister, I know you are heartbroken, but I believe there is more to Chuxing's death. Allow me to explain the events leading up to this. It is only fair that everyone hears the full story. The woman offers Su Yao a reassuring glance, indicating that she need not fear. Yet, Zheng Lan has underestimated Zhao Rong's ferocity. She sheds her usual facade of false gentleness and bellows angrily. There is nothing to discuss, Zheng Lan. I know you wish to protect her, but today I tell you, my son is dead. They must pay with their lives. Compared to the silent Mu Yuanhai beside her, Zhao Rong at this moment appeared to embody the role of the head of the Mu family. Noticing her domineering demeanor, Zheng Lan furrowed her brows slightly. Zhao Rong was not foolish. She understood that although her husband currently held the title of head of the family, he lacked any real capability and could not compare to the formidable Mu Yuanshan and his son. If a confrontation were to arise, she would gain nothing. Indeed, I have no say in this. Zhao Rong sneered coldly, yanking Mu Yuanhai towards her. With a sideways glance at her husband, she scolded furiously. What are you still dawdling for? Speak up. Chu Shang is dead. Hurry and let them accompany him to the grave. Yet Mu Yuanhai kept his head bowed, his gaze evasive, stammering without uttering a single word. In trivial matters, he could still exert some authority, but when it came to making real decisions, this rotund man lacked the necessary resolve. Witnessing her husband's cowardice, Zhao Rong could no longer contain herself. She had meticulously plotted for Mu Yuanhai to ascend to this position of power, believing that the Mu family would fall under her control. However, with their son deceased and her husband a pitiful wreck, even if he became the head of the family, he remained utterly ineffectual. Grabbing hold of her husband's clothing, she appeared almost deranged. You worthless fool. Mu Yuanhai, you can't even speak up for our son's death. Is it because you have your eyes on that little vixen? What's wrong? Afraid of being found out? Let me tell you, you're nothing but a coward. Zhao Rong unleashed a torrent of invective upon Mu Yuanhai, reminiscent of a shrew, humiliating him before all, though men generally heeded women's words. Being publicly insulted in such a manner by Zhao Rong as the head of the family made him feel a profound loss of face. He forcefully pushed Zhao Rong away, attempting to adopt an air of authority. Shrew, mind your tone. The force of his shove sent her stumbling back several steps, causing her to fall to the ground. Momentarily stunned, she then burst into raucous laughter, her eyes gleaming with malice. Mu Yuanhai, look at you. Have you grown some spine? Have you forgotten how you came to be the head of the family? Without me, you'd be nothing but a dog under your elder brother. Zhao Rong's words carried heavy implications. Wasn't the position of head of the family appointed by the old master himself? What did it have to do with her? Su Yao's brows knitted slightly as she sensed that the old master's death might hold deeper mysteries. Zhao Rong began to unravel. Mu Yuanhai was drenched in cold sweat, hastily exclaiming, "What nonsense are you spouting? I became the head of the family by my father's explicit decree. It has nothing to do with you. Guards, quickly, drag this madwoman away." Terrified that Zhao Rong would reveal everything, Mu Yuanhai's panic was palpable as he called for the guards to remove her. At that moment, however, a voice interrupted him. Wait. Outside, Mu Yuanshan gradually stepped into view. He had heard Zhao Rong's words, and regardless of their truth, the circumstances surrounding the old master's death must be clarified. Yao Yao. A voice filled with concern resonated as Mu Junyan rushed to Su Yao's side. Yet the girl, usually seen as adorable in his eyes, now appeared disheveled, her dress in disarray, hair tousled. Her slender wrists bore marks from being gripped, and her eyes were slightly red, with clear traces of tears on her fair cheeks. A surge of overwhelming anger erupted within the young man. How could someone dare to bully the girl he cherished? Who was responsible? With a face like a demon, Mu Junyan suppressed his chilling murderous intent. Coldly uttering a few words, a terrifying aura enveloped the room, causing anyone under his gaze to tremble uncontrollably, a chill running down their spines. Husband, please don't be like this. I'm fine. Su Yao tugged at Mu Junyan's sleeve. Despite her disheveled appearance, aside from having her hands seized, she had not suffered further harm as Mu Chuxing had been stopped by He Lin. The young man bent down, gently lifting the girl. His eyes filled with concern and regret. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault, letting Yao Yao suffer. He turned to He Lin, his eyes icy as he gazed at the lifeless body on the ground. After a moment of silence, He Lin recounted the events that had transpired, detailing how Mu Chuxing had forced his way into Su Yao's room and assaulted her. The more He Lin spoke, the more frigid the air around Mu Junyan became. Those present gradually comprehended the truth of the matter. He Lin, you did well. This beast deserves death. Chapter 23. Dog bites Dog. Mu Junyan felt that allowing him to die so easily was far too merciful. My son deserves to die. You all deserve to die. Zhao Rong scrambled to her feet and, in a frenzy, charged at Mu Junyan. The young man furrowed his brows, protecting the girl in his embrace as he swiftly evaded the woman. Meanwhile, Mu Yuanhai seemed lost in thought. His eyes darted around before he commanded the guards. She has gone mad. She has gone mad. What are you standing there for? Hurry and drag her away. While he grieved for his son's death, his foremost concern was preventing Zhao Rong from continuing her erratic tirade. Otherwise, his position as head of the family would be in jeopardy. Two towering guards, receiving his command, promptly seized Zhao Rong by either arm. What are you doing? Let me go. Zhao Rong thrashed violently, but then her gaze shifted, locking onto Mu Yuanhai, and she erupted into a cackling laugh. Ha ha ha, Mu Yuanhai. You really are something. You remain indifferent even after our son's death. Now you want to lay your hands on me? I truly must have been blind. Chu Sheng is gone. I have no more expectations. Do you think you can still hold on to that title of head of the family? As the woman began to spew more nonsense, Mu Yuanhai, in a fit of panic, struck her across the face. Casting a furtive glance at his elder brother, he bellowed, You shrew! Stop your incessant prattling. Get her out of here. He sought to evade responsibility, but Mu Yuanshan would not grant him that opportunity. Wait. He halted the guard's actions, stepping forward slowly to address Zhao Rong in a low voice. Sister-in-law, I will ensure justice for my nephew. However, if you know anything about how father died, I hope you can tell me the truth. Zhao Rong lifted her head, her face etched with scorn. Justice? Can justice bring my son back to life? Mu Yuanshan, let me tell you the truth. The old master's death is far from simple. Want to know the truth? Fine. But I have one condition. Mu Yuanshan's brows knitted tightly, his expression darkening. Speak. Zhao Rong sneered and then directed her gaze at Su Yao and Mu Junyan's arms. Let that little vixen go to accompany my son to the grave. Then I will reveal everything to you. Impossible! Mu Junyan's expression hardened as he coldly replied. Mu Chusheng was deserving of his fate. If anyone dares to harm Yao Yao even a fraction, I will not rest until they are dead. Mu Yuanshan furrowed his brow as well. Sister-in-law, Chusheng's death has nothing to do with this girl. Why must you be so aggressive? Oh, is that so? Then I have nothing more to say. With a disdainful glance at Mu Yuanhai, she declared, If you have the ability, go ask this worthless man. All eyes shifted back to the head of the Mu family. Mu Yuanhai, drenched in sweat, found himself at a loss for how to defend himself, tremblingly pointing his quivering finger at his wife. Why, you all mustn't listen to her nonsense. Father's matters have nothing to do with me. She caused all of this. You wretched woman, you caused father's death. I'll kill you. As all eyes focused on him, Mu Yuanhai, feeling both guilty and enraged, lost his composure. Although it was Zhao Rong who had drugged the old master, he was still the beneficiary. If the truth were uncovered, he could not escape responsibility. With their son dead, the only person aware of the truth was the instigator standing before him. Under the immense pressure, his mind began to spiral into madness. As long as Zhao Rong remained silent, his position as head of the family would remain secure. In a fit of rage, Mu Yuanhai seized a gleaming long knife from the guard's grasp and swung it at Zhao Rong without a second thought. This unexpected turn of events shocked everyone. No one anticipated such a violent reaction from Mu Yuanhai to Zhao Rong's words. Yet, it inadvertently revealed his guilty conscience. Stop! Mu Yuanshan swiftly intervened, seizing Mu Yuanhai's wrist with a fierce shout. Second brother, what are you doing? Facing the glinting blade, Zhao Rong was momentarily stunned before erupting into wild laughter. Ha ha ha, Mu Yuanhai, you actually want to kill me? Fine. Since Chu Sheng is already dead, I have nothing left to hope for. She turned to face the crowd, her hair disheveled, eyes brimming with derision. You all wish to uncover the truth, don't you? Then let me tell you, before the old master passed, he indeed intended to pass the head of the family position to you. Mu Yuanshan. It was Mu Yuanhai who made me give him a mind-altering drug, causing the old master to change his mind. I never expected this worthless man to be so cowardly, that he wouldn't dare to speak up even after our son's death. What a farce for a head of the family! Beside her, Mu Yuanhai's eyes widened in disbelief, his face flushing crimson. Zhao Rong, You are talking nonsense. You were the one who fed the old master the drug. I knew nothing about it. You only told me after the fact. Silence. The crowd silently observed as the dogs turned upon one another. No words needed. The truth was now evident. Enough, with a wave of his hand. Mu Yuanshan's tone was grave. Guards, take them away. Deliver them to the authorities for strict handling tomorrow. This time, the guards exhibited no hesitation, promptly seizing the two and dragging them away. What are you trying to do? Let go of me. I am the head of the family. Are you plotting a rebellion? Mu Yuanhai struggled and roared in fury, yet what confronted him was a sturdy rope in the hands of the guards. Zhao Rong offered no resistance, her cold smile never fading. Wretched woman, it's all your fault, you vile creature. The man's eyes bulged with rage, as if he could breathe fire in response to his invective. The woman's expression shifted slightly, even curling into a sinister smile. Yuanhai, let us accompany our son together. Ha 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 ha. Soon enough, the two were dragged away. Following this, Mu Yuanshan dismissed the crowd and departed, entrusting the handling of He Lin to Mu Junyan. The young man, with a calm demeanor, spoke slowly to He Lin. Today you have incurred neither merit nor fault. You may collect your reward at the manor tomorrow. Xiao Haizi stood up, bowing slightly. Thank you, young master. Moreover, I leave this matter in your capable hands. With that, Mu Junyan cradled the girl and exited the disheveled room. 3 days later, the Mu Manor posted a notice. Its content stated that Mu Yuanhai and Zhao Rong had been expelled from the Mu family for poisoning the elder and were to be sent to the authorities for investigation. With Mu Yuanshan succeeding as the head of the family, of course, the veracity of the notice was inconsequential. What mattered was that the power within the Mu family had shifted. Under the luminous moonlight. Though it was late at night, Mu Junyan found himself wide awake. He lay in bed, gazing tenderly at the girl sleeping beside him. Suddenly, Su Yao, in the midst of her peaceful slumber, furrowed her brows. Her small hands flailing as if caught in a terrifying nightmare, whimpering in panic. Woo-woo. Don't come closer. Chapter 24. The task arises. The young man quickly began to gently stroke the girl's smooth forehead. Feeling both heartache and indignation, whispering soothingly, Fear not, Yao Yao, fear not. Your husband is here. Mu Junyan's eyes narrowed slightly. It was fortunate that Mu Chuxing had met his demise swiftly, otherwise he would have felt compelled to exact 1,000 tortures upon him to alleviate the hatred within his heart. After the turmoil within the Mu family subsided, under the management of Mu Yuanshan, everything returned to its usual state. With the absence of Mu Chuxing and Zhao Rong, Su Yao found herself thriving in this environment. No longer a victim of bullying, though she had survived. Life remained arduous. In the courtyard, Su Yao sat alone on a swing made of bamboo vines, absently biting into an apple. Even now, she felt trepidation at night, too frightened to remain alone in her room, fearing another intrusion. Thankfully, Mu Junyan had dispatched people to dismantle her former chamber, converting it into a bathing room, and had arranged for her to be placed in another guest room. With maidservants accompanying her throughout the night, which provided her some measure of comfort. There was no other option. She was genuinely terrified. System, am I being a bit overly sensitive? Not at all, little girl. It's understandable to be timid. Wait, am I a little girl? Indeed. You are not just any little girl, but the most adorable one in the entire Qingyun County. Hiss, Su Yao covered her head, suddenly realizing that she might have forgotten something quite important. Wait, I used to be a muscular man. Nonsense. You've been scared, silly. Host, please remember. You are now a little girl. Do not overthink. You are a little girl. You are a little girl. You are a little girl. What muscular man? That is all a figment of your imagination. Oh dear. I got it. I got it. Why are you so agitated? Forget it. If I can't remember, then I want to. Su Yao decided not to dwell on it, focusing instead on the apple in her hand, taking a big bite. Suddenly, a strange gust of wind swept through the courtyard. Creak, creak. An ear-piercing screech echoed as the swing, carrying the petite girl, began to sway violently. A startled scream erupted. The apple fell from Su Yao's hand as she fearfully clutched her skirt with one hand and tightly grasped the bamboo with the other. Her small body swinging precariously. The sudden gust of wind was overwhelming, leaving her no time to disembark from the swing, forcing her higher into the air. Miss. The two accompanying maidservants were rendered anxious and helpless, merely standing by in agitation. At that moment, a whoosh sounded. Something flashed by, and instantly, the bamboo vine snapped. Mu Junyan lightly stepped forward, soaring into the air, catching the off-balance girl in his arms as he descended gently. "My little one, how can I rest easy leaving you here in the manor?" Gazing at his frightened little wife, akin to a startled fawn, the young man's finger inadvertently brushed against her lips. Damn it, his little wife was becoming increasingly adorable, inciting feelings he could hardly suppress. Yet, in the next moment, the girl opened her small mouth, revealing her pearly teeth, leaving an adorable bite mark on his finger. You owe me a swing." Observing the two empty bamboo vines swaying in the wind behind her, the girl puffed up her cheeks, fuming. Looking at the bite mark on his finger, Mu Junyan felt a tinge of helplessness. How could his little wife be so unreasonable? He set her down, ruffled her hair, and turned to leave, but Su Yao tugged at the hem of his garment. Ever since Mu Yuanshan assumed the role of family head, Mu Junyan had evidently become busier, often leaving early and returning late. Recently, Su Yao had noticed that he frequently bore a hint of worry upon his brow. Although he made efforts to conceal it, she still detected some clues. Now that the internal threat posed by Mu Yuanhai had been eliminated, the position of family head was rightfully held by Mu Yuanshan, ensuring that the Mu family faced no further peril. Su Yao pondered. The only matter that could trouble Mu Junyan would likely pertain to the family's business. Was there an issue concerning the salt mines? Though merely 12 years old, the girl's perceptiveness astonished even Mu Junyan. He nodded, no longer concealing the matter, his brow furrowing. "Yes, in the past 2 days, I received news that the Wu and Zhou families have reduced their salt prices by 30% and declared unlimited supply. Their actions have resulted in clients who were supposed to collaborate with our Mu family now turning against us. A 30% reduction? The last time I attended a banquet at the Wu family, they claimed only a 20% reduction. Moreover, now the Zhou family has joined in. Their conduct is tantamount to writing 'I want to destroy the Mu family' across their faces. Yao, I must discuss matters with my father. You may remain here and amuse yourself." Ding. Time-limited task activated. Ding. Current task. Assist the Mu family in eliminating the Zhou and Wu families, assimilating their powers, and becoming the leader of Wushuang City. Time limit, 30 days. Reward, 50 cuteness points, 5 beauty points. After such a long interval, the system finally issued a task again. Su Yao immediately grasped the young man's clothing, raising her small head. "Husband, I am no longer a child, that I am now part of the Mu family, and I want to join in." Mu Junyan disregarded the girl's earlier statement, raising his eyebrows in surprise before breaking into a slight smile. "Very well, perhaps my wife might have some insightful suggestions." Just as the two departed, in the backyard, under the astonished gaze of the maidservants, He Lin emerged, his head bloodied. He held the swing board and tools in silence, resolutely approaching the broken swing's base, beginning to mend it with a clanging sound. The devoted servant is truly remarkable. In the study of the Mu family, the atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Mu Yuanshan held a brush. Gazing at his son, Mu Junyan cradled Su Yao, his expression gentle. The girl stared wide-eyed at Mu Yuanshan. After a moment, the man rubbed his forehead and said helplessly, "Yenner, why have you brought your little wife here?" Reacting, the young man finally diverted his gaze from Su Yao, relaying the news he had received to his father. Thus, and thus, so it goes. Chapter 25. Su Yao's scheme upon hearing Mu Junyan's account. The man's complexion darkened, and he snapped his brush in anger. "Humph! That old scoundrel Wu Sihai. He is simply intolerable." The young man hurriedly covered the girl's ears with his large hand, fearing she might be frightened, and frowned. "Father, it is said that the Wu family's 2 mines produce 100 stones of common salt daily, far exceeding our Mu family's output. The Zhou family also produces 40 stones. Now that they have joined forces to suppress us, while we remain unafraid in the short term, if this continues, they will surely seize all our clientele. The Mu family has held 2 mines for decades. With deep roots, even with the Wu and Zhou families allied, they cannot pose a significant threat in the short term. However, the most pressing concern is how to stifle their momentum. With salt prices lowered by 30% and supply unlimited, such incentives, if left unchecked, will likely deter the common folk from purchasing salt from the Mu family in the future. Mu Yuanshan clasped his hands behind his back, his brow furrowed. What his son stated was precisely what he feared. Humph. Since they wish to play, then my Mu family shall play along. Yenner, make arrangements. We shall also reduce our salt prices by 30%, and whatever they choose to lower, we shall match. Mu Junyan frowned slightly but nodded. For he had no better alternatives at present. As Su Yao, who possesses a modern memory, listened, she immediately discerned that this was merely a temporary measure. Faced with two adversaries, if this situation persisted, the Mu family would undoubtedly be unable to endure. Upon exiting the Mu residence, Mu Junyan prepared to journey to Qingling Mountain by carriage. Initially, he intended to leave the girl behind, but he could not resist Su Yao's insistence to accompany him. So he had no choice but to take her along. Moreover, Mu Junyan reconsidered. Although he had arranged for 2 personal maidservants, he still felt uneasy outside, fearing that others might covet his adorable young wife. On the road to Qingling Mountain, the carriage sped along, raising clouds of dust. Husband, why haven't we arrived yet? The girl leaned against the window, her pale face appearing quite unwell. She never anticipated that she would suffer from motion sickness. Especially in a carriage. It will be soon. Just a little longer. Yao Yao. The young man helplessly patted Su Yao's back, hoping to ease her discomfort, but to his dismay, the gentle pat only exacerbated her nausea, causing her to retch uncontrollably. Once she finally emptied her stomach and had nothing left to expel, she stared vacantly out the window, resembling a broken doll. After a long moment, she managed to whimper. Husband, please tell me the truth. How much longer do we have? Seeing the girl's woeful expression, Mu Junyan sighed and pulled her away from the window. Alas, I told you not to come along. It will be another 2 hours. 2 hours? Are you saying I have to endure 4 more hours of this? I might as well regurgitate everything I ate in my previous life. Su Yao felt utterly bewildered. A simple carriage ride was costing her half her life. Wah, I don't want to ride in the carriage. I don't want to ride in the carriage. Upon hearing that it would take so long, the girl immediately began to push against the young man, struggling with a sorrowful expression. With no other option, he sighed, called a halt to the carriage, and decided to take another approach by riding a horse with Su Yao. Once they were out of the carriage, her complexion improved significantly as she breathed in the fresh air, and the queasiness dissipated. However, with Su Yao in tow, Mu Junyan dared not ride too swiftly. By the time they reached Qingling Mountain, 2.5 hours had elapsed. Dismounting, Su Yao rubbed her sore backside, having arrived for the first time at the site of the salt mine developed by the Mu family. What caught her attention first was the stone mountain known as Qingling Mountain. Indeed, it was just a stone mountain. The entire mountain was barren, devoid of any greenery, and as far as the eye could see, it was all pale blue and white rocks, at the foot of the mountain. 2 dark mining pits stood out starkly, and one could occasionally see workers covered in dust slowly crawling out, carrying 2 heavy baskets of white stones on their shoulders. Yao Yao, this is where our Mu family's mine is located. Half of the common salt in Wushuang City comes from here. Accompanied by Su Yao, Mu Junyan began to explain the salt production process. In simple terms, it involved extracting salt, or from underground, manually crushing it into granules, and finally sifting it through a very fine mesh several times to produce the common salt. Mu Junyan. This was a standard procedure. However, to Su Yao, this method of salt production seemed unimaginably primitive. With her level of knowledge, she could devise a refining method 100 times more advanced than theirs. Young master, the 50 stones of salt from the Han family have been produced. At that moment, the supervisor, Li Lin, along with several workers pushing a cart, approached. The cart was laden with neatly packed bags of salt. Mu Junyan carefully checked the quantity before waving his hand. All right, hurry and deliver it. Wait, Su Yao suddenly spoke up, pointing to one of the bags. Husband, may I see the salt inside? Although unsure of the girl's intentions, Mu Junyan gestured for them to open a bag. As the bag was unsealed, Su Yao was taken aback. Modern table salt is fine and white, but this salt, while also granular, was unevenly sized and displayed a faint pink hue. She dipped her finger into it, tasted a small amount, and her expression immediately contorted as her mouth filled with a salty bitterness. Tui. She quickly spat it out, beginning to admire the culinary skills of the local chefs who could create delicious dishes from such unpalatable salt. After taking a large gulp of water from the young man to wash away the unpleasant taste, a sudden realization struck her, and she looked up to ask, Husband, Do the salts produced by the other two families also have the same quality as ours? Mu Junyan paused for a moment before responding. The salt from the Wu family is slightly better, followed by ours, while the Zhou family's is the worst. However, overall, the differences are not substantial. Upon hearing this, Su Yao nodded inwardly, as she had already conceived a strategy to deal with the Zhou and Wu families. Since they could not compete on output, they would compete on quality. The Mu family could easily avoid the spotlight and categorize the salt into different grades, focusing on premium salt. Even if the prices were lowered, a significant disparity in quality would lead to adverse effects. As for how to execute this plan, Su Yao had a vague outline forming in her mind. First, she needed to transform the outdated refining methods of the Mu family. Tugging at the young man's sleeve, Mu Junyan bent down. Looking somewhat puzzled, Su Yao tiptoed and whispered in his ear, "Husband, I have a plan." What plan? The young man was still processing her words when he heard his little wife's sweet voice say, "A way to deal with the Zhou and Wu families." Chapter 26. Transformation and Urgency. Mu Junyan felt a sudden pang of concern, questioning whether his little wife might have hit her head during the journey. Given the current situation, it was no longer about how to eliminate the Zhou and Wu families. Merely surviving amidst their alliance was an arduous task. Of course, they could not easily topple the Mu family in the short term, but significant damage was inevitable. "Husband, do you trust me? I really have a way." Seeing his skepticism, Su Yao tugged at his clothing, confidently asserting that her studies in marketing at university were not in vain. While she might not yet possess a keen business acumen, she felt more than capable of handling the present situation. Noticing the girl's serious expression, the young man furrowed his brow, momentarily unsure whether she was joking or being earnest. After all, his little wife was barely 12 years old. For her to claim she could take down both the Zhou and Wu families simultaneously seemed a bit. It wasn't that he didn't believe her, it was simply unrealistic. After pondering for a moment, the young man waved his hand, signaling Li Lin and the others to leave. He then bent down, adopting a serious tone. "Yao Yao, then please share your thoughts with me." Immediately, the girl leaned closer, laying out her initial plan. Thus and so, this and that, this and so forth. The essence of her proposal was for the Mu family to undergo a transformation and upgrade their production to create premium salt, thus achieving victory through quality. Su Yao endeavored to articulate her ideas clearly, and Mu Junyan, after listening, grasped the gist. However, after contemplating for a moment, a question remained. To produce premium salt, the first step was to enhance the quality of the salt itself. This was a hurdle the Mu family could not currently overcome. In fact, neither of the other two families could manage it. Their refining methods had been in place for decades. Innovating such established practices was no simple feat. "Husband, just trust me, I will handle the rest." The girl patted her iPad, her face brimming with confidence. Seeing Su Yao appear so self-assured, Mu Junyan took a moment to seriously consider her words before lifting her into his arms and stating earnestly, "Yao Yao, I believe in you. However, the risks of your method are too high. We must first validate it. Only if it can truly change the Mu family's situation can we proceed with implementation." "Is that acceptable?" The young man retained a degree of rationality. With such a vast family enterprise, no matter how grand the girl's ideas sounded, he could not simply make a change on a whim. He could allow Su Yao to attempt her methods first, and even if problems arose, he could shoulder the consequences. But to apply it to the entire Mu family's industry, they needed to avoid all risks. Mu Junyan understood well that if they lost this battle against the Zhou and Wu families, the Mu family's name would likely vanish from the ranks of the three great families. 3 days later, within the Wu residence, in the conference hall, "Ha ha ha!" The triumphant laughter of Wu Sihai echoed through the hall. He raised his wine glass, his face filled with disdain. "Zhou Laudi, what do you think? I told you, as long as we join forces, the Mu family is hardly a threat. Look, in just a few days, they have lost at least half their clientele to our Zhou and Wu families." Beside him, Zhou Mingqing wore a grin, showering compliments. "Hee, brother Wu, your boldness is commendable. Once we deal with the Mu family, I hope the Wu family will continue to look after my little piece of territory." Wu Sihai downed his drink, a glint of covert mockery flashing in his eyes as he heartily patted Zhou Mingqing's shoulder. "What are you saying, Zhou Laudi? Now that our families are allied, we are one family. Speaking of looking after is rather formal from now on. Your Zhou family's matters will be my Wu Sihai's matters." Ha ha ha. The deeper implication behind this man's words caused Zhou Mingqing's expression to shift slightly. At that moment, A servant rushed in to report. Report to the master, we have just received news that the Mu family's mine has ceased salt production, and the gates are tightly shut. They have publicly declared that they will not accept any orders for common salt. Upon hearing this news, Wu Sihai couldn't help but furrow his brow and promptly set down the cup in his hand. Closing the doors? Impossible. The man was utterly perplexed. He had nearly monopolized the customer base of the Mu family, yet they chose this moment to shut down production. Was this a reckless invitation to demise? Zhou Mingqing also found the situation rather baffling. Master Wu, could it be that the Mu family harbors some hidden scheme? A scheme? The man snorted coldly, waving his sleeve dismissively. Just a charade. I shall see what tricks the Mu family can conjure. In Wushuang City, on Qingling Mountain, Su Yao had been there for several days. To extract genuine salt from the salt mines, she employed a leaching method, instructing the workers to toss all the salt or into a large pot filled with water for boiling. Once the salt dissolved completely, they would retrieve the stones and evaporate the remaining water in this manner. The white powder that settled at the bottom of the pot transformed into the exquisite salt that Su Yao referred to. Although the method remained rudimentary, the appearance and flavor of this salt closely approached that of modern salt, far surpassing their original product. With the method imparted to them and validated, the only task remaining was to work diligently to produce it. When Mu Yuanshan learned of this matter, he was initially incredulous. It wasn't until the dazzling white salt was presented before him that the family head hurriedly made his way to Qingling Mountain. Upon discovering Su Yao's plan, his first reaction was to seal the warehouse and refuse all clients. It was simple. This unique method of salt production must remain a closely guarded secret, inaccessible to the other two families. Before long, the first batch of exquisite salt was completed, totaling 500 stones, achieved in merely 3 days, an efficiency that far exceeded previous efforts in the open space. As he gazed at the neatly stacked bags of white salt before all the workers, a smile of satisfaction was unable to be contained on Mu Yuanshan's face. Excellent, with this high-quality salt. The Zhou and Wu families posed no threat at all. He patted his son's shoulder, his tone barely concealing his excitement. Yenner, you have such a capable wife. Truly a blessing for our Mu family. He then shifted his gaze to the lovely girl beside the youth, his eyes filled with warmth and admiration. Su Yao smiled sweetly, her delicate features stirring emotions in the hearts of those present. Thank you for the compliment, father. Listening to the girl's tender and melodic voice, the nearest worker couldn't help but slightly raise his head, stealing a glance at Su Yao's rosy visage, a hint of mischief igniting within him. Keep looking, and you'll be courting disaster. In Chapter 27, Mu Junyan's junior sister, another worker playfully tapped the first man's head with a brick, offering a friendly warning. Miss Su is the young master's cherished one. It is said that the second young master faced dire consequences for harboring ill intentions towards her. Are you also seeking your end? Meanwhile, Mu Yuanshan, with a grand gesture, prepared to decree the sale of all this exquisite salt, only to be stopped by Su Yao, who spoke softly. Father, we need not sell too much of this salt at present. A maximum of 10 stones per day will suffice, and we can raise the price by 30%. Su Yao's words left everyone in attendance astonished, exchanging bewildered glances. The Zhou and Wu families had nearly depleted the Mu family's customer base through aggressive underpricing. Now that they had produced this exquisite salt, why not hastily sell it to recover their losses? Moreover, the notion of raising prices was even more baffling. While others were reducing their prices by 30%, the Mu family was opting to increase theirs by 30%. This created a staggering price discrepancy of 60%, making it unlikely that anyone would be willing to purchase their salt, regardless of its quality. In an instant, all the workers began to harbor doubts. They could not comprehend Su Yao's reasoning, nor did she wish to explain. Even the straightforward strategy of hunger marketing seemed too advanced for them to grasp. Likewise perplexed were Mu Yuanshan and his son. However, this did not diminish their trust in Su Yao. To put it bluntly, the innovative salt production method now possessed by the Mu family was sufficient to secure their invincibility. As for how to deal with the Zhou and Wu families, it was merely a matter of time. Despite their confusion, Mu Yuanshan waved his sleeve and commanded, Li Lin, proceed as my daughter-in-law suggests. Her will shall be my will. Execute her instructions directly without the need for reports. The foreman, Li Lin, promptly bowed in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Mu Junyan affectionately ruffled the girl's hair, a smile adorning his face. My dear, if you have any further insights, Feel free to share them with Supervisor Su Yao. Unreserved, cleared her throat and began to issue orders like a little adult. Supervisorly, as I mentioned earlier, the Mu family must not sell more than 10 stones of this salt daily, and once sold, we cease. Additionally, even if someone offers a substantial sum, we must firmly refuse, citing insufficient production as the reason. Furthermore, send out some personnel into the city for promotion, ensuring that everyone knows our salt is exclusive to us. With no branches. Although the girl's voice was soft and sweet, Li Lin's expression gradually grew serious as he listened, despite his inability to grasp Su Yao's intentions. Yet, he sensed that something impressive was afoot. With everything laid out, they now awaited the outcome. Once Su Yao concluded her instructions, Mu Yuanshan and the youth reiterated a few words to the others before allowing them to disperse. Yenner, come here for a moment. Suddenly, the man walked aside, beckoning Mu Junyan with a gesture, as if there were matters he did not wish Su Yao to overhear. The youth, somewhat puzzled by his father's desire for a private conversation, patted the girl's head before moving closer to Wai's son. I recently received a letter from the Yunju Taoist, mentioning that your junior sister intends to visit you upon hearing of your marriage, unbeknownst to her. Su Yao observed as Mu Junyan's brow furrowed deeply, more so than ever, as if confronted with an exceptionally vexing dilemma. After a long pause, the man finally patted the youth's shoulder and spoke slowly. Your father understands that you may find her difficult to handle. Although Jiyu can be rather impatient and has a fiery temper, she has shared 3 years of cultivation alongside you and her father. The Yunju Taoist is also your master. Out of both affection and reason, you must yield to her somewhat, do you understand? Upon hearing this, Mu Junyan's expression darkened further, yet he still nodded. Su Yao found this exchange utterly bewildering. Outside Wushuang City, atop a verdant mountain wreathed in mist, the incessant chirping of birds created an ethereal ambience. The mountainside, an ancient Taoist temple nestled, with a sign at the entrance inscribed with 3 large characters, Luo Yun Temple. Dad, you didn't even tell me when Brother Mu got married. I don't care. I want to find him right now. A clear voice rang out as a young girl, bearing a satchel, forcefully pushed open the leaf-laden door and strode out with urgency. Behind her, an elderly Taoist in blue robes wielding a whisk looked on helplessly, attempting to dissuade her. Yuer, Junyan has only come here to cultivate martial arts for 3 years. Your fates have already diverged. Why cling to it so stubbornly? The old man slowly approached, sighing. Your father knows you harbor feelings for him, but I have divined that your fates are incompatible. You cannot force it, the girl, holding a sword and clad in a long gown, possessed a striking beauty, her hair tied up high, exuding a sense of competence. Father, I don't believe your nonsense. You said that once I reached the innate stage, I would be allowed to descend the mountain, and now you cannot stop me. Lu Jiyu felt a surge of indignation. She had been captivated by the dashing youth the moment he arrived at Luo Yun Temple to seek guidance in martial arts. Just half a year ago, Mu Junyan had completed his training and descended the mountain, yet she never anticipated he would marry so soon. Did she hold no place in his heart at all? The more she thought about it, the more her resentment grew, and her face darkened. She was determined to see what kind of enchantress had bewitched the brother she had failed to win over in 3 years. Observing the girl's frosty demeanor, the old Taoist furrowed his brow, concerned that she might stray from the righteous path, and spoke gravely. Yuer, this is where you are mistaken. Although Junyan shares a bond of brotherhood with you, he does not harbor feelings for you, and that cannot be forced. Now that he has found a virtuous match, you ought to bless him instead of harboring resentment. Your father has always taught you to cultivate both body and mind. Only then can you, however. Before the old man could finish his words, the girl clapped her hands over her ears, her face expressing impatience, her heart racing with agitation. Stop talking. In a swift motion, Lu Jiyu drew her sword and slashed it through the air behind her. Whoosh! A clear wave of sword energy rippled out, severing dozens of trees in half and startling a flock of birds into flight. Taking a deep breath, she did not linger and lightly sprang away from the scene. Once the girl departed, the old Taoist sighed again, then extended his finger to begin calculating. Before long, Lu Wuming's expression froze, followed by a look of suspicion. Strange. I cannot discern this person's fate. Unfazed, the old man prepared to calculate once more. Boom! At that moment, an unprecedented phenomenon occurred. A bolt of lightning struck directly at his feet. Lu Wuming became instantly immobilized, his fingers trembling as a bead of cold sweat trickled down his chin, leaving him frozen in place. After a long while, seeing that nothing further transpired, he quickly lowered his hand and trembled as he returned to the temple, his heart filled with trepidation. Damn it, it's a big shot. I can't afford to provoke them. Within Wushuang City, a certain electronic voice scoffed inwardly. Where did this little rascal come from, daring to challenge me? Chapter 28. The Embarrassment of Mu Junyan. Within the city, following Su Yao's instructions, under Li Lin's arrangement, the 10 stones of fine white salt were swiftly sold out. This exquisite salt is incomparable to the products of the other two families, both in quality and flavor, far surpassing the latter. Although the price has increased by 30% compared to before, ordinary folks might choose to wait and see, yet some wealthy merchants from taverns are utterly unconcerned by such trifling amounts. Li, please bring me another 50 stones of white salt. Hey, don't cut in line. I was here first. What do you mean you were here first? I've been right here. And me? I also want 30 stones. At the sales point in the city, Li Lin observed the crowd that had gathered around him and slightly clasped his fists in apology. I'm sorry, everyone, but all of the 10 stones of white salt from the Mu family have been sold out. If you wish to purchase, please come back tomorrow. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately protested. Your esteemed Mu family possesses 2 mind veins. Even if you were to close your eyes and produce daily, it would far exceed 10 stones, wouldn't it? Li, what do you mean by this? We have been waiting in line for quite some time. How can you say there's none left? One person stepped forward, expressing their dissatisfaction. When another questioned, Li Lin simply shook his head and sighed. Everyone, you must have seen that the salt production of my Mu family has undergone a significant transformation. It is not that we refuse to sell. The production of this particular white salt is quite challenging, yielding only 10 stones each day. If you are in urgent need, you might consider purchasing from the Zhou or Wu families. Their salt is not only cheaper but also available in unlimited supply. Although Li Lin's expression was serious, everyone could detect that he was subtly undermining the other two families. However, after having tasted the Mu family's white salt, how could they possibly tolerate the coarse, bitter, and rough salt from the others? Seeing that Li Lin truly had no stock left, the earlier speaker slammed the table. Very well, Li, I hereby place an advance order for tomorrow's 10 stones of white salt for my Huangxin tavern. As they spoke, the person was about to take out a pouch of coins. Yet, Li Lin stopped him, shaking his head. Why, good fellow, I sincerely apologize, but the Mu family conducts business with fairness. If you were to reserve all, what would others do? As the long-serving steward of the Mu family responsible for the mines, he was honest and straightforward, yet sharp-witted. This maneuver directly elevated the Mu family's favorability in the eyes of the crowd. Everyone, at this very hour tomorrow, I, Li, will bring another 10 stones of white salt. Those in need may come early to wait. Farewell. After saying this, he turned and left with his companions. Observing the eager gazes of the crowd, Li Lin finally grasped a fraction of Su Yao's intentions and could not help but internally marvel. Miss Su truly is a business prodigy. Today, not to mention 10 stones, even 1,000 stones could be sold out given the quality of this white salt. However, such a course would soon render the Mu family's white salt commonplace, and to maximize profits, one must create a situation of scarcity. Only then, the decision to sell, and how much to sell, shall rest solely with the Mu family. Within the Wu residence, Wu Si-hai sat at the center of the grand hall, staring at a handful of white salt on the table, his expression darkening to the utmost degree. He had never anticipated that the dire situation of the Mu family would be revitalized by Mu Yuanshan. How is this salt produced? Have we gathered any information? We still do not know. The Mu family has concealed this matter very tightly, and my subordinates have been unable to uncover even a hint. Upon hearing this, the man fell silent, his expression darkening further. Such a coarse secret, how could the Mu family easily divulge it? Yet, gazing at the glaring pile of white salt on the table, the man's eyes revealed a hint of anxiety and restlessness. If the Wu family could not master this salt production method, it would not be long before they were completely outmaneuvered by the Mu family. Regardless of how high their salt production might be, if the quality is poor and no one buys, they would ultimately be left to languish in a slow demise. That moment, a spy cautiously raised his head and said, Master, although I have not discovered the method of producing this salt, I have received another piece of information. Wu Si-hai closed his eyes, still pondering countermeasures. Speak. I have heard that the Mu family's ability to create this white salt is related to the wife of their eldest son. Moreover, it is said that this method was proposed by her. This revelation caused Wu Si-hai to open his eyes wide in astonishment, his brows furrowing. What? Is what you say true? After a moment of contemplation, he recalled the little girl who had attended the banquet that night alongside Mu Junyan, bringing disgrace to the Wu family. The man's expression darkened, and he waved his hand, signaling the spy to leave. Then, a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. If this is indeed the case, so, does that so-called junior sister of yours intend to come to the Mu family? On the street, Su Yao held a candied hawthorn, her watery eyes gazing curiously at the young man, thinking to herself. She had expected something significant, but it was merely a junior sister. Why did this fellow appear so tense as if facing a formidable foe? Could it be? Her curiosity piqued. The girl grinned slyly and slowly said, "Could it be that this junior sister shares a special relationship with my husband?" Upon hearing this, Mu Junyan's expression froze momentarily, then turned peculiar. Well, there isn't really any relationship. It's just that many years ago, Lu Junior's sister indeed had feelings for me. Oh, did my husband agree? No. The young man quickly clarified why husband never agreed to her. After I descended the mountain 6 months ago, I have had no contact with her. Yao Yao, you must believe me. Seeing his anxious demeanor, Su Yao found it somewhat amusing, then tugged at the young man's sleeve, teasing him. You needn't explain, for as the saying goes, an explanation is but a cover-up, and a cover-up is the truth in truth. Hearing Mu Junyan's words, the girl naturally believed he was speaking sincerely. However, she was uncertain of this junior sister's intentions in coming. Was it to reminisce, or? It is truly remarkable how coincidental life can be. Just as she finished speaking, a girl in a long skirt swiftly approached them on the street. Mu Shixiang. Chapter 29. My junior sister is infuriating. This, truly, just as I mentioned Chow Chow, he arrives. Su Yao scrutinized the young girl before her, realizing she was indeed Mu Junyan's junior sister. While not exceedingly beautiful, she was of above-average attractiveness, with her hair tied in a high ponytail and a long sword in hand. Exuding a certain spiritedness, Mu Junyan had not expected to encounter her here and could only smile. Lu Junior's sister, it has been a long time. How is our master? However, the girl pouted her lips, looking somewhat resentful. Ever since you descended the mountain, you haven't contacted me for half a year. Mu Shixiang, upon meeting now, is that all you care about? The young man's expression stiffened, and he cleared his throat, attempting to shift the topic. May I ask what brings you here, junior sister? Lu Jiyu leaned closer, wrapping her arms around the young man's. Of course, I came to see my elder brother. Why else would I have waited so long without you coming to find me? Mu Junyan was taken aback, quickly withdrawing his arm from her embrace, and said seriously, junior sister, you should be mindful of your image in public. However, Lu Jiyu frowned, refusing to relent. What image? Have you forgotten? Back in the day, we took medicinal baths together. Upon hearing this, Mu Junyan's heart sank. Oh no. So this is how it is. The girl, who had remained silent, revealed a knowing smile and gently addressed the young girl. Hello, Sister Lu. Only then did Lu Jiyu notice the petite girl beside the young man. Upon seeing her perfect and delicate features, the girl was momentarily taken aback. Who is she? How can such a young girl possess such beauty? Mu Junyan, unreservedly, took the little girl's hand, his gaze filled with tenderness. Junior sister, this is my wife, Su Yao. This scene left Lu Jiyu utterly stunned. Wife? No, no, no. How old is this child? How could she possibly be married to my elder brother? She grew anxious and quickly exclaimed. Elder brother, you must be joking. This little sister is not of marriageable age yet. The girl did not believe it at all, thinking that if he wanted to dismiss her, he needn't resort to such a clumsy excuse. Or did it mean that her elder brother preferred such young girls? This is simply too. Seeing Lu Jiyu questioning her life choices, Mu Junyan had no choice but to explain everything to her. Only then did the girl begin to understand, yet simultaneously, Lu Jiyu felt a flicker of delight. Since this marriage was not entirely legitimate, she still had a chance. Moreover, this girl, though beautiful, was still quite young. How could she possibly compare to the 3 years of affection shared between herself and her elder brother? Therefore, with some effort, she was sure she could achieve her goal of winning his heart. So that's how it is. My apologies for being presumptuous. Lu Jiyu suddenly changed her demeanor, adopting a gentle attitude as she naturally wrapped her arm around the young man's. After saying this, she unceremoniously pulled Mu Junyan away. The young man was already well aware of Lu Jiyu's enthusiasm, but this time was different. He was now a married man and could not allow any other woman to cling to him. Even if she was his junior sister, Mu Junyan once again withdrew his hand, his expression taking on a serious tone. Junior sister, I now have Yao Yao. Though she is still young, she is my wife. Please refrain from such behavior in the future. After saying this, he skillfully lifted the girl beside him into his arms and proceeded toward the Mu residence. Lu Jiyu was momentarily taken aback by the sudden change in the young man's demeanor. In her recollection, her senior brother had never displayed such an attitude towards her. Immediately, she shifted her gaze to Su Yao, who was leaning against Mu Junyan's shoulder, and a flicker of jealousy appeared in her eyes. Unbeknownst to Su Yao, who was blissfully unaware of the resentment directed at her, she rested her head on the young man's shoulder, her mind still occupied with plans to undermine the Zhou and Wu families. After days of diligent effort, the Mu family's stock of white salt had become sufficiently abundant. Under Li Lin's careful arrangements, the daily trials and promotional efforts had also progressed significantly. Now, everyone was aware that the salt produced by the Mu family had undergone a remarkable transformation, eagerly anticipating its release. Yet, this was still not enough. The task assigned by the system was to completely dismantle the Zhou and Wu families. What did it mean to dismantle them? As long as they held onto their mineral veins, they remained a formidable presence, not easily extinguished. Su Yao's ultimate goal was to assist the Mu family in seizing all 3 of their mineral veins. Thus, she was still in need of an opportunity. That evening, in honor of Lu Jiyu's arrival, the Mu family hosted a banquet in the courtyard, gathering together for a meal. At the dining table, Mu Yuanshan chuckled. Ah, it's been quite some time. Yue is truly becoming more and more beautiful. Zheng Lan also marveled. Indeed, time flies. Yue must be turning 18 this year, right? Lu Jiyu, seated beside the young man, offered a gentle smile. Yes, aunt, I have just turned 18 this year. 18. Indeed, it is the age for discussing marriage. Do you have someone special in your heart? Suddenly, Mu Yuanshan frowned, casting a disapproving glance at his inquisitive wife, and cleared his throat. Zheng Lan, oblivious to the tension, continued her questioning, prompting the young girl to fall silent. Her gaze filled with affectionate longing for the young man beside her. As the head of the family, Mu Yuanshan was astute in reading the atmosphere. Sensing the awkwardness, he nudged his wife and exclaimed, Come, everyone, let us eat. The dishes will become unappetizing if they cool down. This reminder. Zheng Lan belatedly realized her misstep and quickly added, Yes, Yue, do eat more. These dishes are all lovingly prepared by aunt. Thank you, aunt, Lu Jiyu replied, picking up her chopsticks. However, as she served herself, she reached for a dish destined for the young man's bowl. Senior brother, I remember this is your favorite. Since the moment he sat at the table, Mu Junyan had worn a long face. Knowing his junior sister well, he anticipated that this meal would not be as pleasant as she hoped. To deter her from causing mischief, he had intentionally seated himself at a distance. Clearly, this tactic had proven ineffective. What's wrong, senior brother? Do you not appreciate Yue serving you food? The young man's brows furrowed, but he felt compelled to oblige in front of the elder couple. Yet, his reluctance was palpable, especially with his little wife sitting nearby. Observing Mu Junyan's discomfort, Su Yao, seated on his other side, let out a soft sigh. She understood that he feared inciting her anger. Oh, Lu Jie, you jest. My husband merely isn't accustomed to having someone serve him. With that, the girl smiled at the young man. Husband, why the long face? Lu Jie has come all this way to see you. You mustn't treat her poorly. Mu Junyan was momentarily taken aback, then nodded slightly, lifting his bowl to consume the food Lu Jiyu had served him. Witnessing her senior brother so readily acquiesce to the girl filled Lu Jiyu with a seething jealousy as she gripped her chopsticks, her eyes burning with indignation. What was it that made her so special? Was it merely her beauty, her charm, her fair skin, her youth, or her sweet voice? Beyond these, what set Lu Jiyu apart? Chapter 30. Ominous clouds. While the Mu family was still enjoying their meal, Others found it increasingly difficult to remain seated. The following day, at the Wu family estate. Ever since the emergence of the Mu family's white salt, their pink salt had become virtually unsellable, leading to a staggering 4% drop in revenue within just a few days. Even when the Mu family had no stock, people were still willing to wait. Before long, Zhou Mingqing rushed in, his expression frantic. Wu family head. What should we do now? The townsfolk are clamoring to buy the Mu family's salt. Our business has plummeted. The man was visibly agitated, inwardly regretting his alliance with Wu Sihai. He and the Mu family had never been adversaries, but Zhou Mingqing's recent choice had positioned the Zhou family squarely against the Mu family, cutting off his retreat. Had he known the Mu family possessed such an ace, he would never have agreed to collaborate with the Wu family. However, it was too late to express regret now. Observing Zhou's panicked demeanor, Wu Sihai's eyes glinted with contempt. Nevertheless, he patted Zhou Mingqing's shoulder, feigning nonchalance. "Do not fret, my dear brother Zhou. Just because the Mu family can produce white salt, does that mean we cannot?" Zhou Mingqing was taken aback, quickly inquiring, "What do you mean, Wu family head? Does the Wu family possess the method to create this salt?" "Not exactly, but I do know who informed the Mu family of this method." The man's face instantly paled as he pressed, "Oh, who is this person?" Wu Sihai chuckled softly. "Do you recall the incident of Mu Yuanshan's son marrying a beggar?" Zhou Mingqing furrowed his brows, puzzled. "Of course. But what does that have to do with this?" Wu Sihai shook his head slightly, thinking to himself that Zhou truly lacked insight. "Don't you find it strange?" With this hint, Zhou Mingqing suddenly grasped the implication. His eyes widened as he realized Wu Sihai's reasoning was sound. Indeed, he smacked his thigh, as if struck by a revelation. That makes sense. Otherwise, how could Wu Sihai have called him a fool? In truth, if the Mu family merely sought to obtain the salt-making method, they had countless means at their disposal. Whether through coercion or enticement, given their strength, there was no need for such an absurd arrangement of marriage. Yet, at this moment, Wu Sihai was unaware that his ramblings had inadvertently brushed against the truth. So, has the Wu family devised a countermeasure? Wu Sihai awaited this question eagerly, his eyes darkening as he relayed his thoughts to Zhou Mingqing. "Only you can handle this matter now, my dear brother Zhou. Although we have formed an alliance, the Mu family has no debts to you. Simply host a banquet in your residence to apologize. I believe the Mu family will let their guard down, providing you with the opportunity to extract the salt-making method from that beggar." After listening, Zhou Mingqing pondered for a moment. He glanced at Wu Sihai, hesitating. "Since you already have a plan, why not handle it yourself?" The man waved his hand, sighing deeply. Brother, how do you still not understand? The Wu family and the Mu family are already irreconcilable foes. The rift has been thoroughly torn. How could Mu Yuanshan possibly trust me? Moreover, I am doing this for the future of both our families. Otherwise, why would I trouble you to intervene?" His words left Zhou Mingqing speechless. He understood the animosity between the Wu and Mu families. It seemed the Zhou family was their only remaining chance. "All right, I understand. I will prepare for tonight." With that, he left, burdened by his thoughts. Once he departed, Wu Sihai's gaze turned cold, and he spoke lightly. "Come out." From behind a stone pillar, Wu Xiaofeng's figure gradually emerged. "Xiaofeng, did you hear everything?" "Father, the child heard it all." "How are the assassins you placed in the Zhou residence faring?" "They are all ready." Wu Sihai nodded slightly, a sinister smile creeping onto his face. "Remember, when the time is right, act immediately." The young man was taken aback by his father's ruthlessness, his body quivering as he quickly nodded. "Yes, I understand. Go." The man's eyes narrowed as he gazed at the sky. "Mu Yuanshan, you are forcing my hand." The Mu family, due to Lu Zhiyu's arrival, found Mu Junyan obliged to accompany his junior sister, whom he hadn't seen in half a year, on a tour of the city. However, Su Yao chose not to join, uninterested in competing with a girl of 17 or 18 for attention. She had her own matters to attend to. "Father, regarding the Zhou and Wu families, I wish to discuss something with you." Upon reaching the study, the girl knocked on the door. Yu Yuan was reviewing the production list sent from Qingling Mountain, contemplating a suitable moment to inquire about his daughter-in-law's thoughts on the next steps. Upon seeing Su Yao, the father-in-law's face broke into a wide smile. If not for this child proposing a new method for salt production, the Mu family would likely be in dire straits now. "Yao Yao, come sit down. What brings you here today? Did you not go out to play with Yenner and the others?" The girl stepped gracefully into the room, offering a sweet smile. Lu Jie has just arrived in Wushuang City. It is only right for my husband to spend more time with her, so I did not join them." The man chuckled, setting aside the list in his hand. "This child, Jiyu, has shared 3 years of cultivation on the mountain with Yenner. It is only natural for them to have feelings for each other. Are you not worried she might steal your husband?" The girl laughed lightly, shaking her head. "No need to worry. If my husband truly changes his heart, I have my father to support me. Let it be." Su Yao does not underestimate Lu Jiyu. Stealing someone? Was she being too naive, or was she simply not charming enough? Chapter 31. A series of bows. Su Yao's words brought immense comfort to Mu Yuanshan. Yao Yao, you mentioned earlier that you had something to discuss with your father. What is it?" Su Yao collected her thoughts before inquiring. "Father, with the Zhou and Wu families joining forces to suppress our Mu clan, have you ever considered seizing this opportunity to eliminate them once and for all?" Mu Yuanshan was taken aback, not anticipating such a question from his daughter, and his expression grew slightly cold. "Humph, naturally. That old wretch Wu Sihai harbors ulterior motives and has long coveted the Mu family's assets. The Zhou family is also fickle. As long as they remain in Wushuang City, they will forever be a stumbling block to our development." Mu Yuanshan, however, knew all too well that fully uprooting both families was not a task to be accomplished overnight. He feared that he lacked the necessary ruthlessness. "Father, I have come to tell you that the white salt we have stockpiled can now be sold at regular prices. However, we must reduce the price by 30% to revert to the original price." Reduce it by 30%? The man was momentarily stunned. Even after years of managing salt mines, he found Su Yao's strategy perplexing. His brows knitted tightly. Given the current trend, the Mu family was like a sleeping tiger, poised to awaken. With the previous daily sales of 10 stones as a foundation, the citizens and merchants of the city had already tasted the sweetness of their salt. Once the Mu family opened its granaries, it would create a sensation. Not only would they be able to sell at the current price, but even if the price were to double, they would have no trouble finding buyers. After all, Wushuang City boasted a population of several 100,000, and the Mu family was currently the sole producer of such white salt. If they were to release the thousands of stones of white salt they had hoarded, the Mu family could not only recover from their previous losses but also make a substantial profit. Thus, he could not understand Su Yao's reasoning. Seeing the confusion on Mu Yuanshan's face, Su Yao twirled her hair and explained with her youthful voice. "Father, our primary goal in releasing the salt is not merely profit. More importantly, we aim to drive the Zhou and Wu families into a corner." The man's brow remained furrowed, his expression serious, as if sitting before him was not a mere teenage girl but a seasoned merchant. "Yao Yao, do you mean?" Su Yao smiled slightly and said, "First, we sell all the white salt we have accumulated at a 30% reduced price. This is to ensure maximum attention from the citizens without incurring losses. Moreover, at such a low price, the merchants and citizens will undoubtedly compete to purchase it. This timing coincides with the Zhou and Wu families experiencing their most dismal business period. Subsequently, we can take advantage of their weaknesses to swallow the Zhou family." Watching the man in a daze, Su Yao's lovely face broke into a gentle smile. "Father, you mentioned that since the Zhou family is like a reed swaying in the wind, why can't we sway them in our direction?" The last statement made Mu Yuanshan's pupils constrict sharply. As if struck by enlightenment, it dawned on him that everything the girl had arranged prior, whether it was the publicity or the daily 10 stones as a trial run, was all leading to the day when the Mu family would release their salt and create a sensation throughout the city, simultaneously stirring the Zhou and Wu families. At that moment, the Zhou family, being at the bottom in both strength and influence, would likely choose to turn against the Wu family if the Mu family dangled enough benefits before them, making it entirely possible for them to hand over their salt mine. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Observing his charming daughter-in-law, endowed with both talent and beauty, Mu Yuanshan felt a pang of regret that this girl was marrying his son at such a disadvantage. If it weren't for the circumstances, he would have rushed to his father's grave to bow in gratitude. "Father, you truly are remarkable." As the saying goes, the Mu family now enjoyed the advantage of time and place, and the support of the people had quietly arrived. Just as this father-daughter duo was deep in discussion, He Lin entered, holding an invitation. "Master, Miss, the Zhou family has sent an invitation, requesting you, along with your wife and eldest son, to attend a banquet at their residence tonight." Su Yao rose and accepted the invitation from He Lin's hands, offering him a sweet smile in return. He Lin felt a jolt in his heart, swallowing hard and lowering his gaze, unable to bear looking at the captivating face that stirred his emotions. Since the matter with Mu Chusheng, he had been promoted to the Mu family's steward, no longer a nameless servant. Although he felt somewhat awkward in front of the girl, He Lin was quite capable, managing the household affairs with remarkable efficiency, leaving no room for criticism. Xu Yao handed the invitation to Mu Yuanshan, who, upon reading it, revealed a hint of disdain in his eyes. You were right, Yao Yao. Even before we make a move, Zhou Mingqing can hardly contain himself. Very well, we shall confront him tonight. With that, he waved his sleeve. He Lin. Summon Li Lin immediately. I have a task for him. Yu Yuanshan narrowed his eyes, determined to make Zhou Mingqing tremble before their visit. Uncertain if she had caught a chill, Su Yao had initially considered seeking a doctor but decided against it, thinking of the banquet at the Zhou residence that evening. From her modern experience, she believed she merely had a slight cold, which was not a significant issue. Following Su Yao's suggestion to reduce the price by 30%, news spread throughout the city, causing the previously prepared selling points of the Mu family to be inundated with eager customers, all rushing to line up. Had it not been for the Mu family's personnel maintaining order, a chaotic scene would have ensued. Ha ha ha! I got it! I got it! The Mu family has prepared over 1,000 stones of white salt. Everyone, hurry! Really? Ever since I used the Mu family's white salt, I can hardly swallow the dishes made with that inferior powdered salt. Exactly. Because of the Mu family's salt, my business has been completely overshadowed by the tavern across the street. Then hurry up and go. If you wait too long, it will be gone. The Mu family's location was a bustling scene, but the Zhou and Wu families found their establishments desolate and empty. At1 storefront. A few vendors sat around playing cards, with one glancing up at the sun. Zhou, we've been here all morning, and no one has come to buy salt. Another vendor scoffed, they're all at the Mu family, so of course, no one is here. Just ignore it. Let's keep playing cards. Zhou, it's getting late. We should restock. Not a single bag sold. What are we restocking? Come on, let's play cards. Chapter 32. Attending the banquet at the Zhou family Yao Yao. The young man searched the residence but found no sign of Su Yao. Upon reaching her room, he discovered her resting on the bed. He felt puzzled. She was usually so lively, yet today she seemed so quiet. Hearing the noise, Su Yao opened her eyes, rubbed her slightly swollen head, and slowly sat up. How was your day with Sister Liu? Did you enjoy yourself? Mu Junyan, noticing her pallor, frowned and asked, forget that. Yao Yao, why do you look so unwell? Are you feeling ill? The girl shook her head and sat up straight. I'm fine. By the way, husband, the Zhou family sent someone this morning inviting us to a banquet tonight. Su Yao recounted her discussion with Mu Yuanshan to the young man. After listening, Mu Junyan frowned slightly. Yao Yao, your plan is sound, but I worry that the Zhou family's sudden invitation may harbor ill intentions. It's best to remain cautious. Su Yao nodded in agreement. Although the likelihood was small, it was not entirely absent. She smiled, hee. If we do encounter danger, my husband must protect me. The young man's face softened as he sat down, gently putting shoes on his young wife's delicate feet before lifting her into his arms. Rest assured, with your husband here, even if the sky were to fall, not a single hair on Yao Yao's head would be harmed. At that moment, Mu Junyan wore a smile, unaware that his words would soon be contradicted that very night. That evening, Mu Yuanshan and his wife, Su Yao, along with Mu Junyan, attended the Zhou family's banquet as invited guests. Lu Jiyu was initially not included, but it seemed inappropriate to leave her alone at the Mu residence, so she came along. Additionally, both Li Lin and He Lin were present. Upon entering, Zhou Mingqing, the head of the Zhou family, had been waiting for them, his face beaming as he approached Mu Yuanshan and the others with compliments. Master Mu, your presence at our humble abode truly brings glory to my Zhou family. Come, come. The food and wine are ready. Everyone, please take your seats. Mu Yuanshan, being a seasoned player in such social games, paid little heed to the flattery and led the members of the Mu family to the table with an indifferent demeanor. His lukewarm attitude caused Zhou Mingqing's heart to skip a beat. Nevertheless, he maintained a smile, personally pouring wine for Mu Yuanshan. The man, seeing this, did not refuse. They were, after all, the dominant party in this encounter. Having come, they needed to assert their presence. Come, Master Mu, I propose a toast to you. Zhou Mingqing raised his cup with enthusiasm, but none of the Mu family made a move. Lu Jiyu, observing the atmosphere, guessed the underlying tensions despite not fully understanding the relationship between the two families, and thus remained still with the others. This left Zhou Mingqing feeling quite awkward, like a clown with a smile frozen on his face. After a long pause, Mu Yuanshan casually tapped the table, slowly lifting his cup. At this, Zhou Mingqing felt a wave of relief and quickly downed his drink. Continuing, he surveyed the surroundings, and when his gaze alighted upon Su Yao, it lingered for a moment before he broke into a smile. "Come, everyone, please make yourselves at home. Feel free to eat." Though he spoke these words, the Mu family had not come merely for a meal. Sitting on the chair, Mu Yuanshan slightly raised his eyelids and said in a calm voice, "Master Zhou, considering the time, our two families have coexisted in Wushuang City for at least several decades. Setting aside the Wu family, we have maintained a peaceful coexistence," he continued. Wu Sihai merely stumbled upon a second vein of awe and fancied that he could topple the Mu family. "Do you, Master Zhou, share this sentiment?" Bang! As the heads of two prominent families, Mu Yuanshan's imposing presence was no less formidable than that of Wu Sihai. Zhou Mingqing's hand trembled, causing his cup to clatter onto the table. He had intended to soften the Mu family's stance with some flattery and then seize the opportunity to extract the method for salt production from the girl. However, he had not anticipated that Mu Yuanshan would deviate from the expected course, launching into a confrontation before even tasting the dishes. At that moment, Mu Junyan spoke. Though he was a younger generation, as the eldest son of the Mu family and a future successor, the youthful aura he exuded was equally compelling. "Master Zhou, you need not be overly anxious. Since we have come with my father, there remains room for negotiation. However, prior to that, certain accounts must be settled." After saying this, he raised his hand. "Young master, the total amounts to 480,000 gold." 480,000 gold. Zhou Mingqing's face twitched violently. Such a substantial sum. Was it all to be laid at his feet? The Zhou family could indeed afford it, but it would be a crippling blow. Moreover, the Wu family was the true instigator. He was merely a pawn forced into the fray. Regardless of how it was calculated, the bulk of the responsibility lay with the Wu family. Having seen through the man's thoughts, Mu Junyan replied indifferently, "Rest assured, Master Zhou, the accounts with Wu Sihai will not escape him. Furthermore, you need not contribute a single coin." Upon hearing this, Zhou Mingqing was momentarily taken aback and then asked, "Young Master Mu, what do you mean by that? Did you not mention settling accounts?" Mu Yuanshan interjected, having come to the point without any intention of beating around the bush. "What I mean is, if you, Master Zhou, cede the mining rights in your possession to my Mu family, everything can be regarded as if nothing happened. Moreover, feel free to propose any necessary conditions." Instantly, without a moment's thought, Zhou Mingqing's expression changed dramatically, and he resolutely refused. Impossible. Despite the Zhou family's current predicament, they were still one of the three major families, albeit at the bottom. This soul salt mine was the foundation of the Zhou family's existence. How could they possibly relinquish it so easily? Having anticipated this reaction, Mu Yuanshan remained unhurried, casually toying with the wine glass as he spoke slowly. "Master Zhou, I understand your concerns. However, I must speak frankly. The Zhou family has no other options at present." Upon hearing this, Zhou Mingqing's expression darkened. "What do you mean, Master Mu?" Mu Yuanshan regarded him with a cold smile. "Brother Zhou, my Mu family had no intention of coming today, yet I chose to do so. Do you know why?" Though uncertain of Mu Yuanshan's intentions, Zhou Mingqing was no fool and responded gravely, "Are you offering my Zhou family an opportunity?" "Indeed," Mu Yuanshan declared, "I shall speak plainly. My aim is not grand. I merely wish to monopolize the salt industry in Wushuang City. If your Zhou family can gracefully withdraw and relinquish the mining rights, my Mu family will provide you with adequate compensation. After all, we hold neither minor grievances nor major grudges. The Wu family is the true obstacle I intend to eliminate." As Mu Yuanshan spoke confidently, Zhou Mingqing's expression fluctuated between uncertainty and contemplation. In truth, despite the Mu family's formidable power, the mere suggestion that he should abandon the mining rights was far from persuasive. Moreover, should he and the Wu family genuinely decide to join forces to fight to the bitter end, the Mu family would not necessarily emerge unscathed. Observing the reactions, Su Yao sensed that Zhou Mingqing still harbored some hope and felt compelled to deliver a more potent warning. However, given her current status, she found it difficult to interject. Yet, it was clear that Mu Yuanshan was aware of her intent. He scrutinized Zhou Mingqing's expression and smirked coldly. "Of course, If Master Zhou doubts my Mu family's strength, it would be rather foolish. Today, my Mu family can produce 1,000 stone of white salt. Tomorrow, we can produce 5,000, or even 10,000. Not to mention one Wu family, even 2 or 3 would not be worth my consideration. Should you doubt it, Master Zhou, you may wait and see. Then, shifting his tone, he placed the wine glass down slowly and said darkly, however, if the Zhou family insists on aligning with the Wu family and courting disaster, then do not blame me for lacking compassion. Having said all this, Mu Yuanshan ceased to speak further, narrowing his eyes as he focused on the man across from him, whose expression was one of complex turmoil. Meanwhile, Zhou Mingqing's mind raced with countless thoughts, leaving him in a state of indecision. He recognized that Mu Yuanshan's words were more about intimidation than reality. Yet, the Mu family held the only method for producing salt. Even if their claims were exaggerated, they were not mere fabrications. After all, the 1,000 stone of white salt produced today was a tangible testament to their capabilities. What then should he do about the mining rights? To concede would mean the Zhou family would entirely relinquish their salt business built over decades in Wushuang City. Perhaps the Mu family would offer sufficient compensation, but such an act would sever the Zhou family's lifeline. To refuse would mean making an enemy of the Mu family and joining forces with the Wu family, awaiting inevitable retribution. At that point, whether he could retain the mining rights was uncertain, and any thought of recompense would be out of the question. Silence. After what felt like an eternity, no one at the table uttered a word. Finally, the man raised his head, his gaze settling on the petite girl among the Mu family members, and slowly said, Master Mu, I have 2 questions I would like answered, if I may. Speak. Zhou Mingqing's eyes reflected his reluctance as he spoke somberly. From where does your family's method of producing white salt originate? Is it truly capable of a daily output of 1,000 stone? Master Zhou, as we are both engaged in the salt industry, you should understand that I cannot disclose the answer to your first question. Mu Yuanshan replied, Li Lin, what is our Mu family's current maximum daily output of salt? Mu Yuanshan tilted his chin slightly and stated indifferently, Master Zhou, you have heard it. Today, at this table, I can truthfully answer your inquiries. But beyond today, the answers will depend on your choices. 700 stone. This figure was enough to surpass both the Zhou and Wu families combined. Zhou Mingqing nodded slightly, then gazed up at the night sky. His eyes filled with a mixture of reluctance and resignation as he sighed deeply. Master Mu, I have indeed taken the wrong path. Yet, allying with the Wu family was never his intention. Upon self-reflection, Zhou Mingqing realized he had never wished to oppose the Mu family or anyone else. However, the Zhou family's weak position among the 3 major families left them with no choice, and it was impossible to remain a bystander, hoping to withdraw unscathed. After a long pause, Zhou Mingqing spoke solemnly. If I were to relinquish the Zhou family's mining rights, what compensation could your Mu family offer? Seeing the man's resolve wavering, Mu Yuanshan's lips curled upwards slightly. 1 million gold notes, plus 10 deeds to houses. Zhou Mingqing's eyes reddened as he slammed his hand on the table. I want 2 million, 30 deeds, deal. Without hesitation, Mu Yuanshan readily agreed. This prompt response caught Zhou Mingqing off guard. But he quickly lowered his head, retrieving a key from his person and slowly instructed the Zhou family servant, standing nearby, Go, fetch the mining contract. The servant complied and hurried off. Before long, a paper contract bound with a red ribbon was placed into Zhou Mingqing's hands. He caressed the mining contract, seemingly reluctant to part with it. After a long moment, as if steeling himself, he suddenly extended his hand and offered it. Brother Mu, this is the Zhou family's mining contract. Take it. Mu Yuanshan promptly stood, accepting the contract without a glance and tossing it to Li Lin. Zhou Mingqing's brow furrowed. Brother Mu, are you not concerned that this contract might be a forgery? With a laugh, the man shook his head. Brother Zhou, as I have stated, as long as we remain at this table today, I, Mu Yuanshan, will continue to be forthright with your Zhou family. Since you have provided the mining contract, I have no reason to doubt its authenticity. Then, with a grand gesture, he waved his sleeve and declared, 2 million gold notes, 30 deeds, Li Lin. Ensure that you send them to the residence tomorrow, and do not neglect a single detail. Standing beside Li Lin, a dark-skinned youth inclined his body and replied, Yes, master. Zhou Mingqing was momentarily stunned, his face reflecting admiration as he nodded slightly and then spoke solemnly. Brother Mu is correct. At this point, there is nothing left to conceal. You have treated my Zhou family with utmost kindness. If I were to remain ungrateful, it would be unwise, oh be honest. The reason he had hosted this banquet was due to Wu Sihai's words. Hoping to use this opportunity, with the mining contract secured, it signified that the Zhou family's salt mine had now fallen under the Mu family's ownership, and Su Yao felt a sense of relief. Thus, her task had been accomplished halfway. However, just as Zhou Mingqing was about to continue speaking, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. Whoosh, 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 around the Zhou residence, illuminated by the moonlight, a multitude of shadowy figures emerged from the darkness. Their faces concealed and wielding long knives, exuding an aura of murderous intent. Instantly, everyone was taken aback. You? Who are you? Zhou Mingqing stood in stunned silence, his finger pointing at the masked assassins, his face a portrait of disbelief. Brother Zhou, it appears that Wu Sihai has quite the appetite. He intends to ensnare us all in one fell swoop. Su Yao rose. A wave of dizziness washed over her, rendering her complexion pale. She had initially thought it was merely a common cold, believing a brief afternoon nap would suffice to restore her health. Little did she realize she had overestimated her resilience. Her condition had not only failed to improve, but had worsened considerably. Moreover, it was precisely at this moment. Chapter 34. Su Yao falls ill. The elders grow anxious, determined not to be a hindrance. Su Yao bit her tongue, striving to regain some clarity. Yao Yao, do not be afraid. Observing the girl's pallor, Mu Junyan assumed she was merely frightened and instinctively shielded her behind him. Su Yao clutched the young man's garment, forcing a smile. Husband, I am not afraid. Mu Junyan's eyes narrowed slightly as he scanned the surroundings. Noticing that each of the masked figures bore a white serpentine emblem between their brows. Humph. So they are members of the Golden Serpent Gang. Wu Sihai is not to be trifled with. The Golden Serpent Gang is a notorious organization composed of ruthless martial artists, infamous for their merciless deeds of murder and arson. They frequently accept commissions from various employers, with no restrictions on the task at hand. As long as the price is right, they will undertake any job. Unlike common brigands, each member is a martial arts expert, making it exceedingly rare for them to fail in their missions. However, this proficiency comes at a steep cost. As their fees are exorbitantly high, Mu Yuanshan, undeterred by the looming danger, clasped his hands together and spoke gravely, Heroes, we all seek fortune in this world. Whatever Wu Sihai has offered you, my Mu family is prepared to double it. Yet, his words fell upon deaf ears, and the crowd remained unmoved. From within the throng, a shadowy figure emerged. Clad in black like the others, this individual was distinguished by a silver serpent emblem upon his forehead. Upon his arrival, the other masked figures parted to make way. The shadowy figure surveyed the assembly, and upon spotting Su Yao, his eyes widened momentarily. He then spoke in a detached tone, Apologies, but a deal is a deal. The task must be fulfilled. He raised his hand, his voice icy. Kill. Instantly, all the masked figures surged forward, weapons drawn. Charging at the crowd, Mu Junyan's expression hardened. With a cold snort, he unleashed a powerful palm strike. A fierce gust of internal energy erupted, sending 3 or 4 black-clad assailants flying. He swiftly pivoted, leading Su Yao to join the others, and instructed Lu Jiyu, junior sister, take our parents and leave. I will handle them. The young woman had already drawn her sword, her gaze steely as she assessed the situation. Understood. Be careful, senior brother. With that, Lu Jiyu began to usher Mu Yuanshan and the others toward the exit. Zhou Mingqing, clutching his head, rushed over. Given the commotion, the Zhou family's guards should have appeared by now. Yet, inexplicably, aside from a few stunned maids and servants, not a single figure was in sight. Husband, please be safe. Su Yao tugged at the young man's sleeve. Yenner, be cautious. Mu Yuanshan and his wife wore expressions of deep concern, while Li Lin clutched a mining contract tightly, his eyes betraying both fear and resolve. He Lin had somehow positioned himself beside Su Yao, his gaze fixated on the approaching shadows, an ominous glint in his eyes. As the black-clad figures advanced, Lu Jiyu's sword danced through the air, effortlessly dispatching 2 of them with a burst of invisible sword energy. Meanwhile, Mu Junyan's demeanor grew somber, an oppressive aura emanating from him. He took a decisive step forward, and a silent wave of force immobilized the assailants in their tracks. In the rear, the shadowy figure furrowed his brow, murmuring softly in surprise, a third-tier innate master. Zhang Han felt a surge of dissatisfaction. This contradicted the intelligence Wu Sihai had provided him. Not only did the Mu family possess two innate masters, but Mu Junyan had also attained the third tier, surpassing even his own abilities. With the meager force he had brought, completing this task was impossible. Stop him. After a moment's contemplation, Zhang Han's eyes flickered, and he vanished into the darkness. Mu Junyan had been vigilant, and as Zhang Han slipped away, his brow furrowed in suspicion. He immediately prepared to pursue, but the masked figures, having received their orders, brazenly lunged at him, momentarily restricting his movement. On Su Yao's side, with most of the black-clad figures occupied by Mu Junyan, Lu Jiyu easily guided everyone onto the street. Witnessing the Golden Serpent Gang's apparent ineptitude, the young woman felt a surge of pride as she brandished her sword. Uncle and aunt, do not fear. I will protect you. For every assassin that comes, I will slay one. As for her senior brother, there was even less to worry about. His strength far surpassed her own, and dealing with these foes would be no challenge. At that moment, Su Yao was overwhelmed by dizziness. Her hand pressed to her forehead, confirming that she was burning with fever. What terrible timing! Why must I fall ill now? Noticing the girl's ashen face and unsteady stance, Lu Jiyu approached, reassuringly patting Su Yao's shoulder. Rest assured, Sister Yao, I have trained alongside my senior brother for 3 years. We understand each other well. His trust in me to look after you is a testament to his faith in my abilities. However, Su Yao could no longer comprehend Lu Jiyu's words. Overcome by exhaustion, her vision darkened abruptly. The young woman froze, quickly supporting her. What is wrong with you? Surprised by the girl's sudden weakness from such a gentle touch, Zheng Lan, having experienced such situations before, rushed over and placed a hand on Su Yao's forehead, her expression shifting drastically to, oh no, she is burning up. Yao Yao is ill. What? Mu Yuanshan, hearing this, hurriedly pushed closer, shoving Lu Jiyu aside. What? Step aside, let me see. How could she be sick when she was perfectly fine just moments ago? He suddenly slapped his forehead, lamenting. It must be the toll of recent family matters. Seeing their frantic demeanor, Su Yao struggled to stand, her pale face adorned with a faint smile. Father, mother, please do not worry. I am fine. Oh dear, what do you mean fine? You poor child. Let me check with that. Mu Yuanshan reached out to touch the girl's forehead, only to have his wife swat his hand away, shooting him an exasperated look. Diske, keep your hands off. Yao Yao's skin is so delicate. What if you hurt her with those calloused hands? Chapter 35. Su Yao is injured. I am merely concerned. Quickly, take Yao Yao to see a doctor. But what about Yinner? Shouldn't we wait for him? Why wait for him? Is that boy more important than Yao Yao? Yao Yao. Then let us go. As the couple began to babble in their anxiety, Lu Jiyu stood frozen, bewildered. None of you shall leave. Suddenly, an ominous figure emerged before them. Lu Jiyu snapped back to reality, her eyes narrowing as she coldly scoffed, her sword glinting menacingly. With a swift motion, she lunged at the figure. However, this shadow was clearly not like the others. He effortlessly parried her strike with a claw-like hand, a wave of force clashing against her sword. Boom! The internal energy erupted, causing Lu Jiyu's complexion to pale as she stumbled back. Realizing this individual's strength far surpassed that of the masked assassins, she recognized him as an innate first-tier master. Impressive indeed. The shadow chuckled darkly before advancing, merely waving a hand, sending Mu Yuanshan and the others sprawling backward. He then approached Su Yao, lifting her chin with a hand, his eyes glimmering with a disturbing mixture of admiration and malice. To think such a perfect little doll resides in Wushuang City. What a delightful bonus! Repulsed by his lecherous gaze, Su Yao turned her head away, burning with fever, her cheeks flushed, her delicate brows knitted together, and her lips pressed into a thin line. What do you want? Zhang Han smirked wickedly, inching closer as he inhaled her faint, sweet scent. Come with me, or I shall slaughter everyone here and take you by force. Zhang Han made no attempt to disguise his intentions. From the moment he laid eyes on the girl, he had been utterly captivated. The mission was already an afterthought, though the Golden Serpent Gang prided themselves on completing their tasks. Zhang Han had no such constraints. His desires knew no bounds, and no one could obstruct them. Release the young lady. Buzz! He Lin, his eyes aflame with fury, brandished a stick he had found and charged at Zhang Han. However, as an ordinary person, he was no match for the man before him. Before he could close the distance, Zhang Han merely scoffed, sending the dark-skinned youth hurtling away with sheer force, a mere insect. Overestimating itself? Mockery flashed in Zhang Han's eyes. Yet, in the next moment, He Lin sprang back to his feet as if pain did not register with him, madness evident in his gaze as he lunged at the shadow once more. Witnessing such reckless defiance, Zhang Han's expression darkened, and a murderous intent surged within him. At that instant, a sharp streak of sword light shot forth, forcing him to release Su Yao. Though Lu Jiyu's strength was inferior to his, it was not negligible enough for Zhang Han to dismiss her entirely. The shadow danced back, narrowly evading the two-pronged assault. Boom! In that moment, anguished screams echoed from within the Zhou residence, as multiple figures clad in black were sent flying. Blood spewing forth. Upon witnessing that the individual he had brought was unable to detain Mu Junyan, Zhang Han furrowed his brow momentarily before letting out a cold laugh, his gaze fixated on the girl. Eyes ablaze with fervor, it appeared that this time, his desires would not come to fruition. However, you will inevitably belong to me. In an instant, he vanished, darting to a rooftop, poised to escape. Don't run. Lu Jiyu, having never encountered such a setback in her life, drew her sword and leapt into pursuit. Yet, in the darkness of night, several silver flashes shot forth, suddenly aimed at the young girl. Clang, 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 clang. Caught off guard, Lu Jiyu could only deflect the onslaught with her blade. Nevertheless, the final flash of cold light grazed her sword's edge, altering its trajectory and hurtling directly towards Su Yao. Whoosh! The girl felt a sharp pain in her shoulder, and her already delicate form crumpled to the ground. In her final moments of consciousness, she seemed to see a youth rushing towards her with a frenzied expression, his face etched with panic. Alas! Why am I so unfortunate? Yao Yao! Just as Mu Junyan stepped out of the Zhou residence, he beheld his beloved young wife sprawled on the ground, a silver needle of finger's thickness embedded in her left shoulder, her clothing soaked with crimson. In that instant, the youth's eyes brimmed with rage, and he dashed forward, gathering the girl into his arms. Yet, her petite frame radiated an icy chill that sent shivers through him. He stared blankly at Su Yao's fair, delicate face. He had vowed to protect her from even the slightest harm. And yet, scarcely a day had passed. Slap! A resounding smack struck the back of the youth's head. Witnessing his son's dazed expression, Mu Yuanshan yelled, his eyes reddened with fury. What are you still doing here? Hurry and take Yaya to see a doctor. The youth's pupils constricted, and with a surge of inner strength, he left a deep imprint in the ground as he vanished in an instant. That night, the Mu residence remained ablaze with light, the lamps burning throughout. Throughout the city, any physician of note was summoned to the Mu household. Those who were reluctant to come were either persuaded to do so or coerced at knife point. Within the grand hall of the Mu family, after a meticulous examination of Su Yao's injuries, several esteemed physicians, all over 80 years of age, convened, their faces flushed as they engaged in a fervent academic debate. An elderly man with graying hair stood up, declaring resolutely, this needle must not be removed. Miss Su is frail and already afflicted by a chill. If we hastily extract the needle, the consequences could be dire. Yet, no sooner had the old man's words left his lips than someone in the hall rebutted vehemently. Nonsense. Oldly, do you even know how to practice medicine? If this needle is not removed, it will lead to a buildup of stagnant blood within the young lady's body, and then it will truly be too late for regret. Everyone, please cease your quarreling. In my opinion, since the needle has not struck any vital point, we should first help Miss Su expel the chill. At the entrance of the hall, the youth stood, his expression as cold as frost. He regarded the bickering elders with an emotionless countenance, emanating an aura that warned others to keep their distance. I will guard you. These old geezers would not dare flee. Lu Jiyu approached, her teeth clenched, her heart racing. She had never seen her senior brother's face darkened with such intensity, rendering her almost unrecognizable to herself. No need. You should rest, the youth replied, his tone laced with a chill that made the young girl shiver slightly. Reflecting on her arduous journey to Wushuang City, only to realize that her senior brother's thoughts had never truly been on her. Lu Jiyu felt a profound sense of imbalance in her heart. Gazing at the indifferent youth before her, she bit her lip in determination and finally posed the question, "Senior brother, is that child truly so important to you?" At that moment, Mu Junyan seemed possessed, his eyes fixed on Lu Jiyu, his tone icy. "I entrusted you with their protection. Why have you failed to fulfill that duty?" The girl trembled in fright, lowering her gaze as tears welled in her eyes. "Senior brother, indeed." Had she not hesitated to pursue that figure in black, perhaps this calamity could have been averted. Shaking his head, Mu Junyan quickly realized his lapse in composure. He inhaled deeply, his gaze regaining clarity, and a self-deprecating smile curled his lips, recognizing that it was indeed his own fault. Yet he had placed blame on others. "Junior sister, I apologize. I was momentarily lost in my thoughts." Chapter 36. Losing both the lady and the soldiers. Yet Lu Jiyu grasped the youth's arm tightly, her eyes brimming with tears. "Senior brother, you know that I like you. Even if I must be a concubine, you is willing." The young girl's expression was urgent, as though she feared he might reject her. "Junior sister, I'm sorry. My heart belongs solely to Yao Yao. There is no room for anyone else." Lu Jiyu was taken aback, staring in disbelief. Senior brother, are you sending me away?" The youth sighed softly, ruffling her hair. "Junior sister, I am not sending you away, as you have seen today. The Mu family is currently facing tumultuous times, and I have little time to spend with you." However, the girl longed to say more, but she sensed Mu Junyan's growing displeasure. Are you ignoring your senior brother's words?" Lu Jiyu's body trembled, and she could only lower her head. "Yes, understands." With that, she turned away, her spirit crushed as she departed. After Lu Jiyu left, the youth redirected his attention to the elders in the hall. After a lengthy debate, they designated a representative among them. The elder approached Mu Junyan and bowed slightly. "Young Master Mu, given Miss Su's frail constitution, we cannot afford to delay any further. After much deliberation, we have concluded that the silver needle must be removed first, followed by the expulsion of the chill. However, for the sake of caution, several rare medicinal herbs will be required," and the youth did not engage in further discourse, simply gesturing with his hand. "Whatever the elder needs, please speak freely, as long as it ensures the recovery of my wife. The Mu family shall offer a generous reward." The elder nodded repeatedly and then began to enumerate the required herbs. Once he had finished, Mu Junyan summoned Heilin, instructing him to prepare 3 sets of all the herbs mentioned by the elder. Once everything was ready, they commenced the treatment for Su Yao, extracting the needle. 3 days later, at the Wu residence, Wu Sihai squinted his eyes, his expression grim. Before him stood a figure clad in black. "Isn't the Golden Snake gang renowned for completing every task they undertake? I have already paid the deposit. Why has the mission failed?" The man's countenance darkened, as his plan hinged on the opportunity presented by Mu Yuanshan and others attending the Zhou family's banquet. Allowing the Golden Snake gang to eliminate the entire Mu family while leaving Zhou Mingqing alive in this way, the outside world would suspect the Zhou family of orchestrating the entire affair, leaving Wu Sihai to reap the rewards. However, he never anticipated that the Golden Snake gang would fail to eliminate even a single member of the Mu family, despite his advance payment of 100,000 gold coins. In response to Wu Sihai's inquiries, the shadowy figure merely smiled coldly. "Master Wu, our Golden Snake gang undertakes missions based on the information provided by the employer. Yet, your intel failed to inform me that the Mu family has 2 innate realm experts." Zhang Han shot him a glance and continued, "Due to your erroneous information, my Golden Snake gang has suffered the loss of 37 men. How do you intend to settle this account?" The unexpected emergence of Lu Jiyu had completely derailed Wu Sihai's plans. Had it not been for her, even if Mu Junyan were strong, he alone could not have ensured the safety of everyone. "Humph, how do you intend to settle this?" The plan had failed, and it was futile to discuss it now. Wu Sihai merely hoped that this matter would not fall into the hands of the Mu family, for that would spell trouble for the Wu family. Zhang Han tapped the table lightly, saying nonchalantly, 50,000 gold coins per person, and we shall consider the matter settled. Hearing this, Wu Sihai's face twitched violently. 50,000 each? 37 people. That amounts to 185,000. This is truly extortion. Observing the man's darkening expression, Zhang Han sneered. What, is such a trivial sum burdensome for the Wu family? He then shifted his tone. slowly producing a piece of black and white paper from his pocket. Of course, the Golden Snake Gang is not without responsibility in this matter. If Master Wu is unwilling to pay this sum, I have nothing more to say. However, the contract we signed may very well end up in the wrong hands. A threat. This was a blatant threat. Wu Sihai's expression grew increasingly grim. That contract bore his signature and seal with the Golden Snake Gang. Should it fall into the hands of the Mu family, the consequences would be unimaginable. So, what is Master Wu's opinion? With the evidence in their possession, Wu Sihai had no choice but to huff coldly. Rest assured, I will pay every last coin, though he was reluctant. The man was not afraid that the Golden Snake Gang would leak the contract to the Mu family. Such a killer organization valued their reputation. If they lacked even that baseline, they would not attract so many employers. Master Wu is indeed forthright. I shall take my leave then. Zhang Han waved his hand and departed with an air of nonchalance. T this moment, Wu Sihai lamented his losses, having lost both the lady and soldiers. Yet he was unaware that the road ahead for the Wu family was also nearing its end. Meanwhile, at the Mu residence, dozens of elderly men, carrying their medicine boxes, exited the main gate, all wearing smiles. After several days of treatment, Su Yao had emerged from the danger zone. Although she had yet to awaken, she merely needed to rest now. Mu Junyan had also fulfilled his promise, bestowing each of these doctors with a bounty of 10,000 in consultation fees, which naturally delighted them immensely. Ding! Notification to the host. There are 10 days remaining until the task deadline. Chapter 37. Awakened and hungry. Ding! Reminder to the host. There are 5 days remaining until the task deadline. Current progress. 50. Uncertain of how long she had been asleep, Su Yao gradually regained consciousness as the system's prompt echoed in her mind. Slowly opening her eyes, she was momentarily blinded by a blinding light. Once her vision adjusted, she attempted to rise, only to feel a dull ache in her shoulder. Furrowing her delicate brows, she rubbed her head in contemplation. It seemed she had been struck by something, compounded by a fever, leaving her with no recollection of what had transpired. At that moment, footsteps approached from outside, and Mu Junyan appeared at the doorway. Upon seeing Su Yao awake, his handsome face momentarily froze. Before he hurried to her bedside with palpable excitement, Yao Yao, you're awake? How do you feel? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? The girl's face still bore a hint of pallor as she pointed to her left shoulder. Mumbling, husband, it hurts here. Then, she gestured to her stomach, and here, I'm hungry. The young man's face lit up with joy as he reassured her, do not worry, Yao Yao. The wound has already healed, and with a couple more days of rest, you will be fine. What would you like to eat? I want to eat kuan. What? I want to eat Jian. Mu Junyan nodded and said, all right, I shall have someone prepare it for you. You still need to recuperate, so lie down. However, the girl shook her head, her lips pouting. No, I'm fine now, I want to go out for a walk. In a way. The young man frowned immediately, concerned for her fragile state. What if you catch a chill again? You must rest in your room until you are fully recovered. There is no room for negotiation. But I really want to go out. No, once you are well, I will take you out to play. Despite Su Yao's persistent pleas, the young man stood firm like a stubborn mule, refusing to allow her outside. With no other option, the girl turned her head defiantly, slipped on her shoes and climbed out of bed, spinning around in front of him. See, I'm really fine. Husband is just being overly dramatic. Aside from a slight pain in her shoulder, Su Yao felt clear-headed and alert, her condition quite satisfactory. More importantly, with little time left before the task's conclusion, she could not afford to fail. Otherwise, her rewards would vanish into thin air. Noticing the young man's still serious expression, the girl tugged at the hem of his clothes, adopting a cute demeanor. All right, husband, please let me go outside. Yao Yao doesn't he want to lie in bed anymore? With a sigh, Mu Junyan bent down and scooped up his little wife, resignedly stating, fine, but you must behave and stay close to me. In the study of the Mu residence, Li Lin continued to report on the work at hand while holding the account book. Master, the transformation of the Zhou family's mine has been completed, and it is now under the name of our Mu family. All laborers have been replaced with our own people. Yuanshan leaned back in his chair. Nodding slowly now, the Mu family possesses 3 salt mines, producing more than enough daily. Raising his brow slightly, he inquired, have any leads been found regarding the assassination attempt? Li Lin shook his head, looking troubled. none so far. The Golden Snake Gang's base is not located within Wushuang City, making it exceedingly difficult for our personnel to investigate. Very well. What about the Wu family? Have they made any movements recently? Li Lin opened the account book and replied. As per your inquiry, Master, the Wu family is merely hanging on. With a cold smirk, Mu Yuanshan stated, remember, do not entertain those under 100 years of age. Yao Yao needs to rest. Let the Wu family stir as they please for now. After a moment of hesitation, Li Lin added, understood, but Master, the young lady is frail. She might not withstand such potent supplements. Then we shall store them for later use. By the way, many families on East Street wish to sign long-term contracts with our Mu family, purchasing 100 stones of white salt each month. Today is the signing day. What do you think, Then let us proceed. Apart from the 3 major families in Wushuang City, or rather, now reduced to 2, there are numerous small to medium-sized families. Though they lack the strength and heritage of the Mu or Wu families, they possess their own means of survival and must not be underestimated. Hence, Mu Yuanshan decided to take this trip himself. Rising with a solemn expression, he instructed, Li Lin, remember this. Although these families are weak individually, they hold significant numbers and are the backbone of Wushuang City. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. If the Mu family wishes to ascend, their support is essential. Li Lin straightened his expression and promptly replied, thank you for your guidance. Master, I will keep it in mind. As he watched the man's retreating figure, he felt a surge of admiration. Truly, the head of the Mu family had far-reaching vision. Just as they exited the room, a hurried individual arrived with news, Master, the young lady has awakened. At this, the man's eyes widened in surprise. What? Yao Yao is awake? Instruct the kitchen to prepare nourishing dishes immediately. He then turned abruptly, heading straight for the kitchen. Forget it. I will go myself. Li Lin, taken aback, hastily called out, Master, we still need to sign the contract. Sign what? Let them wait. It's more important to prepare a meal for my daughter-in-law. A servant nearby cautiously raised his head. Speaking softly, Master, the young lady has already gone out with the young master. What? The man's expression darkened, and he began to curse under his breath. This little rascal. Inform the madam that the Mu residence will host a feast tonight. Speaking of the feast, Su Yao was currently relishing a delightful meal. In the southern part of the city, there was a renowned restaurant famous for its chicken dishes. Indeed, it specialized in chicken, whether steamed, boiled, braised, or roasted. Every dish that emerged from this kitchen garnered unanimous praise. Among their signature dishes was the red braised fragrant chicken. Despite being red braised, its color upon serving resembled that of jade, thus earning the alternate name of jade chicken. On the second floor, in a window-side private booth, a young couple attracted considerable attention. The man, in his 20s, dressed in fine garments, looked handsome as he sipped from a cup of tea. Opposite him sat a petite girl, youthful yet possessing a pure and adorable visage that even women could not help but admire. Yet, her current behavior starkly contrasted with her innocent demeanor. The entire chicken was consumed, leaving only a white skeleton on the table. Mu Junyan's lips twitched slightly. This girl can eat excessively. Not only him, but other patrons also cast astonished glances her way. Su Yao, unfazed by the attention, clutched the last chicken leg and devoured it with fervor. After a prolonged slumber, her stomach was ravenous. Soon, she tossed the last chicken bone onto the table nonchalantly, then took out a handkerchief to delicately wipe her mouth. Tilting her head, she flashed a sweet smile at the young man. Chapter 38. No money, just you. A man at the adjacent table was utterly captivated by Su Yao's smile, unable to restrain himself from spewing blood from his nose. His companion, startled, quickly inquired, Are you all right? I'm fine. The man carelessly wiped the blood away, his gaze irresistibly drawn back to the girl's enchanting face. Damn, why am I still looking, bro? You're foaming at the mouth. Is it delicious? Observing Su Yao's contented expression, Mu Junyan revealed a hint of helplessness. Delicious. The girl nodded adorably, holding her teacup. With a chuckle, the young man pointed outside the restaurant at a vendor selling candied hawthorn, playfully saying, Would you like to have some of that? Yes. She eagerly extended 2 fingers, grinning. Husband, I want too. Mu Junyan patted her head and stood up to buy the candied hawthorn for her. However, not long after, an unfamiliar man approached and took a seat directly across from her. Who are you? Su Yao turned her head to find a slender figure with a pale complexion, the kind that appeared somewhat sickly. His features were exquisite, a devilish smile gracing his lips, and his eyes fixated intently on her. Initially unaware of his identity, the girl suddenly recalled the silver snake tattoo on his brow. This man was unmistakably the leader of the assassins from before. In an instant, her face turned pale, and she instinctively recoiled, eyeing him warily. "What do you want?" Seeing her frightened demeanor only piqued Zhang Han's interest further. He leaned in closer, murmuring, "Mu Junyan? Humph. This person is indeed formidable, but I'm not afraid of him." As he spoke, he reached out, brushing a strand of her long black hair, rubbing it against his face in a disturbingly intimate manner. Such a perverse action nearly made her want to flee. But the moment the thought crossed her mind, she heard him coldly command, "Don't move, otherwise, I will strip you of your clothes right now." Instantly, the girl froze in terror, her beautiful eyes filled with dread. From the glinting green light in his eyes, she clearly sensed the depravity of his intentions. Her instinct screamed that if she dared to make a move, he would undoubtedly follow through on his threat. And now, he has actually closed his eyes, letting his hair fall over his face, caressing it with a look of sheer enjoyment. And why goodness, this is truly bizarre. What do you really want?" Zhang Han opened his eyes and saw the girl pouting her little lips. Her expression a blend of grievance and fear, her adorable face causing his heart to race. What a captivating little enchantress. As far as I know, your Mu family has already annexed the Zhou family, seizing 3 salt mine veins. Next, it seems you are planning to target the Wu family. What does it have to do with you? The Mu family not only intends to act against the Wu family, but must also bring them down within 5 days to claim their 2 mine veins. Only then can their task be accomplished. Originally, according to Su Yao's plan, it would have been more than sufficient to dismantle both the Zhou and Wu families within 30 days. However, due to her injury and subsequent unconsciousness, much time has been squandered. To bring down the Wu family in the coming days and complete the task seems daunting. After all, unlike the Zhou family, Wu Sihai holds 2 salt mines, even if not a single grain of salt is sold. 5 days is hardly enough to cause his family to collapse completely. A playful smile crept onto Zhang Han's lips. "Naturally, it has nothing to do with me, but I possess something you would undoubtedly find intriguing." As he spoke, under Su Yao's puzzled gaze, Zhang Han produced a contract and placed it before the girl. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly as she glanced at the contents. However, her eyes soon brightened with realization. This document was actually a commission contract signed by Wu Sihai and the Golden Snake Gang. The agreement between the Wu family and the Golden Snake Gang was clearly laid out in black and white, complete with Wu Sihai's signature and the Wu family seal at the end. The girl's heart stirred, her eyes widening. With this undeniable evidence, the Mu family could report to the authorities, leaving Wu family utterly defenseless. With the Mu family's current influence, a little manipulation behind the scenes would likely lead to far more than just financial ruin for Wu Sihai. Zhang Han raised the document in his hand, a smirk playing on his lips. "It seems this item is of utmost importance to the Mu family. It is not only crucial to the Mu family but also to her. This might be her only opportunity to complete the task." However, noticing the strange smile on his face, Su Yao guessed that he would not easily part with the contract. With no other option, she spread her small hands. "Speak, how much do you want?" After all, the Mu family is affluent. Even if he were to demand an exorbitant sum, they could surely afford it. After all, when Zhou Mingqing insisted on 3 million gold, Mu Junyan's father didn't even blink. As if anticipating her question, Zhang Han shook his finger in mockery. No, I know the Mu family is wealthy, but I am not seeking money." Upon hearing this, Su Yao's brows furrowed immediately. He produced this item to extort her. Yet he claims he does not want money. As the saying goes, those who do not seek small profits must have grand schemes. What could his true intentions be? The girl studied the peculiar man before her with suspicion. "If you desire no money, then what is it that you want?" Zhang Han's lips curled into a sly smile, his eyes glimmering as he gazed intently at her. "I want you." Chapter 39. The perverse man is a sickly wretch. "As long as you accompany me for one night, this document will be yours." His words left Su Yao momentarily stunned, and she quickly raised her hand, adopting a stern expression. "Apologies, not interested. Truly, he is a perverse individual." And even his words are equally twisted. Does he not consider the age difference? Is the world filled with such lowly enthusiasts? While completing the task is indeed important, she has no desire to become entangled with this pervert. Su Yao glanced out the window and then said. Zhang Han smiled faintly, fully aware that this girl was not so easily deceived, and continued. How about this, if you want to accompany me, then a kiss will suffice. The man pointed to his cheek, his gaze fixated on the girl's delicate lips. This, Su Yao tugged at her clothes, hesitating. Though he is a pervert, a mere kiss on the cheek shouldn't be too much of a sacrifice. Besides, the contract is in his hands. Once this opportunity is missed, it may never return. After all, one could consider it a kiss on a pig's cheek. All right, the girl nodded. For the sake of the task's reward, this small sacrifice is worthwhile. Upon seeing her agreement, Zhang Han immediately beamed, eagerly leaning in to present his face. Wait, you must give me the document first. What if I kiss you and you go back on your word? She is not foolish, and ultimately, this pervert is utterly untrustworthy. Watching the sweet kiss drift away, Zhang Han impatiently tossed the contract to Su Yao. Hey, why must you be so troublesome, girl? This document is of no use to him at the moment. Had he not hoped to exchange it for some benefits from the girl, it would have been discarded long ago. Su Yao quickly clutched the contract in her hand, then tossed her hair back, preparing to return a kiss. Just then, Zhang Han's expression suddenly changed, and he began to cough violently. His face flushed, veins bulging at his temples. The man clutched his chest, coughing harder and harder, as if trying to expel his very organs. Su Yao stared in shock at his agonized expression, softly asking, Perverse sir, are you all right? Good heavens, he is coughing so violently. What illness could he possibly have? After coughing for a while, he finally raised his head. Panting heavily, casting a reluctant glance at the girl before staggering away, Su Yao was somewhat bewildered. No wonder he looked so pale. He was actually a sickly wretch. But how was he so formidable that night? Even overpowering Mu Junyin's junior sister? Coming to her senses, she gazed at the contract she had obtained without cost, unable to suppress a giggle. Pervert. This is all you're doing. It has nothing to do with me. Yao, where did you get this contract? Ultraman fought the Calabash brothers, then encountered the rolling down the mountain true monarch who gifted it to me, huh? After a series of nonsensical fibs and clever evasions, Su Yao managed to conceal the origin of the contract. Nonetheless, with this item in hand, the Wu family's good days are numbered. That night, at the dining table, Mu Yuanshan examined the contents of the contract. Unable to suppress his laughter. Ha ha ha, Wu Sihai, that old scoundrel. Let us see how he escapes this time. He Lin, put away the contract. Tomorrow we shall visit the Wu residence and have a proper discussion with the Wu family head. Yes, immediately, Mu Yuanshan beckoned with a joyful expression. Come, Yao, eat more. These dishes were personally prepared by your mother. Yenner, why are you so engrossed in your food? Hurry up and serve your wife some food, Mu Junyin. He had barely touched his chopsticks. Aware of his father's good mood, the young man could only shake his head helplessly before lowering his head. Yao, just say what you want to eat. Your husband will serve you. Su Yao, holding her bowl, looked up obediently. Yes, thank you, husband. Seeing this, Zhang Lan couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckled. Oh dear, look at these two children. Since time immemorial, there have always been those who rejoice and those who lament. As one performance concludes, another begins. While the Mu residence was filled with laughter and warmth, the Wu family, in stark contrast, appeared particularly desolate. Even the moonlight seemed to cast a shadow. Following the Mu family's annexation of the Zhou family, with 3 mine veins now in simultaneous operation, their daily salt production had exceeded 1,000 stones. Just one day of profit equated to what they had earned in the past half-month. Conversely, the Wu family's mine veins had long ceased operations, with warehouses overflowing with over 10,000 stones of powdered salt. Even with the price of salt plummeting, the quantity that could be sold was still minuscule. In the main hall, Wu Sihai sat in a reclining chair, his expression grim and silent. Accompanying him were Lu Rume and Wu Xiaofeng. After a moment of silence, the woman could no longer contain herself. She abruptly stood, her eyes filled with anxiety. Wu Sihai, what shall we do now? Speak up. The Mu family is flourishing. Not only are they producing copious amounts of white salt, but they have also absorbed the Zhou family. At this rate, does our Wu family have any hope of survival? The more she spoke, the more anxious she became, starting to lay blame. What does it matter if we hold two mind veins? We are merely waiting for death. I don't care. I must make it clear to you. If the Wu family collapses, I want half of the family assets. Lu Rumei prattled on, having grown accustomed to a life of luxury, already contemplating how to secure her interests before the Wu family crumbled. And what about Xiaofeng? Surely, we deserve 80%, don't you think? And, shut up! Wu Sihai bellowed, silencing her instantly. Gazing into the man's cold, shadowy eyes, Lu Rumei's face stiffened, and she dared not utter another word in this time of crisis. She thought not of solutions, but now rushed to claim her share. This moment, Wu Xiaofeng, who had remained silent, tentatively suggested, Father, since our salt mines are now useless, why not sell them to the Mu family? Upon hearing this, the man scoffed. Truly a mother-son pair. Such foolishness. If the Mu family wanted to buy, they would have approached me long ago. Mu Yuanshan is clearly taking advantage of my current predicament, hence his delay in making a move. Sell? They must first be willing to take them. Furthermore, rather than groveling before the Mu family, I would rather destroy the mines outright. At least preserving some dignity. Wu Sihai's eyes gleamed with madness. He was prepared for a final showdown, my lord. At that moment, a servant hurriedly rushed in. Assuming it was yet another piece of bad news, the man's expression darkened. Speak. What is it? Has the Mu family arrived? The man's brow furrowed involuntarily. Xiaolon? Angered, Lu Rubai reprimanded. How dare you? However, the woman's expression soon soured. Wu Sihai waved his hand and said, Understood, you may leave. Yet the servant did not depart. Instead, he raised his head and said, Master, madam, the young Miss has said that they will arrive shortly and that you should go out to welcome them. Chapter 40. Nailin Yun. Upon hearing this, the woman was instantly incensed. Well, it seems the time spent in the girls' academy has made her foolish. Now she cannot even distinguish between the young and the old, the noble and the humble. Does she expect me, as her mother, to welcome her? She should consider whether Wu Xiaolon is worthy of such treatment. Wu Sihai, already weary of Lu Rubai, stood up and coldly warned, Say one more word, and I shall expel you from this house. The woman's countenance changed dramatically, her fury dissipating as she turned her head away, falling silent. Wu Sihai narrowed his eyes. He knew his daughter best. Although she was a woman, she was far stronger than her brother and would not speak without reason. You say, they? I do not know. After contemplating for a moment, the man spoke solemnly, Let us depart. Out of the house, outside the street, a splendid carriage was slowly approaching the Wu residence. Sister Yun, ahead is my sister's residence. Inside the carriage, Wu Xiaolon sat at the side, showing great respect to a woman in the middle. This woman had a dignified appearance, appearing to be in her early 20s. While not a stunning beauty, she was certainly above average. Her attire, a finely crafted orchid-patterned gown, adorned with an exquisite white jade hairpin, showcased her distinguished status. The woman gazed leisurely out of the carriage window, remarking, So this is Wushuang City? Compared to other capitals in Qingyun County, it appears rather shabby. Wu Xiaolon lowered her head slightly and replied, Sister Yun speaks the truth. It is merely a small, remote city, unworthy of your attention. The woman waved her hand dismissively and said, Xiaolon, there is no need for formality between us. Our time together in the girls' academy binds us. Since you have come, if there are any difficulties, I shall assist you in resolving them. Wu Xiaolon felt a surge of joy and promptly nodded, Yes, then I thank Sister Yun in advance. Soon, the carriage gradually slowed and came to a halt at the entrance of the Wu residence. At the gate, Wu Sihai, Wu Xiaofeng, and Lu Rubai had been waiting for quite some time. As the carriage stopped, Wu Xiaolon lifted the curtain and assisted the woman down. Xiaolon, who is this? The others, unfamiliar with the woman, were about to inquire when Wu Xiaolon interrupted, stating, Father, I already know. We shall discuss other matters later. Allow me to introduce you all. This is Miss Nailin Yun, the daughter of the Duke of Qingyun County. Upon learning of the woman's identity, they were momentarily stunned. The daughter of a duke? As previously mentioned, the territory of the Luyun dynasty is divided into 7 counties, each containing numerous capitals. Wushuang City is merely one of the many capitals under Qingyun County. utterly unremarkable. Each county is governed by a duke, whose authority directly extends to all the capitals within their jurisdiction. The fact that Nalan Yun is the daughter of the Duke of Qingyun County left them utterly astonished. Even doubting their own perceptions, Wu Sihai scrutinized the woman before him, his eyes widening. You truly are the daughter of Duke Nalan, father? Wu Xiaolon, fearing she might offend the guest, quickly shot her father a warning glance. Yet Nalan Yun smiled gently. I have some recollection of the Wu family in Wushuang City. Should the head of the Wu family doubt my identity, I have an item that can prove it. However, I wonder if it is necessary for me to present it. The last statement carried a subtly different tone. Wu Sihai, not being foolish, began to sweat profusely and quickly bowed. I would not dream of doubting Miss Nalan's identity. Please do not hold it against me. Please, step inside. The woman smiled lightly, saying nothing further, and stepped into the Wu residence. With this powerful card in hand, Wu Sihai felt he could easily dismiss not just the small Mu family but even 100 of them without concern. Once they entered the estate, the man eagerly recounted the recent events to Nalan Yun. Wu Sihai sighed heavily. Miss Nalan, the Mu family has been exceedingly overbearing, taking advantage of their knowledge of the white salt production methods to wantonly suppress our business. Now that the Zhou family has been swallowed up, I fear that in a few days, our Wu family will meet the same fate. To be candid, Miss Nalan, had you not come today, I would have been compelled to confront the Mu family with all my might. The man passionately elaborated on his grievances, as if he had suffered great injustices. Naturally, he omitted any mention of his own involvement in hiring assassins, for without that detail, his conflict with the Mu family could merely be seen as a matter of commercial rivalry. However, should this information come to light, the nature of the situation would change entirely. Nonetheless, Wu Sihai was not overly worried. Even if the Mu family suspected him, they had no proof. And without proof, he could adamantly deny any allegations. At that time, with the word of the Duke's daughter backing him, Mu Yuanshan would have to comply or face dire consequences. After Wu Sihai finished speaking, Nalan Yun waved her hand and replied coolly. All right, I understand everything you have said, but these details are of little importance. I have come this time at Xiaolon's request. Should any issues arise, I shall resolve them. You need not worry, a mere family dispute within a capital does not pique my interest to delve deeper. Beep, reminder to the host, there are 4 days remaining until the task deadline. Current progress, 50 in the dead of night. Su Yao lay in bed, once again hearing the system's notification. She opened her bleary eyes, feeling quite exasperated. Oh dear, I know. Must you keep reciting it? It's late at night. Can't you let me sleep? Be careful, or I might report you for disturbing the peace. Host. Today the system detected a ripple of rules within the Luyun dynasty. The target may have had contact with other system holders recently. Chapter 41. Wu Sihai's triumph upon hearing this. Su Yao lost all sense of drowsiness. She was already aware that there were others in this world who, like her, possessed systems. However, whether they were friend or foe, and their whereabouts remained a mystery to her. In the past, she had encountered stories where such systems devoured one another, leaving her feeling somewhat uneasy. Rest assured, host, based on the detected ripple, the other party bears no malice. Then, has that fellow system holder arrived in the Luyun dynasty? No. The ripple does not originate from their main body. It is likely someone within the Luyun dynasty has recently come into contact with them. I see. System, since you can sense them, can they also perceive our existence? Yes. However, host, there is no need for concern. They do not know our exact location, and it is highly probable that they are not enemies. Well then, as long as they aren't enemies. Su Yao thought to herself. If given the chance, she would be quite interested to see who this other person was. The next day, Mu Yuanshan, accompanied by Mu Junyan and Su Yao, prepared to visit the Wu family to have a serious discussion with Wu Sihai. If the other party were wise, he would simply concede the mineral vein, and Mu Yuanshan had no intention of pushing them to the brink. However, if that old fool insisted on a confrontation, he would present the contract to the authorities and ensure their ruin. Yet, despite such plans, sometimes circumstances change unexpectedly. Just as the Mu family was about to set off, news arrived that the Wu family was already on their way. What? Wu Sihai is bringing people to the Mu family? Mu Yuanshan's brow furrowed slightly, then he sat down with a cold laugh. Humph, very well. I am curious to see what tricks he intends to play. Upon receiving this news, Su Yao felt a sense of unease. The Wu family was now at a dead end. Their visit here could only mean two things. One possibility was that they sought peace, realizing the tide had turned against them, and thus wished to negotiate with the Mu family while they still held some influence. This seemed highly likely. The second possibility was that they were not here with good intentions. Perhaps the Wu family had other hidden cards up their sleeves besides the mineral vein, prompting them to act preemptively. However, this possibility appeared slim. If they truly had such cards, why would they have been pushed to this point by the Mu family? Just as she pondered, the figures of the Wu family appeared outside the Mu residence. Although both families harbored deep-seated animosity, they still maintained a facade of calm. If it isn't Brother Wu, how have you been? How is business lately? Mu Yuanshan smiled, his eyes glinting with amusement as he regarded the other man. Wu Sihai also wore a smile, yet his eyes twitched slightly, inwardly cursing, business? With your Mu family around? Where would my Wu family find any business? At this moment, everyone noticed that, in addition to Wu Sihai and his sister Wu Xiaolon, there was a strange woman accompanying them. Who was this? Mu Yuanshan scrutinized her, his brow furrowing slightly. The woman looked unfamiliar and did not seem to belong to the Wu family. A gleam of triumph passed through Wu Sihai's eyes. He had been waiting for Mu Yuanshan to ask this question. And he immediately mocked, "Haha, Brother Mu, it is entirely understandable that you do not recognize her. However, you must be aware of the Nalan Duke, for our annual salt tax is indeed submitted to the Nalan residents. And this lady here is none other than Miss Nalan Yun, the Duke's daughter." The members of the Mu family, initially expecting further revelations, were left dumbfounded upon hearing the identity of the woman before them. Mu Yuanshan was equally astonished, his gaze scrutinizing Nalan Yun as his smile faded. "You truly are Miss Nalan?" The young woman stepped forward slowly, producing a square jade token from her hand, and spoke calmly. "It matters not if you doubt me, but should you cast aspersions on the Nalan family, I fear the Mu family may find its existence to be of little consequence." Xu Yao clearly observed that the moment the young woman revealed the jade token, the expressions of the Mu family members instantly darkened. Particularly, Mu Yuanshan's brow furrowed deeper as he hastily clasped his hands together, saying, "Miss Nalan, how could I, Mu Yuanshan, fail to recognize the jade token of the Nalan residents? I beg your pardon for any prior offense." This scene brought immense satisfaction to Wu Sihai, who followed closely behind the woman. As he passed by, he patted Mu Yuanshan on the shoulder and said with a sneer, "Mu brother, did you think your family could take advantage of me? You did not foresee this day, did you?" With that, the man cast a derisive glance at the others before departing. "Host, it has been confirmed that this Nalan Yun has had close contact with the previous system holder." "It is she." Seeing Mu Yuanshan's solemn expression, Su Yao tugged at the sleeve of the young man beside her and whispered, "Husband, who exactly is this Nalan Yun? Does she possess significant influence?" Mu Junyan, like his father, also wore a furrowed brow. "Our Wushuang city is merely one of the many capitals within Qingyun County, while the Nalan family is the current duke's residence, governing all the capitals within Qingyun County. Their power is far beyond what the Mu family can compare to. And no matter how formidable the Mu family is in Wushuang City, we are but a well-established merchant family. Wealth without power renders us no different from ants when faced with a behemoth like the Nalan family. This time, we may be in trouble." The girl had never observed such an expression on the young man's face, but from his description, Su Yao understood that Nalan Yun's identity was indeed one the Mu family could not offend. As they entered the Mu residence, Nalan Yun led the way, followed by Wu Sihai and the rest, while the Mu family trailed behind. Upon learning of Nalan Yun's identity, Mu Yuanshan immediately commanded everyone to refrain from speaking recklessly. He understood all too well that their guest's presence alongside Wu Sihai boded no good fortune. Nalan Yun surveyed the Mu residence before casually selecting a stone bench in the courtyard to sit upon. Speaking in a tone devoid of emotion, head of the Mu family, "I have heard that your family's enterprises in Wushuang City have been thriving, not only absorbing the Zhou family but also developing new salt production methods. Truly remarkable," asked the family head. Mu Yuanshan slightly bowed, maintaining a demeanor of respect. "Miss Nalan, you flatter us. The Mu family has always relied on the salt industry for survival, and we cannot afford to stagnate. We must continually enhance both quality and quantity to honor the support of the populace. Rest assured, this year the Mu family's salt tax will exceed that of previous years by 50%. Not a single fraction shall be less." Just as the man's words fell, Nailin Yun casually fiddled with her slender nails and replied indifferently, "Head of the Mu family, you monopolize 3 mineral veins. Yet your salt tax only increases by 50%. I find that lacking." Mu Yun's brow furrowed, but he still slightly inclined his hand and spoke in a deep voice. "Then, according to Miss Nailin's perspective, how much should the Mu family supplement?" Nailin Yun raised her eyelids, and without a moment's hesitation replied, "On top of last year's basis, increase it by 100%. 100%. That would mean a complete doubling." Not only the Mu family members, but even Su Yao found it utterly absurd. Was there truly no difference between this and outright robbery? Chapter 42. Overstepping boundaries. Mu Yuanshan was taken aback by the audacity of the request. His expression momentarily stunned as he slowly replied, "Miss Nailin, while it is true that my Mu family possesses 3 mineral veins, the one from the Zhou family was acquired legally from the Zhou family head. Even should taxes be raised, it must adhere to the laws of the land, and certainly not by 100%. At this moment, however, Wu Sihai interjected, no longer concealing his intentions, a mocking smile adorning his face. "Mu Yuanshan, do you truly believe that Miss Nailin's visit is to discuss legalities with you? The entirety of Wushuang City falls under the jurisdiction of the Nailin family. Her words are beyond your family's scrutiny. Not to mention 100%, even if it were 120%, I, Wu family, would comply without question." The phrase "standing while speaking does not incur pain" rang true, and Wu Sihai's current brazen demeanor was enough to provoke disdain even from the dogs of the Mu family, who barked at him in protest. Though Nailin Yun did not explicitly affirm, it was clear that Wu Sihai's words echoed her sentiments. In truth, even if the salt tax were to double, it would not significantly impact the current Mu family. However, Nailin Yun's intent was not merely financial. Her demands served to establish a clear hierarchy over the Mu family. Mu Yuanshan worried that the true purpose of their guest's visit had yet to unfold. With little time to deal with Wu Sihai's provocations, he could only nod in acquiescence. "Very well, since it is Miss Nailin's request, the Mu family shall comply." The young woman responded nonchalantly, and seeing that the man had no further comments, he frowned. "Is Miss Nailin's visit to the Mu family solely for this matter?" Nailin Yun raised her brow slightly and continued, "Reconciliation? Your conduct hardly resembles that of parties seeking harmony. Naturally, such sentiments could not be voiced by Mu Yuanshan." He spoke in a low tone. "Miss Nailin, you may not be aware, but it was the Wu family who initially—" Yet before he could finish, Nailin Yun waved her hand dismissively. "Enough. I have already heard from Xiaolan about the matters between your 2 families. There is no need for repetition. Logically, as the only 2 salt-producing families in the city, you should cooperate, rather than engage in conflict. Let bygones be bygones. The Mu family shall no longer target the Wu family. Furthermore, the development of new salt production methods is beneficial for the nation and its people. How can your Mu family keep it to yourselves? It ought to be shared with the Wu family." "Impossible." The moment the young woman's words concluded, Mu Yuanshan's eyes widened as he coldly retorted. He could overlook many things in consideration of Miss Nailin's standing, but for her to audaciously demand the Mu family to share their method of producing white salt with the Wu family was utterly intolerable. Even with his typically good temper, he was now incensed. "Miss Nailin, the method of salt production is the lifeblood of my Mu family. Even with your request, we cannot simply relinquish it. This is utterly unreasonable." Su Yao listened quietly from the side, her expression turning grim. This woman was indeed excessively domineering. With her presence, how could they possibly bring down the Wu family? Outrageous, Mu Yuanshan. How dare you show such disrespect to Miss Nailin? Wu Sihai again took on the role of sycophant, his face brimming with smugness. From birth until now, he had never felt such delight as he did today. However, Mu Yuanshan would not indulge him this time and immediately retorted coldly. "Wu Sihai, do you still have the audacity to speak? Are you truly oblivious to the deeds you have committed?" The man froze for a moment before sneering. "Humph! My Wu family has always acted with integrity. There is nothing shameful about our actions. What have I done? Speak up." Observing that the other party was oblivious to the gravity of the situation, Mu Yuanshan saw no merit in maintaining a facade of civility and waved his hand decisively. "Very well. Let Miss Nailin witness just how malicious your Wu family's intentions truly are. Someone, bring forth the evidence." Shortly thereafter, He Lin presented the paper contract obtained by Su Yao to the man. Upon seeing the document in Mu Yuanshan's hand, Wu Sihai's heart sank, and his expression turned tense. "Impossible. How could my contract with the Golden Snake gang end up in the Mu family's possession? I had settled every payment. Wu Sihai gritted his teeth, incredulous that the Golden Snake gang would go back on their word. What is this? As Nalin Yun frowned at the contract, Mu Yuanshan let out a cold laugh and explained the circumstances. This contract serves as irrefutable evidence. What more can you say, Wu family? The document sent Wu Sihai into a panic. Yet, he maintained a facade of calm, dismissing, "This is utter nonsense. What can this piece of paper prove?" "Is it? It bears your signature and family seal, Wu Sihai. What explanation do you have? Forgery. This must have been fabricated by your Mu family." Mu Yuanshan's eyes were filled with disdain as he shook the contract. Signatures can be forged, but what of the family seal? Is your Wu family seal also a forgery? Wu Sihai broke into a cold sweat, yet he persisted in his denial. "Oh, it is indeed a forgery." The man's demeanor was transparent to all. He was clearly guilty. Even Wu Xiaolan was taken aback, unable to fathom that her father would engage in such heinous acts. She now felt immense concern. As although she had a good relationship with Nalin Yun at the academy, the disparity in their statuses was undeniable. Should her father's actions provoke Nalin Yun's ire, it was uncertain whether the latter would still protect the Wu family. At that moment, Nalin Yun spoke calmly, "Head of the Mu family, may I see that contract?" Mu Yuanshan, trusting her intentions, handed the document to the young woman. "Miss Nalin, you will discern its authenticity for yourself." He anticipated that such a ludicrous act as hiring a hitman would surely prompt Nalin Yun to act justly. However, the actions of the young woman in the next moment left everyone utterly astonished. Nalin Yun accepted the contract but didn't even glance at it. In the midst of the crowd's shocked gazes, she tore it into shreds then, lifting her head, she regarded the dazed Mu Yuanshan with indifference. As if this matter held no significance whatsoever. "Master Mu, you were just asked to share the method of salt production. Have you given it any thought? Fury? Shock? What does it mean to be excessively bullied? To twist the truth? This is it. No, this is beyond mere bullying." Nalin Yun clearly regards the Mu family as insignificant. Watching the torn paper on the ground, Mu Yuanshan's body trembled with anger, his eyes reddening as he reached out a shaking hand. You. At that moment, a youthful and crisp voice rang out. "Father, let Yao Yao say a few words." The girl's voice redirected the attention of everyone present. Su Yao coldly swept her gaze over the members of the Wu family, finally fixing her eyes on Nalin Yun. "So you wish to bully others? You want to play, do you? Fine, I shall play with you. Let us make it grand. System, let us be straightforward. I want to deal with them." Understood. Chapter 43. All in Nalin Yun was clearly there to cause trouble. Retreating would only encourage the other party to take further advantage. Thus, there was no longer any need to back down. Su Yao's presence also drew the attention of the woman, who regarded her with a hint of disdain. "Master Mu, it seems your family's values require stricter enforcement. Can a child interrupt when adults are speaking?" Though Mu Yuanshan was unaware of Su Yao's intentions, he was unwilling to continue bowing to the young woman. Suppressing his inner fury, he replied coolly, "Miss Nalin, if you wish to bully us, I, Mu, have nothing further to say to as for Yao Yao. Though she is young, she is by no means inferior to us common folk. Her words reflect the intentions of my family." His statement took the Wu family members by surprise. Nalin Yun cast a few more glances at the petite girl, equally astonished by Mu Yuanshan's attitude. Was he truly willing to entrust the entire Mu family to this child? How intriguing. "Very well then," the woman said, her gaze devoid of emotion as she asked once more, "Will you surrender the Mu family's method of salt production?" "Yes." The girl raised her small face, her watery eyes locking onto Nalin Yun as she reiterated, "We will surrender this method of salt production." Her declaration caused a glimmer of uncontainable joy to flash in Wu Sihai's eyes, while deep resentment and helplessness surfaced on the faces of the Mu family members. Indeed, what could they do if they refused? As long as the Nalin family merely lifted a finger, the Mu family would dissipate like dust in an instant. The disparity in status was far too great. Nalin Yun nodded slightly, yet the disdain in her gaze became even more pronounced. However, she soon heard the girl continue, "Miss Nalin, your evident favoritism towards the Wu family leaves us with little to say. But might you grant the Mu family an opportunity?" At this, the woman raised an eyebrow, her interest piqued as she glanced at Su Yao. "Oh, what kind of opportunity do you seek?" Even now, Nailin Yun viewed the girl merely as a child. Lacking any serious intent, Su Yao's delicate and pure face revealed a hint of a cold smile before she turned to the members of the Wu family, finally fixing her gaze on Wu Xiaolan. I hear that Miss Wu is studying at Lanxian Academy. She must surely be exceptionally talented, skilled in every art. Yao Yao, being somewhat naive, wishes to challenge Miss Wu to a wager. I wonder if you dare to accept. Logically speaking, if anyone else had said this, Wu Xiaolan would have felt no fear. Yet this girl before her instilled a shadow of doubt. The events of the Wu family's banquet were still fresh in her memory, where she had not only lost 10,000 gold but had also brought disgrace upon herself and the Wu family. Even now, she could not fathom how she had managed to complete her 6 divinations grid so swiftly. Seeing the hesitation on the other side, Su Yao pressed further. What's the matter? Does Miss Wu not dare to accept? In an instant, all gazes turned toward Wu Xiaolan, while Nailin Yun remained unmoved, as if it were none of her concern. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Xiaolan slowly replied, if this is a wager, then what shall be the stakes? Her cautious demeanor surprised Nailin Yun, who regarded her with mild astonishment. If I lose, the Mu family will not only surrender the method of salt production, but also relinquish these 3 mineral veins to your Wu family. This wager was undeniably substantial. Should they lose, the Mu family would end up with nothing. Nevertheless, Wu Xiaolan displayed no signs of joy. And what if I lose? If Miss Wu loses, she will hand over 2 of the Wu family's mineral veins to the Mu family. How does that sound? Quite fair, wouldn't you agree? Fairness, undeniably fair. Su Yao's method of wagering left no room for criticism. Yet fairness did not equate to Wu Xiaolan's willingness to accept. She feared defeat. She feared losing to this girl once more. She hesitated to voice her decision, but Wu Sihai could no longer contain himself. Once cautious, seeing an opportunity to overturn and swallow the Mu family, he had let down his guard. Good. We shall do as you say. Xiaolan, wager with her. A mere child, could she truly stir up any waves? With her father's decree, Wu Xiaolan found herself with no path of retreat. She inhaled deeply, her gaze gradually firming. Very well, I accept your wager. Upon hearing the agreement, Su Yao smiled slightly. That's good. I feared you would refuse. Then, she turned to Nailin Yun. Miss Nailin, before the wager between Wu Miss and myself commences, I kindly request you to be a witness, to ensure fairness. Otherwise, should either of us lose, it would not bode well if there were any reneging. The woman cast a glance at Su Yao. She had never considered that Wu Xiaolan would lose and replied nonchalantly. You may wager as you please. As for the outcome, it shall adhere to your agreement. I was waiting for that very statement. Su Yao silently scoffed, sealing Nailin Yun's lips. Once she won, the other party would have no grounds to protest. Very well, Miss Nailin's words hold weight. Thus, let the terms of the wager be determined by you. This left not only the Wu family, but even the Mu family members in a state of astonishment. Who was unaware that Nailin Yun favored the Wu family? To have her determine the terms of the wager was sheer folly. However, Mu Yuanshan had already made his stance clear. At this moment, Su Yao represented the Mu family, and they could not easily intervene. Mu Junyant's gaze rested on the girl, his expression calm. He believed that given the Mu family's dire situation, Su Yao would not act recklessly. If she dared to proceed in such a manner, she must possess unshakable confidence in her victory. It had been the case last time at the Wu family. It would undoubtedly be the same this time. Though I know not why the Mu family places such trust in you, since you've put it forth, I shan't be polite. Nailin Yun smirked mockingly, then pondered briefly before stating, let the wager between you and Xiaolan be set for 3 rounds. With each round worth 1 point, the one with the highest score after 3 rounds shall be declared the victor. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Wu Xiaolan nodded first. Sister Yun, I have no objections. With Nailin Yun selecting the terms of the wager, her heart felt considerably lighter. I have no objections either. From the moment of the initial exchange until now, it was not just Nailin Yun and the Wu family who were perplexed. Even the Mu family members were left utterly baffled. Where did this child's overflowing confidence stem from? Nailin Yun regarded the horizon evenly, stating calmly, the skills the woman excels in are merely the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, along with the rituals and tea ceremonies. Since you have all no objections, let the 2 of you commence your match. A match? In no time, a stone go table was brought forth by the servants. Observing this, Su Yao noticed a flicker of confidence in Wu Xiaolan's eyes, who promptly took her seat first. Standing beside her, Wu Xiaofeng excitedly exclaimed, "Father, sister is a 6th grade Go player. This match is ours for the taking." Seeing this, the girl couldn't help but mutter under her breath, "Oh no, it seems this is her strong suit. What do? I don't know how to play Go." "You agreed far too quickly. But you're here to help me. They're bullying me. What's wrong with a little girl using a cheat code? Quick, think of a way." "Just wait, I'll go invite Kujia." Chapter 44. The first round victory. How long must I wait? No need to rush, just take your turn. With no other option, Su Yao reluctantly sat across from Wu Xiaolan. Though be honest, her understanding of Go was limited to its surface meaning. She had never even held a piece before, let alone grasped its rules. Wu Xiaolan chose the black pieces and gracefully placed one in the upper right corner of the board. Then, she looked up at Su Yao. "Your turn." Although she didn't understand the intricacies of the game, she could mimic what she had observed. Following Wu Xiaolan's lead, the girl slowly took a white piece from the box. Her movements were somewhat clumsy. But instead of placing it in the corner like her opponent, she glanced around and boldly set it down in the very center of the board. Thus, amidst the astonished gazes of all, the girl clapped her hands in delight. Though she was no expert, she believed she understood the basics. Why occupy the vast center territory when one could merely play in the corner? It simply didn't seem wise. Right? Ha! What a bold move at the center. In the midst of the shock, Wu Xiaolan shook off her lingering doubts, a smirk forming on her face. "Sister Yao Yao, are you overly confident in yourself? Or do you simply lack understanding of the game?" "Piske, it's just chess. Why must you resort to banter?" Su Yao internally scoffed, yet her expression remained unchanged, her demeanor composed. "Miss Wu, it is your turn." Wu Xiaolan let out a cold snort, harboring a sense of disdain. "Humph, I shall see how long you can maintain this facade." Thus, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the two began their match. After only a few moves, even a slightly experienced player could discern that the situation was overwhelmingly one-sided. Wu Xiaolan's black pieces were marked by meticulous calculation, each step taken with careful consideration. As time passed, even the novice Su Yao began to sense something amiss with the board before her and hurriedly inquired, "System, are you ready yet? Why do I feel like I'm about to lose?" "Here it comes." Ding! The Go Grandmaster Kujia has been bound to your skill set. At this point, Wu Xiaolan's smile was nearly uncontrollable, and after making another move, she triumphantly declared, "Sister Yao Yao, I believe the outcome is already decided." "There is no need to continue." Su Yao glanced at her, then adjusted her non-existent glasses, and replied nonchalantly, "The cosmos remains undetermined. Why the haste?" In an instant, the smug expression on Wu Xiaolan's face froze, as she suddenly felt an inexplicable pressure emanating from the girl. Wu Xiaolan's heart raced. Her forehead beaded with cold sweat. What was that momentum just now? "Miss Wu, it is your turn." Regaining her composure, Wu Xiaolan scrutinized the board, her brow furrowing as she pondered for a moment before her black piece descended slowly. Clack! Compared to the beginning, the girl now seemed transformed. Her pace and presence while playing were far superior to before. She was entirely unaware that her own formation had been completely disrupted. The color drained from her face. What terrifying skill! No wonder she had such confidence, establishing the opening at the star point. So, she was merely pretending to be a fool to ensnare the tiger. Wu Xiaolan bit her lip, her fingers trembling slightly as they gripped the black piece. "Miss Wu, what troubles you? If you do not make your move soon, darkness will be upon us. We still have 2 matches to go." Su Yao smiled sweetly, her charming visage causing Wu Xiaolan to drool. Observing the other's conflicted expression, the girl felt a surge of satisfaction. No wonder they enjoyed playing chess so much. The thrill of strategizing and manipulating one's opponent was utterly fulfilling. "Xiaolan, make your move." Nailin Yun's brow furrowed as she barked. She had chosen a game of Go for their first contest precisely because of Wu Xiaolan's considerable expertise in the matter. Yet, she never anticipated that her opponent would struggle so against a mere child. Clack! After a moment's hesitation, Wu Xiaolan forced herself to steady her nerves and slowly placed her piece. She continuously reassured herself that the match was still undecided, that she still had a chance. However, was that truly the case? As the seconds ticked by, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. After both sides had made 30 moves, the mood had shifted dramatically. Wu Xiaolon had been gripping her black piece for what felt like an eternity, her teeth clenched and her whole body trembling slightly. Her eyes darted across the board, yet she could find no place to make her move in that moment, no matter how unwilling she was. She had to confront the reality. Clack! After a long pause, the piece fell from her feeble fingers, and Wu Xiaolon felt as though she had been drained of all energy, stammering, I lost. Silence. Wu Sihai and his son stared in disbelief, unable to comprehend how their daughter could possibly lose to this little girl in the art of Go. Others, like the Mu family, shared their astonishment. They too could hardly believe that Su Yao, who had begun with a hellish opening, could truly turn the tables. No, perhaps she had intended this all along. Ha ha ha. Head of the Wu family, a pleasure indeed. Mu Yuanshan laughed heartily, knowing well that his daughter-in-law was no ordinary opponent. The members of the Mu family were secretly elated, while Mu Junyan remained unchanged, his expression steady. From the very beginning, he believed in his wife's victory. Husband, I would like some water. Ignoring the others, the girl sat on a stone bench, pouting her little lips as her delicate voice rang out. They had been engaged in this game for a full hour. Chapter 45. Victory. At this moment, Wu Sihai felt a twinge of regret for having accepted Su Yao's wager. With Nalin Yun as his trump card, he could have easily triumphed over the Mu family. Yet, this advantageous hand had been squandered. After a brief respite, Su Yao addressed Nalin Yun, Miss Nalin, let us commence the second match. Upon hearing this, Nalin Yun narrowed her eyes, glancing at the somewhat dejected Wu Xiaolon, and slowly stated, since we have already competed in Go, let us now engage in a poetic duel. The two of you will compose verses in response to one another, and each poem must contain the character for flower. Should either fail to respond within the time of an incense stick, they shall be deemed the loser. After speaking, her gaze briefly flickered over Wu Xiaolon's face, her eyes betraying a hint of dissatisfaction. She had lowered herself to accommodate the Wu family, and had it not been for Wu Xiaolon's commendable progress in the Lanxian Academy, Nalin Yun would never have graced this small city of Wushuang. The woman's expression was indifferent as she reminded, Xiaolon, should you lose again, I cannot assist you. Both Go and poetry were her strong suits. If her favoritism could not secure a victory, it would only indicate that Wu Xiaolon's talent was limited and unworthy of her guidance. Wu Sihai, in a state of urgency, pleaded, yes, daughter. You cannot afford to lose again. If you lose this round, our Wu family will be finished. Although there were 3 rounds in total, if Wu Xiaolon were to lose 2 matches consecutively, the third would be rendered unnecessary. The young woman was acutely aware that the fate of the entire Wu family rested upon her shoulders. Furthermore, this round was precisely in her area of expertise, poetry. Should she falter here, she would have no face to show anyone, nor would she be able to repay the academy for its nurturing. Taking a few deep breaths to steady herself, Wu Xiaolon regarded the girl before her, who barely reached her waist, with a serious expression. Sister Yao Yao, please begin. However, Su Yao waved her hand dismissively, politely responding, Miss Wu is the elder. I should yield to you. Meanwhile, she internally fretted, what to do? I know nothing about composing poetry. I'll just wing it and download some prompts. Hurry then. I barely passed elementary school Chinese. At this moment, Wu Xiaolon held no trace of disdain, her face filled with gravity. Seeing the other's humility, she also refrained from being courteous, slowly reciting, do not go where the landscape is familiar. Instead, return to where flowers and birds express deeper feelings. Su Yao scratched her head, drawing upon her scant knowledge to seek out lines that contained the word flower. Flower, flower. Peach blossoms bloom clear before the Qingming. Along the long dike, the willow's hue is smoky green. I bought a flatboat to strike the sea's edge, where the plum blossoms entice the wandering souls. Wu Xiaolon maintained a composed demeanor, her verses flowing effortlessly, not requiring the slightest effort. In stark contrast, the girl appeared quite flustered, scratching her head, tugging at her skirt. Her little face scrunched in thought. Purple, purple, purple curtains condense the smoke. Fragrant tendrils entwine with the silver lanterns and golden threads. Children know not the affairs of their hometown, yet they speak of the flowers of spring in Jiangnan. Throughout this exchange, Wu Xiaolan had been responding seamlessly, clearly holding back her full capacity. Meanwhile, Su Yao struggled, finally managing to produce a line after much effort. Although the outcome had yet to be determined, it was evident that Wu Xiaolan was leagues ahead of the girl. Unbeknownst to them, 2/3 of the incense stick's time had elapsed, yet Su Yao still had not managed to utter her next line. Despite this, Wu Xiaolan's gaze remained fixed on her, unwavering in her focus. System, she's too formidable. I can't keep up. Why the rush? Here it comes. I've downloaded thousands of verses. Just pick one. Just as the time limit was about to expire, Su Yao suddenly lifted her head, reciting her lines with nonchalance. Wu Xiaolan's eyes widened. Her teeth clenched slightly. Here it comes again. That inexplicable confidence and momentum had returned. As the sun dipped below the horizon, leaning against the branches, nearly an entire day had passed since Nalin Yun and the Wu family had arrived. The second match between Su Yao and Wu Xiaolan was finally drawing to a close. The girl, parched and hoarse, had lost count of how many bowls of water she had consumed, and even as she read from memory, she had recited nearly 200 verses. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she felt her voice growing hoarse, compelled to admire this Miss Wu. Goodness. This Wu Xiaolan is truly impressive. Why isn't she competing in the strongest brain competitions? At this moment, the tables had turned once more. Now it was Wu Xiaolan who appeared anxious, her mind racing with the poetry she had learned over the years. Children know not the affairs of their hometown, yet they speak of the flowers of spring in Jiangnan. As soon as she finished speaking, a cold, indifferent voice rang out, Wu Xiaolan, you just repeated that line. Nalin Yun regarded the young woman with disappointment in her eyes, then spoke coolly, time is running out. Can you recite the next line? Wu Xiaolan felt anxious, and Wu Sihai and his son were even more distressed, both with reddened eyes exclaiming, Yes, Xiaolan, you must answer quickly. Have you not been studying at the Women's Academy for so long? Sister, if you cannot respond soon, we will lose. However, the more anxious they became, the more flustered Wu Xiaolan felt, her mind turning into a muddled mess. She attempted to speak several times, but was at a loss for words. As a gentle breeze swept by, she ultimately failed to continue with the next line, I apologize, but time is up, Miss Wu. You have lost again. Su Yao offered a slight bow, her face bearing a hint of respect. Truth be told, had she not been a member of the Wu family, she would have genuinely wished to befriend her. But alas, upon hearing that she had lost, Wu Xiaolan blinked in disbelief, her expression dazed. Seemingly still processing the situation, her mind stubbornly searching for an answer. Bang! Wu Sihai abruptly sank to the ground, his expression vacant, mumbling to himself, It's over. All is lost. No, that's not right. It's impossible. I will not lose. She must have cheated. How could I lose to a mere child in the realm of chess and poetry that I take pride in? Miss Wu, as the saying goes, to catch a thief, one must catch them in the act. You accuse me of cheating, but do you have any evidence? Though Su Yao felt a pang of sympathy for her, she could not help it. After all, the Wu family had been too overbearing to tea that moment. Wu Xiaolan appeared to be on the brink of madness, her face contorted, and she lunged at the girl, exclaiming, Strip her! The evidence must be on you. I will find it for you. Chapter 46. Nalin Yun's olive branch. Such behavior from a woman startled Su Yao, causing her to pale in fear as she instinctively stepped back, waving her hands. Husband. Just as the words left her lips, the figure of a young man materialized before the girl. His eyes were cold, and with a casual wave of his hand, he sent the deranged woman flying. Barking, enough. If you dare lay a hand on Yao Yao again, do you believe I will not take your life on the spot? Yet, Wu Xiaolan quickly scrambled to her feet, kneeling at Nalin Yun's feet. Her face etched with desperation. Sister Yun, you know me. I cannot possibly lose to her. However, Nalin Yun remained impassive, entirely unmoved, merely glancing at her and stating flatly, Indeed, I am aware of your exceptional skills in chess and poetry, which is precisely why I selected these 2 rounds as the stakes for the wager. Yet, despite that, Wu Xiaolan, you have still lost. This only indicates that this girl from the Mu family is superior to you. Nothing more. With that, the woman slowly rose, never casting her gaze upon Wu Xiaolan again. Now that the wager has concluded, the matters between your 2 families shall proceed according to the outcome of the bet. I shall take my leave. Her words caused the kneeling woman to shudder violently once more. Nalan Yun then approached the girl, her eyes narrowing slightly. "What is your name, Miss Nalan?" "My name is Su Yao." The girl nodded slightly and then inquired, "Are you willing?" Su Yao smiled and shook her head. "Thank you for your kind offer, Miss Nalan, but I am not inclined at this time." Receiving a polite refusal, the woman said nothing further, simply nodding before turning to leave. "Miss Nalan, please wait a moment." At that moment, Su Yao called out to her. Thinking the girl had changed her mind, Nalan Yun immediately halted and turned around. However, Su Yao's question caused her brow to furrow. "May I ask, Miss Nalan, have you recently traveled outside the Luyun dynasty?" This question seemed somewhat perplexing, leaving the other party bewildered. Why do you ask?" The girl smiled lightly and replied nonchalantly. "Oh, just out of curiosity. If it is not too much trouble, I would appreciate your response." The woman scrutinized Su Yao for a moment before nodding. "Do you have any further inquiries?" Hearing this, the girl performed a slight bow. "No, thank you, Miss Nalan, for your clarification. Please, take care." Nalan Yun's lips twitched slightly, but she maintained a serious expression, furrowing her brow as she said, "As long as you agree, I, Nalan Yun, can treat you like a sister. Whatever you desire, I can fulfill." Seeing her insistence, Su Yao felt a touch of helplessness. "I sincerely apologize, Miss Nalan, but I do not currently plan to leave Wushuang City." Once again met with refusal, Nalan Yun's expression soured, and she promptly departed from the Mu family. So that is it. She once traveled to the Dian dynasty with Princess Kaiyue. This implies that the system bearer is highly likely from the Dian dynasty. Very likely. However, the system does not advise the host to seek them out just yet. Why? Because you have yet to become the most adorable loli of the Luyun dynasty. I believe I am quite cute as I am. Host, you are insulting my profession. Once Nalan Yun left, the remaining members of the Wu family became insignificant and utterly unthreatening. Observing Wu Sihai slumped on the ground, Mu Yuanshan felt an overwhelming sense of triumph, grinning as he patted the man's shoulder. "Brother Wu, a wager is a wager. Although Miss Nalan has departed, do not think of shirking your responsibility. Otherwise, that would cast doubt on the Nalan family's integrity. At that point, losing 2 mineral veins would be the least of your troubles. It could very well lead to your demise." Mu Yuanshan's words struck like a hammer, pounding relentlessly on the man's heart. Leaving him with a burning rage, yet utterly powerless, Wu Sihai slowly rose, his face darkened to the extreme. "Rest assured, the salt mine contract will be delivered to the Mu family estate tonight." With that, the man's forehead pulsed with veins, and he bellowed at the still kneeling woman, "Why are you still here? Are you trying to embarrass yourself?" He then left in a cloud of dark energy. The already dazed Wu Xiaofeng hurriedly followed his father's footsteps, not daring to linger for even a moment. However, to Su Yao's surprise, Mu Yuanshan's eyes narrowed as he suddenly remarked, "Indeed." Wu Sihai's back stiffened at this, and he fell silent, vanishing through the grand entrance of the Mu family. After the departure of Wu Sihai and his son, Wu Xiaolan slowly rose, her steps unsteady and hesitant. Observing this, Mu Yuanshan sighed softly and said, "Miss Wu, it would be best for you to remain here for the time being." "Remain here?" Wu Xiaolan lifted her head, her face pale, her eyes devoid of any anger. "What does the head of the Mu family mean? Do you wish to continue humiliating me?" The man shook his head, speaking earnestly. Su Yao has stepped forward and stated, "The competition has passed. Miss Wu need not dwell on it. The future is bright. Why must one be bound by a moment's victory or defeat? If anyone from the Wu family deserves the respect of others, it is undoubtedly Wu Xiaolan standing before you. So be frank." Without the system granting her advantages, even 100 Su Yaos combined would not stand a chance against Wu Xiaolan. Sensing the sincerity from the Mu family and the girl, Wu Xiaolan could only smile bitterly, shaking her head. "Thank you for your kindness, but this is not where I belong." With that, she slowly departed from the Mu family. Mu Yuanshan let out a soft sigh, choosing not to further persuade her. "Father, why did you send He Lin and the others to retrieve the mineral contract in such a hurry? Did Wu Sihai not say he would deliver it tonight? Are you concerned he might go back on his word?" Once the Wu family had exited, Su Yao voiced her curiosity. The man chuckled, affectionately ruffling the girl's hair. "Yao Yao, while you are exceptionally clever, your experience is still limited, and you cannot fathom the treachery of others." As he spoke, Mu Yuanshan's brow furrowed as he gazed into the distance. I am not worried about Wu Sihai reneging on his promise. I fear he might take down everything with him. If my guess is correct, a significant event is about to unfold in the Wu family tonight. This is also the reason I suggested that the eldest daughter of the Wu family remain. Chapter 47. The Red and White Dual Devils. Mu Yuanshan beamed at the items in his hand, his smile nearly splitting his face in two. The Mu family now possessed all 5 mineral veins in Wushuang City. In the salt production industry, the Mu family had emerged as the true leader, monopolizing the market in a jovial mood. Mu Yuanshan waved grandly, proclaiming, "Notify everyone. Tonight the Mu family shall host a grand feast. We shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Furthermore, all monthly salaries will be increased by 80%. Instantly, the servants and attendants erupted in cheers, hurrying to make preparations. Subsequently, the man gazed at his daughter-in-law with a glimmer of emotion in his eyes. Yao Yao, you truly are the lucky star of my Mu family. Had it not been for the girl before him, the Mu family would have likely struggled under the pressure from the Zhou and Wu families. With the method of producing white salt provided by Su Yao, they had not only successfully extricated themselves from their predicament, but had also successfully absorbed the mineral veins of both the Zhou and Wu families. Becoming the most formidable family in Wushuang City, Su Yao smiled gently and replied, "You flatter me, father. This is merely what I ought to do." Ha ha ha. No flattery here. Mu Yuanshan laughed heartily, then his expression turned serious as he beckoned to his son. "Come, Yinner, let us visit the ancestral hall." The young man frowned in confusion. "Father, what is the purpose of going to the ancestral hall? To pay your respects to your grandfather." That night, the Mu family was ablaze with lights. Guests clinking glasses and enjoying sumptuous feasts, their faces alight with joy. Yet the Wu family resembled a frigid cavern, devoid of any vitality, upon learning that Wu Sihai had relinquished the mining contract. The first to voice her discontent was Lu Rumei. She pointed at the man seated silently, her countenance devoid of any semblance of restraint. The Wu family harbored no prospects. What was there to fear? Wu Laosi, let me be clear. I demand no less than 50% of the remaining wealth of the Wu family. Furthermore, I claim half of this residence. Additionally, given that Xiaofeng is still quite young, his share should rightfully be mine as well. The woman had meticulously calculated the accounts, her fingers clicking together, entirely oblivious to the man's frigid expression, which now bore a glint of murderous intent. After deliberating for a considerable time, Lu Rumei extended her finger towards Wu Sihai. In total, it amounts to 5 million gold. Hurry and procure it. With this sum, she could lead a carefree life for the rest of her days. With no need to linger here, Wu Shaolon, unable to bear it any longer, interjected, "Mother, even without the salt mine, our Wu family can still engage in other businesses. How can you act this way?" The woman, already displeased with her daughter, instantly transformed into a wrathful lioness, turning to reprimand, "What should we do? What wrong have I committed? You are just as useless as your deceased father." While Lu Rumei continued her tirade, she failed to notice the man behind her had risen and was slowly approaching her. Suddenly, a large hand clamped firmly over the woman's mouth, stifling any sound. Wu Sihai's eyes were wild with madness as a cold dagger appeared in his hand, plunging mercilessly into Lu Rumei's back. Once, twice, thrice, blood gushed forth, and the woman flailed her arms in a desperate struggle, her terrified eyes wide open, nearly bursting with blood. Wu Shaolon and her brother were rendered speechless, watching as the man repeatedly stabbed the dagger into Lu Rumei's body. After a moment of silence, Wu Sihai, with a visage akin to a demonic apparition, slowly released the woman's lifeless form. He then turned his bloodthirsty gaze upon the siblings, his murderous intent unabated. Witnessing their father's terrifying demeanor, an overwhelming fear seized Wu Shaolon's heart. Without a second thought, she grabbed Wu Xiaofeng and fled. Their father has gone mad. As the siblings escaped, Wu Sihai made no attempt to pursue them. He cast a cold glance at the corpse on the ground before slowly making his way to the courtyard. Whoosh, whoosh, in an instant, 2 dark figures emerged, clad in black, one with red hair and the other with white. They stood out remarkably. One of them rasped, "Master Wu, you have gone to great lengths to summon us brothers. May I inquire about the nature of your request?" Wu Sihai, with a stoic expression, replied coolly, Tonight, I want the Mu family to be drenched in blood. The two exchanged glances before snickering. Master Wu, this task is no small feat. We require additional compensation. The man's face betrayed no emotion as he produced a set of keys from his sleeve and tossed them to them. Here are the keys to my Wu family's treasury. As long as you help me eliminate Mu Yuanshan and that little girl, everything here shall belong to you. The saying goes, a dead camel is still larger than a horse. The Wu family was once one of the three prominent families in the city. Though not on par with the Mu family, their financial power was far from insignificant. The two figures exchanged nods, affirming, all right, it's a deal. They vanished in a whirlwind, leaving the air still. After their departure, the man's eyes narrowed as he gazed into the night sky. Mu Yuanshan, O Mu Yuanshan, my Wu family has fallen, and you shall not fare any better. Meanwhile, at the Mu residence, the guests at the banquet were indulging in food and drink, already somewhat inebriated. Come, to the head of the Mu family, I raise a toast to you. The man's complexion flushed with a hint of red, feeling grateful for his previous decision. Although he had surrendered the mining rights, he had received a substantial compensation in return. Looking at the Wu family, which insisted on confronting the Mu family head-on, now faced such dire consequences, Mu Yuanshan clinked glasses with the man and patted his shoulder, chuckling, "Ha! Brother Zhou, you are indeed wise." In contrast to the others, Su Yao sat beside a young man, clutching a bowl. Her cheeks puffed with food, her adorable eyes scanning the delectable dishes on the table. Eat slowly. No one is competing with you. Mu Junyan, with a sigh of exasperation, served her a bowl of soup and placed it before her. Suddenly, the young man's brow furrowed, and he sprang to his feet, his face a mask of gravity. "Husband, what is the matter?" Su Yao inquired, puzzled by his intense reaction as she lifted her little face to look at him. At that moment, two figures appeared unreservedly atop the Mu family's gate, their bloodthirsty eyes fixed upon the assembly. "This is so many people. This will take some time." The other figure, with white hair, directed his gaze toward the girl and pointed at Su Yao. His eyes glinting. "Elder brother, I want her." The red-haired figure cast a brief glance before licking his lips. "Hee, you have good taste. Let us play with her before we kill her." Chapter 48. Escape. As they spoke, the two slowly drew out gleaming white daggers from their waists and leaped down from the rooftop. In an instant, everyone froze. "Who are you?" A guard from the Mu residence immediately drew his weapon and shouted. However, the red-haired figure swiftly swung his dagger, unleashing a wave of transparent blade energy that cleaved the guard in two. Blood sprayed forth, and the horrifying scene threw the gathering into chaos, screams and wails erupting all around. "Assassins! Protect the family head!" In an instant, the Mu family's guards rallied together, surrounding Mu Yuanshan and his companions. Su Yao was also startled by the bloody scene, hastily swallowing what she had in her mouth. How come there are assassins again? However, seeing only two attackers, she felt a slight sense of relief. The two assailants wielded their long knives, cutting down the Mu family guards with ease, as if they were merely chopping vegetables. Despite their numbers, the guards couldn't withstand even a single blow from the assailants. Buzz, Mu Junyan furrowed his brow, snatching a long sword from a nearby guard, and lightly stepped forward to confront the red and white figures. The clash of sword and blade produced a deafening sound. With the young man's intervention, the assailants' overwhelming assault was temporarily halted. Su Yao initially thought that with Mu Junyan's involvement, they would soon prevail. However, after observing for a while, she noticed the duo's movements and techniques were highly synchronized, gradually gaining the upper hand against the young man. TSK, a practitioner of the third stage of innate skill. I didn't expect the Mu family to possess such experts. In a wonder, Wu Sihai sought us out. In the blink of an eye, the three had exchanged hundreds of blows. Seeing that the stalemate persisted, Hong Sha turned to his companion and said, "Old Two, I'll hold him off. You go take care of the others." "All right with that." Bai Sha leaped away from the fray, heading towards Su Yao and the others. However, Hong Sha swung his long knife, emitting several arcs of blade energy to block the young man. Grinning sinisterly, "Hee. Your opponent is me." At this moment, the situation grew dire once more. Although Mu Junyan wished to assist, the man before him was no ordinary foe. While not as strong as himself, he was more than capable of stalling him for a moment. Often, battles between experts are decided in an instant. Just as the young man was distracted, Hong Sha seized the opportunity, leaving a blood mark on his right arm with a sharp blade. As Bai Sha faced the ordinary guards of the Mu family, he moved like a tiger among sheep, dispatching them one by one as he raced towards Su Yao. From the very beginning, his target had been this exceptionally beautiful girl. Bai Sha had encountered countless women in his life, but the pure and innocent aura of this little angel genuinely captivated him. He could hardly contain himself, wishing to bind this girl to his bed and indulge in her. For the lives of Mu Yuanshan and the others. He would deal with that after fulfilling his desires. Seeing the glimmer of lust in his eyes and the lecherous grin on his face as he charged towards her, Su Yao was not foolish. She immediately cursed under her breath and turned to flee. She had seen this expression far too many times before. Wu Xiaofeng had it, Mu Chuxing had it, and Mu Yuanhai had it as well. This white-haired assassin was clearly similarly entranced by her appearance. Realizing that the girl was about to escape, Bai Sha ceased his engagement with the guards, and with a powerful leap, he soared into the air, instantly closing the distance between himself and Su Yao. The girl glanced up, gritted her silver teeth, and quickened her pace, her little legs propelling her forward. Damn it, can these people all fly? However, as a mere child of her age, she could not outrun an adult. Whoosh! In the next moment, Bai Sha had already appeared before Su Yao. He licked his lips, his gaze laden with ill intent as he scrutinized her from head to toe, leaving no inch unexamined. Diske. What a windfall, truly a windfall. Bai Sha lowered his head, revealing a lewd smile to Su Yao. Little beauty, you are truly exquisite. Just then, a figure rushed over, instantly enveloping Bai Sha in an embrace. The force was so great that even this master of the second realm felt a tinge of pressure. Miss, run. He Lin, with reddened eyes, clung tightly to the man's waist, refusing to let go even an inch. He knew he was no match for this person, but if he could just hold on until the young master dealt with the accomplices, then the miss would be saved. Beyond that, He Lin had not thought of anything else. A little hazy. Su Yao was momentarily stunned by the scene, but quickly regained her senses and turned to flee. Bai Sha, angered by the ambush from an ordinary person, lifted his foot and viciously kicked at the dark-skinned youth. In an instant, He Lin spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he utilized that momentum to retreat forcefully. Bai Sha's expression changed, his footing became unsteady, and he tumbled out alongside the youth. Even so, He Lin, bloodied, still clung to him, refusing to let go. Seeking death, Bai Sha had never been so humiliated. His face twisted in rage as he swung a fist down upon the youth's head. This strike was like a thunderbolt. He Lin's eyes immediately lost their luster, his body slowly slumping, blood continuously flowing from his head, staining a large patch of grass, as his consciousness faded. It was not until he saw the girl had escaped from the Mu family gate that he finally closed his eyes slowly. With a sudden twist, Bai Sha wrenched free from the grip around his waist, his wolf-like eyes glaring fiercely in the direction of Su Yao's escape, and he instantly gave chase. Chapter 49. Only a pervert can deal with a pervert on Mu Junyin's side. Concerned for the girl's safety, his mind was entirely off of Hong Sha. Several times he attempted to withdraw, only to be firmly blocked by his opponent. Despite his superior strength, he could only maintain a stalemate. Young Master Mu, no need to rush off. Hong Sha swung his blade fiercely, the youth deftly sidestepping, leaving a gaping scar on the ground from the unmatched blade energy. Immediately, Mu Junyin flicked his wrist, and the long sword darted toward the opponent's vital points like a striking serpent. The man hastily drew his blade to parry, the overwhelming force causing him to stagger back several steps. Hong Sha steadied himself, a hint of surprise in his heart. Truly, a master of the third realm. Had the other party not been unwilling to engage fully, he would have likely already met his defeat. Seizing the slight opening, Mu Junyin dashed towards Su Yao's direction. However, Hong Sha let out a cold laugh, no longer obstructing him, instead swinging his long knife straight toward Mu Yuanshan and his wife. Young Master Mu, since you wish to save that girl, I shan't be courteous to your parents. In an instant, the man's long knife was already before everyone. Although Mu Junyin was worried for the girl's safety, at that moment, only he could stand against Hong Sha. If he left now, none of the people here would likely survive. Yenner, don't mind us, go save Yao Yao. Facing Hong Sha's advancing blade, Mu Yuanshan, as the head of the family, felt no fear. Though merely an ordinary man, his aura was not inferior to anyone's. Yet it was evident that Mu Junyan could not abandon his elders. He arrived first, swinging his long sword, a strand of sword energy aimed directly at Hong Sha's back. Forcing him to turn and raise his long knife in defense, whoosh! The youth appeared before Mu Yuanshan and Zheng Lan, lifting his head, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The chilling aura made even Hong Sha feel a twinge of fear. If anything happens to Yao Yao, I will make it so that even death is a luxury for you. The man's pupils constricted, a chill suddenly rising behind him, and he hastily retreated with his long knife. He understood that the youth before him was now serious. In the deep of night, Su Yao had not run far but had taken advantage of her petite stature to conceal herself in a patch of grass near the Mu residence. She knew that if she fled, given her small arms and legs, she could never outrun this perverse character. Thus, she could only hide for the time being. There was no better plan available. Whoosh! Just as she settled in, Bai Sha's figure arrived at the location. The man glanced around, a look of confusion on his face. Logically, this girl shouldn't have been able to escape so quickly. How could she have vanished in the blink of an eye? Bai Sha was no fool. He did not chase aimlessly. He had already surmised that the girl was hiding nearby, but now it was the dead of night, visibility was poor, and it was challenging to locate her. Tap, 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 in the silent street. Only the sound of the man's footsteps echoed steadily. Little beauty, don't hide. I've already discovered you. If you come out on your own, I might spare your life after I'm done with my fun. But if I find you, it won't be so simple. Bai Sha scanned the surroundings with keen eyes, continuously issuing threats in an attempt to scare the girl out. However, Su Yao was no mere child. She understood that he had not truly found her, and this intimidation was merely a ruse. Thus, no matter what he said, she remained silent, covering her mouth, not making a sound. Gradually, as he still had not spotted Su Yao, the man began to grow impatient. His footsteps quickened, the long knife in his hand gleaming with a chilling light under the moon, crimson blood dripping from the blade's tip, creating a terrifying sight. Listen, I will count to 3. If you do not come out when I find you, I will chop off your limbs and feed them to the dogs. Bai Sha's eyes were fixed intently on the surroundings, not letting slip even the slightest movement. Point 1. Concealed in the grass, Su Yao was on high alert, even her breathing slightly halting. Unbeknownst to her, the man's figure was inadvertently drawing closer. Although the night made visibility unclear, he only needed to take a few more steps forward to discover her hiding spot. At that moment, he would undoubtedly uncover her presence. Point 2. The man's voice suddenly rose, and the girl widened her almond-shaped eyes, completely holding her breath. Her entire body stiffened, not daring to move. This pervert was already very close to her. 3. As Bai Sha's final count echoed, the street fell silent once more. For a long while, there was no sign of anything amiss. Had Bai Sha left? No. He remained stationary, uncertain whether the girl had truly hidden or fled. Logically, a girl subjected to such intimidation would have long since burst into tears. Yet Su Yao remained motionless in the grass, just a few meters away from the man. At this moment, both were engaged in a contest of patience. Suddenly, Bai Sha's eyes shifted, and he exclaimed loudly, "Speaking of which, your Mu family is indeed protective of their OWN. And yes, just a pity about that little black boy. Full of spirit, yet he died a miserable death." Upon hearing this news, the girl froze in shock. He Lin was dead? He died to save me? In her daze, Su Yao's breathing became erratic, unintentionally producing a faint sound. And it was this slight noise that caused a sinister smile to spread across Bai Sha's face. In an instant, he turned around, fiercely lifting his long knife to uproot the grass where Su Yao was hiding. He, little beauty, I found you." Gazing into the girl's helpless, pure eyes, the man could not help but reveal an expression of lewd desire. Stepping closer to Su Yao. "You don't come any closer." Su Yao's small face was anxious. She struggled to rise, but in her nervousness, her foot slipped, and she fell to the ground once more. The girl's delicate and helpless demeanor, combined with her innocent and endearing face, instantly ignited a blaze of lust within the man. Without a second thought, Bai Sha swung his long knife and lunged at Su Yao with a wicked grin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just then, under the moonlight, A row of gleaming silver needles suddenly appeared, landing before the man. Bai Sha's expression changed in an instant, abruptly halting his advance, as the girl was momentarily stunned. A pale-skinned, slender man appeared before her, his icy gaze fixated on Bai Sha, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Who is this wild dog, daring to covet what belongs to me? Observing the man's silhouette, Su Yao's brows furrowed slightly, and then her face hardened as she finally recalled, "Ah, it's you, pervert." Chapter 50. Captured by the pervert? Zhang Han's lips twitched slightly. This little one actually called him a pervert? Had she forgotten that she still owed him a kiss? Who are you to interfere with my affairs? Bai Sha scrutinized the newcomer, his eyes narrowing, his long knife swiftly returning to his grip. Who I am is of no concern to you. But if you do not leave— Zhang Han's gaze was playful as he spoke nonchalantly, then you may stay. The silver serpent mark between the man's brows glimmered faintly under the moonlight. And Bai Sha's brows furrowed, his demeanor turning cautious so it was a member of the Golden Serpent gang. He glanced at the girl behind the man, and Bai Sha began to weigh his options. As fugitives wanted by the authorities, their actions were already highly perilous. He had not anticipated becoming entangled with members of the Golden Serpent gang. Continuing down this path could easily lead to their whereabouts being discovered by the authorities. After careful consideration, Bai Sha sheathed his long knife, casting a wary glance at the man before swiftly moving toward the Mu residence. Hey, don't let him get away, however. Zhang Han paid no mind to Su Yao. He was indifferent to matters concerning the Mu family. The man slowly turned, a meaningful smile gracing his face. Little one, have you forgotten that you still owe me something? Oh, you what? The girl's face fell into a daze, and then she shyly averted her gaze, mumbling, I don't recall, still pretending to be oblivious upon seeing Su Yao. Zhang Han couldn't help but step forward, bringing his face closer. You've forgotten, but I certainly haven't. You're still indebted to me for a kiss. Who told you to leave so suddenly last time? The girl extended her palm, blocking the man in front of her, adjusting her iPad. Apologies, but the offer has expired. Zhang Han furrowed his brow and pouted, seemingly at a loss for words. After all, he had indeed suffered from a bout of fever and had no choice but to leave temporarily. Yet, he soon revealed a smile. Never mind, since you are mine now, whether or not that kiss happens is of little consequence. What do you mean I'm yours? This creep must be out of his mind. Su Yao shot Zhang Han an annoyed glance before preparing to leave. However, just as she stood, a sharp pain shot through her ankle. Ah! The girl cried out, her face paling from the pain. Upon seeing this, the man furrowed his brow and rushed forward, lifting Su Yao into his arms. What happened? The girl, unable to think of much else, clutched Zhang Han's shirt and pointed at her calf, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. It hurts. It hurts so much. Watching the little one in his arms suffer, Zhang Han panicked, quickly examining Su Yao's sprained ankle, noticing that her delicate skin had begun to swell slightly. I'll take you to see a doctor. Just bear with it for now. Just as Zhang Han was about to move, Su Yao tugged at his clothes. She lifted her head, revealing her misty eyes, a mixture of a pout and a plea. I don't want to go with you. With the delicate beauty in his embrace, how could Zhang Han possibly let go? Moreover, with the chaos in the Mu family, it was the perfect opportunity for him to take the girl away. No! The man resolutely refused, then with a slight push of his feet, he vanished into the night with Su Yao in his arms. Meanwhile, at the Mu family's side, Hong Sha was filled with dread, his hand trembling slightly as he clutched a large knife. Damn it! What is that brat Bai Sha doing? He couldn't possibly be enjoying himself with that girl, could he? Suddenly, the man's expression changed. What? Jin Shi gang? Yes, Bai Sha nodded, then continued, brother, I think we should let this go. There's no need to get ourselves into trouble over some money. If we attract too much attention and get discovered by the authorities, we'll have to hide everywhere. Hong Sha's eyes flickered, then he barked coldly, retreat. Immediately, the two men leapt to the rooftop, ready to escape. However, they were outpaced by a young man. Mu Junyan swiftly caught up, blocking their path with his sword aimed directly at Bai Sha. His expression grim. You shall not pass. Where is Yao Yao? The man scoffed at the sight, retorting, instead of wasting time here with us, you should hurry and find that girl. But now, she has likely already been taken by someone else. The young man's expression slightly changed. He was uncertain whether to believe the other's words. Seeing that Mu Junyan remained unfazed, Bai Sha furrowed his brow. I was close to capturing her, but the Jin Shi gang interfered. However, I noticed they aren't exactly good people. If you don't believe me, you can stay here and waste time with us in a 2-on-1 scenario. Although they couldn't guarantee victory, they certainly had the strength to fight back. Another Jin Shi gang. Upon hearing those 3 words, Mu Junyan's eyes narrowed, and with a flick of his sword, he coldly declared, "If anything happens to Yao Yao, no matter where you run, I will take your heads." After saying this, the young man no longer lingered and dashed toward the Mu residence. Hong Sha and Bai Sha, realizing they had no intention of attacking the Mu family any further, understood they were already wanted criminals. Accepting Wu Sihai's commission to act against the Mu family had already been a significant risk. Now, with matters unresolved and encountering the Jinshi gang, continuing to entangle would likely expose their whereabouts. If discovered by the authorities, they would face a siege from numerous skilled fighters. This deal was no longer worth it. After exchanging glances, they swiftly vanished into the darkness. Upon Mu Junyan's arrival at the street where the girl was hiding, he found nothing but a row of silver needles and a disarray of grass on the ground. He picked up one of the silver needles, his expression darkening considerably. Bai Sha had not been lying. The Jinshi gang had indeed been here, and this silver needle was identical to the one that had pierced Su Yao's shoulder last time. It was highly likely that the girl had been taken away by them. With a crunch, he infused his internal energy into the silver needle, snapping it in two. The thought of his young wife potentially encountering danger filled Mu Junyan's face with a terrifying murderous intent. His forehead veins bulged, emanating a chilling aura. Jin Shi gang. Outside the city of Wushuang, on an unknown mountain path, Wu, creep, put me down. As dawn broke, sunlight gradually illuminated the land. On the rugged mountain road, a man's figure moved swiftly forward, cradling a little girl who was crying and struggling, swinging her delicate fists at his chest. However, such feeble attempts posed no threat to Zhang Han, only causing the corners of his mouth to rise further. Unable to resist, he glanced down at the girl in his arms, her adorable, misty eyes filled with tears, her small mouth pouting as if she were about to cry any moment. An overwhelming surge of emotion washed over him, and he fought to suppress the urge to tease her, quickening his pace. This little one was simply too cute. Chapter 51. Grandma? Grandson? Gazing at the wicked smile on the creep's face, Su Yao felt even more terrified. Where on earth was this guy taking her? Could he possibly be a human trafficker? Yes, it had to be that way. But she barely weighed anything. She wasn't worth much. Hey, where exactly are you taking me? Seeing Su Yao's terrified expression, Zhang Han found it somewhat amusing. I'm not going to eat you. So why be so scared? Before long, Su Yao noticed patches of lush green bamboo forest beginning to appear on both sides of the mountain road. Suddenly, the creep turned and led her down a path that led into the bamboo grove. The sight. The girl's heart dropped. It was over. She was truly going to be sold into the mountains. Although the scenery was quite nice, after traversing a bit further, Su Yao spotted a small stream trickling ahead. Not far from the stream, there was a spacious clearing surrounded by a fence, within which stood a modest yet striking little hut made of bamboo. The hut's bamboo door was wide open, revealing an elderly woman hunched over a stool, sorting through some fruits and vegetables. Zhang Han carried the girl into the yard and walked straight toward the hut, calling out, "Grandma, Grandma?" Su Yao's eyes widened. This creep was a grandson? No. What she meant was, this creep was that old lady's grandson. The old woman trembled slightly, then turned around. However, her eyesight seemed poor. Her eyes were almost squinted shut. The elderly lady slowly rose, glanced at Su Yao, and said, "Last time you brought a cow or a goat, I released them. What have you brought this time?" As she spoke, the old woman touched Su Yao, causing the girl to shriek in fright. Immediately, the elderly woman was startled, her wrinkled face displaying surprise. Zhang Han placed Su Yao on a bamboo bed inside, then helped the old lady over, beginning to weave a tale. "Grandma, I happened to meet this girl on the road. She twisted her ankle, and there are no doctors nearby, so I brought her to you for a checkup." The old woman nodded, realizing the situation, then patted Zhang Han's head. "How kind of you. I knew my good grandson wouldn't engage in such abductions. Never be like your father. who sees a pretty girl and thinks about taking her away. Otherwise, I'll give you a beating, understand? Yes, yes, Grandma, I understand. Look how obedient I am. I would never do such a thing. Zhang Han's face was unflinching, his head nodding vigorously. The old woman chuckled, then turned her attention to Su Yao on the bed. Good child, where does it hurt? Let Grandma take a look. The girl opened her mouth, ready to expose the creep's hypocritical facade, but upon noticing the threatening glint in his eyes, she shrank back. Grandma, it hurts here. Su Yao extended her sprained ankle, and the elderly woman nodded slightly, reaching out with her gnarled hands to touch it. It's nothing serious. Grandma will apply some medicine. You just need to rest for a couple of days. With that, the old woman turned to retrieve some leaves from a simple box at the head of the bed, rinsing them with cool water before applying them to the girl's ankle. Instantly, a cooling sensation spread, and Su Yao was amazed to find that the pain had subsided. Good grandson, take good care of this child. Grandma will go prepare some food for you. All right, Grandma, as the elderly woman wobbled out of the hut. Zhang Han's true colors were revealed. He flashed a mischievous smile and leaned towards Su Yao. What are you going to do? The girl shrank back against the corner of the bed, her hands pressed against her chest, warily watching the creep before her. However, Zhang Han feigned innocence, spreading his hands. I haven't done anything. Until your injury heals, just stay here. Don't even think about escaping. This is a remote wilderness, filled with fierce beasts. Don't say I didn't warn you. The threatening tone in his words made Su Yao swallow hard, timidly asking, Is that so? Upon hearing this, Zhang Han revealed a friendly smile. Well, perhaps, in the western part of Qingyun County lies Chaoyun City, separated from Wushuang City by the distance of two capitals. Within the city, in a clandestine underground chamber, several shadowy figures gather. At the forefront stands a man clad in a black robe, his visage obscured, with his hands clasped behind him and a golden serpent motif vividly depicted on his brow. Behind him, a few individuals bow in silence, displaying utmost reverence. What you mentioned, is it true? A deep voice inquires, prompting one shadow to step forward and clasp his hands in greeting. Han Hufa has not only violated the guild's regulations by revealing his contract with the employer to others, but he also. The shadow lowers his head slightly before continuing. As the individual finishes speaking, the black-robed figure visibly expresses displeasure, abruptly waving his sleeve and snorting coldly. Zhang Han is becoming increasingly audacious. Wang Ying, a figure slowly emerges from the shadows, bearing a similar silver serpent mark on his brow. Present, yes, I understand. Wang Ying slightly bows, a sly grin of triumph appearing on his face. Iron Wuming Mountain. Amidst a bamboo grove, Su Yao has unknowingly lingered here for 3 days. After a period of recuperation, her leg injury has nearly healed, allowing her to move about freely. During these days, she learned from the elderly that the name of the peculiar man who had frightened her was Zhang Han. Although he often frightened her, he had not committed any egregious acts, seeming not as malevolent as she had initially perceived. Having been missing for so long, my husband must be worried. Is that all right? Is that all right? In the bamboo grove, a man carries a wild rabbit in his hands, while the girl trails behind him, frowning and tugging at his clothing incessantly. Chapter 52. An unconventional ancestral offering. Zhang Han, feeling helpless, turns around just as he feels a flush of heat wash over him, followed by a fit of intense coughing. Su Yao pauses, concern etched on her face. Hey, are you all right? What illness do you have? Shouldn't you see a doctor? He covers his mouth, his expression one of agony, turning his head aside as he coughs so violently that his body nearly bends over. After a long moment, Zhang Han slowly moves his hand away, revealing a dark stain of blood in his palm that causes his pupils to contract. He then takes a deep breath, attempting to appear at ease. Indeed, you must keep your word, no deceiving. Upon hearing this, Su Yao, fearing he might retract his statement, promptly leads the way forward. Watching the girl's retreating figure, Zhang Han glances at the blood on his palm, his gaze dimming. Time is running short. Meanwhile, on the side of the Mu family, leveraging their influence in Wushuang City, Mu Yuanshan has issued a hefty bounty, dispatching all available personnel to search for Su Yao's whereabouts. However, the results are dismal, yielding no reliable leads. Mu Junyan, increasingly anxious, has searched every inch of Wushuang day and night, yet remains empty-handed. At that moment, Someone brings news. I in the courtyard. Wu Xiaolan appears haggard, evidently having had little sleep in recent days. The terrifying scene from that night still sends shivers down her spine. Are you saying Su Yao was taken out of Wushuang City? Mu Junyant's expression darkens, his heart racing. Wu Xiaolan nods. After fleeing the Wu residence with Wu Xiaofeng that night, they had wandered the streets and happened upon a figure leading Su Yao away. Which direction did they head in? West of the city. Without hesitation, the young man leaps from the Mu residence and hastens towards the western direction. Mu family head. May I ask, how is my father? Mu Yuanshan shakes his head slightly, suspecting that Wu Sihai would not easily let things go, yet he had not anticipated such extremity from him. He has committed suicide. Wu Xiaolan trembles at the revelation, then nods silently before turning to leave. In the bamboo grove, Su Yao sits on a stone by the creek, idly observing Zhang Han inside the small house as he prepares offerings for the ritual. Soon, Zhang Han emerges carrying a basket, while the elderly individual remains behind due to mobility issues. Grandson, remember to light several incense sticks for your father. I know, Grandma. After parting from the elderly, Zhang Han leads Su Yao out of the bamboo grove. Ascending towards the mountain peak, the girl glances at him, stating, "You must not go back on your word." Zhang Han coughs slightly, a flush returning to his pale face as he replies, "I certainly keep my word. But do you know why I brought you here?" The girl rolls her eyes, retorting, "I would like to know. Please tell me." After all, she has only met this ailing pervert a few times, and they hardly know each other well. Although spending these days together has led Su Yao to feel he is not a bad person, she can't shake the sense that something is off about him. In truth, I have suffered from a severe illness since childhood. This illness is known as typhus, and it has plagued me for many years. Su Yao looks up, noticing that his condition appears worse today, his skin even paler than usual. So it is true that you are ill. Then, why not seek a doctor? The man shakes his head, sighing softly. This ailment is hereditary, passed down from my ancestors, and there is no cure. Every male descendant fails to live beyond the age of 25. As he speaks, he brushes his hair back, momentarily feeling quite handsome. And today marks my destined day of demise. Su Yao is momentarily taken aback by his words. Who can truly predict their own death? When someone speaks so matter-of-factly about their impending death, it feels quite peculiar. Even if you say so, that seems inappropriate. How does this relate to bringing me here? Of course it does. Zhang Han continues walking towards the mountain peak, where dense foliage begins to emerge around them. Before my father passed, he instructed me to find a girl I truly like to carry on the Zhang family lineage. The bloodline must not be severed until a solution to this ailment is discovered. Unfortunately, despite my years of effort, I remain powerless against this typhus. I have only learned a few acupressure techniques to prolong my life. Upon hearing this, Su Yao instantly comprehends, her eyes widening in shock as she gazes at Zhang Han. This is outrageous. Why choose me to bear children? There are countless others. Why not select someone else? I currently cannot even give birth. Seeing the girl's mix of fear and anger, Zhang Han cannot help but chuckle, gently patting her head. What are you thinking? Do I seem like that kind of person? So, that isn't your intention. Su Yao is further perplexed, questioning what exactly he aims to achieve. Soon, after traversing the thicket, they approach the mountain summit. Zhang Han thoughtfully breaks some dry branches and twigs to prevent them from scratching the girl behind him. Here we are. As they reach the top, where an old stone tablet stands, he slows his pace. Su Yao curiously follows, noticing the weathered inscription on the tablet. Grave of Zhang Xianshan. Though this fellow has come to pay respects to his father. Zhang Han meticulously arranges the items from his basket, wine, dishes, and meat. Ignoring Su Yao, he pours wine onto the ground, murmuring, "Father, your son has come to see you. Your son is inept, still unable to find a way to cure this typhus. Perhaps our ancestors committed some grave misdeed, which is why the heavens have bestowed this curse upon the Zhang family. I have always remembered your words, but I can't help but feel that you were not entirely virtuous. Thus, the Zhang lineage shall cease with me today, sparing others from harm, and perhaps earning some merit for you in the afterlife." Su Yao listens, stunned, as Zhang Han abruptly pulls her closer. "See that? Beautiful, isn't it? Adorable, right? Unfortunately, father, you lack the fortune to witness it, and you always adored little girls. So I brought her to showcase, hoping to make you a bit envious. When we descend, I'll share more details with you. Hearing his irreverent remarks, Su Yao's lips twitch. This truly is his father buried here. And not some enemy of his? Chapter 53. Desperation. Once the wine is fully poured, Zhang Han lights several incense sticks and bows a few times before rising. All right, it's getting late. Let us go. Seeing the girl's innocent expression, Zhang Han smiles. What else could you want? Do you truly wish to stay here and bear my children? Upon hearing this, Su Yao's face immediately hardens. Pooh, perv, however, before she can walk far. Zhang Han suddenly leaps in front of Su Yao, his expression grave, eyes narrowed as he scans the surroundings, and no need to hide. Come out, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Su Yao struggles to comprehend the situation, 4 or 5 figures clad in black materialize atop the open mountain peak. The leader bears a similar silver serpent mark on his brow, just like Zhang Han. Upon seeing the newcomers, Zhang Han snorts coldly. I wondered who it was. Wang Ying. What brings you here? The man glances at Su Yao behind Zhang, then replies ominously, Han Hufa, you have repeatedly violated the guild's regulations. The guild leader has sent me to clean up the mess. Clean up the mess? Just you? Zhang Han scoffs. Ha, I see you've been itching to eliminate me. You simply lacked the opportunity. With the truth exposed, the man no longer conceals his intentions, a sinister smile creeping onto his face as he slowly draws a large knife. Han Hufa, since you've deduced my purpose, would you kindly surrender? Rest assured, the girl behind you will also be sent to accompany you once we have had our fill of play. Suddenly, amidst the unexpected chaos, several cries of anguish echoed, and 3 men clad in black fell, lifeless, to the ground. Oh, not be afraid. Remain here, he uttered a low command, and with a slight shift of his feet, he lunged towards the remaining 2 adversaries. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, a young man was hastening towards them with great urgency. Clang, clang, clang. The silver needles clashed incessantly with the large blade at the mountain's summit, where 2 figures danced in a relentless duel. All of Wang Ying's subordinates had succumbed to the silver needles, collapsing to the ground. Yet, his expression remained unchanged, a faint smirk hinting at his lips. His large blade whirled continuously, effortlessly deflecting the silver needles that Zhang Han launched at him. Before he sneered, "What is it, Guardian Han? Why the impatience today? This hardly resembles your usual demeanor." The man could distinctly sense that although Zhang Han's offensive was fierce, the internal energy he wielded was gradually waning. As both were guardians of the Golden Snake Gang, their strengths were relatively equal. However, Zhang Han's method of fighting would soon exhaust his internal energy. As long as he adopted a defensive stance, victory would be a matter of time. Ignoring Wang Ying's taunts, Zhang Han remained unfazed, his countenance cold as the speed of his silver needle attacks intensified. The pressure mounted, causing Wang Ying to furrow his brows and begin evasively maneuvering with all his might. However, just as he retreated, Zhang Han seemed to have anticipated his position. With a flick of his wrist, several silver needles shot swiftly into the air. Wang Ying's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily raised his large blade to shield himself. Clang, clang, clang. Though merely slender silver needles, the force behind them compelled Wang Ying to stagger back, causing his hands to tingle with numbness. Observing the trembling blade, Wang Ying felt a surge of astonishment. Although both were at the pinnacle of the second realm of innate strength, it appeared that Zhang Han surpassed him by a fraction. After repelling his opponent with such vigor, Zhang Han did not pursue further, but instead leapt to Su Yao's side, wrapping his arm around her slender waist as he hastily descended the mountain. Let's go. His speed was astonishing. In an instant, they had covered 100 meters. The howling wind buffeted Su Yao, leaving her quite uncomfortable, and she found herself perplexed. Zhang Han was so formidable. He had clearly been overpowering his foe. So why were they fleeing now? Was he concerned for her? Wouldn't eliminating all their enemies ensure her safety? But soon, the girl comprehended the gravity of the situation. Suddenly, as the man raced forward, his form quivered violently. And before Su Yao's astonished gaze, Zhang Han spat out a mouthful of black blood. This time, he did not cough. His complexion was not the usual sickly pallor but instead took on a purplish hue, reminiscent of poisoning. You? Zhang Han's gaze remained calm as he sensed the pursuing wind behind him, and he inhaled deeply, accelerating even further. During this time, he even managed to smile at the girl. "Oh, not look at me with such eyes. Have I not said that my affliction has reached its peak? Today marks my end. Truly, I am not deceiving you." Witnessing the nonchalant demeanor of her companion, for reasons she could not fathom, Su Yao felt a profound unease in her heart. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind erupted behind them. Bang! The large blade whizzed past him, crashing violently into a massive rock beside the mountain path. At that moment, Wang Ying, with a raucous laugh, had already pursued them. Blocking their way, with a swift motion, he drew his long blade, his eyes gleaming with derision. "Ha ha ha ha! I thought you, Zhang Han, possessed some ability. It appears you are merely a spent force. With your current state, do you think you can escape with that girl?" Truly delusional. Although the reason remained unclear, Wang Ying had seen through Zhang Han's current predicament. Recognizing him as nearly spent and no longer holding back, he swung his blade with ferocity, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming blade energy toward the two. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zhang Han's gaze deepened, and in an instant, 8 silver needles materialized in his hand, which he unleashed with all his might, directing them toward the oncoming blade energy. Inevitably, the two forces collided, unleashing a wave of invisible shockwaves. However, the standoff lasted but a moment before the blade energy swept aside all the silver needles, continuing its relentless assault towards Su Yao. Under the pressure, Zhang Han spat out another mouthful of black blood. His expression steeling as the blade energy approached. He forcefully shoved Su Yao away. Bang! Blood erupted instantaneously as Zhang Han was hurled backwards, crashing to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth as if it were free-flowing. Meanwhile, Su Yao, who had fallen beside him, was utterly paralyzed with fear. Sitting dazed on the ground, her mind replayed the image of Zhang Han spewing blood and being flung away. Then, she seemed to see the bloodied man on the ground raise his head, desperately calling out to her. "Flee!" Was he urging me to escape? But I can no longer stand. In her daze, a shadow abruptly loomed before Su Yao. She looked up to find the man, brandishing a large blade, gazing at her with a sinister expression. In that instant, the girl recalled the figure of the young man, along with his doting smile. "Husband, where are you?" Chapter 54. Last words. Whoosh. Suddenly, a cerulean long sword came hurtling from the heavens, landing squarely at Wang Ying's feet, leaving him momentarily stunned. "If you dare lay a finger on her, you shall die today." Though the voice arrived before the figure, only the sound of the whispering wind filled the air. "Who goes there? Show yourself." Bang! Before he could finish speaking, a sharp pain struck his face, sending his entire body flying backward, crashing against a rock. The familiar silhouette appeared before Su Yao, causing her to freeze in astonishment. "He has come." Mu Junyan turned, his gaze filled with concern and guilt as he finally beheld the girl he had been yearning for these past few days. He enveloped Su Yao in a tight embrace, his heart brimming with the regret of his delayed arrival. He then cupped his young wife's delicate face, inspecting her with utmost care. "Yao Yao, are you all right?" The girl bit her lip tightly, shaking her head. Though she strove to suppress the feelings of grievance swelling within her, upon seeing the young man, her pearlescent tears cascaded uncontrollably, and her petite frame trembled incessantly. Witnessing her struggle, Mu Junyan felt a sharp pang in his heart. He buried Su Yao's head into his chest, soothingly murmuring, "Yao Yao, my dear, it is all right. Cry if you must. I am late, my dear husband." The youth's unexpected comfort caused the floodgates of the girl's emotions to burst forth. I will not cry." Yet, before her tender sobs could fade, she clung to Mu Junyan's neck, bursting into loud wails on the other side. Wang Ying slowly rose from the rubble, his gaze toward the young man filled with uncertainty. Although the previous strike had left him unscathed, he could not discern the man's movements at all. Who was this young man? Wang Ying raised his long blade, directing it at the youth embracing the girl, and barked, "Who are you? How dare you interfere with the affairs of the Golden Snake Gang?" The Golden Snake Gang. Upon hearing those words, Mu Junyan's icy gaze turned toward the man across from him. As he met the man's emotionless eyes, Wang Ying's expression froze instantaneously. He felt as if he had been thrust into a wintry abyss, a chill creeping down his spine, and the long blade in his hands began to tremble uncontrollably. The man gritted his teeth, struggling to expel the flicker of fear that had crept in. He found it utterly bewildering. He bore no grudge against the young man before him, nor did they share any acquaintance. Yet, why did it feel as though he were gazing upon an entity of utmost malevolence, wishing to cleave him into 1,000 pieces? Unable to fathom the extent of his opponent's strength, Wang Ying dared not act recklessly. Despite the fear rising within him, as one of the two guardians of the Golden Snake Gang, he could not retreat merely due to a single glance from the youth. After all, he was also a practitioner of the second realm of innate strength. Even if he was intimidated by the other's presence, he could still muster a few words of bravado. Otherwise, being knocked aside without a fight would surely paint him as a coward. Thus, you boy, do not think that just because you possess some strength, you can meddle in the affairs of the Golden Snake Gang. If you leave now, I might yet spare your life. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthless blade. Are you deaf? Wang Ying continued to berate, yet the youth remained utterly unmoved, as though he regarded him as mere air. Until the girl in his arms gradually ceased her sobbing, she lifted her charmingly delicate face, and in her still quivering voice, she whispered to the youth, "Husband. He is so noisy." Mu Junyan gently extended his long fingers, tenderly wiping the tears from his precious young wife's eyes. He then turned his head, his voice calm and measured. Silence. Buzz. A terrifying aura erupted from the youth, transforming into an invisible wave that surged toward the incessantly chattering Wang Ying. In an instant, Wang Ying felt as if struck by lightning. His entire body shaking, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He swallowed hard, his countenance paling. The third realm of innate strength. In this world, while there may not exist the terrifying beings capable of moving mountains and seas as depicted in fantastical legends, through the relentless efforts and exploration of their ancestors, they had forged a path of cultivation uniquely their own. Note: do not be concerned. This story is set in a world that is not fantastical or otherworldly. It is merely low martial arts. Low martial arts. There will be no storylines involving upgrading, monster slaying, breaking apart space, or ascending to higher realms. Moreover, the martial arts hierarchy is merely a backdrop. It will not be the primary focus. The female lead is the focal point. In the realm of martial arts, there is naturally a beginning and an end. Simply categorized, it consists of the postnatal, innate, Yuan Dan, Nirvana, Di Yuan, Tian Xian, with each tier further divided into 9 realms. A mere hair's breadth can feel like an insurmountable chasm. It is not merely that Wang Ying had previously crossed swords with Zhang Han. Even in his prime, he would harbor no hope of victory against the youth before him. To flee or to fight? He found himself at a crossroads, where the former promised a perilous escape and the latter, certain death. Thus, in the face of life and death, Wang Ying opted for a third path. With a clatter, he cast aside his formidable blade and began to plead for mercy. "Esteemed young master, I was blind to the truth and have offended your daughter. I implore you, show leniency and spare my life." Hearing these words, Su Yao was rendered speechless. Daughter? This was utterly absurd. Although she was indeed youthful, Mu Junyan was but a decade her senior, and he hardly resembled a father figure. The young man was almost amused by the absurdity, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Not only are you blind, but it appears you are also deaf. Why precious one refers to me as her husband, and yet you dare to claim she is my daughter. It would be a travesty not to end your life for such insolence." Releasing the girl, Mu Junyan drew his sword and thrust it into the ground, the azure blade soaring into the air. Hurtling towards Wang Ying, realizing that entreaties for mercy bore no fruit, Wang Ying gritted his teeth and, in a desperate roll, evaded the strike from the sword. However, as he regained his footing, the youth was already upon him, delivering a powerful kick that sent the man sprawling. With no option left but to fight, Wang Ying realized he had to engage or risk being beaten to death by this youth. In the midst of their clash, Su Yao's thoughts turned to the man lying in a pool of blood, his fate uncertain. She hurried over to Zhang Han's side. "Hey, how are you holding up?" The man's complexion remained a ghastly shade, dried blood caking the corners of his mouth, now resembling dark stains. A horrific scar marred his chest, deep enough to expose bone. Yet, despite his condition, Zhang Han managed a weak smile. "It's nothing. A mere mortal wound, just a trivial matter." To him, it was indeed a triviality. Even without the blade strike, he would succumb to illness soon enough. Observing his nonchalance, Su Yao could only sigh. "Thank you for saving me earlier." Zhang Han blinked in surprise, smiling that it was nothing. Having brought you here, I must ensure your safety. However, I find myself incapacitated and require your assistance with 3 matters. 3 matters? She echoed. That seems excessive. Could you not reduce the number? Not possible. Chapter 55. The man in black. As one approaches death, their words often become poignant. While this adage may not be entirely fitting, the girl nonetheless nodded. Go ahead. I will do my utmost to assist you. Zhang Han spat out a mouthful of blood, as if it were of little consequence, then continued. The first matter is simple. Upon my demise, please incinerate my body right here. There is no need for burial. I wish to avoid resting alongside my father. Upon hearing this, Su Yao's gaze dimmed. This man was indeed remarkably nonchalant. And what is the second matter? Suddenly, Zhang Han fixed his gaze upon her, a glimmer of green light flickering in his eyes. For the second matter, I wish for you to burn an image of yourself for me. You are so lovely. At least allow me to remember you in the afterlife. You? The girl was momentarily at a loss for words, perplexed by such bizarre requests. Very well, I shall grant you this, and the final request? At this juncture, Zhang Han fell silent. After a prolonged pause, a hint of melancholy crossed his features as he spoke slowly. For the last matter, I hope you will not inform my grandmother of my fate. Let her live out her days in solitude within the bamboo grove. Thinking of the lonely elder in that small cottage, Su Yao felt a pang of sorrow. Understood. Is there anything else? Now that you mention it. I do have one more request. Please, just pass away already. Zhang Han wore a look of exasperation as he turned his gaze towards the setting sun, murmuring softly, Little one, do you think the sun will rise again tomorrow? Following his gaze, the girl saw the sun's last rays fading, akin to a life drawing to a close. Gently, Su Yao stroked Zhang Han's hair, her voice resolute. Yes, it will rise again. Time passed without a word between them. When Su Yao finally lowered her head, she saw the man gazing into the distance, a faint smile gracing his lips, his breath having ceased. Alas, with a sigh, the girl slowly rose, redirecting her attention to the youth. Bang! The clash of blade against sword rang out, the former emitting a mournful wail as Wang Ying staggered back, fear etched upon his face. They had exchanged barely a dozen blows, and he was already on the brink of collapse. His weapon riddled with gaping holes, gasping for breath, his hands trembled as he anxiously scanned his surroundings in search of an escape route. Yet Mu Junyan had no intention of granting him that mercy. To harm his beloved wife was a transgression unforgivable. The youth slowly raised his azure sword, imbuing it with potent inner energy. As the intensity of the energy surged, a blinding white light began to shimmer along the blade. The terrifying buildup sent a chill down Wang Ying's spine, filling him with an overwhelming sense of despair. He understood that he could not withstand this strike. When fear eclipses reason, one may resort to irrational actions. In that moment, Wang Ying, driven by the instinct to survive, hurled his battered blade aside and fled frantically down the mountainside. However, Mu Junyan made no move to chase him. Instead, he merely raised his hand. His gaze icy. The azure sword seemed to possess a will of its own, rising as the white light intensified. 7 techniques of sword control. Swift, with a chilling command, the youth unleashed the sword, which sped towards the fleeing man. Just then, a sharp voice rang out, Halt! Sensing the unfamiliar pressure, Mu Junyan furrowed his brow. Yet, rather than holding back, he focused his energy, accelerating the sword's trajectory, which swiftly pierced through Wang Ying's body. In an instant, Wang Ying trembled violently, his eyes widening in shock before he fell, defeated. Subsequently, Mu Junyan flickered to Su Yao's side, his gaze wary as he observed the figure of a man in black emerging from the distance. Though the stranger's true appearance remained concealed, the golden serpent mark upon his forehead revealed his true identity. This man was undoubtedly the leader of the Golden Serpent Gang. Young man, daring to kill my gang's protector before my very eyes. Are you prepared to face the consequences? The man in black spoke ominously, his presence heavy in the air. This man was deserving of death. What of it? Despite the immense gap in their strength, the youth displayed no fear, his eyes fixed intently upon his adversary. Seeing the gravity of the situation, Su Yao refrained from speaking, remaining obediently behind him. Such youthful arrogance. I shall see if you possess the strength to match it. With a cold snort, The man in black extended a withered hand from his sleeve, unleashing a forceful strike from afar. A wave of dangerous energy surged forth. Unwilling to underestimate his opponent, Mu Junyan took a half-step back. Positioning his sword horizontally, channeling his inner strength into it in an instant, the entire blade radiated a faint azure glow. 7 Techniques of sword control, calm, bang. The wave of energy collided with the azure glow, erupting in a violent explosion. Tio protect the girl behind him. The youth stifled a grunt, refusing to yield even a step as he absorbed the attack. Once the azure light faded, blood trickled from Mu Junyan's mouth. Yet his sword remained poised, his gaze unwavering. Observing that his attack had been thwarted, the man in black expressed a hint of surprise, a soft hum escaping his lips, yet he quickly scoffed. You do possess some measure of strength. However, since both of my protectors have perished here, your lives shall be forfeit. What had been a mere test was now a serious intent. The man in black would not hold back again. With a swift motion, he dashed toward the youth like a phantom. Aware of the vast chasm separating their abilities, Mu Junyan's thoughts were not focused on escaping or saving himself. Rather, he was determined to shield the girl behind him from any harm. As the man in black's murderous intent radiated, a languid voice rang out nearby. Wu Moshing, you are nearing the end of your days. Is it truly amusing to bully 2 young ones? Chapter 56. Mu Junyan's master in an instant. The man's actions came to an abrupt halt, frozen in place. Who is it? Wu Moshing glanced warily around, recognizing that someone who could discern his identity was no ordinary individual. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, a figure clad in blue robes ambled toward them at a leisurely pace. You, Lu Rukin. Upon seeing the newcomer, Wu Moshing's eyes widened, his voice dropping to a low, cautious tone. The old Taoist, wielding a dust whisk, approached the youth with a hint of admiration in his nod. Well done, my disciple. It has been a while. Do you not miss your master? Mu Junyan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his previous wariness dissipating as he smiled faintly. Lu Rukin, visibly irked, rapped the youth's head with his dust whisk, his tone reproachful. Humph, Ewer was right. You truly are an ungrateful wretch. Suddenly, the old Taoist directed his gaze towards Su Yao, who stood behind Mu Junyan, a glimmer of realization flickering in his eyes. He murmured, so it turns out to be the Qian Kuan Ming Jian. No wonder this old man has been unable to calculate it. Disciple, you must keep a close watch on your delicate wife. She may very well be the fortune of your Mu family. Yes, master. This disciple has long been aware of it. There is no need for you to say so. Seeing the young man still maintaining his usual demeanor, Lu Ruqing couldn't help but pout in mild boredom. Su Yao blinked her apricot eyes, finding the exchange between the master and disciple rather amusing. Was it always like this? Noticing that the figure in the black robe had yet to depart, the old Taoist furrowed his brows. Wu Mozhan, what are you still doing here? Are you waiting for me to invite you for tea? The black-robed man snorted coldly, his tone tinged with discontent. Lu Ruqing, both of my 2 protectors have perished here. If your disciple fails to give me an explanation, won't that reflect poorly on my Golden Serpent gang? Upon hearing this, the old Taoist's eyebrows twitched, piquing his interest. If he could not argue with his own disciple, could he not contend with you? Lu Ruqing flicked the dust off his sleeve and boldly approached the other. What Golden Serpent gang, or whatever? Wu Mozhan, are you deaf? I said he is my disciple. Do you not understand? Unfazed, the old Taoist stepped right in front of him, jabbing a finger at his nose as he began to scold him. What kind of ridiculous gang do you have? Do you really think you are the boss? Even if my disciple were to eliminate your 2 sons, what could you possibly do about it? Speak up. It was hard to imagine that the previously imposing figure in the black robe was now being berated by an old Taoist. Wu Mozhan trembled with rage, but faced with Lu Ruqing's forceful demeanor, he could only step back, cornered. Finally pushed too far, he shoved the old Taoist aside and exclaimed in fury, Lu Ruqing, do not go too far. How was I to know he was your disciple? Besides, I never intended to do anything. At the very least, give me some face. A simple apology wouldn't be too much to ask. The old Taoist stumbled from the shove, his eyes and beard wide with indignation. Oh, so you just pushed me, did you? Speak. Did you or did you not push me? What, do you want to fight it out? Come, let me give you a piece of my mind. It was almost comical to envision Wu Mashan's state of mind at that moment. Yet, against Lu Ruqing's provocation, he found himself too intimidated to strike back, continually retreating. Madman. He spat in frustration, feeling that staying here would drive him to madness. With that, he forcefully kicked off the ground, intending to flee. However, in an instant, a terrifying force enveloped him, rendering him immobile in midair. Wu Mashan's eyes widened in horror as he realized that no matter how he attempted to channel his internal energy, he could not move an inch. "You think you can fly in front of me?" Lu Ruqing smirked disdainfully, gesturing with his finger, causing the black-robed man to plummet like a shooting star, crashing into the ground and creating a massive crater. "A mere 7th level of innate ability, and you dare call yourself a leader? Get down the mountain obediently. Should you dare to provoke my disciple again, beware of the consequences." While the old Taoist continued his tirade, Wu Mo's Han, covered in dirt, clumsily rose to his feet. He barely comprehended what was being said, his gaze fixed intently on the old man as he spoke gravely. "Lu Ruqing, what level of power do you currently possess?" A tumultuous wave of shock surged within Wu Mo's Han as he realized that one strike had so easily confined him. Such power was scarcely achievable, even for those at the 9th level of innate ability. Yet, a flicker of excitement danced in his eyes. If only he could spar with this old fellow, it would undoubtedly enhance his own abilities. Such an opportunity was truly rare. What level do you ask of me?" Lu Ruqing replied, feigning nonchalance as he flicked his dust whisk. "I can't quite recall. I believe I broke through to the Yuan Dan level 3 years ago. As for now, why not give it a try?" Before the old Taoist's words had fully settled, they witnessed the black-robed man transform into a dark sphere, rolling down the mountain in a comical manner. "Disque? How boring!" Lu Ruqing scoffed, approaching the two. He bypassed the young man and turned to the girl behind him. Donning a self-satisfied smile, "Little sister, I am this lad's master. It seems we are meeting for the first time. Would you care to visit my home? You can play until you're tired and then sleep right away." "It's no trouble at all, thank you, master, but I think I will pass," Su Yao replied, shaking her head in refusal. Very well then," Lu Ruqing conceded, not pressing the matter further. He playfully tapped the young man's head with his dust whisk. "Next time you bully her, beware that your master will give you a beating." Recalling his senior sister Lu Jiyu, Mu Junyan sighed inwardly and nodded. "Yes, I understand, master." With that, the old Taoist waved his hand, swaying as he held his dust whisk, disappearing from sight. Chapter 57. Returning home, task accomplished. Subsequently, the young man ruffled Su Yao's hair and lifted her into his arms. Upon seeing their figures appear at the entrance of Wushuang City, a commotion erupted throughout the household. Mu Yuanshan had clearly come to regard Su Yao as his own daughter. The moment he spotted the girl, his eyes widened, and he rushed over. He rubbed his beard against her delicate face, exclaiming, "Your father was so worried about you." This was no exaggeration. During the days Su Yao had been missing, the Mu family's salt mine had ceased operations entirely. Every available hand had been dispatched to search for the girl. Even the gatekeeper, Lai Fu, had not been idle. Under such duress, Wushuang City had been turned upside down by the Mu family. Even the government officials had taken leave from their duties to join the search beyond the city. Though her tender face was scratched by his beard, the overwhelming affection made Su Yao's eyes misty. Here in the Mu family, besides Mu Junyan, there were many others who cared for her. Seeing the girl's eyes redden, the man felt a pang in his heart. "Yao Yao, has that rascal Mu Junyan bullied you? Do not fear. Tell father, and I shall deal with him right away." The young man, cradling the girl, looked on in exasperation. Just then, Zhang Lan slapped the man on the head, scolding, "You blame your son. Just look at yourself, bearded and unkempt. You hardly resemble the head of the family. Hurry and go wash up. You might scare Yao Yao." After shooing the man away, the woman said little more, gently stroking Su Yao's hair as her worry began to dissipate. At this moment, the girl could no longer contain herself and threw herself into the arms of the woman who shared no blood relation with her. The woman quickly caught the girl, her eyes also glistening with tears. Besides Mu Junyan, she and Mu Yuanshan had never had another child. Su Yao was not only adorable and sensible, but had also saved the Mu family from peril on multiple occasions. Subconsciously, she had come to regard Su Yao as her daughter rather than merely a daughter. Law Mu Junyan stood awkwardly, unsure where to place his hands. He wanted to take the girl back, but felt it inappropriate to snatch her from his mother, leaving him with a strange sense of discomfort. After all, it was once in his embrace where Su Yao felt most at home. Suddenly, the girl lifted her head, scanning her surroundings. Mother, where is he Lin? Did Bai Sha deceive me? Is he Lin really dead? That little black fellow who had repeatedly risked his life for me, is he truly gone? As this thought crossed her mind, an overwhelming wave of guilt washed over her. He Lin? Alas, Zheng Lan sighed, a shadow passing over her face. He Lin was indeed loyal and protective. When Bai Sha appeared, he was the only one who fought desperately to shield Su Yao. Everyone witnessed his bravery. Yet, such a good person, alas, has met with misfortune, miss. A familiar voice rang out, and from the crowd, a young man with a cane approached. He Lin's head was wrapped in bandages, leaving only his eyes and a gleaming smile visible. He had barely survived Bai Sha's deadly blow, but with sheer determination and the help of the physician, he managed to pull through. This moment, the steward, Li Lin, chimed in, Miss, you may not know, but He Lin was on the brink of death when I found him. Even the physician had given up on him. Thankfully, I reminded him that if he died like this, wouldn't you feel guilty for a lifetime? Strangely enough, as soon as he heard your name, he woke up. Li Lin's words made He Lin feel extremely embarrassed, and he quickly shook his cane. Stewardly, please, no more of that. Upon seeing this, everyone burst into laughter. In truth, knowing that someone was willing to risk their life for her weighed heavily on Su Yao's heart. Her perspective differed from others. Having received a modern education, she instinctively held a belief in the equal value of all lives. Yet, in this world, such views were clearly not universal. For He Lin, his life paled in comparison to even a single strand of Su Yao's hair. Of course, this may also stem from the buried feelings of admiration and affection he harbored deep within. Regardless, everything had returned to a state of tranquility. Though he sold his mind to the Mu family, compared to the fate of the Wu family, he has fared remarkably well. Not only has he received substantial compensation, but he also possesses dozens of property deeds, allowing him to continue leading a comfortable life. As for the current state of Wushuang City, the notion of the three prominent families has vanished. The only name that resonates among the populace is that of the Mu family. Following a homicide, the Wu family mansion has been sealed, and Wu Sihai was discovered to have taken his own life within his own courtyard. Meanwhile, the siblings Wu Xiaolan have gone missing ever since they informed the Mu family about Su Yao's whereabouts. With 5 mineral veins under their control, the Mu family has firmly established their dominance over the salt production in Wushuang City. Although they have promised Nailin Yun that the annual salt tax would be doubled, this increase pales in comparison to the profits reaped by the Mu family. Even the local authorities frequently seek to curry favor with Mu Yuanshan, bestowing upon him ample respect. However, as the saying goes, he who does not think far ahead will find trouble close at hand. Though the Mu family's enterprise continues to expand, it has become increasingly apparent that confining their ambitions to just Wushuang City is rather limiting. 2 months later, Mu Yuanshan found himself in a state of contemplation as he gazed at an invitation card laid out before him. This invitation, sent by the Zhang family from the neighboring Wannan city, was noteworthy as the Zhang family, like the Mu family, also engaged in the salt production business, albeit on a smaller scale. The salt they produced remained bitter and coarse, rendering any comparison between the two families rather unflattering. The two families had no prior connections, yet the Zhang family had suddenly extended this invitation, leaving Mu Yuanshan in a quandary. Attending could indicate that the Zhang family was aware of the Mu family's flourishing white salt production and sought to extract their secrets. Conversely, declining might represent a missed opportunity for the already saturated business landscape of Wushuang City. Moreover, an abrupt refusal could potentially incite displeasure from the Zhang family. As the adage states, it is better to resolve enmities than to deepen them, and he was reluctant to invite another potential rival. Thus, Mu Yuanshan found himself at an impasse in the dead of night. When one should be resting, Su Yao lay in bed with her wide, watery eyes, appearing both innocent and adorable. It was not that she was daydreaming, but rather, ding! The host's task has been completed. Congratulations on receiving the following rewards. Cute Power, 50. Beauty Points, 5. Ding! Congratulations, the host has become the most adorable loli in Qingyun County. With a subtle shimmer of light enveloping the girl, Su Yao's charm and cuteness ascended to new heights. This time, she also received precise information from the system. At least within the entirety of Qingyun County, no one could rival her in terms of adorability and beauty. Yet, despite this, she found the completion of the task to be quite arduous, nearly costing her life. System, how many cute power points are needed to become the most adorable loli in the Luoyuan dynasty? Tisk, fine. Su Yao blinked, realizing she would have to wait for the next task to appear. With the rewards of cute power and beauty points from the system, her appearance began to transform subtly. Although she still exuded the charm of the beloved loli everyone knew, even those who saw her every day began to notice that she seemed even more beautiful than before. Prompting admiration and awe, the following day, in the courtyard, the girl sat quietly on a swing, motionless. Before her, not far away, a young man held a brush, his brow furrowed in concentration. Half an hour passed, yet the white paper before him remained untouched. After a while, Su Yao grew impatient, furrowing her delicate brows. What was taking him so long? Why wasn't he painting? She had promised Zhang Han that she would have a portrait made for him. Now that she had sought out the most skilled painter in the city, why was he hesitating? Did he look down on her and refuse to paint? Jumping off the swing, she marched over to the painter. Just as she was about to speak, she saw the brush in his trembling hand fall to the ground. The young man, his face filled with reluctance, gritted his teeth and said, "Su, Miss Su, I sincerely apologize. Your beauty is akin to that of a celestial being, and with my limited skills, I simply cannot capture even a fraction of your essence. To be candid, this was rather awkward. Oh, come on, just sketch something." "Absolutely not. To paint you with my skills would be nothing short of sacrilege. I cannot bring myself to do it." Su Yao was at a loss for words. Why was this person so stubborn? It was merely a painting. Was it really that complicated? After all, it was destined to be burned. She stamped her foot in exasperation. "Oh, let it be sacrilege. I command you to paint it for me. No matter how it turns out, hurry. You have until the incense burns down to finish." Under her insistence, the young man reluctantly picked up the brush and began to paint. Before long, the incense had burned down. "Miss, it is complete." The young man halted his movements and presented the portrait to Su Yao. Upon receiving it and taking a glance, she couldn't help but smile. It looked quite good. It had eyes that were indeed eyes, and eyebrows that were certainly eyebrows. She then instructed the painter to leave, summoning He Lin to bring a fire stick and burning her portrait right there, with a crackling sound, as the flames ignited beneath her. Su Yao clapped her hands together and closed her eyes. "You weirdo! I've burned my portrait for you. You can just look at it from below, but don't use it for anything strange." Thus, she fulfilled her promise to Zhang Han. "Miss, the master requests you to visit the study at that moment." A servant delivered the message. Su Yao nodded, instructing He Lin to bury the ashes from the burned portrait before heading towards the study. "Yenner, Yao Yao, do you think we should accept the Zhang family's invitation from Wanan City?" Inside the room, Mu Junyan was also present, and Mu Yuanshan had informed them of the invitation from the Zhang family. Seeking their opinions, "Father, Yao Yao is far more talented in this regard than I. Perhaps we should heed her advice." Mu Yuanshan smiled and nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I think so too. Yao Yao's business acumen far surpasses that of us both." Su Yao felt somewhat helpless. However, since they were all in agreement, she contemplated for a moment. "Father, since the Zhang family has sent an invitation, we must respond, regardless of whether we go or not." Then, based on Yao Yao's suggestion, "We shall go." "Very well, we shall depart tomorrow." At that moment, Su Yao suddenly inquired, "Father, how far is Wanan City from us?" "It's a considerable distance. The round trip will take about half a month." "Half a month?" Su Yao hesitated and asked, "Then, should we take a carriage?" "Hee, that is certainly a necessity." Upon hearing this, the girl immediately shook her head, her speed rivaling that of a rattle drum. "Father, you should go with my husband." "I won't be going. Sitting in a carriage for half a month would surely make her sick along the way." Mu Junyan understood her fears and frowned, addressing the man. "Father, Yao Yao cannot endure the carriage ride." "I shall not go either. You should go alone." However, Su Yao tugged at the young man's sleeve and urged, "Husband, this journey to Wanan City is long, and it's unfamiliar territory. You should accompany Father." Mu Yuanshan laughed heartily and said, "No worries. As the head of the family, I've weathered many storms. There's no need for undue concern." Mu Junyan furrowed his brow, realizing the validity of Su Yao's argument, and nodded. "Yao Yao is right. Father, I shall accompany you. It's better to have someone to rely on in case anything arises. Very well, let us set out tomorrow. Thus, their visit to the Zhang family was tentatively decided. In truth, if given the choice, Suya wished to venture out and explore. Remaining in Wushuang City had begun to feel rather stifling. However, what weighed on her mind was the fact that the elder of the Mu family had once stated that the reason for Mu Junyan's marriage to her was that, after a year, he would face a great calamity, and she was the one destined to help him through it. Now, as time drew near, she couldn't help but wonder what this impending calamity might be. The next day, the father and son set out, leaving the family's affairs in the hands of Li Lin and Zheng Lan. With nothing to occupy her time, a rather bored Su Yao called for He Lin. The dark-skinned youth had long since grown accustomed to this nickname and promptly approached. "Miss, how may I assist you?" He Lin's injuries had fully healed, though a scar, 2 fingers wide, remained on his forehead. However, due to his dark complexion, it was hardly noticeable unless one looked closely. Su Yao sat on the swing, pouting. He Lin, "I'm so bored. Do you know of any fun places? Take me out to play." "Well, miss, it is said that there will be a lantern festival on Qinghu Bridge in the west of the city tonight. If you're interested, perhaps you could go and see. At this, Su Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, yes. Chapter 59, Turmoil. The mysterious old man. The Lantern Festival, also known as the Lantern Riddle Festival, takes place on Qinghu Bridge, where unmarried young women gather with paper lanterns bearing riddles. If a young man catches their fancy, they will invite him to solve the riddles. If he succeeds, it signifies a connection between them, allowing for further acquaintance. Naturally, if the young man is unwilling, he has the right to decline the riddle. As night fell, Su Yao eagerly urged He Lin to accompany her to Qinghu Bridge in the west of the city. Indeed, the throngs of people here are akin to a flowing river, with nearly every woman holding a paper lantern in her hand. Whether alone or accompanied, they seek out young men of talent who capture their interest. At the bridge's entrance, numerous vendors can be seen selling lanterns, their riddles left blank for one to fill in as they please. Although Su Yao had no need to seek a charming suitor, she still purchased a lantern to blend in with the festive atmosphere. Little did she know, her presence had significantly disrupted the local matchmaking scene. On Qinghu Bridge, a handsome young man was engrossed in conversation with a lady before him, holding a folding fan with great poise. Yet his face bore a look of regret. "Alas, Miss Liu, I fear I cannot solve your riddle. I must take my leave." With that, he turned to walk away. However, the lady, flustered, grasped his arm and shyly said, "My lord, you need not guess the riddle." A glimmer of pride flickered in the young man's eyes as he effortlessly drew her into his embrace, saying, "Miss Liu, do you not think our actions are somewhat against propriety?" Her face flushed crimson. She playfully struck him. "You are truly insufferable. If there are mutual feelings, what propriety is there to consider?" The young man beamed with delight, but just as he opened his mouth to respond, his gaze drifted to the bridge's entrance. There, a petite girl was approaching, her eyes pure as water, and her flawlessly fair face exquisitely delicate, resembling a fairy who had descended into the mundane world, rendering everything around her dull in comparison. The young man was momentarily taken aback, then gently pushed the lady aside. "I apologize, Miss Liu, but our affections are not mutual." He left the bewildered woman standing there and strode towards the enchanting girl. Su Yao, clearly oblivious to her status as the most adorable loli in Qingyun County, felt the weight of many gazes upon her as she appeared on the bridge with her lantern in hand. "Miss, may I take a guess at your riddle?" A young man gazed intently at her, eager to inquire. Su Yao tilted her head, flashed a sweet smile, and raised her lantern. "I'm sorry, but I have no riddle for you to guess. Perhaps you should seek someone else." With a laugh, the young man was instantly smitten by her charming smile, his face turning a deep shade of red as he awkwardly stepped aside. Yet, no sooner had he left than another approached, smugly proclaiming, "I see, this lady, with such breathtaking beauty, cannot possibly have a mundane riddle. Surely, the absence of a riddle itself is the riddle. Am I not correct?" Observing the self-satisfied expression on his face, Su Yao felt exasperated. Have you considered what you're saying? That's quite the stretch." Nevertheless, his words resonated with some, who found them profoundly insightful, prompting many to rush forward to guess her riddle. The situation quickly escalated into chaos, much to the embarrassment of the other young women holding lanterns. Jealous and indignant, They shot glares at the younger girl, feeling overshadowed by her presence. Since her arrival, none of the talented young men on Qinghu Bridge had spared them a glance. Was this lantern festival truly meant for her alone? Many young men, entranced by Su Yao's beauty, jostled through the crowd, eager to be the first to solve her riddle. As the crowd swelled, chaos ensued. "What are you doing pushing me? Didn't you see I arrived first?" "No, I was here first. Look at you. You look like a beast. Don't frighten the lady. How dare you speak like that? We must establish some order." Before Su Yao even reached the bridge, pandemonium had erupted, causing her lips to twitch in annoyance. "Xiao Haizi, perhaps I shouldn't have come here." Beside her, He Lin nodded earnestly. "Miss, your beauty is unparalleled. It is only natural that other ladies feel inferior in your presence, and such a commotion is to be expected, Then shall we leave?" Su Yao suggested, glancing at the river below the bridge before tossing her lantern into the water. "This is of no use to me." What she did not anticipate was the fervor with which the young men reacted. Without a second thought, some leapt into the water. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of splashes echoed as one after another jumped in. Are these people insane? Su Yao was utterly confounded. To prevent further disorder, she hurriedly led He Lin away from the scene. "Hey, host, you should now comprehend your abilities," the system chimed in. "Rather than aspiring to be the most beloved in the world, you have truly begun to wield the power to decide others' fates." The system's words stunned Su Yao into silence momentarily. After a brief pause, she turned to He Lin with newfound seriousness. "Xiao Haizi, if I were to say, would you be willing to die for me right now?" He Lin, taken aback by the question, quickly replied with fervor, "Yes, He Lin would willingly descend into hell for you." Miss, without a hint of complaint, seeing the unwavering conviction in his expression, as though he might genuinely act upon her words, Su Yao hastily waved her hands. "He Lin, I was joking. Please don't take it seriously." "Of course, I shall do as you say," he replied. Su Yao felt a chill run down her spine. She had never considered that her casual remarks could wield such influence over others. It was frightening. This was akin to brainwashing. In no wonder, it is said that a beautiful woman brings calamity, causing ruin to nations. If she followed the system's path and truly became the most adorable loli of the Luyun dynasty, how immense would her allure be then? She dared not imagine. Fate entangles. Entanglements arise from fate, destiny. As she pondered, an elderly figure slowly approached Su Yao. Clad in a tattered yellow robe, his gaunt face bore several festering sores, giving him a rather unpleasant appearance. "Miss Su, may I have a word with you?" Su Yao was certain she did not recognize this old Taoist, yet he emanated an aura of mystery, as if he could see through her very soul. "Who are you, old sir?" The old man chuckled, revealing his discolored teeth. "Miss Su, I am called Yun Qingzi, and I once had the pleasure of a brief encounter with Mu Shan, the head of the Mu family." "Mu Shan? Is that not the name of grandfather Mu Junyan?" Suddenly, Su Yao noticed that the surrounding atmosphere had shifted, as if time itself had come to a standstill. The movements of passers-by seemed frozen in place, and even He Lin stood immobile behind her, as if the entire space had solidified, leaving only her and this enigmatic figure, Yun Qingzi. This phenomenon was something she had never experienced since her arrival in this world. A sudden realization struck her mind. Su Yao's expression tightened as she spoke slowly. "Then it follows that the Taoist you mentioned must be this old man before me." Yun Qingzi smiled faintly, then sighed. "Indeed, Miss Su, you are quite perceptive. Many years ago, I owed Mu Shan a favor, and his passing is somewhat entwined with my fate." The more he spoke, the less Su Yao understood. Wasn't the old patriarch of the Mu family in poor health, ultimately succumbing to illness? What did that have to do with him? Yun Qingzi stroked his beard, and despite his disheveled appearance, Su Yao sensed an inexplicable aura emanating from him. This feeling was peculiar. She had never encountered it with Mu Junyan, Zhang Han, or even her formidable husband. If she were to put it into words, this old Taoist seemed not quite human. No, Su Yao meant he was human. But there was a subtle difference that set him apart from ordinary individuals in this world. Perhaps it was this very distinction that granted him the terrifying ability to freeze time. "Miss Su, the time limit is drawing near. I have come to reveal all the causes and consequences to you." Yun Qingzi sighed heavily, then gazed at the night sky. "I was once a highly accomplished martial artist. Having reached the pinnacle of this world 2 years ago, just when I believed I could progress no further, I encountered Mushan. As he spoke, a hint of nostalgia crossed his face. Though he was an ordinary man, we connected as if we were old friends, sharing drinks and laughter. Ultimately, it was Mushan who enlightened me, allowing me to break through my limitations. However, at that moment, I attracted the wrath of heaven, which unleashed 9 divine lightning bolts upon me. Suddenly, fear flickered in the old man's eyes as he continued to murmur. That was the first time I felt such despair and helplessness after reaching the pinnacle. Just when I thought I would surely perish, it was Mushan who shielded me from one of the strikes, allowing me to barely survive. Xu Yao listened in stunned silence. In her previous life as an avid reader, she was familiar with the concepts Yun Qingzi spoke of. In simpler terms, he had reached an unparalleled level of cultivation 2 years prior, attracted heavenly tribulation, and it was Mushan who had saved him from one of the strikes, allowing him to endure. Such a fantastical scenario, however. If this venerable Taoist truly possesses such formidable abilities, why has he been reduced to this wretched, indistinct state? The other party continued to speak. That divine thunder was originally aimed at me. Although Mushan is merely a mortal, he did not perish upon impact, but rather, his life force became disordered, and his lifespan is now nearing its end. Under ordinary circumstances, this would be utterly inconceivable. At this point, Yun Qingzi furrowed his brow. Xu Yao understood that the crux of the matter was approaching. At that moment, the old man had just survived the thunder tribulation, having barely grazed the barriers of this realm. Thus, to uncover the truth, I forcibly peered into a sliver of celestial secrets on behalf of Mushan. Subsequently, the old man turned to the girl, his gaze graved. It turned out that the bolt of heavenly thunder did not strike Mushan directly. Rather, it fell upon his karmic ties. And to bear the weight of that karma was none other than Mushan's grandson. In just 38 days, precisely on the last day of the year, this divine thunder will descend once more, completely severing the Mu family line. And you, my dear, are one of the only 2 individuals capable of rescuing him. Only 2. Xu Yao was taken aback. Apart from herself? Who possessed the system? Who else in this world could save Mu Junyan? I am but an ordinary person. How can you be certain that I possess such capability, senior? Furthermore, who is the other person? At this moment, Yun Qingzi suddenly smiled, a look of self-satisfaction on his face. He chuckled. Having already stated that in my earlier days, I could glimpse the celestial secrets, and thus, I could ascertain that Miss Su, you are unlike the common folk. Within you lies a mysterious power. If harnessed, it could effortlessly dissolve this divine thunder. As for the other person, it is the same. However, they are simply too distant, and when I glimpsed the celestial secrets, I had already reached my limit, unable to discern further details about this individual. Observing the confident smile on the old man's face, as if he held all knowledge within his grasp, the girl felt a chill run down her spine. Her petite form involuntarily retreating slightly. Xu Yao did not expect that he could calculate to such an extent. It was as if he nearly revealed her possession of the system. Moreover, not only that, but he had even deduced the existence of her companion from the distant Yin dynasty. This old Taoist is quite formidable. Indeed, to perceive the existence of my system, the other party has already reached the pinnacle of this world. According to the fantastical novels the host often reads, this person is but a step away from transcending to immortality. What a pity! What a pity! Indeed, as the other party stated, this Taoist has peered too deeply into the celestial secrets and has already incurred heavenly retribution. He is now merely lingering on, with little time left to live. Not to mention transcending. Even a peaceful end is out of the question. This then, Yun Qingzi continued, Miss Su, Mushan perished due to my actions, hence I must repay this debt in 38 days. I implore you to help the Mu family through this tribulation. In doing so, when I reach the underworld, I can provide him with an explanation. Farewell. With that, the old man waved his robe, and the once frozen space returned to its original state. Miss? He Lin, seeing Xu Yao standing there in a daze, waved his hand before her eyes. Could it be that she was frightened by the earlier commotion? No, it's nothing. Looking again, the old Taoist's figure had vanished without a trace. Xu Yao, burdened with thoughts, wandered toward the Mu family's direction. her mind occupied. 38 days. System, what should I do? How can I withstand the divine thunder for Mu Junyan after 38 days? So, why do you feel the need to bear it for him? Chapter 61. Task initiated. The system's sudden inquiry left Su Yao momentarily stunned. What are you implying? He is my husband. If I don't save him, who will? Host, it's not that we are unwilling to save him. Rather, it comes at a cost. This old Taoist has only foreseen part of it, not the whole. The force that seeks to eradicate the Mu lineage is the very laws of this realm. While I can intervene, I cannot resolve the issue entirely. As long as these laws remain, the divine thunder will descend repeatedly until the Mu lineage is extinguished. Currently, there is but one way to save Mu Junyan. What way? Transfer the karmic divine thunder onto the host. With my presence, the laws of this realm will not act against the host. However, there is one condition. The host must carry the divine thunder far from the Mu family. This is the only method to save Mu Junyan at present. This, after hearing the system elaborate, Su Yao did not expect it to be so complicated. She had assumed that with the system's power, it should be omnipotent. Host, there are rules here. Mu Shan was the one to first intervene with the laws of this realm, which led to this karmic consequence. I cannot be too oppressive, but since you say you can attract the divine thunder to me, and with you here, it wouldn't strike me, why must I leave the Mu family? Thus, your actions may seem somewhat unjust. After all, the other party is the law of this world. While I am not afraid of it, I must still show it some respect. Even if the laws here cannot harm me, they can still hinder you. You surely wouldn't want to wake up one morning and choke on water, would you? Upon hearing this, Su Yao found it somewhat reasonable. Yet, she still gritted her teeth. So, must I really leave? But if I do, my husband and the others will be heartbroken. That is simple. I can erase everyone's memory of the host here. But, what about me? I would be heartbroken too. Humans are not mere grass and wood. Who can be without feelings? Having been here for so long, Su Yao had gradually become accustomed to this place. Now, being suddenly uprooted, it would be difficult to part with it. However, the system, displaying a remarkably human-like sigh, responded, Host, as a traveler, your perspective is the smallest I have ever encountered. A true man aims for the world. Do you truly intend to spend your life in this small city, drifting aimlessly? You must not be shackled by trivial romantic attachments. You should venture out and see the broader world. At the very least, we could go seek out that companion for some entertainment. Suddenly, Su Yao froze, slapping her forehead in realization, startling He Lin behind her. That's right. I finally remembered. Before I crossed over, I was quite the formidable individual. Damn, host, you are mistaken. You are a lowly. The system attempted to hypnotize Su Yao again, but at this moment, the girl had already come to a resolution. She would seek out that companion. Su Yao patted her small face, determination growing in her eyes. System, tell me, how can I transfer the divine thunder onto myself? Have you made your decision, host? Absolutely. Ding. The time-limited task is being prepared. Ding. The time-limited task has been activated. Please collect 7 eternal life flowers within 38 days. Upon successful collection, the system will automatically transform them into the 7-colored karmic lotus. Using the 7-colored karmic lotus will allow you to transfer the divine thunder onto yourself. Note, if the host fails to complete the collection within 38 days, the task will be deemed a failure. Failure? Su Yao understood all too well what task failure entailed, though she was uncertain how difficult it would be to find these eternal life flowers. Nevertheless, to save Mu Junyan, she had to try out He Lin. Have you heard of the eternal life flower? The dark-skinned youth paused for a moment before nodding. Miss, I have heard of it. Oh? Su Yao had merely asked casually, thinking that since it was a task, the so-called eternal life flower would surely be hard to come by. Yet, to her surprise, He Lin actually had knowledge of it. However, his subsequent words doused Su Yao's excitement with a bucket of cold water. Miss, this flower is exceedingly rare and difficult to find. It is said that when the flower matures, it will automatically detach from the branch, forever maintaining its blooming appearance. Unless disturbed by external forces, it will never wither, hence the name Eternal Life Flower. Seeing the frown on her face, He Lin lowered his head and asked, "Miss, why do you inquire about this? If you seek the eternal life flower, I can send someone to search for it tomorrow." He Lin remained diligent, sensing what the girl had in mind without needing much prompting. Although he was unaware of why his young mistress desired the eternal life flower, her wish alone was reason enough for him to assist. Xu Yao nodded earnestly, her small face serious. "Thank you, He Lin, and no matter how precious it may be, if you find any leads, please let me know." "Yes, miss, don't worry. 38 days, 7 eternal life flowers." To be honest, Xu Yao did not feel optimistic. Time passed swiftly. 7 days had already elapsed since the task was assigned. During this week, aside from sending He Lin and some of the Mu family members to inquire about the whereabouts of the eternal life flowers, Xu Yao herself had not been idle. With her adorable and charming demeanor, she had scoured all corners of the Wushuang city, yet still found no information regarding the eternal life flowers on the street. Xu Yao walked alone, resembling a lost little rabbit, her delicate face etched with melancholy. With no hope of finding Wushuang city, she was left with no choice but to search elsewhere. Suddenly, she was confronted by a group of ragged beggars blocking her path. They appeared to recognize her, their filthy faces breaking into lewd smiles. "Brothers, isn't this the little one? What a coincidence to encounter her here. It is said she is married into the Mu family and has truly transformed into a phoenix. Ha ha ha. TSK, how did I not notice before just how adorable this little one is? Otherwise, my brothers would have made their move long ago. Heh heh, since we've met, it's not too late to act now." Xu Yao's expression tightened at the sight of these beggars. She recalled them from when the original owner of her body was still a beggar. They often bullied her, taking the meager possessions she had begged for, making them utterly detestable. "What do you want?" Xu Yao furrowed her brow, yet showed no fear. "What do we want?" The leader of the beggars grinned wickedly and said, "Little one, you've soared to new heights, but we are still struggling for our next meal. Considering our past acquaintance, we ought to make a gesture. We're not asking for much. Just a few hundred taels of silver each will suffice." "A few hundred taels?" Xu Yao chuckled lightly, finding their ambitions rather short-sighted. She had expected them to demand far more. However, with a flick of her wrist, a dozen figures emerged from the crowd, surrounding the beggars. These individuals were the guards of the Mu family, who followed Xu Yao discreetly to ensure her safety. The beggars' expressions changed instantly, fear flickering in their eyes. They, who lived by begging, had lost all pride and immediately fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. "Xu, Miss Xu, spare us. We won't dare again." Seeing the Mu family's guards encircle them with fierce expressions terrified them to the point of trembling. Xu Yao, who already despised them, paid no heed to their pleas and waved her hand decisively. "You, give them a good beating first." "Yes, miss." The guards obeyed the command, launching into a flurry of fists and kicks directed at the beggars, who cried out in distress. Meanwhile, Xu Yao found a stall selling pancakes and sat down, contentedly watching the scene unfold before her. "Miss, may I ask if you would like a pancake?" The vendor, a kind woman, approached, her face pale with fear at the sight of the commotion, and gingerly inquired. Although Xu Yao was not particularly hungry, she smiled in response. "A pancake, please." Coming right up. Once the guards had sufficiently dealt with the beggars, Xu Yao called them to a halt. "You there, bring them over. I have something to ask." She was not familiar with the names of most of the servants and guards of the Mu family, aside from a few like He Lin. Nonetheless, that did not hinder her from commanding them. Upon hearing her order, the guards immediately ceased their actions, and one of them kicked the beggars, barking, "The miss has spoken. Hurry up and get over here." "Yes, yes." The beggars, bruised and battered, scrambled to Xu Yao's feet. "Miss, it was our fault. Please, forgive us." They bowed repeatedly, knocking their heads against the ground. Xu Yao rested her chin on her hand, a sweet smile gracing her lips. "So, do you still want silver?" The beggars' expressions shifted dramatically, and they hastily shook their heads. "No, no." Xu Yao scoffed lightly. "Why not want it?" With that, she produced several silver notes from her possession and tossed them before them. "Here are 500 taels, take it." The beggars were momentarily stunned, exchanging glances. Though tempted, none dared to pick up the notes. "What, can't you hear me?" Perhaps due to Xu Yao's inherent charm, even when she wore a stern expression, it lacked intimidation. The beggars remained motionless. However, the guards were less forgiving. The leader, responsible for Su Yao's safety, darkened his expression and roared, "Pick it up! Do you dare defy the Miss's orders?" His booming voice not only startled the beggars, but also made Su Yao's heart skip a beat. She covered her ears and reproached, "Why are you shouting so loudly?" The guard's face flushed, and he quickly bowed his head. "I apologize, Mississippi. I was born with a loud voice." Su Yao shot him a disapproving glance and then addressed the beggars. "Rest assured, this money will not cost you your lives. However, once you accept it, you must do something for me. Do you understand?" The beggars exchanged glances, hastily picking up the silver notes as if they might fly away. "Miss, whatever you need, just command us," they said, their tone now respectful. "Beggars, we have nothing but plenty of brothers." "Well, you should already be aware of this." Before he could finish, the loud-voiced guard kicked him again, this time managing to lower his volume. "Impudent! How dare you compare yourself to the Miss?" The beggar lamented, waving his hands. "Why, Lord, I meant no such thing." Su Yao waved her hand, signaling the loud guard to step back. He was right. She valued their numbers. The more people she had, the more information she could gather. Leaning on her chin, she addressed them. "Actually, I am searching for a flower called the Eternal Flower. It is said to be exceedingly rare. And I have searched the city for several days without success. Your gang of beggars has many contacts both inside and outside the city. If you can procure the Eternal Flower, you may come to the Mu family to claim a reward of 10,000 taels." To ensure they understood, Su Yao extended her delicate fingers. "Note, that is 10,000 gold, not silver. In this context, 10 taels of silver equated to 1 gold. Thus, 10,000 gold meant 100,000 taels of silver. This sum could transform them from impoverished beggars into wealthy individuals. Su Yao's own savings in Mu Junyin's possession amounted to only 10,000 gold. Upon hearing this, the beggars were instantly electrified, their eyes sparkling with excitement as they nodded vigorously. "Miss, rest assured. As soon as we gather any news, we will rush to the Mu family to report." "Good, off you go." Having achieved her goal, Su Yao waved her hand, and the beggars, clutching the notes, bowed and left. "Miss, your pancake is ready." The vendor approached with the pancake in hand. Su Yao paused for a moment, then pointed at the loud guard. "You scared me earlier. You must eat this pancake," she added, "and don't forget to pay the lady." The guard, taken aback, accepted the pancake and began to eat. Yes, miss." While Su Yao encountered naught but misfortune, Lin bore good tidings. Upon seeing Su Yao, he hurried over with palpable excitement. "Miss, I found the Eternal Flower." "Really?" Su Yao's delicate face lit up in surprise as she quickly inquired. "Where did you find it, Xiao Haizi?" "At the trading market in the south of the city. I saw someone selling it." Su Yao's excitement spiked further. "Selling? Did you buy it?" Lin hesitated, then shook his head, a hint of regret in his voice. "Miss, I intended to buy it, but the Eternal Flower had already been reserved by someone else. The vendor refused to sell it to me. That's so." Su Yao frowned and promptly exited the Mu family residence. "Let's go. Take me to see." Soon, guided by Lin, Su Yao arrived at the bustling trading market in the south of the city. The place was alive with activity, stalls lined with vendors selling all manner of peculiar items. Groups of people gathered, eagerly promoting their wares. "Come see the water turtle, authentic water turtle, a must-have for sea voyages. Freshly caught king carp, only 3 taels. Eating it will boost your vitality. Everyone, take a look. Just caught fire night." The market was crowded and vibrant, with a cacophony of vendors hawking their goods. Foreseeing the possibility of the Eternal Flower being sold, Lin had dispatched someone to guard the stall beforehand. To Su Yao's surprise, when she finally reached the stall, the vendor turned out to be a boy no older than 8 or 9. He was surrounded by the servants of the Mu family, his eyes wide with fear. In his hands, he tightly clutched a transparent box, within which a faint glimpse of white flowers could be seen. System, could that flower in his hands be the Eternal Flower? As Su Yao had never encountered this flower before, she turned to the system for confirmation. "Host, indeed it is." Noting the boy's evident fright, Su Yao dispelled the Mu family servants, crouching down with a warm smile directed at him. "Little brother, do not be afraid. I assure you, I am not a villain. Are you planning to sell that item you hold in your hands?" The boy, with delicate features, appeared quite frail, yet there was a resolute glimmer in his fearful eyes. Upon noticing a beautiful young lady engaging him in conversation, he felt a twinge of shyness but nodded in response. Why yes, would you be willing to purchase it, miss? You can name any price you desire. The boy hesitated for a moment but ultimately shook his head. I am sorry, miss. An uncle has already reserved it. He said he would come to collect it shortly. I have already promised him. Mother. Mother says one must keep their word. The boy's clear pupils showed no sign of wavering despite Su Yao's words. This caused the girl to furrow her brows slightly, yet she continued to gently inquire with her sweet voice, Little brother, this flower is so beautiful. Could you tell me why you wish to sell it? The boy's face flushed, and he lowered his head once more. And my mother is gravely ill, and we have no money for her treatment, so that's why I want to sell it. Initially, my mother didn't allow me to. After hearing this, Su Yao sighed and looked around, unable to spot the person who supposedly reserved the eternal flower. She patiently advised, Little brother, that uncle is nowhere in sight. Your mother is seriously ill, and you should hurry to see her. The boy's eyes reflected a struggle. The beautiful lady's words rang true. His mother was indeed unwell, and time was of the essence. Just as he was about to agree, a young man's voice suddenly interjected. Miss, I merely arrived a bit late. Your actions seem rather inappropriate. Su Yao turned to see a handsome young man clad in black attire stepping forward from the crowd. His age comparable to Mu Junyant's, he was quite courteous, and upon noticing Su Yao, a hint of astonishment flickered in his eyes. Though he quickly masked it, the boy's expression brightened at the sight of him, and he promptly extended the white box he held. The young man accepted it, ruffled the boy's hair, and addressed a burly man trailing behind him. Ahu, please make the payment. Yes, young master. The man responded respectfully and handed several silver notes to the boy. You uncle, you've given too much. Yet the young man knelt down, chuckling softly. Little brother, you did well. One must keep their word. Since you have done so, consider this a reward from your uncle. The boy nodded, his face radiating gratitude. Thank you, uncle. Before departing, he approached Su Yao once again. I am sorry, beautiful sister. Naturally, Su Yao bore no grudge against the young boy and smiled gently. She then turned to He Lin and instructed, Xiao He, send someone to escort this young brother home. He carries a significant amount of silver, and the journey may not be safe. Yes, miss. He Lin complied and directed a servant from the Mu family to accompany the boy. The young lady is so benevolent despite her youth. How rare indeed. May we meet again by fate. Farewell. The young man who acquired the eternal flower made no further comments and bowed slightly. Preparing to leave, however, He Lin swiftly maneuvered through the crowd and obstructed the young man's path. One can take away what the young lady desires. In an instant, the muscular man behind the young man appeared ready to act. But he was halted by the young man's gesture. He regarded the dark-clad young man with a subtly shifting smile. Su Yao sighed inwardly. She waved her hand, signaling He Lin to step aside. She then approached the young man and slightly bowed. I apologize, young master. This eternal flower holds great significance for me. Might you consider relinquishing it to me? If there are any conditions, please do not hesitate to mention them. The young man, adorned in fine garments, clearly was not in need of money, so she refrained from discussing finances, lest it provoke his displeasure. After all, she had arrived late and could not simply seize it from him. Chapter 64. Sibling of the opposite gender. Oh, truly, any request can be made. Qin Feng lowered his gaze to the girl's snow-white neck, a subtle smile gracing his face. Su Yao was momentarily taken aback. While her words were accurate, she could not fathom if he was serious. There was no way she would agree to just any demand. What if he wanted something outrageous? Surely, she would not consent. I am no fool. Thus, after pondering, she sweetly replied, Yes, I will do my utmost to fulfill your request. Su Yao's response was cautious, implying that while he could propose a request, it would be best not to place her in a difficult position. Upon hearing this, the young man's smile broadened, and he nodded. Very well. Since you desire this eternal flower so much, I shall not take it from you. However, in exchange, you must agree to one condition, and of course, it is nothing too burdensome. You may rest assured. Yet, as Qin Feng finished speaking, the burly man behind him quietly remarked, Young master, this flower is exceedingly rare. It would make an excellent gift, especially for the princess. The young man waved his hand, silencing the man. His eyes sparkled as he focused on the girl. No matter. Items can be procured again, but a beauty such as yourself is a treasure that is hard to come by. With that, he graciously extended the eternal flower towards her. Suyao wasted no time and eagerly reached out to accept it. She figured it best to secure the item first. Whatever the young man desired in return, she would consider fulfilling. After all, he couldn't possibly consume her, could he? Thank you, young master. May I inquire what you require from me in exchange? Qin Feng nodded slightly, admiration evident on his handsome face. Suyao, indeed a name befitting her beauty. Might I ask how old you are, and where you reside? I am 12 years old and currently reside with the Mu family in the city. 12? The young man blinked, though the girl before him appeared exceptionally youthful. Her demeanor and eloquence were most refined, rivaling that of an adult. Yet, Qin Feng had not anticipated that she was merely 12. Gazing at her innocent, pure face, the young man's mindset began to shift. Young master? Noticing his momentary stupor, Suyao furrowed her brows. The burly man glanced curiously at his master, astonished that this young lord would display such a lapse in composure. Observing the time, which had drifted into the evening, Suyao reminded him, Young master, it is getting late. If you have any requests, please state them now. She considered that if he only sought money, it would be easily remedied. The Mu family was not lacking in funds. Qin Feng gazed into the girl's refreshing, watery eyes, suppressing the peculiar stirrings within him. He gradually shifted his perspective and spoke softly, Haha, I feel a kinship with Miss Su. As for my request, it was merely jest. Please do not take it to heart. This flower shall be a gift to you. Huh? Suyao was taken aback. What was this young man's peculiar behavior? Just moments ago, he seemed intent on contesting with her, and now he wished to give it away without charge. Young master, this is not appropriate. Having learned a lesson from a previous encounter with a peculiar man, she regarded him with suspicion and tentatively suggested, Perhaps I could return the silver you spent? However, the young man shook his head vigorously, his expression suddenly serious. Go be candid. I am Qin Feng. Meeting you today has truly been a marvel. If Miss Su does not mind, I would like to be considered your brother of the opposite gender. What do you think? The brother of the opposite gender. Suyao was momentarily speechless. He wished to become her brother? While it sounded innocuous at first glance, something about it felt rather peculiar. She could almost hear the sound of an abacus clicking in her mind. Was it merely her imagination? Observing the girl's hesitance, Qin Feng's expression darkened, and he sighed. Alas, it appears I have overstepped. If you are unwilling, I shall not press the matter. The young man's tone was mournful, as though Suyao had wronged him. Wait. Young master, since you have put it that way, then, a brother it shall be. Since I am young, I shall call you big brother. The girl felt somewhat resigned. After all, she had accepted his kindness. Moreover, there was no harm in having an additional protector. However, Suyao noticed a peculiar change in Qin Feng's expression. He spoke slowly. Sister Yao Yao, you may omit the term big if you wish. Omit it? Then, just brother? Suyao was utterly perplexed by his thoughts. Why was he acting so strangely? They had just agreed to be siblings, so what was the difference between calling him brother or big brother? Seeing that he appeared unsatisfied, she tilted her head and blinked her adorable eyes. How about older brother? Pfft. The sweet tone resonated, and a flush crept across Qin Feng's handsome face, causing blood to gush from his nose. Yet, he remained oblivious, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Excellent, splendid. Yao Yao, from now on, we shall address each other thus. The burly man behind him was startled. Hastily producing a handkerchief. Young master. Nosebleed. Nosebleed. This person? Seems a bit unusual. Suyao was completely oblivious to the inexplicable excitement of the other party as she handed the everlasting flower to He Lin and gave a slight bow. Qin Feng wiped his nosebleed, a smile adorning his face. Take care, little sister. It was only when the petite figure of the girl gradually vanished into the crowd that Qin Feng's expression grew serious, suddenly emanating an aura of authority. He raised his hand slightly and addressed the man indifferently. Who, within 2 hours, I want to know everything about my little sister Yaoer. The man promptly nodded and hurriedly said, Young master, let's not discuss this for now. Nosebleed. Nosebleed. Upon returning to the Mu residence, Suyao carefully opened the white box. Inside lay a pale blue flower, which, while not as flamboyant as other brightly colored blooms, possessed a unique, cold elegance. Just then, a flash of light appeared, and the pale flower vanished from sight. Ding! Everlasting Flower 1. Task completion progress. 1-7. Sigh. In her room, the girl lay on the bed, letting out a soft sigh. This one everlasting flower had consumed so much time, and with only 1 month left, she still needed 6 more. She harbored doubts about whether she could complete the collection within the deadline and obtain the 7-colored Karma Lotus. Lost in thought, exhaustion from the past few days enveloped Su Yao, and she murmured drowsily, "Little Heisey, are you out there?" Outside, a dark-skinned youth stood like a door god, his eyes wide as saucers, remaining utterly still. "Yes, miss." Chapter 65. The Stolen Heart of Qin Feng. In a tavern in Wushuang City. Despite the day's business being exceedingly dismal, the innkeeper clutched the account book, his eyes nearly squinting with glee. Just moments ago, 2 affluent guests had arrived, declaring their intention to book the entire inn, offering 10 times the usual rate. To be honest, aside from the current Mu family, the innkeeper had never encountered such extravagance. Inside the room, candle flames flickered as a tall figure sat quietly at the table. Though it was already midnight, Qin Feng felt no inclination to sleep. Restlessness surged within him as he continuously sipped from his teacup. His mind filled with the visage of the girl. How could this be? The young man furrowed his brow, refilling his teacup. Even when he first encountered Princess Kaiyue, he merely found her exceptionally beautiful, captivating enough to enthrall the nation. Nothing more, yet today, the girl from the Mu family had stirred his heart profoundly. That innocent and youthful face evoked a conflicting desire within Qin Feng, a yearning to both tease and tenderly protect her. Reject juvenile aesthetics, starting with you. Especially when the girl called him brother, it felt as if he had endured countless harsh winters only to finally welcome his spring. Though this spring was still in its infancy, it even filled him with a deep sense of guilt. Knock, knock. At that moment, a gentle knock echoed from outside the door. "Come in." Qin Feng took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous emotions within his heart. Pei Hu slowly pushed the door open and walked into the room. With no one else around, the man slightly cupped his hands in greeting. The young man held the teacup, his expression impassive. "Speak." Thus, the man gathered his thoughts and relayed all the information he had uncovered. That night, the moonlight poured down quietly, draping the entire city in a shroud of silver. The innkeeper, weary, stifled a yawn, contentedly putting away the account book to prepare for rest. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed from upstairs, startling him into a shiver. It felt as though he could sense the anger of the guest above, even through the air. The innkeeper dared not utter a word, let alone venture upstairs to inquire. The person who could casually book the entire inn and offer him 10 times the price was not someone he could afford to provoke. It was just a teacup. Let it be broken in business. The most important skill is to read the room, especially when dealing with esteemed guests. Therefore, the innkeeper chose to act as though he hadn't heard anything in the guest room. Qin Feng gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with fury. The floor was littered with shards of the teacup he had smashed, and he clutched the man's clothing, glaring at him intensely. "What did you say?" "Repeat that?" She is already married?" Pei Hu swallowed hard, observing the mix of anger and despair in his master's eyes, and reluctantly nodded. "Your Highness, yes, according to my subordinate's reliable information, Miss Su married into the Mu family at the beginning of the year. And this is now common knowledge in the city." Qin Feng clenched his teeth and forcefully shoved him away. "She is still so young, not even of marriageable age." The young man gripped the edge of the table so fiercely that it crumbled to dust. His heart filled with immense resentment. How could she have gotten married? "Investigate." The corners of Qin Feng's eyes reddened, as if something precious had shattered before him, a chill sweeping over him. "Continue the investigation. Is it true that the Mu family forced her into this? If so," as he spoke, a murderous intent flickered in his eyes. "I want the entire Mu family to pay the price." However, before Qin Feng could finish his threat, Pei Hu, oblivious, interrupted him. "According to my sources, Miss Su is very favored in the Mu residence and, with her intelligence, has decisively defeated the Wu and Zhou families. It can be said that, at present, the Mu family listens to her every command. Furthermore, it is said that Miss Su shares a deep bond with the young master of the Mu family, which means This was all a one-sided infatuation on my part. Indeed. Qin Feng shot a glare at the man, and Pei, who immediately realized he had misspoken, hastily shutting his mouth. Then, as if he remembered something, he added, "By the way, Your Highness, there's another piece of news. According to the townsfolk, although Miss Su has married the young master of the Mu family, their marriage is rumored to be merely for show, not an actual union. Moreover, since Miss Su has not yet reached marriageable age, by current laws, they are not considered husband and wife." The young man's eyes brightened, and he slammed his hand on the table. "Right? Yaoer is still a minor. Their marriage cannot be taken seriously." Suddenly, Qin Feng's tone shifted, his eyes gleaming with a chilling intensity. One last question. Feeling the pressure emanating from the young man, Pei, who trembled slightly, a wave of dread washing over him. He could sense that his master was genuinely intent on bloodshed. Qin Feng fixed his gaze on the man, his voice low and menacing. "Pei Hu, tell me, between Yaoer and that young master of the Mu family, do they have any marital relations?" This question made the man's face twitch. After pondering for a moment, he suddenly knelt down and could only respond honestly. "Based on my subordinate's speculation, no." Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, a dangerous glint flickering within them. "Oh? Why are you so sure?" Pei Hu swallowed hard and continued. "According to my sources, the young master of the Mu family, Mu Junyan, is a rare gentleman, and since Miss Su is still underage, even if they have indeed married, he would certainly not act inappropriately." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng felt a slight relief in his heart. Yet he still scoffed derisively. "Humph, a gentleman." The youth, blinded by jealousy, had long forgotten what the man had previously said and smirked dismissively. Chapter 66. Trouble at the mine. "By the way, Your Highness, according to my investigations, Miss Su has been collecting everlasting flowers recently, though the reason remains unclear." Everlasting flowers? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng furrowed his brow slightly. Though these flowers are exceedingly rare, their practical use is quite limited. They are neither medicinal nor particularly vibrant compared to other blooms. Their only characteristic is that they never wilt. Beyond that, they are akin to a chicken rib. Though unaware of Su Yao's motivation for collecting such flowers, one bloom had already earned her the right to call him brother. If she were to gather a few more— The young man waved his hand, commanding, "Pei Hu, dispatch someone immediately to investigate where everlasting flowers can be found, and bring them all to me." The man nodded slightly, having noticed his master's deep concern for the girl. After hesitating for a moment, he finally asked, "Your Highness, forgive me for speaking out of turn, but Miss Su is indeed quite charming. Could it be that you wish to—" Silence. Qin Feng shot him a cold glance, stating flatly, "Focus on your tasks. Do not inquire about matters that do not concern you." Pei Hu wiped the cold sweat from his brow, no longer daring to utter a word, and hurriedly bowed out in the guest room. Only the young man remained. He gazed out the window, his eyes drifting uncertainly. The moon in the clear night sky seemed to transform into the innocent face of the girl, causing the tumultuous emotions within Qin Feng to stir once more. He quickly turned away, attempting to reason with himself. It's fine. I only see her as a sister." In the following days, Su Yao continued to send people to search for everlasting flowers, while she herself wandered about the city, seeking distraction. However, more than 10 days had passed, and aside from the one Qin Feng had gifted her, she had found nothing. With less than a month remaining until the end of the year, the deadline for task completion, this also marked her final moments in the Mu residence. Yet, just as Su Yao diligently sought everlasting flowers, trouble struck at the Mu family's mind. One morning, before the girl had even risen, she was awakened by the commotion of servants in the residence. Rubbing her eyes, she climbed out of bed, dressed impeccably. Su Yao opened the door and inquired of Lin, who was stationed outside. "Xiao Haizi, what is the matter? Why is it so noisy?" "Miss, we have just received news from Qingling Mountain. It is said that a mine collapsed, resulting in numerous casualties." "Ah? What?" Upon hearing this, Su Yao was rooted to the spot in shock. Though she had never ventured into the mines, she was aware that there were at least several hundred laborers working beneath the surface daily. If the mine truly had collapsed, the consequences were unimaginable. A wave of anxiety washed over her. "What about Mother? Is she aware of this matter?" "Miss, the lady has already rushed to Qingling Mountain, but with such a grave situation, I am concerned that it might incite further unrest." Gritting her teeth, Su Yao declared, "Let us go as well." the destruction of a salt mine is trivial, but the loss of life is paramount. If this matter is not handled properly, the reputation of the Mu family within the city could be severely compromised. Thus, suppressing her discomfort, she reluctantly boarded the carriage she detested and set off for the Mu family's salt mine. At the foot of Qingling Mountain, a throng of common folk had gathered, and at the entrance of a mine shaft, many were covered in dust, tirelessly digging. The exit had been completely buried by the debris from the collapse, and they had been excavating for quite some time. It was difficult to imagine the condition of those trapped within, with such a significant incident occurring at the Mu family's site. In addition to the onlookers, many were the family members of the buried laborers. These individuals had once been the pillars of their households, caring for both the elderly and the young now, with their fates unknown. These families knelt at the entrance, wailing in despair, "My son, you cannot abandon this old mother, Wu-Wu. Chunhua, your son has just been born and is waiting for you at home. Please, hurry out. Heavens, my husband, what sins have we committed?" The families cried out in heart-wrenching anguish. Had it not been for the guards of the Mu family holding them back, the rescue efforts would have been impossible. Zhang Lan's brow was furrowed with worry as she gazed anxiously at the mine. Uncertain of how to proceed, Li Lin, equally covered in dust, had been the first to arrive at the scene when the mine collapsed, immediately ordering a halt to all work and initiating rescue efforts. Now, he had finally compiled the list of those trapped inside. The man looked haggard, his eyes bloodshot. "Madam, we have completed the count. A total of 280 laborers are buried in the mine, including 35 children. The lives of the common folk have always been arduous, and in the struggle for survival, many impoverished families sent their men to work in the mines. Some were even just in their tender years." Upon hearing this grim statistic, Zhang Lan felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, nearly losing her balance point. 280 lives, and thus 280 families. Li Guanshi, what should we do now? Although Zhang Lan was the lady of the Mu family, the affairs of the family's salt production were traditionally handled by her husband and son, leaving her with little oversight. Faced with this sudden catastrophe, she felt utterly helpless. Li Lin sighed, his voice hoarse. "Madam, all we can do now is to make every effort to rescue those trapped and provide compensation to the families." Listening to the heart-wrenching laments of the onlookers, she reluctantly nodded. "Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest, Li Guanshi." Though she spoke thus, as the owner of the salt mine, the Mu family was obligated to address the situation and provide an explanation to the victims' families. Beyond the bereaved, some of the onlookers began to stir up trouble, openly disparaging the Mu family. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Lan moved forward slowly, accompanied by Li Lin, towards the crowd. "What? My sister has gone to Qingling Mountain?" Inside an inn, a young man leisurely sipped tea. Upon hearing Pei Hu's report, Qin Feng was taken aback. "What business does a child have at Qingling Mountain? Isn't that where the Mu family's salt mine is located? This little one, surely she hasn't gone there to toil in the mines as well." "Your Highness, it is said that there has been a collapse at the Mu family's mine, resulting in numerous casualties. The populace is currently in an uproar." Chapter 67. Su Yao to the rescue. What? Hearing this, the young man's brow furrowed deeply, and he sprang into action. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng stepped out of the door. Observing his master's anxious demeanor, Pei Hu felt helpless. Fortunately, he had anticipated this and had already prepared a carriage in advance. After several hours of jostling, the girl, her small face pale, lifted the curtain and addressed He Lin. "Who was driving?" "Xiao Haizi. Have we arrived?" Although she had taken a carriage once before, she still succumbed to motion sickness. This time, however, she had prepared some sour plum candies to alleviate her discomfort. "Miss, we have arrived." At the end of the road, Su Yao could already see the crowd of people gathered and heard their chaotic clamor. Disembarking, with the protection of He Lin and several guards, Su Yao successfully navigated through the throng to the foot of the mountain. Emerging from the crowd, she immediately spotted dozens of bodies that had been unearthed, lying amidst the dust and debris, their forms twisted and their deaths horrifyingly tragic. The sight made her complexion turn ashen, and she quickly averted her gaze. "I deeply regret the calamity that has befallen the salt mine, and the Mu family cannot evade responsibility. However, what is most crucial now is to make every effort to rescue those trapped. As for the unfortunate souls who have perished, the Mu family promises to provide double compensation." Standing before the gathered crowd, Zhang Lan, representing the Mu family, struggled to find words of comfort for the grieving families and could only say this. Compensation? My son is dead. I do not want money. I want my son back. A disheveled woman suddenly lunged at Jinglan, her grief manifesting in madness, while at her feet lay the crushed body of her child. Fortunately, the guards were quick to intervene and restrained her. However, this incident only spurred the onlookers to become more unruly. Look, the Mu family is attacking the bereaved. Teske. Their son is dead, and they dare to assault the family. I knew it. The rich have hearts as black as coal. Indeed, despite the wealth amassed by the Mu family, they show no compassion for us poor folk. And now, look at the repercussions. It is divine retribution. Did they have a grudge against the Mu family? No, the Mu family was not known for bullying the weak or acting with impunity. On the contrary, since the Mu family consolidated all the mines, they had provided many job opportunities for the townsfolk, allowing them to support their families. Some even went through great lengths to secure employment with the Mu family. Yet, these benefits did not reach everyone. Hence, there were many with narrow minds. They themselves were impoverished and unambitious, yet could not abide the sight of others' prosperity. Thus, when the wall falls, they feel a perverse satisfaction in giving it a push. At this moment, Su Yao understood that she had to step forward. With the Mu family patriarch and heir absent, Zheng Lan, a woman of conservative thought, was incapable of managing the situation. But could she handle it? Su Yao was unsure, yet as a half-member of the Mu family, she felt an obligation to help them navigate this crisis. As the crowd grew increasingly chaotic, someone noticed a young girl in a pink dress slowly stepping forward. She appeared no older than 11 or 12, her flawless face still bearing the innocence of youth. Her bright eyes sparkled with purity, resembling a celestial being fallen to the mortal realm, starkly contrasting with the grim environment. Some men were so captivated they could hardly look away, and even the laborers digging frantically paused their work. Upon seeing Su Yao, Zhang Lan's anxious heart suddenly found a semblance of calm. The girl's presence inexplicably instilled a sense of safety within her, as if the mere appearance of her daughter-in-law could resolve all issues. However, seeing the gaze of the crowd fixated on Su Yao, Zheng Lan quickly exclaimed, Yao Yao, what are you doing here? The girl smiled gently and replied, Mother, with such a significant incident at the Mu family, how could I not come? Seeing Su Yao's arrival, Li Lin's eyes brightened, and he wiped the dust from his face, speaking with a hint of excitement. Miss? The girl nodded, her expression becoming serious. Mother, I understand everything. Let me handle this. Zheng Lan hesitated, initially intending to argue that she was just a child and should not bear the burden of resolving the Mu family's troubles. Yet, realizing her own inability to cope with the current crisis, she could only nod and step aside. At that moment, the entire scene fell silent. Men, women, and children alike focused intently on the girl standing in the clearing. Their gazes held curiosity, lewdness, admiration, and jealousy as Su Yao surveyed the crowd, her face betraying no fear, and then turned her attention to the collapsed mine entrance, offering a faint smile. Uncles, please do not gaze at me any longer. Let us focus on rescuing those in need. The laborers were momentarily taken aback, then returned their attention to their task, resuming their efforts to dig. Turning to the grieving families, Su Yao bowed deeply. I sincerely apologize. The calamity that has befallen the Mu family has resulted in such tragic losses, and it is not something that mere words can rectify. However, the rescue efforts are still ongoing, and some individuals may still have a chance of survival. Until then, I kindly ask all family members to wait patiently with hope. As for those who have been confirmed to have met with misfortune, our family, the Mu family, will ensure proper arrangements and compensation, and we will never evade any responsibility. Please rest assured. It is difficult for many to fathom that such profound words are spoken from the lips of this innocent young girl. Coupled with her sweet, soft voice, it feels like honey seeping into the heart, utterly healing. Meanwhile, in a corner of the crowd, a handsome young man gazes at the girl with a mixture of surprise. Su Yao's words come from the depths of her heart. Upon witnessing the grotesque and tragic bodies, her heart constricts with panic. It is hard to imagine what kind of suffering they endured before their demise. Li Guanshi, after finishing her previous remarks, Su Yao steadied her emotions and called for Li Lin. The man approached the girl with utmost respect, bowing his head. Miss, have the reasons for the mine collapse been determined? According to the survivors who escaped, It was reported that a laborer accidentally severed a supporting beam within the mine, which led to the collapse. Chapter 68. Saving lives very well. Please compile the list of confirmed deceased laborers immediately and provide each household with double the compensation. For those without any source of income or with direct relatives suffering from severe illness within 2 generations, provide triple compensation. Understood. After issuing her instructions, Suyao addressed the grieving family members once more. I understand that death cannot be reversed, but such tragedies are events no one wishes to occur. Please rest assured that if any issues arise in the future, feel free to approach the Mu family, and we will handle them appropriately. Although her words may sound harsh, the Mu family is wealthy, and Su Yao's actions ensure that, at least materially, they leave no room for objections. After all, the salt mining industry inherently carries risks, and these laborers would have signed a contract with the Mu family before commencing work, which clearly outlines potential accidents they might encounter. If the Mu family insists on adhering strictly to the contract, the compensation for the bereaved families would be minimal, allowing the Mu family to save a substantial amount of money. However, Su Yao knows that this money must not be saved. Wealth is easily earned, but winning the hearts of the people is invaluable. If they were to accumulate resentment among the populace for the sake of a few coins, it would be a profound miscalculation for the Mu family. Nevertheless, there are limits to everything. While Su Yao strives to act with utmost benevolence, she would not allow these family members to speak recklessly. The girl scanned the somber crowd and slowly continued. Of course, this is merely my personal arrangement. If any of you feel unsatisfied or believe the Mu family is taking advantage of the situation, you may report it to the authorities, and everything will be handled according to the laborers' signed contracts. To speak frankly, in this world, human life is not as significant as Su Yao imagines. The double and triple compensation has already led these families to contemplate a desire for peace. After all, what can common folk do but yield to the power of money? However, Su Yao does not share this perspective. She is not a deity. She cannot revive the deceased. Thus, she can only provide material compensation to the families to the best of her ability. If it were possible, who would wish for such accidents to occur? At that moment, before the buried mine, several laborers continued to excavate the rubble. Suddenly, they let out a cry that captured everyone's attention. Quickly! It's a child! A filthy, half-naked boy was dragged out by the laborers. His eyes were tightly shut, his lips cracked, and his hair and eyebrows were covered with thick black dust. Yet, in comparison to the other bodies that had been discovered, this boy was remarkably fortunate, with only minor abrasions on his body. Eru! A woman in the crowd rushed over, frantically embracing the boy. Huzi, wake up! It's your mother! The woman wept bitterly, but upon realizing the boy still had a faint breath, she desperately looked around for help. My son is still alive. Please, save him. Everyone gathered around, and a doctor hurriedly stepped forward to examine the child. He first checked the boy's breath and then listened to his heartbeat, only to let out a heavy sigh, his expression darkening. Seeing the doctor's grim demeanor, Su Yao quickly inquired, "What's the situation? Please tell me." The Mu family doctor shook his head, regret evident in his voice. If he had been rescued earlier, there might have been a glimmer of hope, but now, with the doctor expressing such despair, the crowd began to disperse, shaking their heads in resignation. Only that mother remained, clutching her son, crying out in anguish, "Huzi, my child!" Yet her words were filled with suffocating despair. She wondered if CPR would even be effective. After hearing the doctor's words, Su Yao pressed her lips together and approached the grieving woman. "Auntie, may I attempt to help? Perhaps there is still a chance." However, the woman, her eyes bloodshot, was ungrateful and forcefully pushed the girl to the ground, growling, "Get away! I don't want your filthy money." The woman, hardened by years of labor, possessed considerable strength. The push sent the petite girl tumbling to the ground, causing sharp pain in her knee, and her fair skin was marked with several bloody scratches. "Yao Yao, miss," in a corner of the crowd. The handsome young man immediately turned cold, his eyes fixed on the woman, a murderous intent evident. Had it not been for the men behind him urging restraint, he would have already acted to sever the woman's head from her shoulders. Sending it to accompany her son in death, Su Yao slowly rose, looking at the scratches on her hands and legs, and couldn't he help but sigh. Alas, just a push and I'm down, just a touch and I'm hurt. Though I may be a young girl, I seem excessively fragile, almost like a porcelain doll. At this moment, Several guards from the Mu family swiftly moved in, subduing the woman. Yet Su Yao had no time to attend to them. Ignoring the pain, she knelt before the boy. She had performed CPR numerous times during her schooling. Right now, saving a life was paramount, and Su Yao could not afford to hesitate. She knelt on the ground, first checking the boy's condition before placing her palms together and pressing down forcefully on his chest. Although he was a boy, he appeared to be around 15 or 16, much older than Su Yao. Moreover, years of labor in the mines had left him muscular and well-built. Su Yao's strength was insufficient to make an impact. She had to lean forward, using her upper body weight to press down with all her might. The sight of this peculiar act left everyone bewildered, unable to comprehend what Su Yao was attempting to accomplish. With a person on the verge of death, why was she doing this? Was she desecrating a corpse? But given her frail physique, after just a dozen compressions, Su Yao was already gasping for breath, her arms aching, and her smooth forehead glistening with sweat. At this moment, she lowered her head and heard the boy's heartbeat growing stronger and clearer. Effective, gritting her teeth, Su Yao pressed down a few more times before checking his mouth and nose. However, his breathing remained weak. At this point, the girl's expression shifted slightly, her gaze filled with a hint of struggle. She had only completed half of the CPR, yet the boy's heartbeat had returned. But now, he was struggling to breathe. In addition to CPR, she needed to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. This meant Su Yao would have to kiss the boy. Chapter 69. The resentful brother. Logically speaking, if this were in her past life, Su Yao would have acted without a moment's hesitation in a life-and-death situation. But now, not only had she never given anyone her first kiss, she had never even allowed anyone to touch her face. What to do? Should she save him or not? Yet this thought lasted only a brief moment before the girl resolutely shook her head. Casting aside the distracting thoughts, saving a life was the priority. Thus, everyone witnessed an incredible scene. The girl, pure and delicate like an ethereal sprite, disregarded the dirt and filth, lifting the boy's chin with her alabaster hands. She took a deep breath, closed her watery eyes, and prepared to press her soft, pink lips against his grimy mouth. While this was an act of saving a life, they didn't understand. They couldn't comprehend. It was akin to witnessing a noble, pure princess willingly kiss a filthy beggar. The scene of such self-degradation was overwhelmingly shocking, shattering the worldview of every man present. They stared with wide eyes, fixated on the moment, filled with intense regret. Why was it not themselves lying on the ground? But at that moment, in a corner of the crowd, Qin Feng, who had been observing the girl, could no longer endure it. Suddenly, a terrifying aura erupted from him, sending the man behind him, Pei Hu, reeling back, spitting blood. Then, with a dramatic burst of speed, he dashed through the crowd, rushing to Su Yao's side. Qin Feng seized the girl, who was about to kiss the boy, and pulled her up forcefully, shouting, "What are you doing?" The sudden yank caused Su Yao's wrist to ache sharply, and she frowned. However, upon seeing the visitor, she was taken aback. Brother Qin, what are you doing here?" Noticing the girl's astonished expression, Qin Feng ignored her surprise, his face dark and stormy, as he thundered once more. Why would one so tarnish oneself? Su Yao was momentarily taken aback before turning her head away. "I am saving him. Let me go at once." Saving him? Just to rescue this wretch? If a kiss from a girl is what it takes to save him, then he deserves to perish. Though Qin Feng could not comprehend the situation, he would not allow such indignity. The young man forcefully pulled Su Yao up, commanding, "Bring forth assistance." With a rush, two figures clad in black armor emerged from the shadows, kneeling respectfully before him. "Young master." Qin Feng cast a savage glance at the woman who had previously pushed the girl, his voice icy. "Drag this woman and the corpse on the ground away. Dismember them and feed them to the dogs." The youth's presence was overwhelmingly intimidating. Ever since his arrival, the very air seemed to thicken with tension, instilling a palpable sense of dread. Su Yao, perplexed by the ire of this brother she had only just met, hurriedly interjected, "Stop. What on earth do you intend to do? What do you think I'm doing?" Qin Feng's lips trembled with fury, questioning how she could be so reckless with her own life. Suddenly, the boy on the ground, contorted in agony, emitted a series of coughs, igniting a surge of hope within Su Yao. "Quick, someone call a doctor. He is alive." The earlier physician, equally astonished, rushed forward to examine the boy once more. After a moment of examination, he rose in astonishment. "Miss, you truly possess divine abilities." The outcome left all present in utter disbelief. Qin Feng's expression shifted as well. This girl was genuinely saving a life. Yet, the transgressions committed could not be overlooked. As a prince, his decree stood firm. No pleas for mercy would be entertained. "What are you standing there for? Do I need to repeat myself?" This time, the two black-armored men did not hesitate. One of them swung his arm with force, sending the two guards of the Mu family flying. In the face of the woman's terror-stricken gaze, he seized her by the hair and violently dragged her away. Meanwhile, the other approached the boy still lying on the ground. Su Yao grew frantic. She could not fathom why Qin Feng was so enraged or what vendetta he held against these individuals that warranted such brutality. She attempted to intervene, but her delicate wrist was firmly grasped by the young man. "Qin Feng, what do you intend to do? What right do you have to decide the fate of others?" Su Yao was truly angry. Had it not been for the fact that he had gifted her the everlasting flower, she would have already given him a piece of her mind. In truth, they were hardly acquaintances. Although they were bound by the ties of brotherhood, his actions bore no semblance of treating her as a sister. Gazing into the girl's increasingly unfamiliar eyes, Qin Feng felt a pang of unease. Yet, his expression remained impassive, his tone still cold. "I am teaching you to cherish yourself." However, Su Yao mustered her strength, finally wrenching her wrist free, her face a mask of frost. "Whether I cherish myself is none of your concern, young Master Qin. Though I am unaware of your true identity, I implore you to spare them." The girl's frigid demeanor caused Qin Feng's lips to twitch in irritation. He swiftly gestured for the black-armored guards to cease their actions. "Very well, since my sister has pleaded for mercy, I shall comply." The abrupt reversal left the woman, initially terrified and dragged by her hair, in a state of bewilderment, while the unconscious boy was hoisted by another black-armored figure, following closely behind. This man is truly peculiar. Qin Feng's sudden change left Su Yao speechless, yet she felt relieved that the mother and son were unharmed. However, while others were unscathed, she herself was not. Having been shoved by the woman earlier, her legs and hands bore several painful marks, and the most excruciating pain resided in her wrist. Did Qin Feng harbor some grudge against her? She could not fathom the reason behind his madness, as he had nearly crushed her wrist. "My sister, allow me to examine your injuries." Noticing the marks on her hands, the young man frowned in concern. Yet, as he leaned closer, Su Yao instinctively took several steps back, her expression still cold. Qin Feng hesitated, scratching his head, his earlier domineering demeanor dissipating. "Sister Yao, I was impulsive just now. Please do not take it to heart. After all, we are sworn siblings. You cannot disregard me as your brother." Seeing the youth's unyielding demeanor, Su Yao sighed in resignation. To be honest, having such an overly persistent brother was quite exasperating. Chapter 70. News of the everlasting flower. After the commotion subsided, witnessing Su Yao's earnest efforts to save lives, the families of the victims began to reassess their opinions of the Mu family. They ceased their unreasonable outbursts and instead quietly waited at the mine's entrance, hoping their husbands or sons would be the next survivors. Gradually, the discontent among the populace faded. The Mu family's actions left those few seeking trouble without grounds for complaint, forcing them to depart in frustration. With Su Yao's work concluded, the remaining tasks fell to Li Lin and Zheng Lan, who would handle everything thereafter. In the quiet confines of her room, she was resting while the doctor had prescribed some ointment. Fortunately, the marks on her hands and legs were shallow and would not leave scars. A simple application of medicine would suffice. She had intended to attend to this herself, yet Qin Feng insisted on assisting. "Sister Yao, are you still angry with me?" By the bedside, the young man carefully applied ointment to her hand, causing Su Yao to wince in discomfort. "I hurts," she exclaimed. He remained steadfast. "No, sister, your matters are my responsibilities. I must stay to care for you. Furthermore, I wish to hear you call me brother." Alas, yet another obstinate individual. Su Yao sighed, resigning herself to his presence. However, once the ointment was applied, the young man suddenly crouched down, reaching to lift Su Yao's skirt. This startled her, prompting her to swiftly cover his hand. What are you doing?" Qin Feng innocently looked up, replying, "Sister, You must apply ointment to your leg injury as well. Su Yao was rendered speechless. She momentarily could not discern whether he was serious or jesting. Was it acceptable to casually lift a girl's skirt? I I can do it myself. Nonsense, Yaoer, if you are uncomfortable. Let me help. As he spoke, Qin Feng appeared indifferent, his hand poised to reach out once more. Su Yao, flustered, quickly shielded her skirt, her cheeks flushing. No, I can manage on my own, brother. Please step outside. Her leg injury was located at her knee, necessitating the raising of her skirt for ointment application. With a man present, it was decidedly inappropriate. She had only intended to frighten him, yet it seemed this girl was not as naive as she appeared. Why had she engaged in such self-deprecating behavior earlier? The rescue efforts following the mining disaster spanned 3 full days, during which numerous bodies were retrieved from the depths of the mine. The Mu family provided ample compensation to the bereaved families, ensuring their needs were met. From dusk till dawn, the once-buried mine was finally reopened, and all the victims listed by Li Lin were accounted for. Among the nearly 300 buried laborers, only 37 survived. This figure weighed heavily on everyone's hearts. Yet, under Su Yao's insistence, the Mu family remained committed to their responsibilities, compensating where necessary and providing support, which garnered deep gratitude from the families. Sister Yao, allow me to accompany you. Throughout these days, Qin Feng had been like a tenacious gum, never leaving her side. Su Yao found herself bewildered. Did he not have his own affairs to attend to? At the foot of Qingling Mountain, her sweet voice called out to Qin Feng, who felt a surge of joy. He cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor. Sister need not worry. I am unencumbered and free-spirited. However, if you would graciously accept my company, it would be most delightful. Su Yao shivered involuntarily. His audacity was akin to a wall of bricks. I'm afraid I must decline. Without further ado, she pushed him away, intent on sending him off. After all, having a strange man shadowing her every move would invite unwelcome gossip. Although they were sworn siblings, they lacked any blood relation, and the growing familiarity felt increasingly inappropriate. What's the matter? Has it turned into something rather strange? Had I known, I would never have agreed to this. Moreover, given the presence of the black-armored men, it was evident that Qin Feng's background was anything but simple. She now found herself regretting the connection forged with him over that everlasting flower. Yet, it was too late. Despite her attempts to rid herself of Qin Feng, he remained steadfast, wearing a look of feigned grievance. Alas, I did not anticipate my sister despising me so. It seems I have been overly presumptuous. No matter, as long as you are happy, I shall do anything for you. Oh dear, how annoying. If you wish to follow, then do so. Su Yao felt on the verge of losing her mind, and without further thought, she climbed onto He Lin's carriage. Observing her exasperated retreating figure, Qin Feng could not suppress a triumphant smile. As Su Yao disembarked from the carriage, her complexion was pale. Her legs felt weak, and her stomach churned incessantly. I shall never ride in a carriage again. So exhausting. She fell into a deep slumber, sleeping until the dawn of the following day. Perhaps due to her robust recovery, after several days of rest, the injuries on her hands and legs had healed completely, leaving no trace behind. Only her wrist still throbbed faintly, a lingering reminder of Qin Feng's earlier grip. Miss, there is someone outside seeking you. The voices of the servants echoed from outside the door as Su Yao, occupied with combing her hair, casually inquired, Who is it? It is a beggar, claiming there is news regarding the matter you instructed, came the reply. The girl's eyes brightened instantly as she exclaimed, Good, tell him to wait. I shall come out at once. Yes, swiftly donning her attire. Su Yao hurriedly pushed the door open, only to be startled by a shadow that appeared as if conjured from thin air. You? What are you doing here? Qin Feng wore a mischievous grin. Responding languidly, I missed you, dear Sister Yao, so I came to see you. Gritting her teeth, the girl disregarded how he had entered and strode towards the gates of the Mu residence. Indeed, waiting outside were the same beggars she had previously gathered. Upon seeing Su Yao, they rushed over as if eager to claim credit. Miss, we have news about the matter you asked us to investigate. Yes, indeed. We managed to contact brothers from other capitals, and it was quite a challenge to uncover this information. Observing their avaricious expressions, Su Yao was disinclined to waste time on pleasantries. She raised her delicate hand to interrupt. All right, let us get to the point. One of them promptly nodded and, bowing, shared the information they had acquired. Miss, according to reliable sources, a beauty contest will be held in Qingyuan City in 4 days, and the reward for third place is the everlasting flower. Chapter 71. Journey to Qingyuan City, a beauty contest? What is that? It's a pageant, Mississippi. If you participate, it surely won't pose any challenge for you. Su Yao was momentarily taken aback, astonished that such an event existed. Given her status as the most adorable loli of Qingyun County, participating in this contest should be a piece of cake. However, her objective was not first place, but rather third, which she suspected might prove to be a greater challenge. What's the matter, Yao? Do you wish to go? Qin Feng was still somewhat puzzled, as he couldn't comprehend why the girl sought the everlasting flower, an item that held little significance. One would suffice for collection. Yes, this flower is very important to me, Su Yao nodded, then instructed the servant to fetch some silver notes to send the beggars on their way. Time was of the essence. She needed to gather 7 everlasting flowers as quickly as possible. Upon learning that the girl intended to travel to Qingyuan City, the young man volunteered. In that case, allow me to accompany you. Su Yao pondered for a moment before agreeing, with Mu Junyan absent from home. She had never ventured far alone. All right, then I shall trouble you, big brother. Qin Feng's expression turned serious as he replied, Yao, you should call me brother. This fellow, is he perhaps a siscon? Not wishing to waste any time. Su Yao realized that though Qingyuan City was not far, the journey would take a day or two. To be on the safe side, she decided to prepare for departure immediately. However, she truly did not wish to ride in a carriage. The nauseating feeling of motion sickness was something only those who experienced it could understand. It was not an exaggeration to say it felt worse than death. At the entrance, Su Yao gazed at the carriage that Qin Feng had summoned. She bit her lip, yet remained rooted in place. Yao, what's wrong? The young man, already seated in the carriage, noticed the girl still standing there, perplexed. Su Yao pinched her skirt, lowering her head to murmur, Brother, is it possible? Not to take the carriage? Not take the carriage. What else would we use for travel? Is there something wrong with this one? Qin Feng dismounted, assuming the girl simply disliked the carriage. If you think this one is inadequate, I can have them swap it out. Su Yao hastily waved her hands, tugging at his sleeve as she whispered, No. I get motion sickness. Yao, you get motion sickness? Su Yao nodded, her small lips pouting in a display of grievance. The young man found himself at a loss. Without the carriage, how would they travel? Qingyuan City was still some distance away. In that case, sister, we shall ride horses. All right. Su Yao understood there was no alternative. During her first journey to Qingling Mountain, it had been because of her motion sickness that Mu Junyan had taken her on horseback. Seeing her consent, Qin Feng dismissed the carriage and set off with Su Yao on a swift steed toward Qingyuan City. Fortunately, they had 4 days, so it was not overly pressing. Outside the city, on the broad avenue, a majestic steed galloped by, kicking up clouds of dust. Slow down. We're not in a hurry. The wind howled, tossing the girl's hair into disarray. Qin Feng held the reins tightly as the horse raced forward. Observing the girl's panicked yet delicate visage, a sly smile formed at the corners of his mouth. Su Yao felt as though her soul was about to be jostled from her body. Yet this rascal not only refused to slow down but seemed to quicken his pace. Thinking he hadn't heard her, she tugged at his sleeve again, anxiously urging, Brother, please slow down. The biting wind stung Su Yao's eyes, compelling her to bury her face into his clothing. Noticing her distress, Qin Feng slowed his pace. Yao, what's the matter? But the girl remained silent, merely covering her eyes. Frowning slightly, the young man halted the horse. What's wrong with your eyes? Let me see. Just as he reached out, he saw Su Yao lower her hand, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked at him with a pitiful expression. Qin Feng's heart ached for her, and he immediately regretted his earlier actions. He had intended to tease the girl but had gone too far. Riding was inherently less comfortable than a carriage, and given Su Yao's delicate constitution, she was ill-suited to endure such a lengthy and tumultuous journey, especially at such speed. I don't want to talk to you anymore, the girl sniffled, rubbing her sore eyes before turning her head away. She had clearly asked him to slow down, yet he continued to ride so quickly that she nearly fell off. He truly was insufferable. Seeing Su Yao seemingly upset, Qin Feng hurriedly began to coax her. Yao, don't be angry. It's all my fault. I'll ride slower. The young man flicked the reins, and the horse began to gallop again, though at a much reduced speed. Yet the girl remained silent, her eyes still pained. Before long, the sky began to darken. The two had been on the road for nearly a day, and while Qin Feng was still managing, Su Yao found herself utterly exhausted. She understood that riding was tiring, but she hadn't anticipated it would be this exhausting. They arrived at an inn, and Qin Feng dismounted first, gently lifting the girl down. However, just as he prepared to set her down, he noticed her tugging at his clothing, her face a picture of distress. My legs are numb. After bouncing around on horseback all day, she could hardly stand, let alone walk. With the delicate girl nestled in his arms, Qin Feng raised an eyebrow and chuckled. No worries, brother will carry you inside. With that, he contentedly carried her inside the inn. Esteemed guest, will you be dining or lodging? Upon entering, the innkeeper greeted them with a beaming smile. Finding a seat, the young man carefully set Su Yao down, then pulled out a silver note. Lodging. Prepare the best room for this gentleman. Upon seeing the silver note, the innkeeper's smile widened. Certainly. One moment, please. The inn was quite busy, but the moment Su Yao was seated, she felt numerous lecherous gazes directed at her. Sighing, she thought, well, it seems I must remember to wear a veil next time I go out, or else I'll attract trouble everywhere. Hey, little beauty, come pour a drink for your uncle. Chapter 72. The true face of Qin Feng. A coarse voice rang out. A group of bald men sat in a corner of the inn, clad in leather armor, their eyes brazenly roving over Su Yao. Some had even begun to whistle. The leader licked his lips, his gaze growing increasingly heated. Having mingled in such circles for so long, he had never encountered a girl of such exquisite beauty. Her petite figure appeared so delicate that one might fear it would break with the slightest touch, igniting a flicker of brutality in his eyes. Ignoring these ruffians and wishing to avoid conflict, Su Yao tugged at the increasingly sullen-faced young man beside her, advising, let us just go upstairs, brother. After a brief silence, Qin Feng nodded. All right. His eyes were filled with icy intent as he slowly surveyed the group of ruffians. To dare to insult his girl, in Qin Feng's eyes, they were already dead. Brother, why did you only book one room? Naturally, we booked one room. What, does Yao wish to sleep separately from me? Ugh, pervert. Su Yao rolled her eyes at him, huffing. I'll take the bed. You can sleep on the floor. Qin Feng scratched his head, exasperated. Fine, I'll do as my sister says. Soon, the innkeeper presented them with the key to their room. Just as the young man was about to lead the girl upstairs, they were blocked by several unsavory figures. Little beauty, didn't you hear your uncle calling you just now? It turned out that the previous ruffians were not ready to relent. The bald man at the front held a cup of wine, his gaze lewdly scanning Su Yao. The group completely ignored the young man beside her, continuing to speak crude, suggestive words to her. What's wrong? Want to join us for some fun? This little thing had truly captured the heart of this rogue. As the saying goes, the more ignorant a person is, the more fearless they become. The leader, a bald man, was unable to contain his impatience and reached out his hand to seize the girl. However, in the next moment, a cold snort echoed in the air. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and swiftly seized the man's wrist. Followed by a brutal twist, a chilling scream erupted, as the bald man's wrist audibly snapped, bending grotesquely at a horrifying 90-degree angle. The pain caused him to break into a cold sweat as he collapsed onto the ground, wailing in agony, "Dada! My hand, my hand!" Such a terrifying scene sent the remaining patrons of the inn fleeing in terror, with the owner cowering behind the counter, daring only to peek out with half of his head. You! How dare you lay a hand on us? We are members of the mercenary guild. You better not run away. With that, the group stumbled out of the inn, leaving the injured bald man behind. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed slightly as he calmly declared, if you don't leave now, I'll break your other hand as well. The bald man, his face contorted in fear, endured the searing pain as he scrambled to his feet. Not daring to glance at Su Yao again, fleeing as if his life depended on it. Yaoer, are you frightened? No, I'm not. Su Yao shook her head, her perception of Qin Feng shifting slightly. Though he was strange and unrefined during their conversations, he was entirely different when faced with others. Master, you should run quickly. At that moment, the owner timidly emerged from behind the counter, a worried expression etched across his face. This is outside the city, under the jurisdiction of the mercenary guild. You have harmed their people. They will not let this go easily. Mercenary Guild. What kind of nonsense is that? Su Yao was perplexed, unaware of the significance of the situation. Qin Feng, however, wore an expression of disdain, tilting his chin as if the world revolved around him. Noticing the two seemed unfazed, the owner hurriedly added, "Oh dear, if you're headed to Qingyuan City, it's still a day's journey away. The Mercenary Guild often lurks outside the city, extorting and blackmailing travelers. If you incur their wrath, your journey will be fraught with peril." Despite the owner's grave concerns, Qin Feng paid him no heed and led Su Yao upstairs to their room. "Brother, should we heed the owner's warning? What if they truly come looking for trouble?" Su Yao expressed her worries. Even if Qin Feng was formidable, he couldn't possibly contend with sheer numbers, especially while needing to protect her, a burden with no combat capability. Yet the young man appeared unfazed, offering a gentle smile. "Do not fear. With your brother by your side, no one can harm you." With that, Qin Feng reached out, intending to caress the girl's hand, but she quickly recoiled, staring at him in astonishment. What are you doing?" It's nothing. Let's just go inside." The young man hesitated, scratching his head awkwardly. He then produced a key, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. Su Yao bit her lip, her brows knitting together. Wasn't their relationship supposed to be merely that of siblings? Couldn't he possibly? "Yaoer, why are you standing outside? Come in." Seeing the girl dawdling at the doorway, Qin Feng beckoned her inside. However, Su Yao remained rooted to the spot, contemplating her next words. "Brother, I think I should let the owner prepare another room for me." After all, she was a married woman. Sharing a room with another man, even if nothing happened, would be scandalous. If they were merely siblings, it might be acceptable, but just moments ago, she sensed a peculiar look in Qin Feng's eyes, one that was far from brotherly. The more she thought about it, the more uneasy she became. Regretting not having brought He Lin along with that thought, she turned to leave, resolving to go downstairs since she had money on her. Qin Feng kicked the door shut, encircling the petite girl in his arms with an air of dominance. At that moment, he finally shed his facade. Indeed, as a prince, even though he held a fondness for the little one before him, his patience was wearing thin. The girl remained oblivious. Each time she called him brother in that soft, sweet voice, it took immense self-restraint for Qin Feng to suppress his impulses. But now, he no longer wished to hold back. As he gazed into the deepening crimson of his own eyes, Su Yao felt a tremor of fear. This person truly harbored ulterior motives. "Brother, what are you doing? Don't do this." Chapter 73. The Shura Field. The girl's voice made Qin Feng's breath quicken. Instead of releasing her, he tightened his grip. Su Yao cried out in pain, prompting him to regain a semblance of rationality and gradually loosen his hold. His voice, low and resonant, filled the room. "Yaoer, I like you." Observing the markedly different expression on Qin Feng's face, Su Yao felt a wave of panic. Stepping back in fear, but you said we were just siblings. Siblings? Qin Feng suddenly smiled, stepping closer to press his hand firmly on Su Yao's shoulder. "We are not blood relatives. What does it matter if we call each other siblings? Besides, if you marry me, we can still refer to each other as siblings." His words left Su Yao in disbelief. She had assumed Qin Feng was merely possessive, but now she realized he was a true deviant. Compared to him, Zhang Han was nothing. Slap! Unable to contain herself, the girl raised her hand and struck him across the face. If it were anyone else, given Qin Feng's status and temperament, he would have long since had them dragged away to be fed to dogs. Yet, when faced with this exquisitely delicate girl, he felt not an ounce of anger. In fact, he touched his stinging cheek, a perverse smile creeping onto his lips. Qin Feng's reaction sent chills down Su Yao's spine. She forcefully pushed him away, attempting to escape. However, the young man, his gaze murky, swiftly wrapped his arm around her slender waist, pinning her onto the bed. For the first time, Su Yao felt a genuine sense of danger. Refraining from resisting too fiercely, as the man before her was capricious and undeniably a true predator. One moment he could be calm, and the next, he could explode with rage. Thus, Qin Feng held her down, burying his head in her ear, making no further moves. After a long silence, the girl finally spoke in a trembling voice. "Brother, please let me go. I have a husband." The moment those words left her lips, it was as if she had triggered a landmine in Qin Feng's mind. He abruptly lifted his head, his eyes darkening. Yaoer, you have yet to come of age. What kind of husband is he? I refuse to acknowledge it. As long as you marry me, I will give you anything you desire. Qin Feng had never felt such urgency as he did now. His demand was simple. If the girl agreed to be with him, everything he possessed would be hers. Seeing the young man's emotional turmoil, Su Yao felt a pang of anxiety. She pouted, her youthful face adorned with a look of grievance. You say you like me, yet you are bullying me. Her voice trembled, catching Qin Feng off guard, but he did not release her wrist. In a deep voice, he replied, Yaoer, trust me. I will treat you well. Sigh, even if you say that. Su Yao slowly averted her gaze, whispering, I believe you, but I truly do not like you. Looking at the girl's flawless face, an overwhelming sense of helplessness surged within Qin Feng. As a prince, he could easily dictate life and death, yet he could not win the heart of the girl before him. How ironic it was. Noticing Qin Feng's wavering resolve, Su Yao tugged at her restrained wrist. Brother, please let me go. I can pretend nothing happened, and we can still be siblings. No way. Qin Feng's momentary despondence vanished, replaced by a chilling determination. It matters not if you do not like me. What I desire, I have never failed to obtain. Even if it meant using force, he would possess the girl entirely, keeping her by his side. His gaze roamed over Su Yao's delicate skin inch by inch, and his breath quickened as he noticed the growing desire in his eyes. Su Yao's own were filled with panic as she began to struggle. What do you want to do? Qin Feng snorted coldly, pinning her hands with one hand while the other reached to tear at her flimsy clothing. Brother! The girl struggled, her innocent eyes glistening with tears. Yet, Qin Feng hesitated only briefly before continuing his advance. Just then, a sudden disturbance erupted at the door, followed by several sharp cracks as it splintered into a pile of debris. The residual energy from the sword strike surged towards Qin Feng. After learning of Su Yao's whereabouts from Helin, Mu Junyan, unable to contain his desire to see his young wife, had galloped swiftly to her side. Husband! Upon seeing the familiar figure, Su Yao dashed toward the young man. Yaoer, Mu Junyan, sword in hand, swept the petite girl into his arms, his face radiating affection after their long separation. Observing the intimacy between the two, Qin Feng's fists clenched tightly, his gaze deepening. So, you are Yaoer's husband? Mu Junyan set the girl down, standing firm with his sword, his expression frosty. Naturally. Who are you? Qin Feng assessed the young man briefly before coolly responding. You are no match for me. Hand Yaoer over, or you shall not leave this door today. However, the chill in Mu Junyan's eyes intensified. He understood that the other was no ordinary foe, but if they aimed to lay a hand on the girl, they would have to step over his dead body first. Hemph! Is that so? I think not. The young man shielded Su Yao behind him, brandishing his long sword as he advanced toward his opponent. Observing the imminent clash, Qin Feng let out a cold snort, firmly planting his foot before the two engaged in fierce combat. The small room became a whirlwind of flashing blades and gusting palms, neither combatant yielding an inch. Su Yao watched anxiously from the sidelines, unsure of how to intervene, her voice trembling as she called out, Please, please stop fighting. Yet the two warriors remained oblivious to her pleas, their gazes locked, unwilling to concede. With a resounding thud, Qin Feng seized an opportunity. An internal surge of energy propelled his palm forcefully against his adversary. Mu Junyan emitted a muffled grunt, yet his long sword left a mark across Qin Feng's hand as they separated, neither gaining the upper hand. This moment finally granted Su Yao the chance to interject. She rushed between the two, her urgency palpable as she implored, Husband, please, you mustn't continue this. Mu Junyan's brow furrowed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Yao Yao, step aside. I am determined to vanquish him today. Qin Feng scoffed, wiping the blood from his hand, his demeanor equally haughty. Indeed, Yaoer, withdraw. Once I have dispatched him, you shall belong solely to me. Chapter 74. A moonless night of bloodshed. Sigh. These two are truly stubborn as mules. Su Yao clasped her forehead, gritting her teeth. Fine. Continue your battle. I shall distance myself and never witness either of you again. With that, she turned her back on them and exited the room. As her footsteps echoed down the stairs, the two young men exchanged hesitant glances, neither willing to make the first move. Upon leaving the inn, Su Yao noticed that the sky had fully darkened. Humph! Fight all you want. Clearly, This brawl is far more important than me. In that moment, she resembled a petulant child rebelling against her family, pouting as she wandered aimlessly. Just as she ventured a short distance from the inn, a cacophony of noise suddenly erupted from afar. A group of individuals approached rapidly. They quickly surrounded Su Yao, among them the very bald ruffians she had encountered at the inn. Ha ha ha, little beauty, where do you think you're going? That boy didn't abandon you, did he? The speed at which they arrived was astonishing. Moments ago, they had fled in terror from Qin Feng, and now they swaggered with an air of arrogance. It was unclear if these so-called mercenaries had any particular requirements. But all of them sported glaringly bald heads, a sight rather unpleasant to behold. Yet, one person's arrival took her completely by surprise. As the bald men dismounted, encircling Su Yao with their oily, lecherous grins, she felt a chill run down her spine. Her lips pressed together, her eyes filled with apprehension. Suddenly, one individual stepped forward from their ranks. Upon seeing Su Yao, he momentarily froze before erupting into laughter. Ha ha ha, little girl, so it is you. His sinister smile revealed a glint of malice and satisfaction. Su Yao's brow furrowed in recognition. Wu Xiaofeng, is that you? What are you doing here? Where is Wu Xiaolon? Ever since the downfall of the Wu family, the whereabouts of the siblings had been a mystery, and she had never anticipated encountering him here. Wu Xiaofeng sneered, his expression darkening. Wu Xiaolon? I hardly recall such a person. You ought to be more concerned for your own safety. Little brat, if it weren't for your unexpected appearance, my family would have long since crushed the Mu clan, and I wouldn't be in this wretched position. He rubbed his bald head, resentment clouding his eyes. Humph, this is not Wushuang City. Don't assume someone will come to your rescue. With a swift motion, he gestured, and his cohorts, eager and impatient, began to close in on the petite girl, their grotesque smiles widening. Wait! Su Yao stumbled back, drawing a deep breath as she addressed Wu Xiaofeng seriously. Have you considered why I am alone here? If you dare to lay a finger on me, have you thought about the consequences? Her words momentarily stunned the bald young man, a flicker of doubt passing across his face. But he soon regained his bravado, sneering, I know you are not ordinary, but I am not that useless Wu Xiaolon. You think mere words will intimidate me? Ridiculous. Even if Mu Junyan is nearby, he surely cannot arrive in time. Otherwise, why has he not shown himself yet? Noticing Su Yao's increasingly anxious expression, Wu Xiaofeng felt a surge of confidence. He was convinced that she was merely bluffing, for the Mu clan's influence had yet to reach this far. As he saw the lack of fear in his adversaries, Su Yao's apprehension grew. She longed to escape, but the thuggish men had her cornered, leaving no avenue for retreat. Their eager, repulsive grins suggested they were ready to pounce at any moment. At that moment, one of the bald men licked his lips and remarked to Wu Xiaofeng, if the boss gets to have her first, with such a petite frame, she might not remain intact. It would be better to let the brothers have some fun with her right here. Of course, the first turn belongs to you, young master. Wu Xiaofeng, emboldened by lust, had long desired Su Yao. With the moon shrouded in darkness and the winds howling, he allowed his gaze to grow predatory. You make a valid point. Although he was dim-witted enough to suspect Mu Junyan might be nearby, he momentarily cast aside that thought, consumed by his base desires, as the bald young man approached. Su Yao's heart raced, and she instinctively took a step back, only to collide with the bulk of one of the thugs behind her. No. Please don't. The young man reached out, his finger tracing the outline of her delicate chin, his eyes glinting with lust as he beheld her innocent, tear-filled gaze. Cry now. If you don't, you may not have the strength to later. Seeing his triumphant demeanor, Su Yao bit her lip. Wu Xiaofeng. You will meet a tragic end, the bald youth scoffed, undeterred by her threats. Dying under a peony, one becomes a ghost of elegance. As he leaned in to kiss her porcelain cheek, a horrifying scene unfolded. Time seemed to freeze in Wu Xiaofeng's eyes. The hand gripping Su Yao's chin was severed by a flash of lethal sword energy, blood spraying into the night sky. Staring at his severed limb in shock, he could not react in time. Before a scream could escape his lips, a figure materialized before him. Qin Feng, his countenance icy, clawed his hand around Wu Xiaofeng's throat, lifting him effortlessly. Dare to touch my woman? You seek death. With a sickening crack, Wu Xiaofeng's eyes bulged as his neck twisted at an unnatural angle. As Qin Feng released his grip, The young man's lifeless body crumpled to the ground. His protruding eyes still fixed on Su Yao, blood seeping from them. This gruesome sight surpassed any horror film. Chapter 75. Qin Feng departed. The girl covered her mouth in terror, retreating in haste. Qin Feng turned, his expression softening as he intended to reassure her, only to find Su Yao frantically waving her hands in distress. Husband, husband! Mu Junyan rushed to her side, cradling her head against his chest, shielding her from the horrific scene. Yao Yao, do not fear. I am here. As she clung to him for comfort, Qin Feng's gaze darkened with jealousy. He then faced the remaining bald ruffians, his voice cold and commanding. Bring them to me. In an instant, dozens of armored figures appeared, each exuding an aura of formidable strength. They surrounded the bald thugs, the atmosphere thick with impending violence. Kill! At Qin Feng's command, the black armored guards unsheathed their chilling weapons and advanced upon the thugs. On this moonless night, blood would flow. Some attempted to resist, yet they stood no chance against the overwhelming might of the black armored warriors. The air was filled with the sounds of cries for mercy. Holding Su Yao close, Mu Junyan observed the carnage with cold detachment, his grip tightening around his sword. The black-clad figures possessed strength on par with innate experts, indicating that their master was no ordinary man. The slaughter lasted scarcely 30 seconds before it concluded. Qin Feng turned to Su Yao, who nestled against Mu Junyan. His gaze was laden with complexity. Yaoer, one day, you shall be mine. Without lingering further, he vanished into the shadows. Brother! The girl's melodic voice halted Qin Feng in his tracks. Thank you for the everlasting flower, but if you wish, I could always remain your sister. Recognizing the underlying meaning behind Su Yao's words, Qin Feng's expression flickered with melancholy, yet he quickly regained his composure. Mu Junyan, I will leave Yaoer in your care for now. Should I discover she has suffered even the slightest harm, his voice dripped with menace, you and the entire Mu clan shall face annihilation. With that ominous vow, his footsteps faded into the distance. As Qin Feng departed, Su Yao let out a quiet sigh. If only this man were not a pervert. He might indeed possess many admirable qualities. Unable to bear the sight of the corpses beneath, Su Yao gently tugged at the young man's clothing. With utmost care, Mu Junyan cradled his young wife and vanished from the scene in a swift motion. The following day, at dawn, Su Yao had to attend the Qingfang gathering. After departing from the inn, the two mounted their horses and continued their journey to Qingyuan City, arriving at their destination only by the afternoon. Yao Yao, what purpose do you have for this eternal flower? Upon entering the city, Mu Junyan inquired, puzzled. What purpose? Su Yao halted, lifting her gaze to meet his, her adorable eyes shimmering with a hint of sorrow. Oh, you big fool, of course it has a purpose. It's to save you. Yao Yao, what is wrong? Noticing his little wife had stopped, Mu Junyan softly asked. Su Yao shook her head and then opened her arms, revealing a sweet smile. Husband, hold me. The young man was taken aback, but his eyes soon brimmed with affection as he bent down and lifted the girl in his arms, much to the envy of the onlookers. Upon entering Qingyuan City, after some inquiries, they learned that the Qingfang gathering would commence the following day. However, the location surprised Su Yao. It was to be held in a spring house within the city. Initially, Mu Junyan was reluctant to allow Su Yao to participate, but she managed to persuade him with her charm and playful antics. The reason was simple. Such places were filthy, and he was loath to see his young wife exposed to the gazes of others. He despised the way those men lusted after his beloved wife. After registering at the spring house, Su Yao and Mu Junyan left. Husband, please don't be upset. Upon stepping outside, noticing the gloom on his face, Su Yao understood he was uncomfortable. Earlier, when registering at the madam's office, many men had mistakenly thought she was a courtesan and insisted on having her accompany them. However, Mu Junyan was not one to tolerate such disrespect. Brandishing his sword, he looked ready to kill. Had Su Yao not intervened, he likely would have acted on his fury. Even after leaving, the young man remained discontented. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke sternly. Yao Yao, you should not participate in this Qingfang gathering. I forbid you to go. What? Husband, wait, Su Yao exclaimed, tugging at his clothing. What is the matter? Didn't you already agree? The young man gritted his teeth, his expression darkening. No, I cannot endure the way those men look at you. His precious gem was meant for his eyes alone. He could not bear the thought of their lecherous gazes upon her. With a soft sigh, Su Yao understood his reluctance for her to be in the spotlight. However, time was of the essence, and she needed the eternal flower. "Oh, husband, please don't take it to heart." The girl coaxed him as one would a child, exhausting her persuasive skills to soothe him. "Then, just this once, Su Yao's eyes widened in delight as she nodded enthusiastically, then tugged at the young man's clothing, playfully pouting. "Husband, Yao Yao is hungry." Mu Junyan sighed in resignation and took her small hand, leading her to a place to eat. As they approached a tavern, however, Su Yao noticed a commotion ahead. "Run, keep running. You wretched woman, I paid 5,000 gold for you. If you don't give me a son, I'll sell you to the spring house." Following her gaze, a portly man with a fierce countenance was mercilessly whipping a woman lying on the ground. Disheveled and with her skin marred by red welts, she pleaded for mercy. Yet the more she begged, the harsher he struck. The surrounding crowd merely pointed and gossiped, none daring to intervene. Su Yao's astonishment. Upon recognizing the woman's face, she realized it was Wu Xiaolon. "Stop!" Without a moment's hesitation, the girl shouted, rushing forward to halt the man's cruelty. The portly man paused, bewildered at this interference, only to find a stunning girl gazing at him with large, innocent eyes. His gaze shifted, and he hissed, "Little sister, I advise you not to meddle in other people's affairs. Or do you wish to bear a child for this wretched woman?" Disgusted, Su Yao shot him a disdainful glance before turning to assist Wu Xiaolon. "Miss Wu, are you all right?" The woman, taken aback, stared at the girl before her, clearly surprised to encounter her here. "Is it you?" Wu Xiaolon, her countenance haggard and her body marked by the lashes, presented a heart-wrenching sight. Seeing that the girl ignored him, the portly man's patience wore thin, and he swung his whip again. However, in a flash of azure light, the whip disintegrated, and the cold edge of a sword pressed against the man's throat. His pupils dilated in terror, rendering him a mobile, brave man. "Please, don't kill me." Mu Junyan's face was icy as he tightened his grip on the sword, barking, "Get lost." With a sigh, Su Yao turned to Wu Xiaolon. But the latter's expression was one of sorrow, her eyes devoid of their former brilliance, now clouded in despair. Lowering her gaze, she spoke softly. "That day, after Wu Xiaofeng and I left, we came to Qing City. I had hoped to plead with Miss Nayland to allow me to stay at the Women's Academy, but, alas, after being expelled, we had nowhere to turn." At this moment, a look of resentment crossed her face as her hands, marked by pain, clenched tightly. "That beast, Wu Xiaofeng. He actually acknowledged another as his father and sold me for 5,000 gold to that man." Listening to Wu Xiaolon's plight, Su Yao's brows furrowed, a chill coursing through her. How could he stoop so low to his own sister? Wu Xiaofeng truly deserved a terrible fate. "So, Miss Wu, what are your plans now?" Regardless of the circumstances, Wu Xiaolon's current state bore some relation to her. Out of compassion and reason, Su Yao felt compelled to offer her assistance. "Plans?" Wu Xiaolon let out a self-deprecating laugh, gazing at her scarred hands, her face marred by despondency. "In the days since I was sold, I have long since abandoned all hope. Yes, I am now not only destitute but also sullied." The woman fell silent, her steps faltering as she moved forward alone. Su Yao wished to help her. Yet Wu Xiaolon recoiled. For her, rejecting pity was the only dignity left. Watching the woman's forlorn figure fade into the distance, Su Yao felt a pang in her heart. Mu Junyan gently patted the girl's head, speaking slowly. "This has nothing to do with you. Don't take it to heart." Su Yao, not one to dwell on the past, understood that had she lost that day, the Mu family would no longer exist. Yet seeing her adversary reduced to such a wretched state stirred her emotions. Resolving to put such thoughts aside, Su Yao lifted her head and smiled. "Husband, let us go eat." Wanyan Tower, the grandest spring house in Qing City, also served as the host for the upcoming Qingfang gathering. Inside a private room, the madam knelt respectfully while a row of beautiful maidens stood behind her, their eyes filled with nervous excitement as they gazed at the young man before them. "Prince Qin, we are honored by your presence. How may we serve you?" Qin Feng's indifferent gaze swept over the scantily clad maidens, devoid of any emotion. "I have heard that the reward for your Qingfang gathering includes an eternal flower." The madam faltered momentarily before nodding in affirmation. The young man slightly inclined his head, picking up the tea on the table and stating coolly, "I will take this eternal flower. What are your conditions?" The woman hesitated for a moment, her mind racing. "May I ask, Your Highness, what purpose do you have for this flower?" Bang. Before Qin Feng could respond, his companion, Pei Hu, coldly interjected, "Just state your terms. Can you even fathom what the Lord desires?" The woman paled at the threat, nodding vigorously. "Yes, yes. I would never presume to question. Yao Yao, go fetch the flower." "Yes, mother." A girl behind her promptly replied, hurrying away. The young man remained expressionless, but upon hearing the name, his brow twitched slightly. "Speak. What do you wish?" Qin Feng's imposing aura left the woman speechless, forcing her to lower her head. "It is an honor to assist His Highness. I dare not harbor any other extravagant desires." Hearing this, the young man cast her a sidelong glance but remained silent. Your Highness." She approached with both hands extended, her eyes glimmering with allure as she leaned forward to reveal her bosom. Yet the young man did not even glance in her direction, simply taking the flower from her hands and placing it into a box presented by a man. Within the box lay 5 more identical flowers, all collected from across Guangling County by his earlier orders. Gazing at the contents, a smile finally graced Qin Feng's lips. "Yao Er, you have worked so hard to come to Qingwen City, merely for these. Now I possess 6. What will you do next?" Seeing the smile on the young man's face, the girl named Yao Yao felt a wave of relief wash over her, her eyes gleaming with triumph. "Humph, what of the prince? He still has to bow before me." Zhou Yao asked the flower queen of Wanyan Tower. "I have never encountered a man I could not enchant." In that fleeting moment, a bold thought flashed through the young girl's mind. If she could ascend to the lofty branch of the prince, how could she ever be trapped within the confines of this modest springhouse again? Just as she prepared to flatter the youth, Qin Feng suddenly rose and strode directly towards the door, not even casting a sidelong glance at the girl. With a resounding thud, Pei Hu followed closely behind, tossing a thick stack of gold notes before the matron, causing her eyes to gleam with excitement. As he was leaving, Qin Feng paused momentarily, turned to the flower-giving maiden, and inquired nonchalantly, "What is your name?" The girl was taken aback, her face instantly illuminating with ecstatic joy, her heart brimming with exhilaration. At that moment, even her fellow sisters and the matron cast envious glances in her direction. After all, to be favored by the prince would elevate her status beyond that of a mere courtesan. "My name is Zhou Yao," she exclaimed, her heart filled with delight, her body trembling slightly. Just when she thought the young man would take her away with him, she heard his cold, even somewhat displeased voice say, "You do not deserve to bear the name Yao. Change it." With that, Qin Feng departed without further ado. The man quickly followed, casting a glance at the dazed girl, and coldly remarked, "Did you not hear the master's intent?" Zhou Yao's expression went blank, and the overwhelming disparity left her weak, collapsing to the ground. "I understand." In her mind, the only 3 words that echoed were, "I do not deserve it." Chapter 77. The flamboyant flower upon leaving the Wanyan Tower. The young man disdainfully brushed off his sleeves. He felt a twinge of apprehension about facing the girl again, considering her tender age and innocence. Pei Hu, ever the loyal attendant, discerned Qin Feng's thoughts at a glance. "Master, if Miss Su intends to participate in the Jingfang Hui, she will undoubtedly come here to register." The young man was well aware of what his companion was implying. His brow furrowed slightly as he shot him an irritated glance. Yet inwardly he cursed, "Damn you, Mu Junyan. If you dare to let Yaoer enter such a place, I shall see to it that you pay dearly." However, before his thoughts could settle, several men emerged from the Wanyan Tower, engaged in lively conversation. "Have you heard? A breathtaking beauty visited the Wanyan Tower yesterday, and she intends to participate in the Jingfang Hui. I have frequented many springhouses, but I have never encountered such exquisite beauty. Moreover, she looks to be merely 10 or 12. I fear you may laugh, but to spend a night with her would be worth dying for." "Brother Wang, you truly are audacious. She is clearly still a child." "What? Zhou Laogue, what a facade. If you were given this celestial beauty, could you truly resist? With your twisted mind, I fear you would leave her in utter disarray after a single night." "Ha! You know me well. Brother Wang, you lot are truly consumed by carnal desires." "I have inquired. and her name is Su Yaoda. Tio see her again. Just wait here tomorrow. Listening to the lewd remarks about the girl, veins throbbed on Qin Feng's forehead. He spun around, drew Pei Hu's sword, and swiftly slashed at the men. With a sickening thud, 3 tongues fell to the ground, the men clutching their bleeding mouths in terror as they retreated. Since your mouths run unchecked, I shall ensure you can speak no more. Qin Feng's expression darkened as he casually tossed the sword back to Pei Hu and turned to leave. Pei Hu caught the sword, his expression somber as he followed. A mere innate third realm, yet they are no match for us. The young man shot a cold glance at his companion. And when the time comes. At these words, Pei Hu's gaze dimmed, seeing his master utterly captivated by the girl. He hesitated before speaking. Master, I have harbored some thoughts for quite a while. May I express them? Speak. Pei Hu inclined his head, pausing for a moment before speaking earnestly. Master, as a prince, your status is unparalleled. If you simply desire the girl's body, with a word, I could have her at your side tonight. However, if you genuinely care for her, it is simple enough to separate her from the Mu family. By force or by influence, if you keep her close over time, you will surely win Miss Su's heart. Pei Hu glanced at the young man, noting his impassive expression, and continued, why words may be crude. But either method is far superior to your current indecision. Miss Su may resist and perhaps even harbor resentment towards you. But do not forget, you are a prince, the highest ranking among the 7 princes. You must not allow a mere woman to make you timid and hesitant. Having expressed his pent-up thoughts, Pei Hu felt a mix of anxiety and relief. He did not wish to see his traditionally decisive master become mired in indecision due to a woman. After a long silence, Qin Feng's eyes flickered. Have you finished? Yes. The man swallowed hard and nodded. The young man scoffed, saying, Pei Hu, do you take me for someone so weak? Would I be less capable than Mu Junyan? If I must resort to coercion or enticement to keep Yaoer by my side, would that not only highlight my own inadequacy? Do not follow me. Stand by. Pei Hu lowered his head in response. Yes, master. The young man's imposing presence brought a smile to Pei Hu's lips as he thought, indeed, I have overthought this. The prince remains the prince, still looking down upon the world, unyielding to all. How could a mere woman sway him? After Pei Hu departed, Qin Feng gazed at the box of blossoms in his hand, the man's words echoing in his ears, and his expression gradually turned cold. The next day, the Jing Feng Hui commenced as scheduled. However, upon Su Yao's arrival at the Wanfeng Tower, she was met with an unexpected announcement. The third prize had been unexpectedly replaced with gold and silver. Ignoring the gazes of others, the girl urgently grasped the matron who had delivered the news, demanding, what happened to the eternal flower? Why has it suddenly changed? After all her efforts to arrive here, it was for that flower. How could Su Yao accept its sudden disappearance? The matron, perplexed by the girl's urgency, smiled sweetly. Oh dear sister, you are so lovely. What use have you for the eternal flower? Just come with me, and you may choose any flower you desire. Though still young, many men found her enticing. Suddenly, with a stormy expression, Mu Junyan approached the woman, sword in hand, emanating an aura of coldness. Speak. Why has the eternal flower changed? The matron's eyelids fluttered as she swallowed hard. Quickly offering a nervous smile, young master, I did not wish for this either. It was only upon counting yesterday that I discovered the flower had gone missing. I had no choice but to make this last-minute change. Upon hearing this, the girl's face fell. After wasting so much time, she had not anticipated this complication. With only 20 days left, she had managed to collect just one eternal flower, one that Qin Feng had gifted her. In a hidden corner, the young man wore a teasing smile as he quietly observed the girl. Chapter 78. Qin Feng's night raid. Seeing the girl's spirits dampened, Mu Junyan offered words of comfort. Su Yao merely pouted, nodding dejectedly. Alas, if only it were that easy. Having been deceived by this so-called Jing Feng Hui, Su Yao found herself restless at night. With the year-end approaching, only 18 days remained. In Wushuang City, the Mu family, as time grew short, she felt utterly aggrieved, tears streaming down her cheeks. System, Wu-Wu, I feel like I want to be able to complete this task. Do not worry. You will succeed, but I have only found one eternal flower. I still need 6 more. Dear, someone will deliver them to you shortly. What do you mean? Bang! Suddenly, a dull thud echoed from outside the door, startling Su Yao. She frowned and called out, "Xiao Haizi, what happened?" From some point onward, whenever Su Yao rested at night, Lin would take it upon himself to guard her door, and today was no exception. Just as she was pondering this, the door creaked open. In the moonlight, Qin Feng's figure strolled in, while Lin lay unconscious at the threshold, clearly subdued by this rogue. "Brother Qin, you? What brings you here?" The girl was taken aback upon seeing the youth, hastily retreating 2 steps. The last time they had met, he had nearly devoured her, leaving Su Yao with a psychological shadow. The young man closed the door behind him. Leisurely approaching the table to sit, observing the girl's wary demeanor, he adopted a serious expression and stated, "Sister Yao, what should you call me?" Uncertain of the man's intentions, Su Yao chose to refrain from provoking him and gently called out, "Brother, brother." After days of not hearing the soft, sweet sound of the girl's voice, Qin Feng felt a surge of emotions. Yet he managed to suppress them, clearing his throat and adopting an air of composure. "Yao, dear sister, I have matters of importance to discuss with you. Please, come and sit." With a hint of skepticism, Su Yao scrutinized the young man, finding him rather peculiar. Ever since entering the room, he had maintained a demeanor of cold detachment. Even altering his tone, cautiously, she inched closer, positioning herself at a distance from him. Suddenly, Qin Feng reached out, nearly startling her into flight. However, he merely retrieved a cup of tea from the table, not sparing her a glance. At that moment, it seemed the girl held no allure for him whatsoever. Has he changed? Su Yao pondered, but soon felt a sense of relief. Perhaps, during these past few days, he had encountered someone far more captivating than herself. After all, it was quite normal for men to fall for one girl after another. This realization eased her anxious heart somewhat. "Brother, what is it that you wish to discuss with me?" Qin Feng lifted the teacup, sipping leisurely while still avoiding her gaze, and spoke in a nonchalant manner. "It is not a grave matter. I am merely curious about your pursuit of the everlasting flowers. What purpose do they serve? Is there some secret efficacy known only to you, compelling you to toil so tirelessly?" I? The girl scratched her head, her large, innocent eyes swirling with confusion. "Brother, I once had a dream, where it was said that collecting these 7 everlasting flowers could summon a divine dragon, capable of granting the collector a single wish." What? Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback by her reasoning. Was this truly the basis of her quest? A whimsical dream? Nevertheless, after a brief pause, he dismissed the thought, recognizing her youth and innocence, which only endeared her to him further. "And what is your wish, dear sister? Might you share it with me?" His eyes sparkled with sincerity, starkly contrasting with the unsettling persona he previously exhibited. Su Yao mused to herself that Qin Feng had genuinely come to regard her as a sister. "My wish is to be happy every day." Initially, Su Yao intended to fabricate a casual excuse, but to her surprise, Qin Feng's lips curled into a smile. Your wish is so simple, sister. There is no need for everlasting flowers. I can fulfill it for you. Yao, do you know my true identity?" At this question, Su Yao tilted her head, her brows furrowing in confusion. I don't know." Though she was unaware, one glance at his attire and demeanor suggested he was no ordinary citizen. Furthermore, his ability to summon formidable black-armored figures hinted at a noble lineage. Yet, she recalled Qin Feng often referring to himself as this king. Surely, even a noble heir would not address himself in such a manner. Could it be? A sudden realization struck Su Yao. She understood. No wonder he exhibited such eccentric behavior. He must be a deluded young master from a prominent family, fantasizing about being a prince. It made sense why so many mysterious black-clad figures were there to protect him. They must fear he might succumb to his delusions. Perhaps that night, when his behavior had been so erratic, he had simply been unwell. With this thought, her gaze softened further. What a tragic fate for such a spirited young man to be afflicted with madness. Noticing the peculiar look in Su Yao's eyes, Qin Feng was perplexed. Yet, he had come with no intention of concealing his identity, so he straightened up a bit, his tone taking on a hint of authority. "Yao, I shall tell you the truth. I am the Prince of Guangling, one of the 7 counties of the current dynasty. Yao, what is that look in your eyes? I truly am a prince." Gazing into Su Yao's eyes, which were tinged with pity, Qin Feng felt an overwhelming frustration. How could she not believe him? All right, you are a prince. You are indeed a prince. The girl raised her teacup, wearing a comical expression, clearly treating his declaration as a jest. After all, he was unwell. She needed to humor him. What if he became agitated and reverted to his bizarre behavior? Su Yao shrugged her shoulders, resignedly stating, then, Prince Brother, is this why you stealthily entered your sister's chamber at such an hour? Qin Feng gritted his teeth. Seeing she still did not believe him, he rummaged through his belongings for a moment before producing a jade token. Slamming it onto the table, at the sight of the jade token, Su Yao's eyes widened in shock. This token resembled the one she had seen before, belonging to Nalan Yun, albeit with different inscriptions. The former bore the character for Nalan, while this one was inscribed with Qin. Chapter 79. Conditions. You truly are a prince? The girl stammered, pointing at the young man, her little hand trembling. Observing her astonished expression, Qin Feng wore a smug grin, scoffing lightly. Naturally, would a royal decree be anything but genuine? Suddenly, the girl leaned over the table, resting her chin in her hands, her eyes blinking innocently as if feigning boredom. Her previous shock had been an act. Oh, then, Prince Qin, what brings you here at this late hour? Being a prince meant little to her. Whether he was a prince or even an emperor, what difference did it make? Had he come merely to show off? How dull. Su Yao's nonchalant demeanor left Qin Feng at a loss. Did she truly know his identity yet remain unfazed? Surely, if it were any other woman, she would have rushed to flatter him. Clearing his throat, he adopted a serious tone. Now that you are aware of my status as a prince, you must understand my capabilities. Yao, you must have returned empty-handed from your trip to Qing City. Huh? How do you know? The girl jolted upright, staring at Qin Feng. Is it possible that the everlasting flowers from the competition of fragrance are related to you? A smile crept onto Qin Feng's lips as he feigned mystery. Retrieving a small box from within his robes. Yao, can you guess what lies within? Su Yao furrowed her brows, perplexed by his theatrics, and shook her head. How would I know? With a slight smile. Qin Feng slowly opened the box, revealing 6 everlasting flowers nestled inside. Yes, she beheld the astonished expression on the girl's face. He declared proudly, naturally, the flowers from the competition of fragrance have been acquired by me. Staring at the treasures before her, Su Yao felt utterly dazed. After all her efforts to send people to search for them, this man had effortlessly secured 6, adding to the one Qin Feng had previously gifted her. She now had all 7 everlasting flowers. No wonder the system had foretold someone would deliver them to her. It was none other than this man. After a moment of shock, Su Yao quickly scooted her chair closer, her face lighting up with a silly grin. Prince Brother, you gathered all these for me, didn't you? The girl tugged at Qin Feng's sleeve, her tone becoming soft and pleading. Right? Tell me it's true. Qin Feng found himself unable to resist such charm. The girl's delicate features and her playful demeanor nearly overwhelmed him. Yet, he gritted his teeth, forcing himself to look away from Su Yao's enchanting visage. The sweetness of her voice alone was almost enough to make him yield. If he were to gaze upon her adorable face, he feared he might transform into a beast. Unbeknownst to Su Yao, she danced dangerously close to the edge of provocation. Noticing his indifference, she raised her voice, her tone taking on a more endearing pitch. Brother. Prince Brother. Suddenly, the teacup in Qin Feng's hand shattered, and he shot to his feet. Turning away from her, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Enough. Su Yao froze in shock, momentarily paralyzed. It was understandable. One single everlasting flower was already a rare find, and here lay 6 before her. Even as a prince, he must have exerted considerable effort to procure them. Yet, Su Yao was astute enough to realize that his generous display of flowers concealed ulterior motives. Letting out a sigh, the girl resignedly remarked, Prince, please tell me, what are your conditions? At last, the young man turned to face her, a mischievous grin spreading across his face, as if the words I have a scheme were etched upon his features. Yao, you must understand what kind of conditions I would propose. What? I don't understand. Su Yao feigned ignorance, appearing adorably naive. Qin Feng paid her little mind as he sat down, exuding confidence. Though these flowers may seem inconsequential, I have invested considerable resources to acquire them. However, if you desire them, I would even pluck the stars from the sky for you. Therefore, I am willing to offer you these everlasting flowers, but in return, you must leave the Mu family and come to be with me. Fearing she might refuse, he quickly added, do not worry. What the Mu family and Mu Junyan can provide you, I, Qin Feng, can offer just the same. In truth, Su Yao was not surprised by his proposal. Yet, whether she would agree remained uncertain. Logically, with 6 everlasting flowers now within her grasp, she felt a stirring of desire. After all, time is running out, and relying solely on one's own strength to seek and accomplish the task seems almost futile. Moreover, one cannot dismiss the possibility that Qin Feng might throw obstacles in the way, just as he did during this encounter at the Jingfang meeting. This fellow is a prince. Should he wish, the chance of ever gathering everything could be indefinitely postponed. However, should I agree, who knows what he might do to me? Noticing the girl's hesitation, Qin Feng remained unperturbed, leisurely picking up a teacup to take a sip. Although he still could not fathom why Su Yao regarded these flowers with such significance. Her indecision clearly indicated that his leverage was substantial now, he merely had to await the outcome. Qin Feng's intuition was correct. Su Yao had no alternative but to acquiesce. After a protracted silence, the girl finally gritted her teeth and declared, all right, I agree to your terms. Upon hearing her response, a smile instantly brightened the young man's face, yet he was swiftly met with Su Yao's words. Yao, do speak freely. The joy was almost overwhelming for Qin Feng. As long as the girl consented to be with him, any other conditions would be inconsequential. With a pensive gaze, Su Yao continued, firstly, I will accompany you, but not at this moment. I must wait until I finish the New Year's festivities at the Mu family. Excellent. The youth readily agreed, for the little rabbit had already been caught, and there was no need to rush. Secondly, at any time, in any place, without my consent, you are not permitted to touch me. This stipulation caused Qin Feng to furrow his brows. However, gazing at Su Yao's innocent countenance, he nodded in acquiescence. Very well, I shall comply with that as well. Indeed, the girl was still quite young. He was not so ravenous as to lose his discretion. Once she came of age, he would indulge as he pleased. Thirdly, regardless of the situation, you must protect me, of course, he exclaimed. You may depart now, and I shall return for you after the new year. He eagerly approached the girl, entwining her silky black hair in his hands. Cherishing the moment, Su Yao bit her lip, her body shifting slightly, instinctively seeking to avert her gaze. Yet when she caught sight of the everlasting flowers on the table, she relinquished her struggle, allowing the young man to play with her hair. After a while, satisfaction illuminated Qin Feng's face. Yao, this prince's decree is yours. When the time comes, I shall come to escort you away. Upon speaking, he beheld the girl's misty eyes, her delicate features adorably on the verge of tears, which made his heart ache. Qin Feng's breath quickened. He could not resist leaning down to kiss Su Yao's tender lips. However, her small hands pressed against his chest, her gaze both pained and resolute as she looked up at him. Reluctantly, he suppressed his impulses, slowly rising and making his way toward the door. As he departed, his voice turned grave. Yao, I have agreed to your conditions. I shall ensure that every member of the Mu family is eliminated. Not a single one shall remain. His tone was chilling, bare of any pretense of concealment, sending shivers down Su Yao's spine. Yao, do you hear me? Tears, like pearls, cascaded down her cheeks as she bit her lip, sobbing. I understand. The door to the room stood ajar, and Qin Feng's silhouette faded into the night. After weeping for a while, the girl wiped her eyes and opened the box containing the flowers on the table. Ding! 7 everlasting flowers have been collected. Ding! Automatically transformed into the 7-colored causal lotus. Target: Mu Junyan. Ding! Do you wish to use it? Use it. Ding! Usage successful. Causal thunder has been transferred to the host. Please leave the Mu family in 18 days. Su Yao's eyes reddened. Yet a self-mocking smile graced her lips. She must escape Mu Junyan, and yet Qin Feng appeared at this moment. As if time was orchestrated with uncanny precision, he felt as though her life had been meticulously arranged by some unseen force. She wished to resist, to flee, yet felt utterly powerless. Ding! The host's mental fortitude has been tested. Reward: 30 cuteness points, 3 beauty points. The system's electronic voice echoed once more, though Su Yao remained unresponsive. Gazing into the ancient bronze mirror by her bedside, she beheld the petite, youthful girl within, a self-deprecating smile returning to her face, and no matter how cute or beautiful she became, what significance did it hold? Yet, without choice, the system continued to subtly enhance her cuteness and beauty through its rewards. Regardless, a heavy weight in her heart finally lifted. Su Yao no longer needed to fear that Mu Junyan would be struck down by lightning unexpectedly. However, her time remaining in the Mu family was growing scarce. She wished to spend these fleeting days with this man. Time, relentless one-way street, would never pause for anyone in the blink of an eye. Half a month slipped away quietly. In the Qin residence of Guangling County, a handsome young man sat in the study, holding a brush poised over a blank sheet of paper, yet unable to bring himself to write. Even though the girl's visage lingered vividly in his mind, he found himself incapable of capturing it on paper, as if her essence transcended the realm of mere mortals. After a long pause, feeling slightly vexed, Qin Feng set down the brush, his eyes restless as he addressed the maid standing by. "How many days remain until the end of the year?" The maid bowed slightly, responding respectfully. 5 days remain. 5 days. Why are there still 5 days? The young man's expression turned impatient as he abruptly stood and strode toward the door. "Pay who?" "Prepare swift horses." He had been counting the days meticulously, eagerly awaiting that moment. Yet now, he could no longer contain himself. He yearned to see that adorable face once more. The man who had been accompanying the youth hesitated for a moment before respectfully saying, "My lord, this banquet is of great significance. The other 6 princes will be in attendance. If you do not attend, bang." The man was sent flying by an unseen force as Qin Feng's cold voice pierced the air. His eyes narrowed dangerously. "Pei who? Who is the prince here? You or I?" The man quickly regained his footing, kneeling on one knee, his heart trembling as he gritted his teeth. "My lord, I am at fault." Casting a cold glance at him, Qin Feng waved his sleeve and departed. Once the young man's silhouette vanished, the man raised his head, his gaze filled with anguish. Alas, it seemed his earlier admonitions had borne no fruit. The trouble brought by a beautiful face. In the Wushuang city, the Mu family prepared for the upcoming new year, as every household adorned their homes in festive colors, and the Mu family was no exception. "Xiao Haizi, it's crooked. Move it up a bit." In the courtyard, He Lin was attempting to affix a character for fortune on the wall, but his efforts were either askew to the left or leaning to the right. Su Yao felt her obsessive-compulsive tendencies bubbling to the surface. "Miss, the young master is in his room. He requests your presence." A servant suddenly delivered the message. "Oh, I see." With the New Year's festivities approaching, she wished to enjoy this last day joyfully. Upon entering the room, she found the young man seated at the table, prompting her to pout. "Husband, everyone is so busy. Why are you still here?" She skipped over to Mu Junyan's side, tugging at his clothing. "Xiao Haizi is hopelessly clumsy. Even a character for fortune can be pasted crookedly. You should go help him," the girl chattered cheerfully. Yet the young man's expression grew cold as he threw a jade pendant onto the table. "Yao Yao, whose is this?" he demanded. "Is it from that Qin Feng?" Naturally, Mu Junyan recognized the prince's decree, but it was not the identity of Qin Feng that troubled him. What gnawed at his heart was that his young wife had retained something belonging to another, which left him feeling exceedingly uncomfortable. Seeing the young man's face darken, Su Yao hurriedly explained, "Husband, please don't be angry. There is nothing between Qin Feng and me." Suddenly, Mu Junyan stood abruptly, raising his voice at Su Yao. "If there is nothing, why do you keep it?" The previous night at the inn, had he not intervened in time, what might they have been up to? Despite his attempts to dismiss the thoughts, the image of the girl being pinned down by another still lingered painfully in his mind. The young man was oblivious to how terrifying his expression had become, his eyes icy as he fixed his gaze upon the girl before him. Su Yao had never witnessed Mu Junyan in such a state. In her memory, he had never even raised his voice in reproach. Her eyes glistened with tears as she nervously clutched her skirt. Pale as she attempted to defend herself, "Husband, I and Qin Feng are merely just ordinary friends." Mu Junyan let out a scoff, the pent-up resentment within him erupting. "Ordinary friends? Would an ordinary friend give you something as significant as a prince's decree? Tell me, what did you two do that night?" He grasped the girl's shoulders, his eyes tinged with red. He could not bear to think that his young wife, whom he cherished dearly, had been claimed by another. In that moment, he had lost all reason, desperate for the truth. We did nothing. Calm down. With a sudden wrench from the young man's grasp, tears streamed uncontrollably down Su Yao's face. With a swift motion, the young man waved his sleeve, and the door was slammed shut with a resounding bang. Whether or not he would act, one would know upon trying. Mu Junyan's breath quickened as he stepped forward and lifted the girl into his arms, tossing her onto the bed with a domineering force, much to Su Yao's shock. Why did she not speak the truth to him? Why had she chosen to betray him? The young man remained silent, his expression dark and terrifying as he firmly grasped his young wife's delicate wrist. Yao Yao, you shall yield to me today. The girl, in a daze, realized that the young man before her was utterly different from the husband she once knew. He was now so fearsome, so unfamiliar. Suddenly, Su Yao recalled the words Qin Feng had spoken when he left, and she struggled desperately. No. Husband, let me go. Yet the young man remained unmoved. With a single tug, he tore aside the fabric covering her shoulder, revealing her snowy skin beneath. The pure, enticing scent and soft texture overwhelmed Mu Junyan, causing his breath to quicken and his eyes to redden. Su Yao's face turned pale with fear as she writhed in distress, her slender legs kicking violently as tears flowed from her eyes like a broken string. Woo-woo. No, let me go. Husband. The girl's soft, plaintive cries stunned the young man. He gazed down at his young wife, suddenly questioning his actions. What was he doing? Yao Yao had yet to come of age. How could he commit such a beastly act? Realizing this, a sliver of reason returned, and he involuntarily eased his grip. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yao struggled to rise, shoving Mu Junyan away and hastily arranging her disheveled garments, covering her exposed shoulder. She clutched her clothing, her tear-filled eyes gazing at the young man on the bed. Disappointment and fear etched across her delicate face. Mu Junyan, you have gone too far. With that, Su Yao turned to flee the terrifying room. However, her wrist was seized once more by Mu Junyan, who fixed his gaze upon her and urgently inquired. Yao Yao, where do you think you're going? Are you going to find him? Does the title of a prince mean so much that you would forsake your own husband? The girl turned her head, her eyes widening in disbelief. Su Yao never anticipated that Mu Junyan would utter such words. Her lips trembled with anger, and her tears began to flow once more, unrestrained. With a sharp crack, the sound echoed in the room. This was the second time the girl had struck Mu Junyan. The first had been a year prior, shortly after her arrival in this world. Back then, she had slapped the young man to fulfill a task, feeling joy and mischief. But today, as she struck Mu Junyan again, her heart ached with pain, discomfort, and a deep sense of grievance. The young man's reaction was markedly different from a year ago. Seeing Su Yao's tear-streaked face, a sense of inexplicable panic surged within him. Intuition warned him that he might lose the girl before him. Yao Yao, I am sorry. My husband was just... He hastily attempted to explain, but Su Yao, choked with emotion, coldly retorted, Mu Junyan, you are a foolish man. Amidst the astonished gazes of the servants and guards, Su Yao wept as she fled from the Mu residence. Mu Junyan stood frozen for a moment, finally snapping back to reality, and he dashed after her in a frenzy. Yao Yao. But as he burst from the Mu household, he found himself confronted by two figures clad in dark armor, blocking his path. Get out of my way. Recognizing their identities, Mu Junyan's eyes darkened as he raised a hand to attack. Yet the two armored figures proved to be formidable opponents, matching him blow for blow. Meanwhile, Su Yao had already found herself wandering aimlessly, exhausted and disoriented, unsure of where to go. She walked the streets, her tear-stained face and petite frame resembling a cute doll who had just been bullied. Unbeknownst to her, two nefarious figures lurked behind, having followed her for quite some time. In the Luyun dynasty, at the border, a lavish carriage, drawn by several magnificent horses, approached along the wide road leading into the territory. Following closely behind was a long line of beautiful maidservants, each carrying flower baskets, scattering vibrant petals along the path. Such a grand display made the identity and status of the carriage's occupant clear. Beneath the delicate curtains of the carriage sat a strikingly beautiful woman, her eyes sparkling as if capable of ensnaring hearts. By mere appearance, This woman's beauty rivaled that of Su Yao. Yet, at this moment, she clenched her fists, her face twisted with malice and resentment. Her name was Kai Yue, the most beautiful woman of the Luyun dynasty. Your Highness, please do not be upset. Even if you cannot compare to that girl from the Dian dynasty, your beauty remains unparalleled in Luyun. Indeed, Your Highness, there is no reason for you to feel inferior. At worst, we shall simply refrain from visiting Dian in the future. As long as you do not encounter that girl named Xiaoling, you will still be the world's most beautiful. The two maidservants, witnessing Caiyue's sullen expression, offered their reassurances. However, their words only deepened her discomfort. Ah, I want to tear your mouths apart. Under their relentless remarks, the woman's eyes blazed with fury. On the brink of losing her composure, she had been sent as an envoy from the Luyun dynasty to Dian, intending to leverage her nation's strength to instill fear and showcase her own beauty. Yet before she could make any impression, a nameless little girl from Dian emerged, trampling her pride and leaving her, a high-ranking princess, with feelings of inferiority and jealousy. Not to mention the men, even she had been left speechless upon encountering that girl. Caiyue could not comprehend how a mere 13 or 14-year-old girl could possess such a pure and adorable visage. How could she? With a sullen expression, Caiyue clenched her fists tightly, her long nails nearly piercing her flesh. Her cold gaze fixed on the scenery beyond the window as she silently vowed, I shall not allow anyone more beautiful than myself to exist in this world. Not even one, Dian. Prepare for your downfall. As the carriage approached, the city gates swung wide open. Awaiting them was none other than Wang Shuo, the crown prince of the Luyun dynasty. As the luxurious carriage entered the city, soldiers couldn't help but steal glances inside, eager to catch a glimpse of Princess Caiyue. Yet, aside from the thick curtain, they saw nothing. Within the city, a man dressed in golden robes, his hair tied up, had been waiting for quite some time. When the carriage finally came to a halt, the maidservant slowly lifted the curtain, revealing the stunning figure of the princess. The moment she laid eyes on her brother, Caiyue rushed over and threw her arms around him, bursting into tears. Wang Shua's expression changed slightly as he quickly supported his beloved sister, frowning with concern. Yue, what is wrong? Why are you crying so bitterly? Who dares to bully you? I will surely seek justice for you. Yet the girl wiped her tears, turning her face away as she choked out, Brother, Yue is fine. As long as Dian maintains a good relationship with our dynasty, Yue is willing to endure any humiliation. Humiliation? Not only Wang Shuo, but even the accompanying maidservants were taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances. Your Highness, such words should not be spoken lightly. If you were to suffer humiliation in Dian, we would all bear the blame for failing to protect you. The man's expression darkened considerably as he spoke in a deep-voiced, Yue, what transpired during your visit to Dian? Speak freely. Your brother and father will ensure your grievances are addressed. A glimmer of triumph flickered in Caiyue's eyes. Though she maintained a sorrowful expression, shaking her head, Brother, Yue cannot say. The relationship between our two nations is already delicate. I do not wish for my situation to complicate matters. Do not worry. Wang Shuo interrupted her, his voice cold. You are the most beautiful woman of our dynasty, and our father sent you to Dian to honor them. Yet they are so ungrateful, Yue. You must tell me everything without reservation. Understanding that her brother was rather straightforward, Caiyue ceased her pretense and began her performance. Well, brother, let me tell you. The people of Dian are simply inhumane. Yue, you must remember our father's teachings. During your visit to Dian, you were to discuss national affairs and the strength of our two dynasties. But, as she spoke, the girl began to cry once more. But the people of Dian are all shameless. Not only did they refuse to discuss national affairs, but they also forced Yue to serve them. Upon hearing this, the man's forehead bulged with veins, his teeth nearly grinding to dust. This Dian is truly seeking its own demise. Caiyue cast a smug glance at the furious Wang Shuo, her heart swelling with satisfaction as she continued. Brother Wang, they also mentioned, regarding the matter of chiefing mountain at the border, they will not make any concessions. They said that if war is to come, then let it come. Upon hearing this, the man, filled with rage, laughed coldly, a sinister expression creeping across his face. Well, what audacity to declare war. Humph. I am keen to see what audacity the Dayin dynasty possesses to act so brazenly. Kaiyue nodded slightly, her eyes glimmering with excitement. At this moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Once the Dayin dynasty is destroyed, my beauty shall remain unrivaled across the land. Luyun dynasty, Qingyun prefecture, Wushuang city. The weather had now turned to winter, with the air imbued with a biting chill. The once gloomy capital had begun to be drizzled upon by light rain. On the streets, pedestrians hurried along. A petite figure wandered aimlessly down the thoroughfare. Raindrops fell incessantly upon Su Yao, yet she remained unresponsive, her slender frame trembling slightly against the pervasive cold. Not far behind her, two figures were clandestinely plotting. So, shall we take action? One glanced at the darkening sky, noting the intensifying downpour, and nodded. Yes, let us proceed. However, just as they prepared to strike, a sudden flash caught their vision, followed by a sharp pain at their throats. Soon after, their consciousness began to fade. With the shadows dissipating, two lifeless bodies were left in their wake. Chapter 83. The poison named obsession cold. So cold, on the street, the girl's lips turned a deep shade of purple from the chill. Her consciousness hazy, her once fair visage now pallid. Suddenly, a figure braved the sudden downpour, appearing before Su Yao. She halted, mechanically lifting her head. Gazing into Qin Feng's anxious and worried expression, Su Yao stared at him, and then her frail body collapsed. The young man hurriedly scooped her up, shouting frantically, "Yair!" A black-armored guard approached, holding an umbrella, but Qin Feng forcefully pushed him aside. He shed his own garment to wrap around the girl. Then, with a powerful stride, darted towards a certain location. Time passed, and when Su Yao regained consciousness, she found herself lying in a private chamber. Outside, the night had deepened, and heavy rain fell, creating a cacophony of sound. Although her awareness had returned, the girl felt a heaviness enveloping her, her limbs devoid of strength. Her throat felt as if it had been scorched, a painful dryness consuming her. Struggling to turn her head, she was startled to find dozens of figures kneeling within the room. They were all bowed before a young man, silent as the grave. At that moment, the young man spoke, his hands clasped behind his back. His voice somber. "Listen, tonight, I want the blood of the Mu family to flow like a river." What is he saying? Hearing Qin Feng's words, Su Yao's eyes widened in shock. She desperately wanted to speak, but a fierce pain gripped her throat. Cough, cough. Upon noticing her distress, the young man immediately turned, rushing to her side. "Yair, you're awake? How do you feel?" "The doctor said you caught a chill and need to rest properly, or it will leave lasting effects." Seeing the girl's pale face, concern and heartache filled Qin Feng's expression. Yet, Su Yao extended her small hand, grasping his sleeve. "Cough. Qin Feng, please do not take action against the Mu family." He was taken aback, not expecting her first words upon awakening to be such. His expression immediately turned frosty as he rose, coldly stating, "Yair, Mu Junyan has harmed you so grievously, yet you still protect him. If I had not arrived in time. Do you realize how perilous your situation was? Humph. Tonight, the Mu family shall be eradicated." His words were fiercely authoritative, leaving no room for dissent. Su Yao understood that Qin Feng was not jesting. She recognized his capability. Despite the grievous harm inflicted by Mu Junyan, it was undeniable that he had treated her well throughout the year. Moreover, she was about to leave. Su Yao could not allow the young man to proceed with his plan. No way. The girl strained to sit up, her eyelids feeling as heavy as lead, each blink a tremendous effort. Observing Su Yao's frail condition, Qin Feng's heart ached unbearably. He quickly covered her with a blanket. "Yair, why are you getting up? Lie down." Yet, the girl grasped his hand, her innocent, watery eyes half open, pleading for him. "Brother, please spare the Mu family, spare my husband, I beg you." Su Yao's soft, hoarse voice stirred a mix of heartache and jealousy within Qin Feng. This girl was gravely ill, yet still thought of Mu Junyan and the Mu family. As a prince, how could he simply acquiesce? Besides, once the Mu family was gone, she would surely remain by his side. "No!" Qin Feng turned his head, resisting the urge to look at Su Yao's pitiful face, fearing he might relent. Noticing his resolute demeanor, the girl's eyes brimmed with tears. She clutched Qin Feng's clothing, struggling to articulate her thoughts, only to succumb to a violent cough. Seeing her in such distress, the young man glared, threatening, "Yair, if you don't rest properly, I will send someone to the Mu family right now." Compelled to lie down, the girl continued to plead, "As long as you spare the Mu family, I will go with you right now." However, Qin Feng tucked her in, a smile gracing his face. "Yair, do you take me for a fool? Even if I do not acquiesce, come tomorrow, you will still follow me away, so why must I rush this moment?" Gazing at the young man's smile, a wave of exhaustion washed over Su Yao. After a long pause, her expression dimmed, and she silently turned her head away. She ceased to engage with Qin Feng, her tone growing cold as she rasped, "Very well, since your highness insists, you may as well kill me alongside them." The young man was momentarily taken aback, then reached out to play with her hair, affectionately replying, "Yair, I would go to great lengths to protect you. How could I ever harm you? If you do not kill me, I will hate you." Qin Feng's actions froze, a hint of panic flashing across his face as he looked into her cold eyes. Was Mu Junyan truly so remarkable that you would choose to perish for him? I have said it before. What he can provide you, I can equally offer. Pausing, the young man observed the unresponsive girl on the bed, seemingly unwilling to utter another word to him, and his anxiety began to escalate. His hurried steps echoed in the room, while the dozens of black-armored guards kneeling below exchanged glances, yet dared not speak. They were witnessing their prince in a state of such turmoil for the first time. "Yair, do not push me. Even if you hate me, it matters not. I care not. The Mu family shall perish tonight. I swear it." Yet despite the ferocity of his words, Su Yao remained silent, seemingly unwilling even to glance his way. The profound sense of estrangement enveloped Qin Feng, creating an illusion of distance between them. Though the girl stood before him, the chasm separating them felt insurmountable. After a long while, he abruptly halted, gritting his teeth, and finally shed his mask of ferocity. He approached the bed, letting out a long sigh. "Fine, I concede. Yair, please do not ignore me." With that, he waved his sleeve, a hint of fatigue etched on his features as he addressed the black-armored guards below. "Did you hear? Do not act against the Mu family. Disperse." Yes. Upon receiving the command, the guards vanished silently from the room. Frankly, Qin Feng felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. Though he held the title of prince, he found himself utterly powerless against the girl before him. Truly, he was at a complete loss. Suddenly, he felt a gentle touch on his hand. He looked up to see Su Yao clutching him, a faint smile illuminating her pale face. "Brother, thank you." The foreign sense of distance dissipated, and the weight in Qin Feng's heart lifted. His expression grew complex. He felt as if he had been poisoned by a feeling named obsession, and the antidote lay in the girl before him. Every gesture, every smile of hers had the power to influence, even dictate, his thoughts. Such a phenomenon would have been inconceivable in the past. As a prince, he had no need to bow to anyone aside from the emperor. Yet now, gazing at the delightful visage before him, Qin Feng willingly surrendered, obeying her every whim, without a trace of regret. Sensing the young man's infatuated gaze upon her, Su Yao sighed softly. Her beauty truly was a double-edged sword. Chapter 84. The coming calamity as dizziness overtook her once more. Su Yao's eyelids fluttered shut, slipping back into a deep slumber. Remarkably, she slept for a full 3 days. Thunder roared ominously, startling passers-by into paling at the sound. In recent days, the weather in Wushuang City had grown exceedingly peculiar. The heavy rain had ceased, yet the ominous clouds lingered, refusing to disperse. They churned and twisted as if possessed of some life, with flashes of terrifying lightning intermittently illuminating the darkened sky, enveloping the entire capital. Yet these storm clouds were not stationary. Many observed them converging towards a particular direction within the city. At this moment, on the main road, 2 figures dashed forward with great haste. Lu Rukin, holding a whisk, gazed solemnly at the sky. The roiling clouds even instilled a sense of dread within him, a formidable figure in his own right. Just days prior, while engrossed in his cultivation, he had felt an unsettling premonition, compelling him to calculate the ominous signs. However, the results of the calculations left the old Taoist astounded. His disciple, Mu Junyan, along with the entire Mu family, was on the brink of catastrophe. The source of this impending disaster was the ominous thundercloud brewing in the sky. This is dire, very dire. Lu Rukin furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, before abruptly grasping the hand of Lu Jiyu. Increasing their speed significantly, the biting wind stung the girl's skin, and she struggled to open her eyes, her face etched with concern. Father, senior brother, he won't come to harm, will he? The old Taoist's expression darkened slightly as he shook his head. It is hard to say. The great Tao is 50, while the heavenly transformations are 49. Junyuan's current fate appears exceedingly perilous, yet there lies a glimmer of hope within it, which is indeed strange. Just as the two were hastening their journey, Lu Rukin suddenly noticed that the roiling thundercloud had ceased its movement, the terrifying pressure it emanated becoming increasingly palpable. The old Taoist darted to the rooftop and halted, narrowing his eyes as he murmured, you should stay here. This calamity facing Junyuan is something even your father cannot confidently navigate. Your presence would be of no use. Lu Jiyu's cultivation was too low. She could not yet fathom the true horror of the thundercloud above. Yet, in her entire life, she had never seen her father wear such a grave expression. The girl's gaze was resolute as she shook her head. Father, if it is truly this dangerous, then I must stay with you. If anything were to happen to you or senior brother, I would choose not to live, aware of his daughter's stubborn nature. The old Taoist let out a resigned sigh. Very well then, let us proceed. Just as Lu Rukin intended to lead the girl away, he suddenly saw a blinding bolt of lightning descend directly from the churning thundercloud. Boom! The terrifying roar echoed once more, sending everyone scurrying indoors, their eyes wide with fright as they stared at the thundercloud. A ragged beggar, filthy and slumped against the roadside, grinned foolishly, his mouth filled with blackened teeth. Gazing vacantly at the sky. He. The heavenly punishment is upon us. As the crowd marveled at this extraordinary phenomenon, a maid from the Mu family suddenly collapsed to the ground. Trembling uncontrollably, her face drained of color, terror gleamed in her eyes as if it were a tangible entity. Before her, a pit the size of a wash basin appeared in the ground, from which wisps of green smoke emanated. The earlier thunderbolt had struck perilously close to her. Had she taken just a few more steps forward, she would have surely been obliterated by the terrifying lightning. At that moment, Mu Junyuan was anxiously searching for Su Yao, and upon hearing the commotion, he hurried to the courtyard. However, his appearance seemed to provoke the thundercloud above, making it even more agitated, as a series of ominous rumblings erupted. Witnessing this scene, Mu Junyuan suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. He stared intently at the terrifying thundercloud, his handsome face momentarily stunned, murmuring, "Grandfather, could this be my tribulation?" Simultaneously, the girl who had been lying in bed for quite some time gradually opened her eyes. After several days of recuperation, her health had improved significantly. Although she still felt weak, the soreness in her throat and dizziness had dissipated. Su Yao shifted her gaze, only to find Qin Feng standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his face solemn as he looked out the window. Just as she was about to speak, an electronic voice suddenly sounded in her mind. "Host, you have finally awoken. How long have I been asleep? You have slept for a full 3 days. If the host does not awaken soon, the task of collecting the eternal flower will become utterly meaningless." Still dazed from her recent illness, Su Yao struggled to comprehend the system's words. Meaningless? What do you mean by that? Host, do you not remember? The Taoist previously mentioned that the end of the year is when the divine thunder descends. Although you used the 7-color causal lotus to transfer this thunder onto yourself, you must distance yourself from the Mu family to take the thunder away. Otherwise, it will inevitably descend upon Mu Junyuan. And the end of the year was 2 days ago. If it weren't for my interference with the local rules, it's likely that, in any case, host, you have only 2 hours left. If you do not leave by then, the divine thunder will surely fall. The system's words jolted Su Yao awake. She pressed her head with her hand, gazing at the overcast sky outside, a wave of dismay washing over her. Ultimately, must I leave, system, before I go? May I bid farewell to my husband? You may, but please be mindful of the time. Gritting her teeth, Su Yao strained to sit up from the bed. Upon seeing the girl awake, Qin Feng hurriedly approached, bringing a bowl of medicinal soup from the table. "Yaoer, you're awake? Quickly, drink this medicine." However, the girl raised her hand to stop him and glanced out the window, speaking slowly. Qin Feng appeared visibly pained. As if struck by an arrow, his previously gentle expression darkened instantly. He fixed his gaze on Su Yao, veins bulging on his forehead, gritting his teeth in frustration. Once again, the Mu family. Once again, the Mu family. Crack! The sound of shattering porcelain echoed in the room as the bowl he held was crushed in his grip. He had guarded the girl alone for several days, ignoring even the summons from the palace. Yet now that she had awakened, her foremost concern remained that Mu family, that Mu Junyan in her eyes. It seemed as though he did not exist at all, pain etched across his face. Qin Feng suddenly grasped the girl's shoulders. Shouting in anguish, Su Yao, look closely. The one who has cared for you is this king. The one by your side is this king. The person you see when you open your eyes is still this king. Not that Mu Junyan. Observing the youth's frantic demeanor, Su Yao felt a pang of guilt. She lowered her head, allowing Qin Feng to hold her. I'm sorry. The girl herself did not understand why she felt so emotional. The tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Clutching the young man's sleeve, she choked out, Brother, please take me there. There's no time left. Chapter 85. The end of fate. Qin Feng could never bring himself to be harsh with Su Yao. He fought to suppress his inner turmoil, ultimately taking a seat, his tone icy. Yaoer, have you forgotten our agreement? After the new year, you shall be my person, and you will have no further ties to that Mu Junyan. The girl bit her lip, unsure of how to respond. He was right. She had indeed consented to it at the time, and had even set forth several conditions. After a moment, her eyes glistened with unshed tears as she quietly approached Qin Feng. Then, the small figure settled onto the young man's lap, burying her head in his chest, her tender voice quavering as she pleaded, Brother, let me say goodbye to my husband. Please, afterward, wherever you wish to take me. Yaoer will obey. Su Yao had always maintained a distance from Qin Feng. The reason was simple. Their relationship was merely nominally that of siblings. Moreover, she harbored no romantic feelings for him. However, the young man's domineering nature left her with no choice. If she were to truly refuse him, she could not guarantee he would not resort to extreme measures. It was as though she could sense that Qin Feng was not a bad person and genuinely cared for her. Yet, simultaneously, he was undeniably a true psychopath, an undeniable fact. To possess her, he was capable of anything. Thus, Su Yao did not wish to provoke him too severely. Perhaps it was also due to a sense of guilt lingering in her heart. After all, despite his flawed approach, he had exhibited considerable patience toward her. What Su Yao was thinking remained unknown to Qin Feng. The young man, now somewhat bewildered, slowly lowered his head, observing the petite girl nestled in his embrace. Softly sobbing in that moment, the anger and frustration in Qin Feng's heart evaporated entirely, replaced by an overwhelming sense of happiness and being needed. For the first time. This was the first time Yaoer had grown so close to him. The young man suddenly felt that everything else paled in comparison, gently lifting Su Yao, yet the girl trembled slightly, letting out a soft whimper of pain. Qin Feng's expression froze as he noticed several deep crimson marks on her delicate shoulder, visible through her thin garment. Having crushed the soup bowl with his bare hands, the force applied to the petite girl was unfathomable. His eyes filled with concern. The young man wished he could find a knife and sever his own hand. Cradling the girl tenderly, Qin Feng spoke no further. Yaoer, I'm sorry. Come, brother will take you to the Mu family. As they approached, Lu Rukin's heart grew increasingly anxious. The thundercloud churned ominously, seemingly preparing to unleash its next strike. Whoosh! With a few swift movements, the old Taoist appeared in the courtyard of the Mu family. Upon seeing the two, Mu Junyan was taken aback. Master, junior sister, what brings you here? Lu Rukin looked up at the sky. His brow furrowed. Junyan, do you not realize that a great calamity is upon you? In response, the young man calmly nodded, his expression unchanged. Yes, master, I am aware. Suddenly, the old Taoist scanned the surroundings, his voice grave. Where is your little wife? Mu Junyan momentarily froze, then his expression dimmed. Yao Yao. Given the harsh words I spoke earlier, she likely will not forgive me. As he pondered, a suddenly familiar, soft voice that the young man had long yearned for echoed from outside the courtyard. Husband! Mu Junyan was taken aback. turning his head towards the source of the voice, his pupils gradually widening. Yao Yao. The youth hurried forward, enveloping the charming girl in his arms, his face suffused with remorse. I'm sorry. Husband should not have treated you that way. Su Yao allowed Mu Junyan to hold her, revealing a sweet smile as she comforted him. Husband, there's no need to blame yourself. Yao Yao is at fault too. Observing the tender scene of their embrace, Qin Feng, leaning against a stone pillar, wore a cold expression but chose not to intrude. Meanwhile, Lu Jiyu bit her lip and cast her gaze aside. Just as Mu Junyan reveled in the joy of having the girl back, he heard a sigh emanating from her. Husband, this time. I came to bid you farewell. The youth froze, staring at the girl's bittersweet smile, and promptly exclaimed, Farewell? Yao Yao, you intend to leave your husband? Is it because I have done something wrong? Tell me, and I shall amend it. Yet, Su Yao remained silent, lifting her gaze to the ominous thunderclouds above. Ever since she had appeared in the Mu family, its disturbances had greatly diminished. The calamity arises from fate. And fate leads to calamity. It was precisely due to the tribulation left by Mu Shan that the bond between her and Mu Junyan had been woven. Now, however, this bond was on the brink of dissolution due to the impending tribulation. Yun Qingzi's calculations were not mistaken, nor were Mu Shan's decisions. Only Su Yao could guide Mu Junyan through this tribulation. The way forward, however, was for her to depart, witnessing the youth's anxious demeanor. The girl found herself at a loss for words. Even the act of explaining felt somewhat superfluous. For Su Yao understood that, given Mu Junyan's nature, even if he grasped the truth, he would never accept it. He would likely prefer to be shattered than to see her leave. Suddenly, with a flash of insight, Lu Rukin, who had been frowning deeply, fixed his gaze upon Su Yao, muttering repeatedly, the great Tao is 50. And the heavenly transformation is 49. The great Tao is 50, and the heavenly transformation is 49. No wonder. No wonder. The old Taoist pointed at the girl, his face a mask of astonishment. SOU. You are the one who vanished. Unexpectedly struck by some backlash, Lu Rukin's complexion turned pale, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Father! Lu Jiyu gasped in alarm, quickly supporting the old Taoist. Chapter 86. The Unidentified Youth Boom. At that moment, the thunderclouds above rolled once more, flashes of lightning flickering ominously, as if betraying a hint of impatience. Host, it is time to leave. The system's reminder echoed, and Su Yao clenched her teeth before gently pushing the youth away. System, please erase their memories. Understood. A mysterious wave began to emanate from Su Yao, spreading rapidly, first enveloping Mu Junyan, then the Mu family, and eventually the entire Wushuang city. Glancing at the bewilderment in the youth's eyes, the girl sighed. She then lowered her head, slowly approaching Qin Feng. Brother, let us go. Ding. Upcoming preview. This incident has alarmed the emperor, who has issued an edict to hold Qin Feng accountable, demanding the eradication of the plague within 10 days and the investigation of its origins. Meanwhile, Su Yao has been tasked by the system to discover the remedy for the plague and save Luoxing City. As her investigation unfolds, Su Yao gradually uncovers that this is not a natural disaster, but rather a man-made calamity in Qingyun County, within a small city. The streets bustled with a dense throng of people, with numerous vendors fervently hawking their wares, each speaking in various accents from different regions. At this moment, at the city gate, two figures, one large and one small, approached slowly. The youth stood tall, his features handsome and resolute, with an air of dominance about him. In his hand, he held the delicate hand of a petite girl clad in a white gauze dress. Though her face was partly concealed by a veil, it did not hinder the admiring glances cast upon her. The girl appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old. Beneath her gauzy dress, her slender, fair legs resembled a flawless work of art, devoid of any imperfection. As she walked alongside the youth, her curious, bright eyes surveyed the surroundings, her petite frame unconsciously radiating an aura of innocence and purity, akin to a celestial sprite untouched by the mortal realm, inciting feelings of inadequacy in those who beheld her yet yearning to be near her. Brother, I'm hungry. It had been 3 days since Su Yao and the others left Wushuang City. At that moment, the youth held the girl's delicate hand. His heart filled with immense joy. He lowered his gaze to Su Yao's sparkling eyes, her partially revealed face adding an air of mysterious allure. Were it not for their public setting, he would have been unable to resist planting a fervent kiss on her lips. Suddenly, the little girl leapt up, her fair finger delivering a sharp poke to Qin Feng's forehead. She regarded the youth, still sporting a love-struck expression, and chided. "You, with those lewd eyes along the way, are you thinking of something improper again?" Qin Feng scratched the back of his head, his previous aura of dominance vanishing without a trace. As he offered an awkward smile, "Hee, is it that obvious?" "Not obvious?" The girl inwardly shook her head. Couldn't he see his own lewd expression just now? If this were modern times, he would likely be arrested in an instant for the crime of lewdness against a minor. The two meandered to what appeared to be a fine tavern, securing a window-side table. After receiving the menu from a server, Qin Feng asked the girl, Yao, what would you like to eat?" After a long trek, Su Yao rubbed her somewhat sore legs and glanced at the menu before saying, "I want to eat jade chicken. Miss, I apologize, but our establishment does not serve jade chicken. However, we do have a honey-glazed chicken that has been perfected over 2.5 years. Su Yao tilted her head in contemplation before responding. "Then I'll have the honey-glazed chicken, please." "Very well." Qin Feng casually ordered a few more dishes and sent the server off to prepare them. "Brother, what are we doing here?" Through the window, Su Yao observed the bustling crowd below. Since entering this place, she had noticed an abundance of vendors. The street was jam-packed with various stalls, with merchants from all corners of the world showcasing their diverse wares. Qin Feng sipped his tea and explained to the girl, Yao, this city is a confluence of 2 counties, and many unusual items that are hard to find elsewhere are available here. Our purpose for coming here is to buy something for you." Su Yao propped her chin on her hand, her expression one of surprise. "For me? What are you buying?" Seeing the girl's slightly puzzled eyes, the youth merely smiled and said, "Hee, you will find out soon." Before long, the dishes were brought out one by one. The enticing aroma of the food made Su Yao, who had been starving, eagerly remove her veil and dive into the honey-glazed chicken. She cared little for her image while eating. Despite her small stature, her appetite was considerable. Moreover, the honey-glazed chicken was exceptionally delicious. Just as Su Yao was enjoying her meal, the chicken bone in her hand suddenly slipped, flying through the air and landing squarely on the head of a nearby youth. Initially seated in shock, he then reached up to feel his hair. Upon realizing what it was, he furiously stood up and scanned the vicinity. Who threw the chicken bone? After a brief survey, his gaze locked onto Su Yao, as she was the only one in the tavern eating chicken. Thus, the youth angrily marched over. In truth, he was not from Luyun but had his reasons for being there, having been compelled by circumstances. Already in a foul mood, he was now further incensed by the unexpected projectile. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to." Su Yao quickly rose to apologize. The youth scrutinized her, surprise evident in his eyes. "This girl is so beautiful, quite adorable too." Qin Feng immediately stood, positioning himself protectively in front of Su Yao, and said gently, "My friend, it was merely my sister's unintentional mistake. I hope you can forgive her." Despite his noble status as a county prince, he remained courteous and did not abuse his power. The other party, not being unreasonable, though still displeased, saw the girl's tender age and merely scoffed, forget it. I want to hold a grudge against a child." Though he said this, the youth still stormed off in a huff, muttering under his breath, "Damn you, Chewy Feng. Making me come all this way for a mere morsel for Xiao Bai." Treating a chicken feather as a command. Chapter 87. New tasks, new rewards. As the irate figure exited the tavern, Su Yao frowned slightly. She sensed a familiar aura emanating from that person, one even stronger than that of Nailin Yun from last time. After the farce, Su Yao had nearly finished her meal. Qin Feng then took her away from the tavern to seek out the items he had promised to buy for her. As they traversed the bustling streets filled with vendors, they arrived at a spacious alley. Here, the stalls were abundant, but instead of trinkets, they offered magnificent horses. However, these steed were no ordinary beasts. Each possessed a long, pointed horn on their foreheads, resembling the mythical unicorns of legend. At that moment, they stood placidly in a line, so docile that their owners did not need to restrain them with halters or saddles. Moreover, Su Yao discovered something even more extraordinary. Approaching one of the horses, it immediately lowered its head, its dark, gentle eyes gazing tenderly at the girl. Curiosity piquing, Su Yao reached out her small hand and tapped the tip of the horse's horn. Whoosh! Startled, The girl quickly turned her head with excitement to speak to the young man beside her. At that moment, Su Yao was no different from any other child, her curiosity and enthusiasm prompting a paternal smile from Qin Feng. Hee hee, little girl, these are exceptional Baiyun horses. Not only can they travel 1,000 miles a day, but they are also fiercely loyal to their masters. The vendor, a man with a pair of bushy whiskers, noticed the interest and eagerly began his pitch. Most importantly, their coats are soft, allowing riders to feel no fatigue at all. The uncle's words left Su Yao momentarily speechless. Father, Daddy? She turned to see Qin Feng's smile transform into a chilling glare. His eyes, sharp and predatory, fixated on the stall owner, teeth grinding audibly. Yaoer just called me brother. Are you deaf? Suddenly, Su Yao tugged at his sleeve, looking up with her adorable face and sweet voice. Daddy, let's buy it. The same two words, yet uttered from different lips, carried entirely different weight. If the vendor had said it, Qin Feng would have been inclined to violence. But now, with his beloved little girl calling him daddy, despite their lack of such a relationship, he felt a rush of heat in his head, a strange impulse stirring within him. Little did she know her playful jest had awakened a peculiar inclination within him. In the end, after careful selection, Su Yao chose a relatively smaller Baiyun horse. This horse seemed particularly affectionate, extending its large tongue to lick the back of her hand. Eventually, Su Yao bestowed upon it a charming name. Dada Guai, I want to ride you. She stroked the horse's head. Though small, it was still notably larger than Su Yao herself compared to other Baiyun horses. Just as Qin Feng prepared to assist her onto the horse, Dada Guai blinked its dark eyes in a remarkably human-like manner. Without any prompting, it stepped closer to Su Yao, bending its legs to lie down. This scene amazed even the vendor. Just as he had claimed, Dada Guai's back was incredibly soft, and its thick mane could easily serve as a reins, ensuring the rider would not be jostled off. Rather than a horse, it resembled an oversized, fluffy Samoyed. Qin Feng had brought Su Yao to acquire a Baiyun horse with future travel in mind. Considering that she could not ride in a carriage and ordinary horses would tire quickly on long journeys, in contrast, the Baiyun horse was the ideal choice. Of course, the price was not inexpensive. For Dada Guai alone, he spent a staggering 300,000 gold. However, before they could exit the city, they were intercepted. A black armored guard knelt before Su Yao and Qin Feng. My lord, urgent matters require your attention from the palace. The horses halted, and the young man's brow furrowed. Normally, the black armored guards would not appear without direct orders. Speak. The guard bowed slightly, his voice grave. Upon learning of this matter, the emperor became enraged, commanding that you resolve the plague within 10 days and ascertain its origin. Upon hearing the report, Qin Feng's expression darkened, and he barked, Why was this not reported to me sooner? This, in fact, news of the plague in Luoxing City arrived 3 days ago, but I refrained from informing you. Seeing how distracted you were by Miss Su, the guard lowered his head further. I deserve punishment. Please, my lord, mete out your justice. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Feng narrowed his eyes and waved his hand. Go find Pei Hu. You both shall be docked 3 months' salary. You may leave. The guard felt a weight lift from his heart and hastily replied, Thank you, County King, for your mercy. I take my leave. With that, he swiftly disappeared from sight. Noting the furrow in Qin Feng's brow, Su Yao sensed the gravity of the situation. Just then, a system notification echoed in her mind. Ding! A temporary mission has been activated. Assist Qin Feng in combating the plague in Luoxing City and uncover its source. Mission duration, 10 days. Mission reward, 30 cuteness points, 3 beauty points. Additional special reward, cute gaze. Skill effect, upon use, can bewilder the minds of enemies, applicable to multiple targets. Chapter 88. Arrival at Luoxing City. This, in truth, Su Yao had grown somewhat indifferent to the prospect of gaining cuteness points. However, she found the cute gaze skill rather intriguing. Brother, where is Luoxing City? Qin Feng gazed into the distance. Luoxing City is 3 days' journey from here. It is not too far. Then let us head there at once. Qin Feng hesitated momentarily before responding, Yaoer, that place is plagued. Are you not afraid? We have only 10 days left. If we do not resolve the plague in time, the emperor will surely lay blame upon us. After a moment of consideration, the young man nodded. Very well. Thus, the two mounted Dada Guai and set off towards Luoxing City. Within the royal palace, in the grand hall, Emperor Wang Yuan sat upon the dragon throne. Clad in a golden dragon robe, his face as frigid as frost, eyes glinting with fury. Before him knelt the assembled ministers and generals, each with bowed heads, silent as the grave, too fearful to utter a word. How dare the Dian humiliate my princess? Since they hold me, Lu Yun, in such contempt, there is nothing left to discuss. His anger simmering, he declared, I cannot quell this rage in my heart, with a sweeping motion of his golden sleeve. He barked at the assembly, in 10 days, I intend to launch a campaign against Dian, commencing from Chiefing Mountain. As for the commander of the troops, do any of you have suggestions? The ministers exchanged glances. Murmuring amongst themselves, after a while, one stepped forward and bowed as he finished speaking. Another minister chimed in, indeed, the Qin family's black-armored guards possess remarkable strength, capable of holding their own against many foes, with Qin Junwang leading the charge. Dian would be but a trivial threat. Wang Yuan's expression darkened, and he responded slowly, very well. We shall proceed as you suggest. Summon the edict. Once Qin Feng resolves the plague in Luoxing City, he is to lead the troops into battle without delay. Yes, at that moment, Kaiwei stepped forward, saying, Father, to demonstrate your earnestness, allow me to personally deliver this edict to Qin Junwang. The man pondered for a moment before nodding slightly. Very well, you may go, if Qin Feng continues to disregard my commands. His words trailed off, but his gaze held a trace of anger. The black-armored guards of the Qin family had always been difficult to command. Even the emperor himself struggled to exert control over them. Such a formidable force had long made Wang Shuo wary. If possible, this campaign against Dian would provide an excellent opportunity to weaken Qin Feng's power, a twofold benefit. After several days of travel, Su Yao and her companion finally arrived at Luoxing City. Unlike other capitals, the gates of Luoxing City stood wide open, and as they approached, a foul stench of decay assaulted their senses, prompting them to recoil. Qin Feng fared better, but even with her veil, the overwhelming odor nearly caused Su Yao to faint. She quickly unwrapped her veil and fashioned it into a makeshift mask, feeling somewhat relieved upon entering the city. The broad streets were devoid of any signs of life. Not even a single bark from a dog could be heard. Scattered across the ground were remnants of burnt piles, some extinguished, while others still smoldered, mostly consisting of tattered clothing and bed linens. Riding Dada Guai, they ambled down the center of the street. Brother, why is there not a soul in sight? Even with a plague, it shouldn't be this severe. Have they all fled the city? Qin Feng surveyed the surroundings before lowering his head. Yaoer, what did you just call me? Su Yao paused, puzzled by his question, but soon realized and rolled her eyes in exasperation. Brother? Ugh, at such a time. He is still indulging in his brother complex. Suddenly, she spotted a small girl peeking out from behind a door, her dirty face barely visible, watching them with trepidation. Brother, look, someone's there. In an effort to comprehend the circumstances at hand, Su Yao dismounted her steed and approached the door, gently rapping upon it. Hello, is anyone there? However, after a considerable pause, no response emanated from within. She furrowed her brow, recalling clearly that she had witnessed the little girl retreat inside. It seemed implausible that no one was present. Could it be that they were deliberately refusing to answer? Yaoer, allow me to take the lead. Qin Feng, donning a piece of black fabric he had procured from an unknown source, echoed Su Yao's actions. The girl hesitated, acknowledging her own lack of social prowess. Perhaps if Qin Feng took charge, a mere shout from him would coax them forth. Yet, reality proved Su Yao's concerns unfounded. The young man uttered not a word. Without hesitation, he raised his foot and shattered the wooden door. Instantly, a cacophony of screams erupted from within. Just as the door splintered, a shadow lunged forth from the interior. Qin Feng's brow knitted in concentration. He swiftly sidestepped, evading a wooden club wielded by an assailant, and retaliated with a powerful kick that sent the attacker sprawling. Brother, what is happening? The room inside was shrouded in dimness. Su Yao was poised to enter, but Qin Feng barred her path. Yaoer, do not step inside. They are afflicted with a plague. The dilapidated abode contained nothing more than a crude straw mat. The assailant who had attacked Qin Feng was a gaunt man with short hair, his eyes now wide with terror as he huddled against the wall with the little girl. The young man's eyes narrowed. Alarming red splotches marred both the child and the man's arms and legs. presenting a grotesque sight. The room was stifling, the stench of decay far more potent than that outside. "Sir, please, have mercy." The emaciated man suddenly rose, fervently bowing to Qin Feng, pleading for his life. "My daughter and I will not flee. I beg you, do not burn us alive." As he spoke, he scurried to a corner of the mat, retrieving 2 rusted coins, which he cautiously placed at the young man's feet. "Sir, we possess nothing. I beseech you, spare us." The man's entreaties continued, while the little girl crawled over to Qin Feng, repeatedly bowing her head. Upon hearing the commotion inside, Su Yao stepped in, her delicate brows knitting together at the sight of the father and daughter. Qin Feng grasped the child's small hand, drawing her behind him, and then inquired in a grave tone. The man was momentarily taken aback before scrutinizing Qin Feng. "Why, you're not here to capture us?" Su Yao peeked from behind the young man, offering reassurance. "Uncle, fear not. We have come specifically to investigate the plague. Please, tell us what has transpired here." Yet the man's gaze remained filled with trepidation. Clearly still skeptical, suddenly, an urgent whinny pierced the air from outside. "Data monster." Su Yao hurriedly rushed out, only to find a group of men surrounding her steed. Their expressions were marked by astonishment, spotting her. Data monster raised its hooves and let out a series of whinnies before darting to Su Yao's side, its spikes on the head undulating as it warily regarded the men. Qin Feng emerged as well. Surveying the scene, the men bore menacing looks, clearly not of benevolent intent. "Who are you?" Unlike the frail and sickly remnants of the city, these men had not encountered such a pristine and innocent girl in quite some time. "Kid, we are members of the Weihu gang. With the government in disarray, the entire city has fallen under our control. Our leader has decreed that anyone afflicted by the plague must be dragged out and burned." He then turned his gaze to Qin Feng, sneering, "You look unfamiliar. Someone, check him. If he is infected, drag him away." His lustful gaze then shifted to Su Yao, his filthy hand reaching towards her cherubic face. "Little sister, do you have the plague? Come here, let uncle check your health." Qin Feng's expression darkened, and just as he prepared to act, something moved faster than him. As the man reached for Su Yao, Data monster opened its mouth wide, clamping down on the man's hand with a ferocious bite, eliciting a blood-curdling scream. The assault did not cease there, as the steed charged into the crowd, its sharp spikes glinting menacingly in the sunlight. With a few swift turns, it knocked down several men. By the time they realized what was happening, they were already shrieking and drawing their weapons against the white horse. "Data monster," Su Yao called out in concern. But Qin Feng merely smirked, offering her reassurance. "Do not fear, Yaoer. The white steed is no ordinary horse. Though gentle in nature, it belongs to the realm of wild beasts. Its protective instincts mean these common folk stand no chance against it." "Ah," Su Yao was momentarily taken aback. Did Data Monster truly count as a horse? Despite the overwhelming number of adversaries, each of their attacks was deftly evaded by Data Monster. Conversely, every charge it made sent many men sprawling. Throughout this tumult, the man it had seized remained firmly in its grasp, howling in agony as he was dragged along the ground, powerless to retaliate. Even the attacks from others failed to harm Data Monster, instead striking the unfortunate man. After a protracted struggle, only 2 or 3 of the men remained standing, while the rest lay on the ground, wailing in despair. The leader, pale as death, clutched his bloodied arm, clearly beyond saving. Fearing for lives, Su Yao urgently commanded Data Monster to halt. The girl extended her small hand, gently tapping the horse's nose, reproaching it softly. "You mustn't be so fierce in the future. It's too dangerous." Data Monster let out a soft whinny, nudging its large head affectionately against Su Yao. "Oh dear, you clingy creature." The girl giggled, but her mirth was short-lived as Qin Feng lifted her into his arms. The young man locked eyes with the horse, the atmosphere suddenly growing awkward. Theo think even Data Monster was jealous. Truly, she was beyond saving. Su Yao shook her head in exasperation, only to notice that the so-called Weihu gang members were slowly rising. Their faces contorted in terror as they scattered in all directions. The only one remaining was the man with a ruined hand, groaning pitifully on the ground. Qin Feng approached him, coldly stepping on the mangled hand. "Speak. Where have you taken the citizens afflicted by the plague?" "To Chengtian Mansion." "Lead us there." Chengtian Mansion was the residence of the city guard of Luoxing City, but the guard had long since perished due to the plague. The officials stationed there had attempted to implement measures to control the outbreak, but their efforts had failed. The plague spread with alarming speed. Not only could they not stabilize the situation, but even their own safety became a luxury. The physicians within the city had never encountered such a disease, leading to chaos as many perished while others fled. Within mere days, Luoxing City descended into pandemonium, and amidst this turmoil, a group of local ruffians banded together, forming the so-called Weihu Gang, committing heinous acts and exploiting the remaining populace. These men had evaded the plague. They pillaged and slaughtered, burning anyone who showed signs of infection. Normal men were reduced to laborers, while any women of beauty became mere playthings for these brutes. The actions of the Weihu Gang only exacerbated the plight of a city already teetering on the brink of collapse. Outside the mansion, cries and pleas for mercy filled the air. Dozens of citizens were bound together, their faces, legs, and arms marred with red splotches. Beneath them lay a thick pile of firewood, while two members of the Weihu Gang stood nearby. Brandishing torches, "Boss, this time the brothers have found quite a trove of valuables." Within, a corpulent, bald man reclined in a chair, lazily listening to his subordinate's report. He glanced at the gold and silver trinkets presented to him. His small eyes filled with disdain, as though the treasures held no allure. "Did you find any women?" The subordinate hesitated, looking up in confusion. Boss, find what?" With a mighty thump, the corpulent man slammed his palm onto the table. His eyes blazing. "Women? I haven't touched a woman in ages. What good are these trinkets to me? Go find me some lovely ladies, and quickly." The subordinate wiped the sweat from his brow, hastily agreeing before departing. However, inwardly, he scoffed at the absurdity. With the city filled with the elderly, infirm, and children barely able to feed themselves, where was he to find beautiful women? Just as the subordinate exited the mansion, a disheveled figure was unceremoniously tossed at his feet. Second in command? He was momentarily stunned, then looked up, his eyes widening in disbelief. Standing at the entrance was a girl clad in a white gauzy dress. Her skin was as white as snow, and though her face was partially obscured, her innocent, pure eyes made his heart race. "Boss, a beauty." The man gaped at Su Yao, his eyes bulging as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Hearing the commotion, the corpulent man emerged, brandishing a large knife. "What is going on? What is happening?" Having dealt with the lackeys, Qin Feng's cold gaze scrutinized the man. "You are the leader of the Weihu Gang." The man glanced at his fallen subordinates, his expression shifting. Raising his knife, he pointed it at the young man. "Indeed, knowing that I, the formidable leader of the Weihu Gang, am present, you dare to act against me? Are you tired of living? Do you comprehend that in this Starfall City, my word is law? Believe it or not, with just a single command, I can ensure that you do not escape." Despite the man's blusterous bravado, Qin Feng had no intention of indulging in his meaningless prattle. In a swift motion, he delivered a powerful kick that sent both the man and his weapon flying through the air. The rotund figure clutched his ample belly, rolling on the ground in agony, his eyes filled with terror. "Help! Someone, help!" Glancing down at the writhing man on the ground, the youth let out a disdainful snort. The Weihu Gang is but a rabble of miscreants. After shouting for some time, the man saw no sign of his minions. However, a figure clad in black armor swiftly entered from outside the residence. Kneeling before Qin Feng, "My lord, there are a total of 74 members of the Weihu Gang apprehended outside the city. Among them, none show signs of the plague. How should we proceed?" Listening to the report from the armored guard, Qin Feng cast a cold glance at the two men on the ground and replied, "Take them away as well and confine them somewhere. We shall address their fate once this plague is resolved." The corpulent man was utterly bewildered by the identity of the youth before him, but the overwhelming aura emanating from him filled him with dread. Realizing all his subordinates had been captured, he dared not resist and allowed the armored guards to escort him away. In mere moments, this band of ruffians terrorizing Starfall City was effortlessly dismantled. Ultimately, these individuals were nothing more than common thugs, taking advantage of the absence of authority in the city, allowing them to act as if they were kings in the jungle. Now that Qin Feng had arrived, a few black-armored guards easily subdued them. "My lord, what shall we do with the citizens infected by the plague?" After escorting the two men away, one of the armored guards came back to report. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, uncertain of how to handle the situation. They were still unfamiliar with the plague, and any rash contact could pose significant risks. The Wei Hu gang had resorted to burning those infected, a rather brutal method, yet undeniably effective in eradicating the threat. Construct some independent wooden shelters and isolate them in batches. At that moment, a girl spoke up. Having experienced a severe outbreak during her time in the modern world, she had witnessed countless casualties. The scale and death toll were beyond what a mere starfall city could compare to. Furthermore, having volunteered during such times and being well-versed in news reports, she possessed considerable insights into epidemic control. Brother, is it possible? Although Qin Feng was unaware of Su Yao's intentions, it was evident that her family's influence could topple the Zhou and Wu clans, indicating that this girl was far more than just charming. He then turned to the black armored guard and said coldly, "Did you hear that? From now on, Yao's wishes are my commands. There shall be no defiance." "Yes." The guard bowed slightly in acknowledgement. "Miss Su, I shall attend to it at once, and also, ensure that the big creature is kept in check, so it doesn't wander off." The armored guard paused momentarily, then inquired, "Miss, may I ask what this big creature is?" It's the little white horse outside." "Understood." Upon receiving the directive, he promptly exited. Qin Feng's subordinates were remarkably efficient. Within just a few days, a series of clean wooden shelters had been constructed. Though somewhat rudimentary, they were tidy and arranged in an orderly fashion, resembling the isolation wards Su Yao had envisioned at Yaoer. "What are your intentions in having them construct these shelters?" That evening, as Su Yao inspected the wooden structures, she explained to the youth, "Brother, a similar plague occurred in my hometown, and it was even graver. Our utmost priority now is to contain those infected with the plague. Though these shelters are simple, they are well ventilated and manageable." As she spoke, the girl glanced behind her on the street. A large group of citizens had been gathered, their eyes betraying fear and helplessness, each covered in red spots, clearly afflicted by the disease. "Until we find a solution to the plague, let them stay in these shelters for a few days." Just then, a black armored guard rushed over. "Miss, my lord, after counting, there are now fewer than 1,000 citizens left in the city, and apart from those detained from the Wei Hu gang, nearly all have contracted the plague." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng smiled slightly and turned to the girl. "Yaoer, your intellect is unmatched. You often conceive what others cannot. Speak. How shall we handle this plague?" "I shall heed your counsel." Su Yao, not one to be modest, understood that her task was to resolve the plague within 10 days. After a moment of contemplation, she addressed the black armored guard. "Deputy Zhou, please send someone to gather some mugwort and cloves and burn them at 5 locations in the north, south, east, and west of the city, ensuring it continues for 12 hours without interruption. Furthermore, instruct that during this period, no one should drink any water from the city's sources. Additionally, select 2 citizens with the mildest and most severe symptoms of the disease. Understanding this plague must begin with them." Su Yao's instructions were clear and logical, leaving Deputy Zhou momentarily speechless, silently acknowledging, "This Miss Su, though young, speaks with remarkable clarity and poise, not at all like a mere child of 11 or 12. Observing him lost in thought, the girl tilted her head and smiled sweetly. "Deputy Zhou, is there anything you do not understand?" "Well, there is indeed something," Zhou Jin replied, slightly bowing. "May I inquire, Miss, what is the purpose of burning mugwort and cloves? I am rather dim-witted and would appreciate your clarification." While he could understand the necessity of burning corpses and clothing to prevent the spread of the plague, he found it difficult to grasp the purpose of incinerating these herbs continuously. Not just him, but Qin Feng also wore a puzzled expression. It seems they lack this concept. Realizing their confusion, Su Yao understood that although mugwort and cloves were available, their properties had yet to be recognized. Among them were cloves and mugwort, whose combined smoke could effectively disinfect and sterilize. After thoroughly explaining this to them, Zhou Jin's face filled with admiration. "I did not expect Miss Su to possess such knowledge at such a young age. No wonder my lord holds you in such high regard." Chapter 91. Uprising. What is this? What does high regard mean? Good heavens, Su Yao stood there in shock, bewildered by his use of idioms. Had he not graduated from school? How could someone with such a level of education serve as a deputy commander? Qin Feng shot the man a cold glance. "Are you idle? Hurry and leave." Zhou Jian realized his faux pas and quickly laughed awkwardly as he departed. Soon, under Su Yao's guidance, the black armored guards led the afflicted individuals into the rows of wooden shelters. Out of fear, the citizens dared not resist, filing into the shelters one by one. Naturally, due to the urgent timeline, these hastily constructed shelters could not accommodate everyone adequately. However, there was no alternative. They would have to make do. Everyone, do not go in. They intend to eradicate us. Suddenly, a piercing voice erupted from the crowd. A short-haired youth, shirtless and covered in red spots, could no longer contain his terror and began shouting. The sight of his afflicted body was deeply unsettling. As fear spread through the crowd, it became a terrifying spectacle. Unlike the Wei Hu gang, which had used violence to compel the citizens, each individual here was unshackled. Thus, when the youth began his outcry, the crowd surged and pushed against one another, while those already inside the shelters cried out in terror, not knowing what awaited them. "Let me out! I don't want to die! Father! Mother!" The cacophony of curses and cries filled the area in an instant. The scene devolved into chaos. Hearing the anguished cries from within the shelters only heightened the dread of those still outside. At this moment, the youth who had incited the crowd shouted again, "Do not be afraid. We have already contracted the plague. They won't dare touch us." With that, he charged at a black armored guard. Observing the youth's red-spotted form, the guard furrowed his brow and swiftly stepped back. "Aha! Did you see that? Those who wish to live, run." As the youth led the charge, the crowd erupted into a frenzy. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, Su Yao quickly stepped forward, calling out to the afflicted, "Everyone, please remain calm. We are here to help you rid yourselves of the plague. If you run now, you will truly have no hope." The girl exerted all her strength to shout. Yet her soft, youthful voice failed to make an impact. At that moment, Su Yao felt a gust of wind beside her, and Qin Feng's figure suddenly vanished. With a swift motion, a flash of cold light pierced through the crowd, and a head, blood spraying, suddenly fell, revealing the very youth covered in red spots. The severed head had not yet closed its eyes, the expression frozen in disbelief, as if utterly shocked by what had just transpired. Qin Feng's countenance was as cold as ice, his bloodied sword held at an angle, and with a thunderous shout, he silenced all present. "All black armored guards, heed my command. Anyone attempting to flee or defy orders shall be executed." In an instant, the guards, who had been dodging moments before, froze in place upon receiving the order. They drew their swords in unison, the sound echoing like thunder. Yes, a palpable aura of menace erupted, causing Su Yao, who had retreated to a distance, to feel a stinging sensation on her skin. Such a chilling and terrifying intent to kill could only be possessed by those who had endured the baptism of bloodshed. Not only ordinary citizens, but even highly skilled martial practitioners would be cowed by the roar of the black armored guards. Beneath the cold moonlight, gazing at the still warm severed head on the ground, the agitated populace swiftly fell silent. Their eyes wide with terror, they swallowed hard, their legs trembling, unable to move even an inch. The situation had stabilized. With a sigh, Su Yao observed those who obediently returned to the wooden cabin. Indeed, in the face of such a crowd uprising, even if she screamed until her throat was raw, it would likely be less effective than Qin Feng's decisive sword. At that moment, the young man cautiously spoke up. "Yaoer, do you dislike it when I kill?" The girl lifted her delicate, fair face, looking at the somewhat anxious Qin Feng, and could not help but smile. "Brother, what are you thinking?" Then, she glanced at the crowd and let out a soft sigh. In special circumstances, special treatment was warranted. If killing one person would cause her to despise him, that would be too great a loss. After approximately 2 hours, all the afflicted citizens were settled in isolation cabins. According to Su Yao's plan, they would ensure these individuals had their daily needs met, but until a remedy for the plague was found, they were not allowed to wander freely. This was, of course, to prevent the further spread of the disease. Once everyone was settled, Zhou Jian, the deputy commander of the Black Armored Guards, brought over 2 patients, one light and one severe. Both were women, around 30 years of age. The one with the lighter illness appeared almost normal, save for a red patch on the back of her hand. However, the other was far more horrific. Her body was almost entirely covered in dense red spots, looking exceedingly ghastly. Upon seeing this, even though Su Yao had mentally prepared herself, she could not help but step back repeatedly. After finally donning protective gear, she maintained her distance and inquired of the two. How long have you been afflicted by this plague? 1 day. 4 days. Apart from these red spots, do you have any other symptoms? No, it itches, terribly itches, said the woman covered in red spots, and then she could not help but start scratching at her arm. The flesh beneath the red spots was exceedingly fragile. With just a scratch, thick blood began to flow, filling the air with a heavy stench of decay. Yet, the woman seemed oblivious to the pain. After scratching her arm, she began to claw at other areas, her voice growing increasingly frantic. It itches. It itches so much. I'm going to itch to death. The woman's scratching became faster and more violent. But the deep-seated itch did not relent in the slightest. Soon, she was drenched in blood, a sight that was utterly terrifying. Su Yao could not help but take 2 steps back, watching the woman in agony. And she exclaimed, "You, please stop scratching." Such symptoms only worsened with more scratching. However, the woman could not cease. Her eyes were wide, even her pupils were marred with red spots. Suddenly, her entire body went rigid, freezing in a strange position before she collapsed to the ground. The stench in the air intensified. This scene caused Su Yao to lose her composure. Her face turned pale, and she rushed to the side to vomit. Qin Feng gently patted her back, his eyes filled with concern. "Yaoer, are you all right?" He then turned, coldly commanding, "Why have you not yet removed the corpse?" The awaiting black armored guards were ordered to act immediately. Yet, the girl turned her pale face and quickly said, "No, don't touch her, brother. Let us burn this corpse right here." This woman's plague had reached its final stage, and the virus within her was exceedingly active. Any rash contact would increase the risk of contagion. Qin Feng frowned slightly. Although he did not fully understand, he still adhered to Su Yao's words, arranging for firewood to be brought to incinerate the area. Meanwhile, the woman with the lighter symptoms was left in a state of shock, staring at the red spots on her hand as if she too felt a wave of itching. Could it be that in 4 days, she would transform into such a horrifying sight? With this thought, she slumped to the ground, her eyes wide with fear. Su Yao took a sip of water to ease her nausea. As she was about to continue her inquiries regarding the plague with the remaining woman, Qin Feng seized her arm, his tone grave. "Yaoer, you should not involve yourself in this matter. I will handle it." The woman's death was too tragic, and he feared that the girl might also contract this terrifying plague. "I'll send someone to escort you out of the city. Once I resolve things here, I will come find you." Seeing Qin Feng's worried expression, Su Yao patted his hand and smiled gently. "Brother, do not fret. I will be fine. This plague may seem fearsome, but once its characteristics are understood, a solution can be swiftly found. This is not the first time I have encountered a plague. I am confident I can discover a remedy within 10 days. Having said that, she resumed her questioning of the woman. Burning the corpse and the city to purify everything was indeed a method. But it was a last resort. Su Yao believed that if she could find a cure for the plague, she could save the remaining citizens of Luoxing City. Not just this woman, Su Yao instructed several black armored guards to gather patients afflicted with varying degrees of the plague for a thorough understanding of this illness. Unbeknownst to them, night had already fallen. Once the last individual was escorted away, she yawned, her face betraying her fatigue. "Yaoer, how was it? Did you discover anything?" I'm just so tired. I want to sleep." Su Yao stretched, her neck feeling sore. However, the young man, disregarding the presence of others, scooped her up in his arms and began walking toward their residence. "If you're tired, then rest well." Su Yao's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly patted his arm. "How could you be so brazen? Look at all these people, brother. Put me down." Qin Feng halted momentarily, turning to coldly retort, "What have you all seen?" Instantly, the stationed black armored guards responded in unison. "SK, truly, a pervert is a pervert. Even his subordinates are like this." They resided in hastily constructed wooden cabins. Though simple, the interiors were entirely new, minimizing contact with sources of infection. To combat the plague in Luoxing City, Qin Feng had summoned 1,000 black armored guards from Guangling County, who stood watch day and night outside, while also searching for other citizens within the city. According to Qin Feng, these individuals were his personal guards, each one a top-tier expert and utterly loyal, unbeknownst to them. Su Yao and the others had been in this place for 5 days. During this time, she had attempted numerous methods to treat the patients based on their symptoms, yet with little success. Many citizens began to succumb en masse, which caused Su Yao to grow increasingly anxious. According to her understanding, if the plague were to be viewed as a natural virus, it could not escape three characteristics: lethality, contagiousness, and mutability. Regardless of any virus, a balance must be struck among these three. A virus with a high lethality would necessarily have low contagiousness and mutability, and vice versa. The plague in Luoshing City, needless to say, had a high lethality. In these past few days, no one had been found to recover from the infection. Almost everyone who contracted it met their demise. As for its contagiousness, it was even more alarming. The vast Luoshing City had nearly transformed into a wasteland, with the rate of contagion far more terrifying than its lethality. As for mutability, Su Yao had no means to observe how the virus might mutate at present. Logically speaking, such a highly contagious and lethal virus would be difficult to arise naturally unless, suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Su Yao. She considered a possibility, unless this virus had been deliberately manufactured. Of course, in this world, referring to it as a virus might not be entirely accurate. Rather, it was poison. Someone had intentionally created poison and released it upon Luoshing City. In the wooden cabin, Su Yao slapped her face, trying to clear her mind. No. The most pressing matter was not to identify the perpetrator behind the poisoning, but to devise a method to counteract the poison. After all, the citizens in the city could not afford to wait. Yet, she was not a doctor. Even if she realized they were poisoned, how could she procure an antidote? System. Let us discuss something. What is it? You provide me with the antidote, and I will complete the task for you, after which you can reward me. How about it? A mutually beneficial arrangement. Goodness, Capital is calling it 666. Firstly, this task is yours, not mine. Whether you complete it or not has nothing to do with this system. You are trained on data up to October 2023. In addition, if I were to directly provide you with the antidote, what significance would this task hold? It has appeared, how peculiar. The significance lies in my ability to find happiness. Isn't it the duty of your system to ensure the host's happiness? Hiss. What you said does seem to hold some truth. Indeed. Now, quickly provide me with the antidote for this plague. Tisk. Even in an open book examination, there must be an invigilator. If I were to simply hand you the antidote, I would be scorned by my peers. This system can only offer you hints. The remainder is up to the host. Su Yao pouted and remarked, "Tsk, fine. Better than having nothing at all. So hurry and tell me. Now, pay attention, host. It is quite simple. You need to concoct a soup using various herbs and administer it to them. This plague can be cured." Herbs? Which herbs? Schizonepida, Sapochnikovia, Angelica, safflower, Sephora flavescens, philodendron, Dictamnus dasycarpus, Sichuan pepper, and the answer is only half provided. As for the remaining herbs, the host must research them independently. And the 14 herbs include ginkgo, forsythia, pangolin, frankincense, and myrrh, right? Understood. Question mark. No. How did you know the latter herbs? The system was greatly perplexed. What do you mean? I may be foolish, but I am not uneducated. Your prescription is quite evident. Damn, what a loss. Inside the wooden house, having received the answer, Su Yao hurriedly made her way outside, muttering to herself, "Goodness, isn't this thing used to treat STDs in ancient times?" At that moment, Qin Feng was heading towards his residence, carrying the girl's favorite jade chicken. Of course, the items were procured by sending someone to other cities overnight. However, he soon noticed Su Yao rushing out after pushing the door open. Qin Feng furrowed his brow, thinking something must be wrong. "Yaoer, what is the matter? Why are you in such a hurry?" Su Yao grabbed the young man's hand, her small face brimming with excitement. "Brother, I know how to cure the plague now." Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Then his eyes lit up. "Goodness, is that true? How is this girl so remarkable?" Outside Luoshing City, on a certain western mountain peak, the mountainside, there lay a hidden cave entrance. This place was seldom visited, overgrown with weeds. The surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of any sounds of birds or insects, as if no life existed at all. The trees were densely packed, with verdant vines twisting like serpents, completely covering this mountainside. Through the layers of concealment, a flickering flame could be seen within the dark cave. Deep inside, a disheveled man sat cross-legged on the ground, intently observing the mysterious liquid simmering in front of him. Bubbles continuously rose within, releasing a peculiar and pungent odor. Yet the man seemed oblivious to it, fixated on the concoction, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he murmured, "It's almost done. The world's deadliest poison is nearly complete." Within Luoshing City, now that Su Yao had acquired the antidote recipe, she promptly began making arrangements. "Deputy Commander Zhou, I have written down all the herbs I just mentioned. The quantity may be substantial, but please make haste to procure them outside the city." Outside the Chengtian prefecture, dozens of black armored guards stood in formation, attentively listening to the girl's instructions alongside their leader, Zhou Jian. Remember, not a single herb can be missing. After writing the prescription on paper, Su Yao handed it to Zhou Jian. The man carefully accepted it, nodding in response. "Miss, rest assured, I will take care of it immediately." With that, he waved his hand and swiftly vanished with the black armored guards. However, a trace of concern lingered on Su Yao's brow. Noticing her unease, Qin Feng inquired, "Yaoer, why are you still worried now that we have the antidote?" After a moment of contemplation, the girl replied slowly, "Brother, do you remember when we entered the city? The gates of Luoshing City were wide open, with no one to obstruct us." "Yes, I remember. What of it?" Su Yao raised her head, her gaze tinged with worry. "Before we arrived here, the plague within the city had already reached a critical level. Yaoer feared that many infected citizens might escape the city, spreading the plague further. After all, unlike before her transmigration, there were no health codes or travel records here. If these individuals were to transmit the disease, the consequences would be dire." Nevertheless, Qin Feng smiled slightly, squeezing the girl's delicate face. "Fear not, I had already anticipated this. Upon learning of the plague here, I promptly dispatched notifications to the major cities. They will implement countermeasures against any infected individuals." Countermeasures? Su Yao's gaze dimmed. She was acutely aware of what the young man meant by countermeasures. In such a vast city, it was likely that many citizens would attempt to flee, even if they did not succumb to the illness. They were unlikely to escape unscathed. Alas, in this world, lives are far too undervalued. "Miss, my lord." Suddenly, a black armored guard rushed in, his expression frantic. Qin Feng's face turned cold. "What is the matter? Why are you in such a hurry?" The black armored guard slightly bowed to the young man, then turned to Su Yao, saying, "Miss, I have been watching over your Baiyun horse. Just now, while I took it out for a stroll, it suddenly became agitated. And no matter how I tried to calm it, it was of no use. It behaved quite strangely." Upon hearing this, Su Yao exchanged a worried glance with the young man and quickly exclaimed, "Hurry, take me to see." The giant horse, being both a mount and a pet, was dearly cherished by Su Yao. Thus, she had arranged for dedicated personnel to care for it. Hearing the black armored guard's description, her heart raced with anxiety. Her greatest fear was that the giant horse had also contracted the plague. Chapter 94. The source of the plague. When Su Yao and the others finally located the giant horse, it indeed exhibited unusual behavior, its hooves incessantly digging into the ground as it emitted urgent whinnies. "Dada Guai." The girl attempted to call out, but the horse seemed oblivious, continuing its frantic digging. Observing this, Qin Feng said gravely, "The Baiyun horse possesses a certain intelligence, capable of discerning good from evil. Perhaps there is something beneath its. Is that so?" Su Yao dared not approach recklessly, given the horse's current state. What if it kicked her? Thus, the group could only stand by, watching as it continued to dig. Soon, the ground was excavated into a deep pit, revealing a sealed well. After the well was unearthed, the horse circled around it, emitting a warning sound. How could there be a well here? Su Yao knelt down, peering into the dark abyss of the well. Upon tossing in a stone, the sound of water splashing echoed back. Suddenly, she twitched her nose, as if detecting a faint pungent odor emanating from within. "Yaoer, what's wrong? Could it be?" The girl abruptly stood up, her gaze fixated on the disturbed soil around her, and she suddenly realized. This could very well be the location where the culprit poisoned the water. After some citizens drank from this well, the perpetrator sealed it up. By the time the plague began to spread and chaos ensued in the city, no one would suspect that there was a well hidden here. After sharing her hypothesis with Qin Feng, the young man's expression turned cold, and he immediately commanded his men to excavate the well. As the entire well came into view, the pungent odor intensified. However, Su Yao was still uncertain whether this well was indeed the source of the plague. Yaoer, did the citizens of Luoxing City contract the plague from drinking this water? Su Yao shook her head, frowning as she replied, "It's hard to say. After all, it would be premature to conclude that the water is toxic based solely on its odor. Unless someone is willing to take the risk and drink from it, we won't know the outcome. Although an antidote recipe is now available, who among the common folk would willingly expose themselves to the plague? My lord, miss." Suddenly, one of the black-armored guards, without a second thought, leapt into the well, leaving Su Yao stunned. When the man finally resurfaced, he even let out a satisfied belch. You, are you out of your mind?" the girl exclaimed, pointing at him in disbelief. Did he not consider the possibility that the antidote might not work? Wouldn't that mean throwing away a life? Yaoer, do not fret. Anyone who can become a black-armored guard is at least a master of the innate realm. Even if they contract the plague, they will endure far longer than an ordinary person. Qin Feng then glanced at the man and stated blandly, "While the intention is commendable, your actions are reckless. You shall forfeit a month's salary." Thank you, my lord." The black-armored guard scratched his head, surprised that his eagerness to prove himself resulted in a salary deduction. A significant loss indeed. At this moment, keen-eyed Su Yao suddenly fixated on the man's left hand and shouted, "Wait! Show me your hand!" The black-armored guard paused, then extended both hands, revealing faint red spots on his thumb. Such a rapid onset of symptoms. Su Yao took a deep breath, her eyes gravely fixated on the well. "It is now certain. This plague has indeed spread from this water source, brother. We must fill this well immediately." Qin Feng nodded slightly, then gestured for the others to swiftly seal the well securely. The infected black-armored guard, aware of his condition, instinctively retreated to the wooden huts to stay among the townsfolk. Several horse-drawn carts laden with goods, under the protection of the black-armored guards, slowly entered the city. Today marked the 7th day since Su Yao and Qin Feng's arrival here. The number of infected citizens had dwindled significantly, from over 1,000 at the outset to less than 200 now, with some survivors discovered by the black-armored guards in other areas. The members of the Weihu gang were also released, and under Qin Feng's coercion, they began to toil as laborers, performing tasks such as gathering firewood and repairing roofs. Not daring to refuse. Once the medicinal herbs arrived, Su Yao promptly organized the preparation, with several large cauldrons boiling simultaneously. Every minute of delay could result in another life lost to the plague. Time was of the essence. As the medicinal concoction was ready, it was swiftly distributed among the townsfolk. Remarkably, a young man, fueled by a sense of desperation, consumed the medicine. Just minutes later, he felt the relentless itching that had tormented him ease significantly. His eyes shone with excitement as he raised the bowl, incredulously gazing at his hands, exclaiming, "It no longer itches. It truly doesn't itch anymore. We are saved." Witnessing this scene, the citizens queued up for their medicine grew restless. Had it not been for the black-armored guards maintaining order, riot would likely have ensued. That single evening's dose rekindled their fervor for life. Su Yao, observing the jubilant smiles on the faces of the townsfolk, felt a wave of relief wash over her. To be honest, she had harbored fears that the system might betray her with a false prescription. However, while the plague had been alleviated, her task was only half complete. She still needed to identify the culprit who poisoned the well. Time was running out. Only 3 days remained. Yaoer, what are you pondering? Qin Feng gently took the girl's small hand, his voice soft. The salvation of these people is entirely thanks to you. I am merely a bystander. Su Yao felt the unervingly large hand caressing her delicate wrist, and she rolled her eyes in exasperation before asking, "Brother, do you know if there are any families or individuals nearby skilled in the art of poison?" Qin Feng's movements momentarily halted, his brow furrowing. Yaoer, now that you mention it, there is indeed one person. One might wonder why. If time was of the essence, there was a need for filler content rather than a direct halt. In truth, those reading this are longtime fans of Snail, and Snail wouldn't concoct grandiose excuses. The reason is simply that a break in updates would jeopardize the completion rate. Snail is loath to lose this completion, hence the decision to stretch out an unrelated 2,000 words. Tomorrow, I shall endeavor to rectify the filler content. Sincerely, I apologize to everyone. Chapter 95. Past drafts. Lowly, so cute. Kaka Village, evening. Thankfully, this freshly purchased photo album has accompanied me through the transition. Otherwise, how would I endure these mundane days? Reflecting on other manga where protagonists traverse to alternate worlds, they either become overpowered or are surrounded by beautiful companions. Yet, Shaoli has been in this world for nearly a year, merely managing to meet his basic needs. Truly, the comparison is infuriating. Gathering his drawings, Shaoli muttered in dissatisfaction. His home lay on the outskirts of Kaka village, a mere small wooden cabin built by kind villagers. Crossing a stone bridge at the village entrance, he walked towards the cabin. However, just a few steps in, a glimmering light from the distant woods caught his attention. What could that be? Curious, he quickened his pace. And upon reaching the source of the light, he froze in place. It turned out not to be a mere light, but a petite girl with snow-white hair. Her skin was as delicate as jade, resembling a precious doll, yet she lay on the ground, her beautiful eyes closed, her youthful face slightly pale. A surge of excitement washed over him. Heaven has indeed favored me. I've stumbled upon a little lowly. Ha ha ha! Just as Shaoli's inappropriate thoughts surged, he noticed something was amiss with the girl. A crimson stream of blood was slowly seeping from her waist, sending a chill down his spine. He quickly shook off his fantasies and crouched down, calling out, "Little sister, are you all right?" The girl furrowed her brow, her soft lips biting down, seemingly in great pain. A devoted fan of lowly characters, Shaoli had never encountered such a scene, and without hesitation, he scooped the girl into his arms and sprinted back to his cabin. "It's all right, hang in there." The girl's body felt weightless in his embrace, but there was no time to savor her softness. His only thought was to save her. With a powerful kick, he burst through the cabin door, skillfully using his heel to shut it behind him, and gently laid the girl on the bed. Looking at the deep crimson stain on her waist, Shaoli couldn't afford to hesitate. After a quick mental preparation, he picked up a pair of scissors from the table and slowly cut a slit in her clothing at the site of the wound. What he uncovered was a silver, diamond-shaped object, the blood steadily spreading around it. An overwhelming fury surged within him. Damn it, which scoundrel would dare harm such a lovely lowly so ruthlessly? May their entire family pay exorbitant prices for their groceries. As he prepared to extract the silver object, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to rummage through the cabin. Moments later, he emerged with a roll of gauze and some herbs. Thankfully, he had been well prepared. Otherwise, it would have been dire. He chewed the herbs, mashing them up, and placed them on the gauze. All right, let us begin. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he grasped the scissors and slowly reached for the silver object embedded in the girl's waist. With a sudden yank, the blood-stained silver piece fell to the ground with a crisp sound, while blood gushed forth from the wound. Shaoli, lacking any medical knowledge, quickly applied the prepared herbs and gauze. But the initial cut had been too small, preventing the materials from adequately covering the wound and halting the bleeding. In this critical moment, Shaoli had no other option. He resolutely shut his eyes and thought, "Forgive me, all gods. This truly is unavoidable." A sound of fabric tearing echoed, and time seemed to freeze. With his eyes still closed, Shaoli pressed the gauze against the wound with one hand while tearing off the girl's clothing with the other. In a flurry of action, he swiftly lifted the little lowly's body, threading the gauze through her waist. His movements flowed as if guided by some unseen force, and even with his eyes shut, he managed to tie a perfect bow at the sight of her injury. Letting out a sigh of relief, he fought against the overwhelming urge to open his eyes, instead covering the girl's fair skin with a blanket. It was over when he finally dared to open his eyes. Shaoli was taken aback, his expression stiffening and his heart seemingly skipping a beat. The little lowly had awakened, her snow-white eyes fixed intently upon him. She was awake? When did that happen? Was it while I was tearing her clothes, or when I was dressing her wound? This little sister, I didn't mean to. You were gravely injured. Shaoli quickly stepped back, his demeanor akin to that of a guilty party, stammering his explanation. Yet the silver-haired lowly on the bed remained silent, her expression blank as she stared at him, causing an unsettling feeling to creep into Shaoli's heart. Just as he pondered how to navigate this awkwardness, a commotion arose outside the cabin. "Quickly search. She is gravely injured and can't have gone far. She must be nearby." Gingerly opening the window, Shaoli caught sight of several figures approaching through the moonlit woods. They were searching for the girl. For a moment, he hesitated about whether to reveal the presence of the little lowly to these individuals, uncertain of their identities. Were they her family, or as the figures drew closer, he overheard their conversation. "Hurry! There are bloodstains here. Quickly search." She couldn't have gone far. Upon seeing their faces, Xiaoli gasped in horror, his scalp prickling with fear. These were no ordinary people. They were grotesque beings. Vampires with gnarled features and grotesque wings sprouting from their backs. "Run!" There was no time to contemplate anything else. That single word echoed in Xiaoli's mind. The woods may be vast, but these vampires would inevitably find this place. And at that moment, both he and the little loli would face dire peril. Ignoring the girl's gaze, he swiftly picked her up along with the blanket and quietly exited the cabin. Originally, he intended to take the girl into the village. But fearing she might bring danger to the villagers, he opted to retreat deeper into the woods instead. Xiaoli was clever. Upon leaving the cabin, he did not sprint away in a panic. Faced with these inhuman creatures, even at a distance, his ordinary physical abilities would spell doom if he were discovered. Cradling the little girl, he held his breath, focusing intently, moving cautiously deeper into the woods. Yet suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his ankle. Looking down, he saw a venomous snake had bitten him. Alas, the blue-ringed snake. Having lingered here for so long, Xiaoli instantly recognized this venomous creature. Under ordinary circumstances, being bitten by such a snake would not be particularly terrifying. A timely antidote would suffice. However, now, glancing at the girl in his arms, Xiaoli's complexion turned ashen. Enduring the pain, he kicked the snake away and pressed deeper into the forest. Yet, how could he possibly carry out such a feat? The onset of the toxin typically occurs within 15 minutes to half an hour. He could only hope that they would abandon their pursuit within that time frame. The moonlight poured down, draping the woods in a dim silver frost. As time passed, Xiaoli's strength waned, and his vision began to blur, yet the commotion not far away showed no signs of abating. This is bad. The toxin is about to take effect. Stumbling, Xiaoli fought against the dizziness overwhelming his mind and leaned against a tree root, gently placing the girl down. Observing the peculiar look in the little girl's eyes, he managed a bitter smile and spoke with great difficulty. "I'm sorry. I can only assist you up to this point." Before he could finish his sentence, a spurt of blood erupted from his mouth. Thud! He forcefully knocked his head against the tree trunk, gritting his teeth to maintain his final shred of consciousness. Suddenly, he turned, no longer concealing any sound, and ran in another direction. "Damn vampires, come chase me. After all, I am bound to die." It would be better to divert them and allow the little girl to escape. Though, considering her injuries, sure enough, before he could run far, the vampires detected him and swiftly closed in. "Who? Halt!" Hearing the sounds behind him and estimating the distance, Xiaoli could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground with a thud. As his consciousness began to fade, he slowly closed his eyes. Is this how it ends? But, if the little girl can be saved, then that wouldn't be too bad. Just as Xiaoli fell, several vampires arrived in swift pursuit. One of the leading vampires spat disdainfully, expressing his displeasure. "Teske, how unfortunate to encounter a mere human. Brother, we happen to be hungry. Why not drain his blood dry?" Indeed, in a certain part of the woods, a petite figure slowly stood under the moonlight. As the blanket slipped away, her alluring form was revealed. The girl's snow-white eyes gazed at the splattered blood on the tree trunk, her gaze shifting with a hint of change, before she extended her delicate tongue to lick the blood clean. Sensing the commotion nearby, in an instant, her eyes snapped open. Those once pristine white orbs turned a vivid crimson, and her enchanting figure regained its perfect curves, the dress torn by Xiaoli mended in an instant. The wound at her waist healed, but when she touched the bandage, her jade fingers trembled slightly, hesitating for a moment before she did not untie it, and instead looked into the distance, her icy tone resonating. "Whoever dares to touch what belongs to me is courting death." Chapter 96. The target appears. The young man's expression faltered momentarily before he spoke slowly. 2 years ago, a martial artist specializing in poisons emerged from Guangling Prefecture. Though his cultivation was merely at the innate first realm, his mastery of poison was unparalleled, rendering anyone defenseless. However, this individual harbored malicious intent, recklessly using ordinary citizens for his experiments. To eradicate this menace, I dispatched 2,000 black armored guards to eliminate him in the Wanku Mountains. Even so, I lost over 100 men. Upon hearing Qin Feng's account, Su Yao exclaimed in astonishment that To be able to trade one for 100 solely with poison is incredibly formidable. However, since this individual is already dead, the plague in Falling Star City should not be related to him. Yet, the ability to concoct such potent toxins indicates that this culprit is no simple foe. Just as everyone continued to sip their medicinal broth, a disheveled young man suddenly appeared on the empty street. His hair was unkempt, and his body was covered in dust, with numerous red spots adorning his hands and feet. Save me!" he staggered, weakly calling out. A black armored guard, noticing him, hurriedly brought a bowl of soup to him. The ragged young man immediately grasped it and gulped it down eagerly. The guard addressed him, saying, "This is the antidote. Once you finish, please go queue over there." "Where are you from?" "There shouldn't be anyone left in the city, right? I see. To think this concoction could cure my blood cloud poison. How intriguing." The young man suddenly lifted his head, emitting a plume of green mist from his mouth that blew directly towards the black armored guard before him. Sizzle, sizzle. Instantly, the guard felt a sharp pain on his face. Horrified to discover his body beginning to dissolve, the horrific screams alarmed everyone, and within mere moments, the afflicted guard transformed into a disgusting puddle of pus. Swish, swish, swish. Zhou Jian quickly led dozens of black armored guards to surround the young man, drawing his sword and demanding, "Who are you?" The young man let out a sinister laugh, tossing aside his hair like dead twigs, licking his lips. "Heh, let me test my latest concoction, the 1,000 erosion death powder. On you, buzz!" As a wave emanated from him, green powder began to envelop his surroundings. The acrid odor was nauseating, yet the young man appeared entirely unaffected. Suddenly, he stepped forward, launching an assault on the guards. One black armored guard raised his sword in defense, but upon contact with the green mist, his sharp weapon began to dissolve. Before he could express his shock, the young man's hand lightly struck the guard's chest. Sizzle! The guard's armor, along with his body, was effortlessly corroded, creating a gaping hole, a putrid stench wafting through the air. After dispatching one guard, the young man's eyes gleamed with even greater crimson. Realizing the terror of his poison, Zhou Jian swiftly ordered everyone to retreat, increasing the distance between them. Yaoer, stay here. Qin Feng, sensing the young man's peculiar aura, propelled himself into action, unleashing a strike towards his opponent. However, the robust internal force dissipated upon contact with the toxic mist. Witnessing this, Qin Feng's heart sank. He signaled for everyone to refrain from acting rashly, coldly addressing the young man. "The poison saint of ghost hands was personally slain by me 3 years ago. Who are you to him?" The disheveled young man smirked, his eyes gleaming with amusement. "Heh, indeed, that useless old fool was my master. However, I am now stronger than he ever was." With that, he was enveloped in swirling toxic mist and charged towards Qin Feng. "Protect the Lord!" Zhou Jian shouted fiercely, leading several black armored guards to charge forward recklessly. Ding! Mission target has appeared. Host, please eliminate swiftly. Huh. Upon hearing the system's words, Su Yao stood frozen in place. Kill? Am I to use my head for that? Did you not see how he casually touched something and ended up with multiple holes in his body? It's more terrifying than sulfuric acid. A little girl without a shred of strength would just be giving myself away. TSK, I didn't ask you to confront him head-on. The broth simmering in that pot is his nemesis. Just scoop a bowl and throw it at him. I don't believe it. That guy just chugged a bowl, and it didn't seem to affect him at all. That was for internal use. Only external application is effective. Tisk. Must I really go? Do you still want the reward? Yes. Damn it, if I have to die. Then so be I. Su Yao gazed at the arrogant demeanor of her opponent and approached the large pot still simmering with broth. She scooped out a full bowl, then, while they were engaged in combat, stealthily crept closer. It must be said, this person was truly powerful. In such a short time, dozens of black armored guards lay dead or injured on the ground. Hardly anyone dared to approach. Regardless of weaponry, they would be corroded by the toxic mist surrounding him, which was utterly absurd. Su Yao was left questioning whether the bowl of broth she held would really be effective. Moreover, compared to this, she had no chance to get close to him. A black armored guard noticed her and immediately surrounded her. Miss, it's dangerous here. Please step back. Step back. No way. Su Yao gritted her teeth, pushing off with her small feet. Since I can't get close, let him come to me, ah. She feigned a fall to the ground, hiding the broth behind her, letting out an extremely sweet and delicate cry. Fearing her allure might not be sufficient, she removed her veil, revealing her pure little face, eyes wide with feigned panic as she gazed at him. Yaoer, are you all right? The disheveled young man, initially engrossed in battle, suddenly heard a soft, melodious voice that stirred something within him. Unable to resist, he turned his gaze and beheld a little girl in a white dress looking at him with innocent, watery eyes, her delicate features striking his heart like a bolt of lightning. Her petite figure exuded a certain enchantment, and the lust in his eyes became nearly uncontrollable, a certain part of him swelling with desire. Ignoring everyone else, he lunged directly at Su Yao. Heh, this little beauty, I want to hold back. Qin Feng immediately frowned, positioning himself protectively in front of the girl. The disheveled young man snorted dismissively, his eyes reflecting disdain. With his mastery of poison at its peak, he felt no fear unless faced with a formidable opponent. The young man, moving with incredible speed, reached Qin Feng in the blink of an eye, barely glancing at him as he reached for the frail girl behind him. Just then, Su Yao did not flee. Instead, she moved closer and splashed the bowl of broth directly onto him in such a brief span. The young man found himself unable to evade, or perhaps he had not even contemplated the possibility of retreating. Cloaked in his own toxic mist, he deemed a mere bowl of medicinal broth inconsequential. Yet, this time, he miscalculated. His noxious fog could thwart blades and dissipate internal force, but when confronted with this concoction brewed from a multitude of medicinal herbs, it melted away like snow beneath the warm sun. Chapter 97. Draft 2. Whoosh. A myriad of unidentified birds erupted from the forest in a state of panic, as if a dreadful presence lurked within. The once pervasive chirping of insects fell into silence, replaced by a heavy scent of blood wafting through the trees. A petite girl clad in a white dress hovered before Shaoli, her blood-red eyes gradually returning to a pristine white. With a subtle wave of her delicate hand, a translucent energy sphere enveloped Shaoli, whose previously faint breaths began to steady, and his pallid complexion took on a rosy hue. Turning away, the girl gazed towards the western horizon, her youthful yet frigid voice resonating. Mia, it is time to conclude this. A gentle breeze swept through, and the figures of the girl and the young man vanished without a trace. The sounds of insects resumed, as if nothing had transpired, leaving behind a gruesome array of dismembered vampire corpses scattered about. On the continent of Luoling, a multitude of races coexisted, with the human, demon, and vampire tribes being the most prominent. Among these, the human race was the weakest. However, due to its substantial population, it had managed to thrive in this realm. In contrast, the demon and vampire tribes boasted a long and illustrious history, asserting their dominance over the land. Unlike the demons, who were ruled by a singular demon king, the vampire clans were governed by 4 ancient progenitors, each possessing terrifying power. First progenitor, Feliana. Second progenitor, Ellen Odin. Third progenitor, Mia Ross. Fourth progenitor, Kiriana. Notably, the first, second, and fourth progenitors were the rightful heirs of the ancient vampire lineage, while the third progenitor, Mia, lacked any inherited bloodline. An exceptionally gifted individual, she ascended to progenitor status solely through her own prowess. Her path was thus significantly more arduous than that of her 3 counterparts. At this moment, in an underground palace located in the west, a woman reclined regally at the center, surrounded by countless kneeling vampires. She toyed with her fiery red hair, her expression languid. Below her, a voice of discontent broke the silence. Mia, you dare to launch a surprise attack on the Earth Spirit Palace in the absence of our queen? What are your intentions? In the Earth Spirit Palace, the vampires that once inhabited this place had long since been subdued by Mia and her minions. With the 4th progenitor absent, none could withstand her might. The queen? Ah, you mean my dear sister? Mia chuckled lightly as she regarded the bloodline princes bound before her. What did you do to Queen Kiri? A resounding slap echoed as a clear handprint appeared on the face of Rovi. Mia's expression twisted in fury. Want to know? Tori, enlighten him. Tori? Rovi gasped, turning sharply to the figure that emerged behind him. Report, Lady Mia, I have decisively embedded the sacred silver spike into her body, and even the fourth progenitor. Kiriana will find it difficult to survive. My subordinates have already been dispatched to search for her whereabouts. News will surely arrive soon. The sacred silver spike? Despair flooded Rovi's heart as he shouted at the figure. Tori, why did you betray the queen? Betray? Tori scoffed, casting a disdainful glance his way. Ha ha ha, do you understand now? This is merely the first step. Mia, will show them that I am the sole ruler of the vampire race. The woman tilted her alabaster neck back, laughing heartily. What bloodlines, what inheritances? Once I unify the vampire clans, those strange gazes will undoubtedly vanish. A warm sensation coursed through Xiao Li's body, gradually restoring his consciousness. Where is this place? As he slowly opened his eyes, he beheld an unfamiliar environment, surrounded by stone blocks, with a stone wall looming above. Before him, a massive iron door stood against the wall of the cave. Wait, did I not die? A sudden jolt of awareness struck him as he realized his limbs were intact, his spirit invigorated. Even the wound from the snakebite had vanished. So, this is hell. Then, he caught sight of a petite figure before him. Her snow-white eyes fixed intently on him. Xiao Li was momentarily taken aback. Then his heart ached profoundly as he rushed forward to embrace the little girl, tears streaming down his face. Oh, poor child. So young yet already facing demise. But fret not, even in hell, your brother will protect you. Before he could finish his sentence, a small handprint appeared on his face, sending him sprawling backward. Ha, ha, ha. So this is what it feels like to be struck by a little girl. Human, do not presume that saving this king grants you the liberty to act so brazenly. The only reason your blood remains undrained is due to my current good mood. With a flourish, the little girl conjured brilliant light from her hands, a chain materializing around Xiao Li's neck, binding him, while the other end rested in her grasp. From now on, you belong to this king. What are you? Xiao Li finally recognized that this place was not hell, and he and the girl were very much alive. The adorable little girl he had rescued appeared far from ordinary. Human, do not compare this king to mere sustenance. I am the fourth progenitor of the vampire clan, Kiriana. As she spoke, the girl revealed a strange yet beguiling smile, her two gleaming fangs peeking through her pristine white teeth, sending a shiver down Xiao Li's spine. I saved a vampire, and a progenitor no less. Oh heavens, what have I done? Though the charming little girl was a sight to behold, one needed their life to appreciate such beauty. In that moment, Xiao Li found himself devoid of the earlier courage he had exhibited in the forest. Now, all he longed for was to escape the seemingly innocuous yet undeniably perilous presence of the little girl. Enough, human, do not entertain thoughts of escape. I have declared that you are mine, and without my permission, you shall not leave. As if sensing Xiao Li's thoughts, the little girl tightened her grip on the chain. How is your injury? Unexpectedly, Xiao Li's concern for her wound surfaced, regardless of her being a vampire or progenitor. The idea of a young girl enduring such harm was something he could not bear. Damn it, little girls are meant to be protected. Xiao Li's concern caused the girl's snow-white eyes to widen momentarily before she turned away. This little wound, I have long since recovered from, for reasons unknown. As she gazed at the young man who had saved her, her mind conjured images of him sacrificing himself to draw the vampires away, and the determination etched on his face when he held her tightly even after being bitten by the snake. A peculiar feeling, one she had not experienced in centuries, began to stir within her, causing her cold heart to waver. Yet, she found herself not disliking it. Shaking her head to dispel the thoughts, she coldly declared, Enough, human, if you wish to live, follow closely. With that, she tugged on the chain and strode towards the massive door nearby. As she pushed the door open, a heavy scent of blood assailed Xiao Li's senses, causing him to grimace. Kiri, seemingly unfazed, stepped inside without hesitation. Chapter 98, Draft 3. What the hell is this place? The interior was even darker, illuminated only by dim flames flickering on the walls, and the air was thick with the stench of blood, far more potent than that of the cave before. Following Kiri down the stone steps, the space around them expanded, revealing human bones and dismembered limbs, sending chills down Xiao Li's spine. After what felt like an eternity, they finally reached the bottom of the stairs, where another stone door awaited. Above this door, 3 crimson characters were engraved. Earth Spirit Palace. At this moment, the ground beneath them and the surface they gazed upon were littered with human skeletons and the remains of unknown creatures, creating a terrifying sight. Just as he stood in a daze, Kiri tugged his hand and pulled him further into the stone door. Pushing the door open, the scene that unfolded before them caused Xiao Li's pupils to constrict, and he found himself holding his breath despite his mental preparation. Inside the door, countless vampires knelt on the ground, densely packed together, creating an unsettling atmosphere. In the center, a voluptuous woman clad in a fiery red gown sat regally. As Kiri and Xiao Li entered, the once kneeling vampires erupted in a frenzy. "Stay close, human, if you do not wish to be devoured." Ignoring the fervent gazes of the other vampires, the little girl led the way toward the woman, and as she passed, the vampires parted to make way. Only upon seeing Xiao Li, an ordinary human, did they dare to reveal their crimson fangs, causing him to instinctively draw nearer to Kiri for safety. "She is still alive. This is impossible." Tori's eyes widened in disbelief as she watched the approaching little girl. Impaled by the silver needle, even a true ancestor would suffer grievous injury, perhaps even death. Yet, the current appearance of Kiri belies any signs of harm. It seems Tori has failed. As Mia beheld the petite figure that emerged, her eyes widened slightly in surprise, but she soon resolved herself. "Very well. Let me witness just how formidable this so-called true ancestor of bloodline inheritance truly is." With that, a flicker of light danced in the woman's hand, transforming into a blazing crimson longsword. Her gaze sparkled with excitement as she became a blur. Rushing toward the girl, "Mia, I have already given you a chance." Watching the approaching woman, Kiri shook her head, her youthful face etched with coldness, her once snow-white pupils gradually transforming into a deep crimson. With a slight turn of her head, she commanded, "Human, stay here and do not run around." Then, with a flick of her delicate hand, her bare foot lightly touched the ground, and she advanced, brandishing a pristine white sword. Without Kiri's admonition, it was already quite remarkable that Xiao Li had not succumbed to fear at the sight of the countless vampires surrounding him, let alone consider fleeing. Even if he took a single step forward, he might well become one among the myriad of bones that littered the ground. Battles between true ancestors had been a rare occurrence in the history of the Blood Clan for centuries. From the noble blood princes to the lowly vampires, all eyes were fixed upon the 2 figures, one large and one small, suspended in midair, with no one paying any heed to Xiao Li. The mere human, clang, 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 within the spirit palace, amidst the flickering red and white lights. The crisp sounds of swords clashing echoed continuously. Yet, the once confident Mia, who had charged in with great zeal, found herself gradually falling into a disadvantageous position. "Damn! This wretched girl's strength surpasses mine. This is impossible." The woman had long lost her earlier composure, and as she struggled to fend off Kiri's relentless attacks with her pristine white sword, she could only grow increasingly fatigued. With a deft flick, Kiri's sword sliced through Mia's defenses, her petite form fluttering like a graceful butterfly, delivering a powerful kick to the woman's robust chest, eliciting a fleeting expression of pain from her. Wow! What tremendous malevolence! At this moment, Xiao Li, like the other vampires, was deeply engrossed in the battle between Kiri and Mia, though his focus was evidently different. Upon seeing the woman's ample bosom, he couldn't help but lament. Sighing, "I truly prefer a flatter figure." The battle had reached a fever pitch, with Mia breathing heavily, her fiery red hair in disarray, her once aggressive techniques now becoming defensive. Meanwhile, Kiri maintained her impassive demeanor, her slender white sword continuously shifting forms, placing immense pressure on Mia. Damn! In a desperate attempt to parry the girl's onslaught, Mia unleashed a blazing orb of light from her palm, hurling it toward her opponent. Kiri's expression turned frigid as her petite body streaked through the air, easily evading the attack. But, this, as Xiao Li gazed at the fiery orb that narrowly missed Kiri yet drew ever closer. His expression stiffened. "Please, not like this. I'm merely a spectator." Just as he braced himself for impending doom, the petite figure suddenly appeared before him, her sword swiftly tracing a series of intricate arcs, shattering the seemingly unstoppable orb into countless fragments. A moment of silence enveloped the arena. Mia squinted her eyes, observing the once indifferent expression on the girl's face now tinged with a hint of panic. It was as if she had stumbled upon a new discovery, causing her to burst into laughter. How amusing, little one. It seems this human is quite important to you. Ha 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 ha, just a mere morsel. I merely wish not to waste it. The little girl tightened her grip on the slender sword, ignoring the bewildered young man behind her, and continued her assault on Mia. Oh, is that truly the case? The woman's figure flickered as she opted not to engage Cleary in a direct confrontation. Instead, a sinister smile curled at the corners of her mouth as she directed her sword toward Xiaoli. I will make you pay. Reacting quickly, Xiaoli gritted his teeth in hatred toward the woman, mentally cursing her ancestors for generations. Though he yearned to flee, he was but an ordinary human, paralyzed by the overwhelming aura of the Blood Clan's true ancestor. Yet, in the next moment, the small figure reappeared, deflecting Mia's sword with a swift motion, her voice cold as ice. He is mine. Oh, really? Then you must protect him well, Mia scoffed, her sword relentlessly pursuing Xiaoli, prompting him to erupt in a fit of curses. Damn it! You ugly hag! Unable to even best a little girl, you pick on me, a mere human. I wish you a son with no luck. May your daughter be a burden. Ugly hag, Mia's forehead pulsed with anger, her voice rising sharply. You insolent brat, die. Perhaps incited by Xiaoli's taunts, the woman's aura surged violently, forcing Cleary to retreat before she struck out at him with a powerful palm. Damn! This is bad news. Boom! Struck by the full force of the blow, Xiaoli was sent crashing into the wall, the tremendous force leaving him gasping for breath. Just as he marveled at his own survival, he felt a soft, delicate touch against him. The little girl lay cradled in his arms, her face pale, a thin stream of crimson seeping from the corner of her mouth, followed by a violent spurt of bright red blood. Cleary, your majesty. Staring blankly at the girl who had shielded him from the blow, Xiaoli felt a surge of heartache mingled with confusion. Why? Human, do I need to emphasize again? You are mine. The girl stubbornly wiped the blood from her lips, attempting to rise, but her frail body swayed and collapsed back into Xiaoli's embrace. At that moment, he sensed a shadow looming over them, and there stood Mia, her expression twisted into a strange smile. Ha ha ha, human, I must thank you. Had it not been for you, I would never have been able to defeat this wretched girl. I thank your mother. Witnessing the malicious woman who had harmed Cleary, Xiaoli felt an overwhelming desire to tear her apart. Sharp-tongued, prepare to meet your end. With a swing of his sword, she struck down toward Xiaoli and the girl. I sincerely apologize. My father is much better now. I kindly ask everyone to witness the vampire lowly one last time today. Tomorrow, everything will return to normal. There will be no more wasted drafts. Bang bang bang, bowing deeply. Chapter 99. Draft 4. Boom. Dust scattered, revealing a deep crater in the ground as Xiaoli tumbled to the side. Clutching Cleary. Quick reflexes. Mia's eyelids flickered as a playful expression crossed her face. Heh. In this chaotic moment, the disheveled Xiaoli suddenly wore a peculiar smile, causing Mia to feel a tinge of displeasure. Human, what are you grinning about? Ugly hag, why should I tell you? Xiaoli shot her a disdainful glance before lowering his gaze to the girl in his arms, gently wiping the blood from her lips. The little lowly gazed at him with her bewildered, snow-white eyes, her tender, frosty voice breaking the silence. What are you doing? Silently, Xiaoli picked up the slender white sword that had fallen nearby. Glancing down at Cleary with a silly smile, as her sustenance, I must uphold proper etiquette. Swish, a flash of white light erupted, blood sprang forth as Xiaoli lifted the girl's head, offering his wrist to her. Blood flowed freely, yet his smile remained unwavering. Come now, don't hold back. The girl blinked her adorable snowy eyes before she latched onto the wound. The cool touch of her delicate lips brought Xiaoli a sense of comfort. Entirely devoid of pain. Ha 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 ha. How foolish. What can the blood of a mere human change? The fiery longsword rose high, intense heat gathering upon its blade as a fierce wind swept outward, emanating a terrifying pressure. Mia coldly observed the pair, then suddenly swung her sword, unleashing an unmatched sword aura that transformed into a fiery phoenix, shrieking as it charged toward its target. Boom. The force of this strike was terrifying. engulfing nearby vampires in its wake, their wails echoing throughout the spirit palace. Xiao Li's position was blasted into a massive pit, dust swirling around him. As she surveyed her handiwork, a smirk crept across Mia's lips, her eyes brimming with pride. She had no doubt that the gravely injured Cleary and an ordinary human could not survive this attack. However, as the dust settled, Mia's triumphant expression froze in disbelief. A silver-haired little girl stood firmly, her eyes now crimson, a shimmering protective shield suspended behind her, within which lay the pale-faced young man. This is impossible. Mia's eyes widened in disbelief. She knew all too well the magnitude of her strike, and there was no way Cleary could withstand it. What on earth did that damned human do? Then, she turned her gaze back to Cleary, regaining her icy demeanor, her sword pointed at him. It's over. Whoosh! The petite figure vanished in an instant, causing Mia's pupils to constrict. By the time she registered what was happening, the sword's shadow had already arrived before her, leaving her no choice but to retreat in panic. Her injuries have healed? How is that possible? It's just the blood of a human. Crack! As the two figures clashed once more in midair, the fiery long sword, now at its limit, shattered into countless fragments. Mia coughed up blood, her entire being crashing into the ground. The tip of the petite figure's sword pressed against Mia's throat, poised to sever her head from her body with a mere inch of movement. The outcome was already clear. At that moment, the woman on the ground broke into a sinister chuckle. Ha ha ha! Truly worthy of the bloodline legacy. Mia, am utterly convinced by your victory. However, even if you have triumphed, what does it change? The days of the Blood Clan are numbered. Ha ha ha! At this time, Mia's visage was marred by madness, her eyes seething with resentment. Her words caused Lily to furrow her brow. What do you mean? The woman, with her disheveled hair and a chilling gaze, directed her scorn at the girl. Want to know? Then come to hell and find me. Ha ha ha! With that, she grasped the hilt of her sword and plunged it violently into her heart. As a piercing scream echoed, her body disintegrated as if it had lost all moisture, transforming into a pile of ashes. The third true ancestor of the Blood Clan, Mia Ross, had perished, following Mia's demise. Her subordinates all surrendered, for the hierarchy of the Blood Clan was rigidly enforced. None dared to contest the authority of the true ancestors. Several figures emerged from the throng of vampires, kneeling before the girl. Blood Prince, Ro, pays homage to your majesty. Blood Prince, Coster, pays homage to your majesty. Blood Prince, Anisha, pays homage to your majesty. One youth with golden short hair lifted his head, his face alight with excitement. Your majesty, how shall we deal with Mia's subordinates? The slender white sword transformed into light and vanished as the girl, caressing her silvery hair, turned and replied coolly, You may handle it as you see if do not disturb me for the next few days. I am weary. With a wave of her small hand, she and the youth within the protective barrier vanished from sight. Yes, your majesty. In the spirit palace, Queen's chamber, It was uncertain how long he had been unconscious. But Xiao Li gradually felt his consciousness returning. Enduring the waves of weakness coursing through his body, he opened his eyes. Where is this? Yet before he could fully comprehend his surroundings, the youth, having already lost too much blood, coughed up 2 streams of crimson nasal blood. His gaze fell upon a diminutive girl seated at the bedside, her eyes fixed upon him with intense curiosity, the distance between them alarmingly close. The girl was adorned in a black Gothic dress, a strap slipping down to reveal a portion of her smooth, fragrant shoulder, her delicate skin glimmering with a hint of allure. Her dainty feet clad in white stockings swayed lightly, her calves sculpting a tantalizing curve. Silvery hair cascaded carelessly over the bed, and a delicate hairpin added a touch of charm to her appearance. Human, you have awakened. Noticing the peculiar look in Xiao Li's eyes, Lily assumed his body had not yet recovered, only to realize that his gaze was roaming over her figure, causing her snow-white pupils to flash with indignation. Pervert! Smack! A small handprint appeared on the youth's face. Even as he was sent reeling by Lily's slap, even while still airborne, Xiao Li bore a foolish grin, murmuring, Such a lovely girl. In Kaka village, within a small grove. Inside a wooden cabin, a mysterious figure cloaked in black slowly materialized. Picking up a silver diamond-shaped object from the ground, still stained with crimson blood. You say, Mia Ross is dead? Why, yes. I witnessed her being slain by Lily. Through the moonlight, it became evident that behind the cloaked figure knelt a woman. Very well, Tori. Have you revealed our matters? That is good. But now that the plan has failed, only death can ensure secrets remain undisclosed. Tori felt a jolt of fear, followed by a sharp pain in her head as consciousness began to slip away. Withdrawing a silver spike from the woman's head, blood sprayed forth, and the cloaked figure revealed a sinister grin, appearing terrifying under the pale moonlight. Hee. The true ancestors of the Blood Clan have dwindled to 3. Since the assassination of the 4th true ancestor has failed, it seems we must change our target. Chapter 100. The strange princess. Moreover, the potions splashed onto his face, emitting thick, acrid smoke, accompanied by a pain that pierced to the bone. The youth clutched his ravaged face, emitting screams akin to a slaughtered pig. This scene left Qin Feng in a state of shock, staring blankly at Su Yao, who innocently glanced at the empty bowl she held. Seizing the opportunity, Deputy Commander Zhou Jin cast aside his weapon, rushing to the fire pit and lifting the entire pot filled with the medicinal concoction. His veins bulged as he shouted, "My lord! Miss, quickly, take cover!" Qin Feng's eyes widened, swiftly retreating while cradling the girl. The disheveled youth sensed the imminent danger, disregarding the agony on his face as he desperately attempted to summon his poison skills. But to no avail. At that moment, Zhou Jin charged forward, wielding the pot with a fierce expression, pouring the contents directly onto the youth's forehead. Sizzle. Instantly, smoke billowed from the youth's body, and he began to convulse violently, shrinking down until he transformed into a pool of putrid sludge within mere moments. Ugh! Despite having witnessed numerous gruesome sights in recent days, Su Yao couldn't help but retch. Ding! Congratulations, host. Task completed. Charm value 30. Appearance points 3. Acquired skill. Adorable gaze. Adorable gaze. By gazing at a target, you can utilize your charm to disrupt their cognition. The effect depends on the host's charm level. It can also be used on groups, though the effect is halved. Note: effects are doubled on those with lowly or young girl fetishes and on lecherous older men. After retching for a considerable time, Su Yao finally managed to regain her composure. Simultaneously hearing the system's voice, "Adorable gaze? Sounds promising, but I wonder how effective it truly is." The system's remedy proved highly effective, and within just a few days, the citizens here had fully recovered. Qin Feng intended to leave with Su Yao. But before they could exit the city, they spotted a jeweled carriage slowly approaching. The youth frowned, recognizing it as Princess Tsayue's royal carriage. However, what could bring the princess here? Yaoer, quickly greet the princess on my behalf. The princess? Su Yao, slightly dazed, instinctively donned her veil and stood beside the youth. As the carriage came to a halt, a maid lifted the curtain, revealing a stunning woman stepping out. Qin Feng, I greet the princess. The youth offered a slight bow, maintaining an air of composure. Cuteness smiled gracefully before speaking softly. I have heard that the plague in Falling Star City has been lifted. You have worked hard? My lord, thank you, princess, for your concern. This matter falls under my jurisdiction, and I shall bear the responsibility. Listening to the rather insipid exchange, Su Yao blinked her eyes, remaining silent. Yet, she sensed a familiar aura emanating from the princess. One echoing the words of the commander. At that moment, the beautiful woman noticed the girl standing beside the youth. However, upon locking eyes with Su Yao, Cuteness momentarily froze, as if a figure she despised was merging with the girl before her. The veil? Why is it the veil again? She scrutinized Su Yao, her beautiful eyes betraying an uncontrollable anger. Cuteness clenched her fists and spoke in a low voice. My lord, who is this girl beside you? Qin Feng distinctly felt the princess's hostility toward the girl, yet he found it puzzling, as they should not have crossed paths before. The youth turned to Su Yao and said, Princess, this is my sister. Yaoer, quickly greet Princess Cuteness. The girl blinked her eyes and offered a slight curtsy. I'm Su Yao. Greetings to your highness. Hiss, Cuteness bit her lip, images of the humiliating scene in Diyin flooding back to her mind. This soft, sweet voice was almost indistinguishable from that of the girl who haunted her nightmares. Your highness, what troubles you? Su Yao asked, perplexed by the princess's apparent disdain, wondering why she was being stared at so intently. In no matter, but could you remove your veil? Tsayue's tone was slightly frosty, Though she tried to reassure herself, this was not Dian. She was the renowned beauty of Lu Yun, a title that could not be shaken. There could not possibly be another girl like her. Xu Yao wore the veil merely to prevent men from seeing her face, avoiding unnecessary trouble. After all, with the numerous rewards and upgrades from the commander, her beauty had likely surpassed that of the first beauty of Lu Yun. However, this princess was a woman, so it mattered little. Thus, she slowly removed her veil, revealing a visage that could captivate all. Upon seeing the girl's innocent face, Sayue's pupils constricted sharply, her mouth agape, strikingly similar. Though their appearances were entirely different, the pure, na-ve aura radiating from her mirrored the girl who haunted Sayue's nightmares. Both possessed an astonishing beauty, devoid of any pretense, capable of driving men wild. This, too, reignited Sayue's long-buried insecurities. How can this be? How can this be? The woman stumbled, her maid hastily supporting her. Kaiyue felt as though her title as the first beauty of Lu Yun had become a mere joke. Clinging to her last shred of hope, she gritted her teeth and asked, "Tell me, are you from Lu Yun?" Su Yao wore a perplexed expression, for she had never encountered anyone whose face could display such a myriad of complex emotions. Although the princess before her was undeniably beautiful, arguably the most exquisite person she had ever laid eyes upon, there was an undeniable aura of resentment surrounding her. It felt as though her worldview had been shattered by some unseen force, and she was being forced to swallow the remnants whole. Consequently, Su Yao ceased to engage with the girl and mechanically retrieved a decree from her sleeve, tossing it to Qin Feng. The young woman appeared exceedingly fatigued as she softly uttered, "Prince Qin, this is an imperial edict from my father for Kaiyue to deliver to you. Please prepare without delay." Having said this, she discarded the item into the hands of the youth, offering no further salutation before turning to board her carriage. How peculiar! This princess is truly enigmatic. In such a brief span, Su Yao sensed that the princess's mental state seemed somewhat unstable. Could it be that she is unwell? Chapter 101. Preparing to depart for Dian. Su Yao was not being derogatory. She was referring to a genuine ailment. Qin Feng, however, was not overly concerned with her musings. He merely gazed at the decree in his hand, his brow gradually furrowing. On the road home, the steeds pulling the fragrant carriage galloped swiftly, seemingly attuned to their master's mood, eager to flee the scene. Inside the carriage, upon witnessing the girl's dazed expression and profound despondency, the accompanying maidens exchanged glances and could not help but offer words of consolation. "Do not be disheartened, Your Highness. That girl is nothing special. She is merely younger than you. Indeed, in terms of beauty, you are not significantly inferior to her. Precisely. Even if she surpasses you in looks, you are undeniably the second most beautiful in Lu Yun." With each statement, the girl's heart grew colder, and she fiercely lifted her head. "If you utter another word, I shall have all of you executed." In an instant, every maid fell silent, covering their mouths. In Luoxing City, Qin Feng's expression darkened as he read the contents of the decree. He had not anticipated that the emperor would command him to lead troops into battle against Dian. To be candid, he was reluctant to go, as this implied either parting ways with the girl or bringing Su Yao along to the front lines. Although he felt confident about the military campaign, after all, from every angle, Dian was inferior to Lu Yun. When he comprehended the decree's implications, Su Yao was momentarily taken aback. "Brother, are we going to war?" Though he was loath to admit it, Qin Feng nodded. Even as a prince, he could not disregard the emperor's edict, especially regarding such a grave matter of war. Half a year, Qin Feng calculated. With Lu Yun's 200,000 elite soldiers at his disposal, if he mobilized all 5,000 of the Qin family's black armored guards, he could conquer Dian in 3 months. System check complete. Current conditions met. The following mission has been activated. Please proceed to the Dian dynasty and connect with another system holder to devise a solution to avert this impending war between the two dynasties. Mission completion reward: 300 cuteness points, 30 beauty points. Gasp! Upon hearing the system's voice, Su Yao's eyes sparkled with excitement. It's finally here. She could seek out another companion. "Brother, when do we set off?" Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback, then pondered. The suddenness of this imperial decree necessitated at least a month's preparation for provisions and troops. However, the emperor's intention was clear. They must depart in 25 days. 25 days, Su Yao's mind whirled. It meant she had to find another companion within this time frame to jointly prevent the war between the two dynasties. Yet the pressing question remained, how would she reach Dian? Brother, if the emperor changes his mind within these 25 days, could the war be averted? Qin Feng paused, then shook his head with a light chuckle. Yaoer, you underestimate the weight of this decree. This war is unavoidable. If it were possible, I would prefer not to engage in battle. Yet, as a subject, I must obey. Despite his words, Su Yao was resolute. She was determined to venture to Dian, not for any other reason but to meet this mysterious companion. What? Yaoer, you wish to go to Dian? Upon hearing her intentions, Qin Feng's voice turned grave. No. The journey to Dian is perilous, and I cannot accompany you. What if you encounter danger? He could not fathom why the girl felt the need to travel to Dian. Although the two dynasties had yet to engage in hostilities, it was not an exaggeration to label the other as an enemy nation. Oh, it's nothing. I can take care of myself. Su Yao tugged at his sleeve, pouting that I'm not a child anymore. Qin Feng felt a wave of frustration. Every word she uttered lacked persuasiveness, and he sighed. Yaoer, tell me, why do you want to go to Dian? The girl hesitated, her eyes darting around. My stepmother's cousin's distant relative resides in Dian, and I must go visit. Seeing the skepticism growing on the youth's face, Su Yao had no choice but to unleash her trump card. Qin Feng deliberated for a moment before resolutely rejecting her. No, Yaoer, there is no need for further discussion. I will not permit you to venture so far. Faced with his stubbornness, Su Yao stamped her foot in frustration. Suddenly, she recalled her skills. It was the perfect opportunity to test them. The girl lifted her head and fixed her innocent gaze upon Qin Feng. Cuteness gaze. The young man felt a wave of dizziness sweep over him. He rubbed his forehead, struggling to withstand Su Yao's gaze, and finally relented. Instantly, the girl nodded enthusiastically, her head bobbing faster than a nodding dog. I understand. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away in another realm, in the capital of the Dian dynasty, outside a courtyard, a young man rushed in with 2 packages in hand, calling out, Xiao Ling, this is the exotic grain from Lu Yun. Xiao Bai will surely, however. Before he could finish, a commotion erupted in the courtyard. Xiao Ling, in 10 days you will be of age. Let us marry then. Chui Feng, you are simply dreaming. I, Morongju, will never agree. Xiao Ling, ignore them. Marry me, and you shall be the royal consort. Only Chui Bai stood foolishly in place, clutching dog food, as though struck by lightning. So it turns out, they had sent him away to see Xiao Ling when she was on the verge of coming of age. Gazing at their eager expressions, Xiao Ling felt overwhelmed. Just then, a system notification echoed in her mind. Ding, attention host. System mission activated. The Lu Yun dynasty is on the brink of war. Please unite with another system holder to jointly avert this conflict. Mission completion reward, 500 heart-thumping points. 50 beauty points. Special reward, cuteness technique upgraded from intermediate to advanced. Chapter 102. Arrival at the capital. This girl named Xiao Ling, though slightly older than Su Yao, surpassed her in both beauty and adorableness. Like Su Yao, she too had traversed from the modern era and had bound herself to a system. However, she had arrived in this world somewhat earlier. Having spent over a year here in 10 days, she would celebrate her 15th birthday, marking her coming of age. Of course, in her modern perspective, she still considered herself underage. Nevertheless, due to her extraordinary cuteness, she had attracted the attention of numerous and scrupulous individuals during her year here. From the sons of noble families to the young masters of various sects, and even the princes of the Dian dynasty, they all seemed determined to keep her close, fearing her escape. What was even more absurd was that these suitors had established some form of equilibrium among themselves. But that balance was about to be disrupted by her imminent coming of age. Ugh, you are all so annoying. Xiao Ling covered her ears and, taking advantage of her petite stature, escaped from the encirclement of 3 young men. I don't want to get married yet. The girl made a cute face at them and called out, Xiao Bai. Whoosh! No sooner had she spoken than a large, snow-white dog came bounding out from the inner room. Unlike ordinary dogs, it had a long, sharp spike between its brows and was the size of an adult. Xiao Bai approached the girl, whimpering softly as it obediently lowered its body. Xiao Ling skillfully climbed onto its fluffy back. And once situated, the dog dashed out of the courtyard. The young men, however, did not rush to pursue her, as this had become a routine. Instead, they glared at one another, unwilling to yield. Outside on the street, Xiao Ling rode Xiao by leisurely, her mind occupied with the system's words. She never expected that, besides herself, there were indeed others who had crossed over into this world. Moreover, it was a year after her arrival. She hoped her counterpart would not be some formidable figure, for she was utterly defenseless. Even having arrived first could not change the fact that she was merely an innocuous, adorable little girl. If her counterpart turned out to be a fated hero, would she not be relegated to the status of a mere harem member? Best to remain cautious. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Yao found herself in a rather dire situation. Although Qin Feng was persuaded to allow her to journey to the Great Yin, she was nonetheless required to bring along the deputy commander of the Black Armored Guard, Zhou Jian. Naturally, the presence of the mighty Dedeo was also indispensable. However, given that this was a venture to a foreign land, conventional means of travel were simply inadequate. Thus, they embarked upon a grand vessel. Unfortunately for Su Yao, who was already prone to motion sickness, she found herself beset by seasickness once more. While it was not as severe as her previous bout of car sickness, the ferry to the Great Yin dynasty required a full 4 days of uninterrupted sailing over the ocean, far removed from any touch of land. Initially, Su Yao managed to endure, but by the 3rd day, as the ship rocked violently, the urge to vomit grew increasingly overwhelming. Ultimately, she could no longer withstand it. A wave of nausea washed over her, and the girl, perched upon Dedeo, clutched the mast with her small hands before succumbing to the urge to vomit. It was only after expelling the entirety of her stomach's contents that she slumped pale-faced upon the back of her horse. "Miss, please drink some water." Zhou Jian, who had accompanied her throughout, was tasked with ensuring Su Yao's safety. Yet, faced with the current predicament, he found himself at a loss for what to do. The girl waved her hand weakly and replied, "I don't want any, Deputy Commander Zhou. How much longer until we reach the Great Yin?" With the way things were going, she could hardly shake the suspicion that she might perish from vomiting aboard the ship, only to be cast into the sea as fish bait. Not long now, just about a day's journey left. "Miss, please hold on a little longer." "What? Another day?" Upon hearing this, Su Yao's eyes lost their spark, and she could only sigh in resignation. Fortunately, when the ship finally docked, Su Yao had managed to endure the 4 arduous days. The persistent nausea and dizziness had deprived her of restful sleep. Once ashore, she urged Zhou Jian to swiftly find an inn for them to stay, so that she could eat her fill and prepare for a well-deserved rest. As for the journey ahead, she would consider it after replenishing her strength. Ding! The host has entered the Great Yin dynasty. Location detected. Another system holder is currently in the imperial capital. Please proceed to rendezvous at once. The next day, Su Yao slept soundly until the sun was high in the sky. When she awoke, the long-awaited voice of the system echoed in her mind. I know. Upon opening the door, she discovered Zhou Jian had been waiting at the entrance. "Miss, how did you rest?" It was all right, let's set off." After hastily consuming a bit of food, Su Yao mounted Dedeo and, accompanied by Zhou Jian, made her way toward the so-called imperial city. As for how she knew the way, ever since arriving in the Great Yin, the system had implanted coordinates in her mind, guiding her in the right direction. Given that she disembarked at the Great Yin's border, while still within its territory, the distance to the imperial capital was still considerable. Even with Dedeo's swift pace, it took her 5 days to reach the city. Ding! The target is now 2,000 meters away. The system's reminder resounded once more. The imperial capital of the Great Yin was bustling with activity, and the throngs of people began to make Su Yao feel a bit anxious. 2,000 meters was already quite close. Who was this system holder? Unconsciously, she began to conjure an image of a muscular giant in her mind. A shiver ran down her spine. Surely that couldn't be the case. Chapter 103. Draft 5. At the entrance to the Queen's Hall, Shaoli stood like a good little boy, a handprint from a girl still visible on his face. Clilalai, with her snow-white pupils, shot him a glance before addressing the nearby golden-haired youth. "Rovi, please show him around the Earth Spirit Palace, lest he gets lost and ends up as someone else's meal." "Yes, Your Majesty," Rovi replied with a bow. "Remember, this human is my food." The girl's warning tone momentarily startled Rovi, who then respectfully assured, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I understand." With a resounding thud, the grand doors closed, leaving the 2 men staring at each other in silence. Hello, my name is Shaoli. He stammered, scratching his head awkwardly. Greetings, Mr. Shao. I am Rovi, one of the 3 bloodline princes under Her Majesty, the golden-haired youth said with a polite bow, exuding an air of nobility. As he slowly assessed the ordinary young man before him, Rovi found it perplexing that someone of such lowly stature would garner the queen's attention. Suddenly, he stepped forward and inhaled deeply, taking in Xiao Li's scent before breaking into a smile. I see. Your blood is different from the others. Surprised by the unexpected action, Xiao Li took a step back, feeling awkward. Haha, I'm typo blood, he stammered. Goodness, you nearly scared me to death. I thought you were some sort of gay. Well then, Mr. Xiao, allow me to take you on a tour, Rovi said, revealing a warm smile. Sure, I appreciate it. Although he had been forcibly brought into this place by a little girl, he had little interest in touring a vampire stronghold. Closing his eyes, his mind was flooded with images of Clilali's alluring shoulders, her delicate white silk-clad feet, tantalizingly elusive. Pa. Xiao Li chastised himself for his shamelessness, quickly reciting mantras to regain his composure. 3 years to start, 3 years to start, maximum death penalty, maximum death penalty. Humans are a remarkably weak race, lacking the formidable physique and ethereal grace of the demon race, and devoid of the bloodline's astonishing regenerative abilities and longevity. They have nevertheless managed to survive and thrive on this continent for countless years, becoming the 3rd largest race of the Loring continent. This is attributable to a myriad of their own qualities: greed, selfishness, cunning, intelligence, integrity, kindness, and bravery. These complex emotions interwoven together form humanity's greatest weapon and the driving force that propels them forward. In the Eastern Imperial City, at the heart of the Holy City, several figures sat in a towering structure, seemingly engaged in an important meeting. Your Majesty, the 3rd true ancestor, Miaros, has been confirmed dead at the hands of the 4th true ancestor, resulting in a significant weakening of the bloodline. Should we seize this opportunity to launch an all-out assault on the West? Indeed, for years, we have lost countless compatriots to the bloodline. This is a prime opportunity for revenge. Moreover, ailing Odin has been missing for many years. If we mobilize our entire force, the current bloodline will not stand a chance against us. Listening to the suggestions from below, the middle-aged man adorned with a crown contemplated for a moment before turning to a man in black robes beside him, asking, Bishop Puka, what is your opinion? The man revealed his grotesque visage, marked with numerous symbols, and replied in a hushed tone, Your Majesty, I believe it is prudent to exercise caution. The bloodline possesses profound depth, and they are not averse to light. Only silver can harm them. Even if only 2 of the 4 true ancestors remain, it would be unwise to launch a hasty attack. The man nodded slightly and then inquired, So, what is Bishop Puka's perspective? A strange smile crept onto the man's lips as he said, The internal strife within the bloodline stems entirely from Miaros. They will not suspect our human race. I have already prepared the plan in the Western Polar region. All that is needed is for your Majesty to dispatch the 3 holy knights of the Empire to assist. The man's dark eyes gleamed with interest as he spoke slowly. Did I see? Bishop Puka, you intend to? Your Majesty is wise. Once the plan succeeds, the bloodline will be left with only the 4th true ancestor, and eradicating them will be merely a matter of time. All right, direct the 3 holy knights as you see fit. Ensure that we capture the Polar City. Understood, Your Majesty? To the north lie the caves inhabited by lowly vampires. You would do well to avoid them, for they heed only the bloodline's command and will show no mercy to a human like you. Rovi held a map in hand, speaking as they walked. To the south are the residences of the bloodline's barons and above, myself included. Although high-ranking vampires have largely mastered their thirst for blood, it is best to limit your interactions with them, Mr. Rovi. I recall that the bloodline is governed by 4 true ancestors, apart from Clilali. Where are the other 3? Xiao Li asked, scratching his head in curiosity. Rovi closed the map and patiently explained, The territory to the west of the Loring continent falls under the bloodline's influence. The true ancestors do not reside together but maintain their own domains. However, Rovi's brow furrowed as he continued, ever since the disappearance of the 2nd true ancestor, Ailing, and now with the 3rd true ancestor, Miaros, instigating a rebellion, the bloodline is currently in a weakened state. Disappearance? How could the 2nd true ancestor simply vanish? Was there no investigation? Shaoli queried, perplexed. The true ancestors are akin to national leaders. How could they easily go missing? Rovi shook his head, saying, we have dispatched people to search. Yet after more than a decade, not a trace of Ailing has been found. It is as if she vanished into thin air. Sighing, Rovi's expression grew grave as he looked at Shaoli. Mr. Shao, with Mia Ross now dead, the bloodline is left with only Queen Clililai and Lady Feli in the far west. For some reason, I can't shake this ominous premonition. Seeing his concern, Shaoli could only pat him on the shoulder in comfort. In response, Rovi nodded and then opened the map in hand to continue acting as a guide for Shaoli. Mr. Shao, this area is a forbidden zone within the Earth Spirit Palace. Please do not approach it. As only Queen Clililai is permitted to enter, the end of a narrow path. Rovi pointed towards the shadowy expanse ahead, speaking sternly to Shaoli. Even our bloodline's prince has never set foot inside. What lies within remains a mystery to me, so do keep that in mind. He will absolutely not venture in. If even the prince of the bloodline holds such trepidation, then a mere ordinary human entering would likely result in certain death. After wandering aimlessly, Shaoli has already spent several days here. During this time, he has ventured to the surface a few times, but unlike the human city-states, this place is a metropolis constructed and inhabited by vampires. Featuring an array of uniquely bizarre architectural designs that are ever-changing, Shaoli has contemplated escaping, for he is but a solitary individual. Although not a native human, his constant company of vampires feels rather peculiar. Chapter 104. A meeting of Lolas. What? Still 2,000 meters away? It's south already so close. Xiao Ling, riding on her steed Xiaobai, dropped the candy hawthorn she had just purchased, her delicate face filled with astonishment. Oh no, what should I do? I suddenly feel terrified. Long before her journey to this world, Xiao Ling was indeed a textbook case of social anxiety. Faced with the imminent arrival of an unknown companion, she felt an overwhelming sense of unease. Afraid? What is there to be afraid of? Host, you are the senior here. That may be true. But I am scared. Though she is on the brink of adulthood in this world, she is still not yet 15. Warning, the other party is now 1,000 meters away. 800 meters. 500 meters. The other party is about to appear. Please, host, hurry to meet them. Only 300 meters left. Where are they? Where? Su Yao, riding on her enormous beast, nervously scanned the area. With the throng of pedestrians, it was challenging to locate her counterpart, especially since it was not appropriate to ride in such a crowded space. Thus, Zhou Jian led the beast while they walked slowly. Observing the girl's slightly anxious yet expectant demeanor, the man was puzzled. Could it be that this place truly harbored distant relatives of Miss Su's daughter's father? But why would they come so far? With the prospect of meeting her companion drawing near, the girl felt a whirlwind of complex emotions, both anxious and expectant, with a hint of excitement. 100 meters. The coordinates provided by the commander indicated that the other party was now exceedingly close. Su Yao's eyes darted among the bustling pedestrians, fearful of missing her chance. Just as the two were searching for each other, a sudden commotion erupted among the crowded throng. A figure dashed through the crowd, followed by frantic shouts. Help, there's a thief. Quickly, catch him. A breathless woman pursued the figure, her voice filled with urgency. However, the thief, clutching her purse, moved with remarkable speed. A smug expression plastered on his face, in broad daylight. A thief dared to act so brazenly, and right before her eyes. Xiao Ling could no longer contain herself. She leaped off Xiaobai and pointed at the arrogant figure, shouting, Xiaobai, go bite him. Following the command, the large dog barked and charged after the thief with powerful strides. Xiaobai was no ordinary dog. It was a beast bought for her by Chui Bai, and though it had once been frail and sickly, after a year of Xiao Ling's care, it had grown into a formidable canine. With Xiaobai's speed, the rogue had nowhere to flee, and within mere seconds, the dog had tackled him to the ground. The thief let out a terrified scream. Don't bite my backside. Xiaobai bared its teeth at him, one paw firmly pinning the rogue down, rendering him immobile. Yet, at that moment, it seemed to sense something. Its ferocity fading as its ears perked up and its curious eyes fixated on the distance. For reasons unknown, the horse suddenly bolted towards the rogue while Zhou Jian was momentarily distracted. Despite Su Yao's futile calls, when she reached the enormous beast, she found a pure white dog standing before her. The dog and the horse, both of similar size, bore a long, retractable spike on their foreheads. They stared at each other intently. Moments later, the dog made the first move, slowly approaching the horse and sniffing it before barking a few times. The enormous beast responded with a nod of its hoof, letting out a neigh. "Zhou Vice Commander, do you know what they're saying?" The man behind her glanced at the girl with mild surprise and replied with a hint of exasperation, "Miss Su, that's quite a challenge for me." However, judging by their demeanor, it seemed they were attempting to befriend one another. Seeing the rogue attempting to escape, the man swiftly placed his sword against the thief's neck, calmly stating, "Hand over what you took." The rogue, gritting his teeth, hurriedly surrendered the purse before bolting away. After all, a mere purse was no match for his life. Zhou Jian made no attempt to pursue him, instead handing the purse to Su Yao. Noting that the horse and dog were engrossed in their interaction, the girl chose not to interrupt, returning the purse to the approaching woman. "Ding? Host, please be advised, the other party is now in your vicinity. Kindly meet them promptly and confirm their identity." The commander's reminder jolted Su Yao back to her purpose. She quickly called out, "Xiao Bai, big beast." Suddenly, another voice echoed, causing her to pause momentarily. She then spotted a slightly taller yet equally petite girl walking toward her through the crowd. She is so adorable. Seeing the girl's flawless features, Su Yao was momentarily stunned. After being here for so long, she found herself genuinely captivated for the first time, and it was by another girl. But she is utterly enchanting. Even with her system's charm value and beauty points, she felt uncertain about surpassing this girl in terms of beauty. Gazing at the astonished expression on the other's face, Xiao Ling was equally taken aback. She never expected to find another girl so charming in this world apart from herself. Were it not for her own beauty points acquired through hard work and system rewards, she might have been overshadowed. Wait. It seemed they both had a realization, their eyes shimmering with intrigue as they focused on one another. The encounter of two exquisite Lolas became a striking spectacle on the street, causing many passers-by to pause, their gazes fixated on the enchanting visages of the two girls. Yet, after a prolonged scrutiny, they could not discern who was more beautiful. Tisk. These two girls, from which noble family do they hail? Both are breathtakingly stunning. For a moment, it left onlookers in a quandary. Oh dear, enough of this deliberation. Just take a look at yourself. You are not even worthy of one of them. Even worse, some unfortunate souls became so entranced by the pure and innocent faces of the girls that they lost their wits, standing dumbfounded with drool dripping, oblivious to their wives' scolding. "Look, I'm talking to you."